Chapter 41. Did you see someone in the chat just now trading 1 piece of iron or for 15 pieces of wood? No, I'm busy. Who has time to watch the chat at this hour? The fish monster is attacking. Who? Such a sucker. Isn't that Yunluaha you mentioned earlier? She traded for 20 pieces of iron ore. What do you think she was thinking? Duwantian, I think she needs to level up. She just asked me for lime, and the gift was pretty good. Wu Jing, of course she did. She also asked me for lime, but I only gave her 3 pieces. Wang Zifei was shocked. What? She can level up now. What about you? Have you leveled up yet? Lu Yao, no way. I'm still so far away, how can she level up? The entire European Emperor Association was in an uproar. Has she progressed so quickly? I saw her personal rating was higher than ours before, so she looks like a formidable opponent. Stop hiding it, you guys. Have you leveled up yet? This question was naturally addressed to Wu Jing, Du Wantian, and other elite members of the European Emperor Association. If even they hadn't leveled up, and Yunluaha had already, then their European Emperor Association's claim that the top players in District 2 were all in the group would be a joke. Wu Jing, I just leveled up. Du Wantian, yeah, I'm almost there. That's good she's leveled up. Maybe Yunluaha is just trying to gather supplies, and she hasn't gathered them yet. It seems that besides the players in our European Emperor Association, there are still many lone wolf players who are developing very well. We can't be complacent in the future. Mu Zitong said he would send the collected supplies to Yunluaha later. He'd been busy and hadn't had much time to check the group chat. Yunluaha had given him so much to do since his return that he only now realized why everyone hadn't been so proactive in turning in their supplies. The players in the guild wanted to show them the supplies available first, and then they could decide whether to turn in 3, 6, or 10. This would save them the daily agonizing over how many supplies to turn in. They'd be upset if they turned in 10 and got nothing good in return. After all, they weren't well off to begin with. 3 supplies might be all junk or worthless, but 10 would definitely have some useful materials mixed in. Mu Zitong reported this to Yunluaha, who thought about it and agreed. She had been planning to overhaul the guild. She just hadn't had the time. Once she finished upgrading the trash can and won the prize, she could have a good chat with Mu Zitong. Yunluaha, tell everyone they don't need to turn in their supplies today. I compile a list later, and send you the supplies you can exchange. You can share it with the group, and we update the list every 3 days. She might as well just use the seaweed to upgrade the trash can today. This would save her the time of sorting through a bunch of different supplies later. After all, the reef has already been upgraded, and the next upgrade will definitely be several days away, so there's no need to rush to stockpile upgrade materials. Mu Zitong, how about this? I tell them to each turn in 3 supplies today, and we start the reform tomorrow. I think the seaweed powder you gave me yesterday is pretty good. Add some fiber. There's a lot of trash in the group, so 3 trash in exchange for 1 seaweed powder and 1 fiber would be a good deal. Mu Zitong's idea is indeed a good one. Yunluaha's backpack is overflowing with seaweed powder and fiber, more than he can use up. Many players are now farming, and seaweed powder can be used as fertilizer. Although there's a lot of seaweed on the reefs, there's currently no good way to utilize it. Freshly cut seaweed isn't as effective as seaweed powder when used directly in composting. Yunluaha gave Mu Zitong 100 pieces of seaweed and 100 pieces of fiber to use. The supplies he got today on Spider Island have been sorted. Mycelium X291, Spider Silk X176, Silver Web Spider Silk X88, Golden Spider Silk X72, Redwood Wood X312, Purple Mushroom X18, Mutated Mycelium X10, Energy Essence X2, Venom Essence X12, Gold Shell Fragment X2, Toxic Calicary X21, Spider Queen Cloak Recipe Fragment X1, Mycelium Soil Recipe X1, Spider Silk Armor Recipe X1, Obsidian X1, Ancient Amber X1. Completing the sacrifice mission this time yielded an obsidian, which was a pleasant surprise. She and Yuqing should both have it. After entering the cave, as long as the sacrifice is successful, the mission will be completed. The supplies obtained this time are all Spider Island specialties. Aside from the spider silk Yunluaha saw last time, none of these items are available at the trading center. Yunluaha holds the Queen Cloak Recipe Fragment. Crafting materials: Silver Web Spider Silk X200, Golden Spider Silk X200, Gold Shell Fragment X50, Obsidian X1. Requires a high-level sewing machine. It seems I need to go back to Spider Island to gather all the materials. However, The blueprints are still in fragments, and I don't know if the trash can repair them. Now that she had the obsidian, Yunluo wanted to make the magnet ring first. The magnet ring automatically collects supplies within a half-meter radius. The materials needed to craft it were exactly 1 obsidian and 1 crystal, both of which she now possessed. Although the queen's cloak also required obsidian, it was unclear how long it would take to gather the necessary materials. It would be more practical to make the magnet ring first. Yunluo placed the blueprint and materials on the workbench. A purple light emanated from the obsidian, while a dazzling green light emanated from the crystal. Soon, a simple ring appeared on the workbench, a green band covered in purple and black patterns, resembling vines. After putting it on, Yunluo dropped the supplies from her backpack onto the ground to test them. Sure enough, within a second, the supplies were sucked up and placed into her backpack. Ro Bao was diligently throwing seaweed. The wet seaweed piled up next to him had formed a small hill, 700 or 800 pieces. It would probably take some time to finish throwing. Yunluo turned and headed for the toilet. After so many days, the biogas tank toilet was finally on the agenda. Clay X30, for sealing the tank and pipes, lime X10, for leak-proofing and sterilization, resin X15, for bonding seams and enhancing airtightness, iron or X20, for forging the feed inlet cover and valve, plastic water pipe X3, for biogas pipelines, fiber X20, for making a filter layer to absorb odors. Building a biogas tank toilet is complex and requires a variety of materials, but Yunluo has already accumulated most of them. Resin can be purchased at the trading center, and as for lime, she can get it once she gets the giant rock from Linju, so she won't have to go around collecting it. She spent 2 hours finishing the gas mask, and sent it to Linju. Linju didn't reply immediately, so she simply did something else. For example, opening shells. Ro Bao found her 2 shells, and they all turned out great pearls. Gains: 2 pieces of wood, 1 broken vase, 1 plush slipper, 1 chewing gum, 1 old newspaper, 1 fruit candy. Gains: 1 glass, 1 deep-sea flint, 1 broken tire, 1 rotten wooden table, 1 orange peel, 1 face towel. Great pearls rarely yield anything good. Nothing she pulled out interested her. Yunluo set it aside and began the lottery. The trash can never let her down. Although the trash can hadn't been upgraded yet, the lottery draw had already been completed. Start the lottery. Receive, peat compressor. Start the lottery. Receive, acid-resistant coating recipe. Peat compressor. Compresses loose black clay mixed with peat into fuel blocks, increasing combustion efficiency by 3 times. Ingredients: iron nails X2, deep-sea flint X2, ferrous metal fragment X1. Acid-resistant coating. Applied to various materials to add acid resistance. Ingredients: black clay X1, shell powder X1, resin X1, seaweed powder X1. Both of the recipes require black clay. The problem is, Yunluo doesn't have any black clay. And when she saw the word acid resistant, she frowned. Acid resistant? What does this acid refer to? She listened to the sound of rain outside the window, and a negative possibility occurred to her. The system had previously indicated that the spring disaster would escalate in 3 days. Could this be related to this? Yunluo had also seen some disaster films, and she immediately thought of acid rain. No way. If it really was acid rain, the disaster wouldn't just escalate, it would be devastating. The system wouldn't let all the unprepared players die, would it? First of all, the wooden house was definitely not resistant to acid rain. In other words, it was imperative to prepare for it before it arrived. Yunluo thought that if she could create an acid-resistant coating, combined with her current waterproof fabric and ceramic recipes, she could create acid-resistant items. Not just the wooden house, but also the vegetables and trees she planted. If acid rain hit, wouldn't everything be ruined? Yunluo's face grew increasingly grim. However, there were still 2 days left. As long as she found black clay in those 2 days. And she had to get enough of it. Yunluo suddenly had an idea. She quickly found the Four Seasons main island atlas, spring volume, and flipped to the 2 pages about Swamp Island. She had previously seen several locations marked on the map of Swamp Island, with some strange drawings next to them that she couldn't understand. There was a black substance painted like a puddle of dog shit, and the writing was extremely illegible. She couldn't make it out, so she put it out of her mind. Looking at it again, it just said black clay. The cladding was probably a typo. It probably meant black clay. Yunluo had been to Swamp Island once, but she hadn't found any black clay there. The location marked on the map for the black clay was to the left of the mud pit, and according to the map, There was a mangrove forest there. She knew where the thing was, but she no longer had the island landing token. Even if she did, there was no guarantee she could log into Swamp Island again unless she got the island landing token that had appeared in the chat channel before, which allowed her to designate an island. Mu Zitong sent a message, sending Yunluohe the 150 supplies he had collected. Yunluohe opened them and saw they were all garbage, most of which could be recycled into wood, fiber, plastic, and glass. Sister Yun, didn't you say you give me the supplies list later? Have you sorted it out? Seeing Mu Zitong's message, Yunluohe put the black clay issue aside for now. Yunluohe, you mentioned last time that there's a biologist in the association. Are there any other professionals or players who have learned skills? There's also a chemist. There aren't many who have learned skills, 5 in total: animal taming, gathering, alchemy, blacksmithing, and mining. I'm the one who learned mining. I just learned it today. Yunluohe, then count who has been to the island and who has tools, sewing machines, or alchemy tables. I want to focus on training these players, providing them with upgrade materials, and having them help me. Mu Zitong, no need to count. I know everything. Those who have been to the island plus me. There are only 3 players, but we're not sure which island they're heading to. One player already has a landing token, and will likely be there tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Besides me, only 5 other players have a tool bench. That biologist happens to have one, and has learned the alchemy skill. Yunluohe, how about this? First, privately chat with these 5 players with tool benches. I have a lot of blueprints and recipes, and I can make a lot of equipment for them. But they need to produce a lot of supplies for me every day, and I do my best to provide whatever they need. Then, create a new group and add everyone who's interested. I join tomorrow. Chapter 42. Late at night, construction of the biogas tank toilet has begun. With a 3-hour countdown, it should be finished before she goes to sleep. The trash can has finally been upgraded. It has now become a black square barrel with golden stripes on the barrel, shimmering with a constant golden light. It is about the same size as a street trash can. You can throw a lot of things in it at once without it being full. The moment it upgrades, a piece of paper resembling an instruction manual pops out of the trash can. It contains instructions for using the trash can. Level 4 trash can. Experience points required to upgrade, 10,000. Skills: recycling, scrap for money, item upgrade, trash to treasure. Tip 1. You can only use 1 skill per day. To change, you must wait until the next day. Tip 2. If you use the trash to treasure skill, you can only recycle 10 times per day. Regardless of how many items you recycle, you can only draw once a day. Skill description. LV. 1 basic recycling. Decompose common trash into basic materials. Level 2. Scrap for money. Recycles to generate multiple basic materials, with the option to select a fixed material. Level 3. Item upgrade. Combines similar garbage into higher level materials, allowing for different materials or multiple of the same material to be recycled at once. Level 4. Trash to treasure. Adding damaged or incomplete items has a small chance of yielding a complete blueprint or special tool, and may also randomly yield daily necessities or food. After reading the skill introductions, Yunluohe gained a deeper understanding of the skill's application. Since that was the case, she would use the first 3 skills to recycle all the normal garbage today, and then switch to the trash to treasure skill after midnight. Yunluohe placed all 150 pieces of junk Mu Zitong had given her into a wooden box, and let Robao continue throwing them away, while she crafted various tools at the tool bench. Although she had obtained redwood, Yunluohe didn't rush into making a beehive. After all, she didn't even have bees, so it wouldn't be too late to do it once she had them. She built 2 more furnaces, which were now used in many ways. Not only for smelting iron ingots, but also for making glass, lime, and other things. She also made some waterproof cloth, keeping it in reserve in case she got some black clay in the future, and made an acid-resistant coating for it, which could be used on waterproof cloth and ceramic tiles. The tool bench was busy. The forge and sewing machine were also working. The forge was upgrading the bow and arrows. The first thing she needed to do was make a few more quivers to hold more arrows. She had lost a lot of arrows on Spider Island today, and 10 arrows wouldn't be enough. She needed at least 3 quivers, each holding 30 arrows. Since Yunluohe still had some iron ore and refined steel left, she might as well replace all the arrowheads with refined steel. She had just spent 5 iron ore on a bullhorn at the trading center, which was just enough to make a high-level bowstring. The hardwood needed for the bow and arrow shaft could be replaced with redwood, and she already had pheasant feathers for the fletching. With the materials for a complete set of high-level bows and arrows, it was time to upgrade now. Junkie Sewing Machine had just finished making a set of crocodile leather armor, and now she was planning to make some more spider silk armor. The spider silk armor blueprint was a reward for completing a sacrificial mission. The crocodile leather armor was recovered from the trash, and she used 3 of her damaged blueprints. Spider silk armor, basic armor, thin and breathable, comfortable and sweat-wicking, increases defense by 8 points, and grants spider-related special abilities, protection against poisonous insects and scorpion bites. Crafting materials: Spider Silk X10, Fiber X40. Requires a heavy-duty sewing machine. This armor is significantly inferior to the crocodile leather armor, which is a mid-level armor that increases defense by 20 points. But she only needs 1 crocodile leather armor for herself. She plans to make spider silk armor in bulk and sell it at the trading center. She still has plenty of materials for crocodile leather armor, and can make 14 more. She can auction them off, which should yield some blueprints and high-level materials. But she certainly can't make all the crocodile leather armor, and if she has too much, it loses its value. She can only make 5 more at most. She saved the remaining crocodile leather. Unlike the spider silk armor, she currently has plenty of the necessary materials, and can make a large batch, so she won't feel bad if she uses up all the spider silk. Currently many players can't deal with fish monsters, let alone land on the island. While spider silk armor is a bit mediocre for Yunluoha, it's a very useful item for players with lower strength. Yunluoha, moreover, had first spotted the legendary armor of the Spider Queen cloak and disdained the ordinary spider silk armor. She first crafted 3 spider silk armor pieces and listed them on the trading center, fetching a good price of 15 iron ore. She estimated that demand for iron ore would increase in the future, and since it was a hard currency, she could find a way to stockpile more now. Yunluoha, breaking with her usual style, no longer used anonymity, but instead used her real name, then advertised in the chat channel. Yunluoha, defensive armor in exchange for supplies. She directly posted a screenshot of the spider silk armor details in the chat channel. Only 3 left. Hurry if you want one. After sending the message, she began to research the trading center's rules. The trading center had recently implemented some new rules, but Yunluoha hadn't fully reviewed them. Since sellers can remain anonymous, it's difficult to trace them after selling items. This prevents buyers from purchasing counterfeit or inferior goods and having no legal recourse, or from receiving unauthorized transactions. After paying a deposit for a processing order, they still haven't received the finished product. They hire someone to process the goods, but the materials they provide are embezzled, and the finished product they receive doesn't match the specifications. Many players use the trading center as a free locker, frequently listing and removing items, exploiting loopholes, and other problems. Based on these issues, the system has added several new rules specifically to regulate the trading center. For example, if an item doesn't sell within a day, a small fee will be charged. For every 10 items listed, 2 sea stones will be charged, and so on. For less than 10 items, a flat fee of 1 sea stone will be charged. After a transaction with an anonymous seller, the items received will be held at the trading center for half a day before being added to the player's personal inventory. After the benefits of a contract manufacturing order are confirmed, the deposit and the resulting benefits will be withheld by the trading center. If the buyer cancels the order prematurely, the deposit will not be refunded. If the buyer is dissatisfied with the finished product, 10 players will serve as referees to determine who is at fault, and the system will then punish the offending party. In addition, players can also sign cooperation agreements through the trading center, paying a certain amount of sea stone to reach an agreement. If one party fails to fulfill the agreement, the item specified in the agreement will be forcibly deducted from the player's inventory as liquidated damages. These rules will indeed bring many conveniences and reduce many instances of opportunistic behavior. After Yunluoha figured it out, she disabled her previous anonymous settings and switched the rich woman's shop to a real name system. At that moment, there weren't many players online in the chat channel. Most were busy battling fish monsters. Like Yunluoha, there were few players on the reef without fish monsters visiting. Yunluoha was also frustrated. She wished more fish monsters would come, but they wouldn't. But the players who saw the news were excited. Oh my god, there's armor? Such a good thing. Of course I have to return it. This person's name sounds familiar. I think they were ranked 6th on the previous leaderboard. He can even give out 3 armors. He must be a big shot. Who's so fast? I bought them right after seeing the news, and they're sold out. No wonder I couldn't find them. They're sold out. Ha ha, I got them. There are only 3. Of course they'd be gone in seconds. Yun Luoha received messages from several friends. Yang Mian, do you have any armor left? If you can, I'd like 2. Qin Cici, can you make me 2 more armors? Do you need spider silk? I can provide the materials. I trade with you for whatever you want. Bai Yuemian, can you still trade for spider silk armor? I just checked the chat, woo. Yun Luoha smiled. It seemed the armor business was quite good. However, since she had known Yang Mian and Qin Cici for a long time, and they were doing well, she could ask them first if they wanted crocodile leather armor. As long as they could offer her something good. She first replied to Yang Mian and Qin Cici. Spider silk armor is a basic armor. I also have intermediate armor, but it's much more expensive. If you only want the spider silk armor, I can give it to you tomorrow. Yang Mian, name your price. I like to buy 2 pieces. Qin Cici, sure. What do you want? Yun Luoha, weapon blueprints, skill books, or parchment fragments. At least 2 parchment fragments, and 2 refined steel pieces. Chapter 43. As soon as midnight struck, Yun Luoha quickly switched to trashcan mode. Using the trash to treasure skill, she tossed the Broken Island landing token she had saved into the trash can. The Broken Island landing token was successfully recovered, yielding Spring Island Overview Map. I had thought I'd get an intact token, but it seems I was overthinking it. But this map seems to have a useful purpose. Yun Luoha examined it carefully. Spring Island, limited main island, 50% landing probability rich in resources, medium risk. Swamp Island, Rainforest Island. Limited resource island, 32% single resource, low risk. Butterfly Island, Reed Island, Frog Island, Clay Island, Mist Island, Enlightenment Island, Flower and Bird Island, Bamboo Forest Island. For Seasons Island, 15% rich and diverse resources, holding various opportunities, high risk. Spider Island, Bat Island, Volcano Island, Mechanical Island. Unknown Deserted Island, 3% very few resources, with the possibility of finding hidden blueprints. The map not only describes all the islands, but also categorizes them by area. The main island is the largest, followed by the Four Seasons Island, the Resource Island is third, and the Deserted Island is pitifully small. Yun Luoha has landed on 3 islands so far, having visited all 3 except the Deserted Island. Yun Luoha thought to herself, it seems my luck isn't that bad after all. However, what she didn't know was that, so far, only a handful of players in Zone 2 have been able to obtain island landing tokens. The early stages are a period of accumulation, and the system won't allow anyone to visit a deserted island. In any case, the information on the Spring Island, combined with the previous Spring volume, the main island atlas, would create a comprehensive guide to Spring Island. If this set of information were compiled, it should fetch a good price. And she didn't need to sell it all, she could split it up and sell it to a number of people. She needed to think about how to best sell it. Yun Luoha had little experience in this area, so she simply contacted Mu Zitong and asked for any suggestions. In addition, she planned to share some of this information with 5 players selected from the association. They would be her key training targets. Of course, Mu Zitong was also one of the training targets, ranking ahead of these 5. She briefly described the information she had on Spring Island, hoping to trade it for materials. Mu Zitong quickly came up with an idea. Sister Yun, you could do this. Our association will set up a trading organization, similar to the one that handles and answers questions, like the Tianji Pavilion in martial arts novels, you know? It's like an information dealer. Yun Luoha, go on. We specialize in collecting and answering questions, and we charge players a fee based on the difficulty of their questions. For example, if a player lands on an island and confirms they landed on the Rainforest Island, they can come to us to buy information about the Rainforest Island. We can sell a single piece of information, such as the coordinates of a certain resource or the dangers on the island, or we can sell a package containing all the information about the island. Single, targeted information is cheaper, but packaged information can be priced higher. Or we can sign an agreement to collect 5% of their total revenue and require them not to sell the information to anyone else within 5 days. The system will detect any violations, and they will be penalized. Yun Luoha, sounds pretty good. Mu Zitong had to admit, he thought it through quite thoroughly, and come up with all this in such a short time. He's got quite the business sense. Mu Zitong grew increasingly excited as he spoke. And we can also buy intelligence. For example, There are 8 resource islands. Anyone who lands on one can come to us and trade for information on other islands or supplies. In the future, our organization will have comprehensive information on all the islands, and players will come to us. Once we develop well, we establish our authority. Our non-African association might even surpass the European Emperor Association and become the largest. Although the association was originally called the Mutual Aid Association, everyone would mock the non-African association in the group chat every day, and gradually they got used to it. Mu Zitong spoke passionately, as if he could already see the future. Yun Luoha smiled. Okay, then you organize it. Don't start with too many people. Just find 10 people and name them the Tianji Pavilion members, as you suggested. Then I promote it in the chat channel and see if anyone wants to buy it. Mu Zitong was the best at advertising. Yun Luoha suddenly thought of something. By the way, if someone comes to you asking for information about Swamp Island, you must ask them to go to the island and find black clay. If they find it, they give you half of the clay as a reward. Mu Zitong knew the clay would be very useful to Yun Luoha. Okay, I got it. It was better to let Mu Zitong handle it. Yun Luoha didn't have to make the contact himself. After all, trading information is the most troublesome thing. The authenticity of the information can be easily questioned, and there's also an agreement to sign, which takes a lot of time to read. Yun Luoha's time is very valuable nowadays. Yang Mian and Qin Sisi had just paid their deposits, each buying 1 piece of crocodile leather armor and 2 pieces of spider silk armor. Although they were friends, Yun Luoha still went to the trading center. The deposit was withheld there, and she promised to finish the work and hand it over to them within 2 days. However, Yun Luoha had already confirmed the materials for the trade. Yang Mian offered 2 parchment fragments, 3 ferrous metal fragments, 2 refined steel, 15 iron or 10 resin. Qin Sisi offered 1 chicken coop blueprint, 2 refined steel, 50 iron or 50 spider silk. It was a friendly price. Yun Luoha would definitely make more money if she auctioned it at the trading center. However, Yun Luoha also wanted to build a good relationship with them, so that she could easily contact them for anything she needed in the future. To meet her deadline, Yun Luoha first worked on the crocodile leather armor, then the spider silk armor, working until 2 a.m. before going to bed. A good night's sleep. When Yun Luoha woke up, she noticed a drastic change in her room. She leaped out of bed with a jerk. When she slept, the system notifications were silent, which was quite user-friendly. Now she was awake, she quickly checked the notifications. Reef upgrade successful. Congratulations to the player who became one of the top 10 players in Zone 2, rank 6th, to upgrade a reef to level 5. Rewards: 100 iron ore, 10 refined steel, 1 obsidian, 1 designated landing token, 1 random skill book, 1 primary pet contract, 1 space stone recipe. Reef level, level 5. Area, 800 square meters. Rating, 98 points. Upgrade requirements: 5,000 sea stone, 10,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 glass, 1,000 sand, 1,000 lime, 1,000 clay, 100 redwood, 100 iron birch, and a reef rating of 120. The rewards for the top 10 were incredible. With them, her strength could be further improved in a short period of time. Who knows who the 5 people ahead of her are? Yun Luoha clenched her fists. Her next goal was to break into the top 3. She took out the supplies she'd been rewarded with. Designated island landing token. Enter the name of the island you want to visit to land there. Random skill book. Upon use, a player will randomly learn a skill that the player hasn't mastered yet. Pet contract. Can be used to contract plant and animal pets. After the contract is signed, the pet will also enter a level up mode, learning special skills and greatly enhancing its abilities. Basic contracts can only contract low-level pets, with a success rate of only 30%. Advanced contracts can contract high-level pets, with a success rate of up to 70%. Note: to contract a pet, you must first establish a spiritual bond with the pet. Using the contract to complete the contract allows the player and pet to connect with each other. The pet will also level up as the owner grows, becoming the owner's best helper and partner. The deeper the bond between the pet and the player, the higher the success rate of the contract. Before she finished looking at the supplies, the contract suddenly floated up. Tip: there are available contract partners. Would you like to sign a contract? Yun Luoha paused, looking at Robao, who was sprawled out on the sofa, sleeping. His belly was covered in fat, a thick layer of flesh that trembled slowly with his breathing. Perhaps he'd been fed too much recently, and with no fish monsters attacking him, he hadn't been active much. Feeling Yunluo's gaze, Robao opened his eyes and meowed, as if asking if it was time for dinner. He noticed the changes in the house, but simply rolled over and went back to sleep. The player's bond with the contract partner is detected to be 60 points, and the contract success rate is 55%. Would you like to sign the contract? Yunluo hesitated. She walked over to Robao and petted his head. Robao, would you like to bond with me? From now on, I'd be able to understand you, make you your favorite food, and you become stronger. Robao lazily opened his eyes, meowed twice, raised his paw, and placed it on Yunluo's hand. Do you agree? Yunluo said happily. Then shall we sign the contract now? A 55% success rate didn't seem too high. She thought for a moment, then pulled 2 pieces of grilled fish from her backpack and offered them to Robao. Robao perked up and grabbed the fish and began to chew. The bond has increased by 5 points, and the success rate is 60%. Yunluo continued to feed him. It seemed to be stagnating. She thought, why not sign the contract now? It was just a basic contract anyway. The success rate couldn't possibly exceed 70%. The contract transformed into a beam of white light, illuminating the glutton. After a brief wait, Yunluo saw the notification that the contract had been successfully completed. Robao seemed different. His eyes were brighter and wiser, and his body was less bloated. Yunluo opened his character information, and his expression changed. How did his luck increase so much? The character information had undergone a dramatic change. Not only had his attributes changed significantly, but a new pet section had also been added. Name, Yunluo. Gender, female. Age, 26. Zone, Zone 2. Health, 100. Stamina, 100. Strength, 79, upgradable, agility, 71, upgradable, luck, 25, upgradable traits, perception plus 11. Skills, cooking level 2, gathering level 2, elementary archery. Pet, Ocelot level 1. Ocelot, name, Robao. Appearance, an adult leopard cat, large and muscular, weighing approximately 30 to 40 kilograms. Personality, gluttonous, lively. Combat power, high base combat power, further increased by leveling up. Basic skill, swift assault, LV, 1, effect. The Ocelot uses its agility to quickly approach the enemy and unleash a powerful attack. Level up changes, attack speed increased by 20%, damage increased by 10%. I don't know how to level up Meat Bun. It will be my best helper from now on. The last and most important reward is the Space Stone recipe. Space Stone, a high-level item used to expand your backpack. The first use increases the number of backpack slots by 5, the second use increases the number of backpack slots by 10, and the third use increases the number of backpack slots by 15. Each player can use it up to 3 times. Crafting materials, 5 crystals. Only 5 crystals are needed to craft a Space Stone. But she doesn't have enough crystals right now. It can only be used 3 times, and even if she has more crystals in the future, she can't expand it indefinitely. Yunluo used the random skill book she had just obtained. The words on the skill book kept changing between the 6 skill options. Finally, I landed on the Taming skill. The Taming skill book. After using it, players can unlock the Taming skill. Using the Taming skill to train a pet increases its level faster, allows it to learn more skills, and allows you to monitor its mood, hunger, and player bond. After reaching Taming level 5 or higher, you can unlock the Tamer class, increasing your pet's combat power and assist abilities. What a coincidence! I learned the Taming skill right after signing a contract with Meat Bun, but how do I level up my Taming skill, and what does it do? Yunluo thought for a moment, then reached out and petted Robao's head. Then she checked her experience points. There was no change. Robao, meow. What are you doing? Yunluo's eyes widened as Robao's voice transformed into a language she could understand. So, after signing a contract, you can communicate with your pet. This is the power of telepathy. Yunluo smiled. I was just trying to see if petting you would give you experience points. Robao, meow meow, you need food. Eating it will give you experience points. Yunluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still, half-heartedly, gave it a piece of food. Robao, meow. This tastes okay, but it's not my favorite. Yunluo had been monitoring her experience points, and to her surprise, she actually added 1 point. But Robao had already eaten a lot, so she couldn't feed him anymore. She had just given him 2 pieces of meat before the contract, and now his belly was bloated again. Robao, meow. So full. Yunluoha petted it. Then get up and stretch your legs. Let's go cut some seaweed. Robao reluctantly left the room. Yunluoha looked around. The house had now become a massive stone house, approximately 200 square meters. The exterior walls were sea stone, the roof was wooden, and all the windows had wooden frames. The roof was sloping and covered with stone slabs, and there was a large chimney on the side. The entire house was decorated in wood tones. The rooms were divided into a living room, kitchen, master bedroom, bathroom, storage room, and 2 workrooms. The living room, approximately 50 square meters, featured a large stone fireplace, wooden storage shelves, and a south-facing floor-to-ceiling window. The kitchen also looked spacious, with a clay stove, an iron or chimney, and wooden cabinets. The bedroom bed had been upgraded to a platform bed, with a built-in wardrobe on the wall. The storage room was small, filled with iron racks for storing miscellaneous items. As for the workshop, one room contained a tool bench and a heavy sewing machine, while the other housed a forging table. The bathroom was divided into a wash area and a toilet. Yunluoha had built the biogas tank toilet before bed last night, but it was too late, so she hadn't yet figured out how to use it properly. The restroom contained a toilet, and next to it was the biogas tank. The tank was 2 meters in diameter and 1.5 meters deep. It was a semi-buried cylindrical structure with a sloping roof for rain protection and a feed port for dropping things in. Several plastic pipes ran along the side, connecting the kitchen to the vegetable patch. The biogas tank's daily output: 5 units of biogas, 1 unit equals 1 hour of combustion, 3 units of organic fertilizer, increases crop yield by 30%. From today on, she could use the biogas from the biogas tank to cook. She also planned to build another pipe to connect to the workshop to see if it could be connected to the furnace. That way, the furnace could also use biogas to calcine materials, eliminating the need for wood and peat. This would save even more resources. She would no longer have to worry about fertilizer for the vegetable garden. However, the biogas generated by her toilet alone would definitely not be enough, even with the addition of meat buns. She would have to find a way to get more rotten matter in there. Once she raised chickens and other animals, this problem should be solved. This house is the ideal place to live. Yunluoha loved it and was extremely satisfied. She walked to the door and noticed a glowing area next to it. She walked over and saw that it could be used to build a cellar. It just requires a lot of supplies. Materials needed to expand the cellar: 100 corals, 50 tempered glass, 100 iron or 1 thermostat. Yunluoha, let's put it aside for now. Exiting the stone house, she finally saw the view outside. The reef seemed to have transformed into a small island, with each area separated. The vegetable patch she had previously planted had become a planting area, with an additional circle of arable land. The area where Yunluoha had planted trees was now overgrown with weeds and a lot of gravel, and saplings had emerged from the soil, growing vigorously. The potatoes in the vegetable patch were ready, and she quickly took out her hoe to harvest them. She dug a handful at a time. Planting 1 seed yielded 5 or 6 small potatoes. The magnet ring directly stored the 10 potatoes in her backpack. Yunluoha kept 2 of these potatoes for herself and used the rest for seeds. She planned to plant a large batch of potatoes. Since there was an extra piece of land here, it would be a waste not to plant anything. Time flew by. For the past 2 days, Yunluoha had been planting crops and cutting seaweed on the reef, working from morning till night, bustling around at various workstations while also juggling cooking and feeding Robao. The oysters he'd been raising for the past few days have increased significantly in number. The eggs he laid earlier have matured into small oysters, and Yunluoha has made some more oyster cultivation nets. Oysters, when they reach a certain population, will automatically filter feed seaweed spores. 100 oysters can reduce seaweed growth by 50% daily. If there are too many oysters, seaweed won't grow, so Yunluoha removes at least 30 oysters from the nets every day. The oyster cultivation nets also automatically harvest oyster meat every 3 days. Without reducing the oyster population, they simply produce more oyster meat. To her surprise, the oyster meat was incredibly plump and delicious, making it a great ingredient for oyster soup. Furthermore, oyster shell powder mixed with biogas digester products can increase the fertilizer's fertility and provide calcium. Many players' reefs are plagued by algae, requiring them to spend hours daily harvesting it. Otherwise, if the algae survives for more than 3 days, it will transform into giant kelp. Reefs overgrown with giant kelp are attacked by more mutant fish monsters, which may even mutate into kelp monsters and destroy the reef's contents. However, defeating these kelp monsters will drop high-level seaweed fertilizer. This fertilizer can promote the growth of crops and accelerate their growth. Yunlua's reefs have always been regularly cleared of seaweed, so the kelp monsters haven't been a problem at all. Seeing others in the chat channel kill kelp monsters and obtain this high-level fertilizer, she considered leaving some of the seaweed unharvested herself. But then she thought better of it. Since seaweed can be composted, she might as well just throw the harvested seaweed directly into the biogas digester. The results were surprisingly significant. Although her reef was running low on seaweed, she could buy it at the trading center. Every player had a large stockpile of seaweed, and it was incredibly cheap. One piece of wood could buy several kilograms of seaweed, and one piece of iron ore could buy 10 barrels of seaweed. She simply traded for 1,000 barrels of seaweed at once, adding 5 barrels to the biogas digester daily. She had previously worried about running out of biogas, but now she no longer had to worry. Yunlua gave each member of the Mutual Aid Association 10 oysters, and an oyster farming net, encouraging them to start raising oysters. This approach of introducing everyone to ecological farming has enabled players in the association to address the seaweed crisis, gain a sustainable food source, and strengthen their cohesion. He proactively turned in supplies every day. In addition to the TNG Pavilion team, the association now also had a 5-person training group established by Yunlua. Seeing the association's promising future, everyone worked even harder to gather supplies, no longer giving up on themselves because of their low luck, as they did when they first entered the game. After all, many people with low luck still thrive, right? Mu Zitong constantly encouraged everyone in the group chat. His TNG Pavilion team became famous in the chat channel. Mainly because the intelligence he sold was so accurate, many high-level players began to buy from him. The rest of the intelligence team was responsible for collecting intelligence, while Mu Zitong was primarily responsible for selling it. After all, the main intelligence had previously come from Yunlua, so the team members also sold any intelligence they collected and reported it to Yunlua simultaneously. Sister Yun, I have news on the black clay. A player landed on Swamp Island and found the black clay based on the information I provided. Yunlua was making seaweed cookies when she received this message. Yesterday, she made oyster tofu soup, oyster stew, grilled oysters, steamed oysters, and an oyster omelet. She unlocked the achievement for making 5 different flavors of food with one ingredient, which added 10 experience points. She's been researching recipes, hoping to unlock more cooking achievements. She discovered that adding seaweed powder to flour makes seaweed cookies, a very portable food. Although the stamina points added were small, they weren't filling. Unlike other foods that gave a lot of stamina, eating just 1 or 2 would fill her up, so she couldn't overeat. But these seaweed cookies were different. She could eat 10 in one sitting. Each seaweed cookie adds 1 point of stamina. She eats it as a snack, slowly eating it when she has nothing to do. 30 cookies will replenish her stamina points. And they're very cheap. Seaweed and flour can make seaweed cookies. She plans to research whether adding other ingredients can make the cookies even better, and add a little more stamina. Yunlua was overjoyed to see Mu Zitong's message. After 2 days of waiting, there was finally news about the black clay. If the system notification is correct, the disaster will escalate tomorrow. Yunlua, when can I get the black clay? Mu Zitong, I guess we have to wait until he returns from the island tonight. And since he bought a package deal, including all the information about Swamp Island, I wonder if he go to the Poison Mist Forest in Swamp Island to look for the parasitic vine. Yunlua, who is this person? Mu Zitong, Yang Mian. So it was him. Yesterday, he bought a lot of food from Yunlua. To purchase the main island package, you have to pay 5% of all supplies acquired upon landing, plus a significant amount of upgrade materials. Because it's so expensive, few people buy the package. They only buy targeted information. But the benefits of the package are significant, especially for advanced players. Learning that Yang Mian might be going to challenge the parasitic vine, Yunlua was quite excited. She had originally planned to visit the islands over the next 2 days. With her designated landing pass, she wanted to explore many islands. For example, the other islands on Four Seasons Island, the materials for Mu Zitong's weapons, were on Bat Island, and the mysterious name of Mechanical Island intrigued her. But after much deliberation, she decided to go to Swamp Island. She urgently needed black clay, and she was most familiar with Swamp Island. If she went there again, fully prepared, she would surely obtain a large amount of supplies. However, when she tried to use her landing pass, she was told that she could only visit the island twice a week. So, she had to take a break and focus on infrastructure construction on the reef, as there was plenty of work to do there. Yun Luoha wanted to message Yang Mian, but it seemed like no matter what she asked, she easily revealed her knowledge of his arrival. However, she thought, even if it didn't matter. He asked her to buy so much food yesterday, it was easy to guess he was preparing for the island landing. So Yun Luoha simply sent a message. You're on the island now, right? Can you tell me which island it is? I'd like to work with you to find some supplies. The information Mu Zitong had sold didn't include all the details about the parasitic vine. Yun Luoha still had a trick up her sleeve. Chapter 44. The location of the parasitic vine was marked, but there was no diagram or information about what lay beneath it. Yun Luoha was actually curious about what lay beneath the vine. Furthermore, since she could obtain the black clay, she wouldn't need to choose the swamp island next time she landed. She could explore a new island. So why not help Yang Mian out and reap some benefits along the way? While exploring the island, Yang Mian naturally didn't constantly watch the screen, but he would check every 2 hours, worried about whether Yang Mei would need him. The siblings had agreed to stay in touch, especially since he was on the island, and Yang Mei was worried about him being alone. Originally, he had given Yang Mei the crocodile leather armor he had exchanged with Yun Luoha, but before landing today, Yang Mei had specifically given it to him. He didn't want to wear it, but Yang Mei said she would lend it to him and exchange it back when he returned to the reef. Only then did Yang Mian agree. Actually, there wasn't much danger on Swamp Island. Moreover, he had purchased a package deal from Tianji Pavilion before arriving, giving him a comprehensive overview of the island's conditions, and making it incredibly quick to find supplies. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had already obtained a large amount of materials. He had also killed 2 crocodiles, and obtained a large amount of crocodile meat. He had even wondered if Yun Luoha had been to Swamp Island before. Now, having just obtained a large amount of black clay, he was about to move to another location, and since the journey wasn't dangerous, he opened the light screen to reassure his sister when he saw the message from Yun Luoha. Yang Mian frowned. How had she known this? But he quickly realized the reason. He had suddenly asked her to buy a lot of food yesterday, all the kind that increased stamina points, which must have aroused her suspicion. Having collaborated with Yun Luoha numerous times, Yang Mian didn't hide it. Swamp Island. The news that Swamp Island is one of the 2 main islands of spring has spread widely over the past 2 days. They'd likely all go to the main island. He saw many players in the chat channel mentioning the Tianji Pavilion's well-informed and accurate information, so after landing on the island today, he immediately splurged on the Swamp Island package. It was indeed very useful. He found a lot of supplies on the island, and everything he saw and learned there was consistent with the information they provided. However, even though the information stated that the poison mist forest was dangerous, Yang Mian still decided to explore it. As for the poisonous insects, bees, and scorpions in the forest that would attack in droves upon seeing outsiders, he had a plan in mind. Yun Luoha, I've been to Swamp Island. There's a forest there, full of poisonous insects and bees. Deep in the forest, there's a plant. I know its location. If you can do me a favor, I tell you. Yang Mian's face flickered. The information he purchased did mention a plant called parasitic vine in the forest, but it didn't contain any detailed information about it. It was just that Yun Luoha's news came at a strange moment. He was just about to go to the poison mist forest, and she brought him the news about the parasitic vine. But despite his doubts, Yang Mian decided to cooperate. Tell me, what favor? Find the parasitic vine, dig out the contents from its roots, and give me half. You mean there's something at the root of this plant? What is it? Yun Luoha hesitated for a few seconds. I can't tell you now, but it must be something useful. Be careful when you dig it out. Once you have it, just give me half. The main thing is that she doesn't know, but if she says she doesn't know, it only arouses suspicion. Yang Mian, half is too much. The risk is too great. I decide how much I give you based on how much I get. If I only dig up 2, I give you 1. If I dig up 3, I only give you 1. If I get more than 5, I give you 2. If I get more, it'd be a 37-7 split. Yun Luoha, deal. Are you going over now? I send you the coordinates once you're in the forest. She hasn't recycled all the supplies handed in by the Mutual Aid Association yet, because she can't just throw all the trash into the bin right now. She has to sort the trash. Low-level waste, broken blueprints, special items, worn-out household items, all need to be separated. Different types of trash require different recycling skills. She uses the scrap to treasure skill every 3 days. The rest of the time, she used the recycling upgrade function. Later, when she urgently needs to upgrade supplies, she used the scrap to cache function. She tried turning trash into treasure by throwing it in, but it didn't work. What you get is still garbage. Only by throwing in broken or good quality items can you get something good. For example, she recently obtained a half-broken key, which she recycled using the trash to treasure skill into one copper key. Copper key can be used to open treasure chests. Yun Luoha only received a treasure chest when she completed a sacrificial mission on Spider Island. She had never heard of treasure chests before. She asked Mu Zitong to inquire about them, and found out. It turns out that every island has a treasure cave, and only lucky players can find it and obtain the treasure chest inside. Almost every player in the European Emperor Association has found a treasure chest. Opening a treasure chest requires a key, and obtaining the key is sometimes even more difficult than obtaining the treasure chest itself. A key can be used twice. This information is known only to high-level European Emperor players. If Yun Luoha hadn't established the Tianji Pavilion and dedicated herself to gathering intelligence, she wouldn't have known about it. So, this bronze key is considered a high-level item. So Yun Luoha then asked Mu Zitong to arrange for the Tianji Pavilion to gather intelligence on treasure caves on various islands. If necessary, more resources can be exchanged for information. This information is highly profitable, both for developing members within the association and for sale. The various items Yun Luoha crafted sold well at the trading center. The rich woman's shop has become famous. Now, the items in the shop sell out instantly upon listing. The best-selling items are spider silk armor, furnace, gas mask, egg incubator, and coal collector. All of these items require upgrade materials to be exchanged. Some high-level items are usually sold through auctions. In just 2 days, she earned a staggering amount of supplies, and even obtained a number of blueprints. But she hadn't expected the Tianji Pavilion's profits from selling intelligence to be nearly as much. Every day, Mu Zitong would send her the supplies he earned, along with a list. Yun Luoha was slightly surprised to see the list. Mu Zitong explained that he had a player compile the list. He didn't have time to write it himself, as he was even busier than Yun Luoha. The daily earnings were so overwhelming that Yun Luoha felt like she could just relax. But no, she had to keep fighting. She kept half of all the upgrade materials, and gave the other half to Mu Zitong, who distributed them to the members of the Tianji Pavilion. He also received a share. The small group Yun Luoha had previously created was named the Management Trainee Program. Including Mu Zitong and herself, there were currently 7 people in the group. Everyone in the group had a tool bench, and 4 had learned skills. The biologist was a girl named Si Chi. She had learned alchemy skills, and Yun Luoha was very interested in her. But she was rather quiet and reserved, not very talkative. She seemed to spend her days studying the creatures on the reef, and had even built a microscope using limited resources. The other members each had their own strengths. Despite their low luck, those who had persevered until now and reached level 4 were no ordinary individuals. There was also a female diving instructor who had acquired a set of diving equipment and a homemade harpoon. She went fishing every day and discovered a seastone mine on the seafloor. If it weren't for her limited diving time, she would have had full access to the seastone mine. She now mines 100 seastones daily, and also finds numerous conchs and corals. Yun Luoha gave each of them several furnaces, jam barrels, and coal collectors. They could also collect essential items and earn supplies. What they earned belonged to them, but there was one condition. They had to share the blueprints they received with the group daily, and each member of the group had to receive a copy of the crafted equipment. Everyone agreed to share blueprints. This allowed everyone to level up faster and gain more opportunities for advancement. Yun Luoha would also gradually make copies of all the blueprints he had and share them with them, but he couldn't give them all at once. This doesn't foster enthusiasm, it's actually a bit of a stunt. After establishing this group, Yun Luoha used these people to acquire many tools she didn't have. For example, a fishing bait maker, a kimchi bucket, a ceramic filter, and steel pipes. Si Chi also developed a night vision potion, the main ingredient of which is fluorescent mushrooms, the very same mushrooms grown from the mutant mycelium Yun Luoha had found on Spider Island. Because she wasn't familiar with the subject, she gave some to Si Chi to research, since she was a professional. And she actually did come up with something. Although it only lasted 2 hours, it was still very useful. For example, in a pitch-black cave, you wouldn't have to fight with a torch, and when exploring the island, you wouldn't have to worry about finding your way back to shore after dark. However, since fluorescent mushrooms haven't yet reached mass production, the potion she made was very small, and could only be distributed to a few group members. She had some free time today, so she planned to sort through her supplies. She had received so much stuff recently, that she hadn't found the time to properly organize it. Moreover, over the past 2 days, she'd been turning trash into treasure, adding to the daily lottery. She obtained advanced blueprints, like the vertical planter and pearl scale armor blueprints. There were many blueprints that hadn't yet been made. In addition, she synthesized 6 parchment fragments, obtaining 2 illustrated guides, a cooking guide and a mining guide. After half an hour, Yunluohe finally finished. Anti-corrosion gloves blueprint X1, diving goggles blueprint X1, sunscreen jacket blueprint X1, cutting machine blueprint, salt recipe X1, cooking oil recipe X1, energy recovery potion recipe X1, gold silk armor blueprint X1, vertical planter blueprint X1, pearl scale armor blueprint X1. After reviewing all the blueprints, Yunluohe concluded that the vertical planter blueprint was the most worth making. This tool maximizes planting efficiency within limited reef space, while also protecting against acid rain and insect pests. If we could make more, we wouldn't have to worry about crops being destroyed by disasters. But while this is a great tool, the materials are hard to come by. Vertical planting rack. A 3-tiered steel frame with built-in automatic sprinklers. It expands the planting area to 3 times that of a regular plot. It's covered with a protective glass cover to protect crops from corrosion. Materials: 30 iron ore, 15 glass, 5 obsidian, 3 plastic water pipes, 50 fiber rope, 8 mycelium soil. Everything else is easy, but the obsidian is a real headache. One planter requires 5 obsidian pieces, too much. Yunluohe couldn't even begin to make it. He could only slowly build the other items. Anti-corrosion gloves, made of silver web spider silk, offer exceptional acid and corrosion resistance. This isn't difficult to make. Yunluohe made 2 as backups. The gold silk armor was also mid-level armor. Unlike crocodile leather armor, it wasn't as defensive, but it had some special properties, such as poison and fire resistance, making it a very practical piece of armor. Yunluohe tried to wear multiple pieces of armor, but it didn't work. It seemed she needed to wear different pieces of armor depending on the situation. As for the pearl scale armor, it was a more advanced armor, providing additional defense and a special damage reflection effect. However, one piece of pearl scale armor required 100 pearls, and Yunluohe had no idea where she could get so many. But she remembered that the phosphorescent beads she had previously obtained from Lin Ju were made with pearls, so perhaps he had some. So she sent him a message to ask. The two had been in touch recently, and Lin Ju would give her some ingredients to cook. So it wasn't surprising for Yunluohe to ask him about the pearls. At that moment, Lin Ju was harvesting pearl oysters. He had many pearl oysters on his reef. Unlike oysters, pearl oysters were slow to consume seaweed, but they had no meat and were primarily for pearls. A batch of pearls can be harvested every 3 days, but Lin Ju usually doesn't harvest them all in 3 days. He waits longer to cultivate large and mutant pearls. Based on his observations over the past few days, he's discovered that pearl oysters can mutate in a favorable and comfortable environment. Mutated pearls possess diverse properties and are more useful, but once a pearl oyster mutates, its production is greatly reduced. A normal pearl oyster can produce 5 to 8 small pearls in 3 days, but only 1 mutant pearl. Lin Ju already has over 200 small pearls on hand, so a decrease in production doesn't matter. He only wants the mutant pearls. Chapter 45. Yunluohe asked Lin Ju if he had any way to obtain pearls. Lin Ju thought she had discovered his pearl oyster farming. But he hadn't told anyone about this, so he suddenly became wary. After a few indirect questions, he realized Yunluohe didn't know. Reassured, he told Yunluohe that he had pearls and asked how many she needed. Yunluohe didn't actually know Lin Ju had such a large pearl reserve. She only said she needed a lot and didn't think he had enough. I have a high-level blueprint for pearl armor. It requires a lot of pearls. Can you tell me where you got yours? I try to find a way to get more. Lin Ju smiled faintly. How could he not have enough pearls? Can you show me how many are needed? Yunluohe had no choice but to tell him. It takes 100 pearls to make 1 piece of pearl scale armor, and it also uses silver web spider silk. So if it can be made, it will definitely be very defensive. Lin Ju thought to himself, it's quite a lot, but he could afford it. However, if he took it out so easily, it would surely arouse Yunluohe's suspicion. But when Lin Ju heard that this pearl armor required so many pearls, he assumed it must be extraordinary. He just needed a set of high-level armor. After all, he was going to the island again in a few days. After leveling up, he also obtained a pet contract, and he was eager to go to the island to find a suitable pet. How about this? I find a way to help you collect enough pearls, and you make me 1 piece of armor for free. Then you have to collect enough pearls for 2 pieces of armor, which means 200 pearls. Lin Zhu, okay, I give them to you in 2 days when I gather them. He already had enough pearls, but landing on the island wasn't a rush. He still had to wait a few days, a week, before unlocking access. Yun Luoha agreed, feeling confident. She felt it was worth it. It was already getting late, and Yun Luoha finished creating several more blueprints. As for the formulas, they had to be put aside for the time being due to a lack of raw materials. After finishing the blueprints, Yun Luoha would begin preparing for the impending disaster. In fact, the materials had already been prepared, and the coating would be ready when Yang Mian returned. But for now, she decided to widen the drainage channel. Even if she could create an acid-resistant material, heavy rain would affect the reef, and she couldn't protect everything. It was always good to be prepared. She also had Mu Zitong notify the association's group chat about the possibility of acid rain tonight if the disaster escalated, so everyone could prepare in advance, and have him spread the news using the Tianji Pavilion identity, which would also help him gain favor. Yun Luoha had already made a lot of waterproof cloth. In the past 2 days, she had obtained a waterproof cloth recipe. She gave it to a player in the management trainee group, asking him to work on it daily. In 2 days, Yun Luoha had 200 pieces of waterproof cloth. Once we get the black clay, we can add an acid-resistant coating to all of these waterproof cloths. By then, at least every player in the association will get one. Yun Luoha also had to use the acid-resistant waterproof cloth to build a rainproof greenhouse to protect her vegetables and fruit trees. She would then surround it with bricks to minimize the impact of acid rain on the crops. Robao was also there to help. Since the two of them had signed a contract, communication had become much easier. Most importantly, Yun Luoha could understand Robao's words and knew what he wanted to eat. As long as he was given his favorite food, he would happily do anything he was told to do. Just now, Yun Luoha had made him a fish fillet porridge, and he was so excited that his mouth was full of gooey food. Now he was using his claws to help Yun Luoha dig the soil and widen the drainage ditch. It was almost dark, and Yang Mian still hadn't returned. Yun Luoha stopped his work and turned on the light screen. Yang Mian had sent a message 10 minutes earlier, saying he was in trouble. He had indeed found the parasitic ivy, but it was so corrosive that it was impossible to touch it. He had finally managed to kill one, but just as he was about to dig at the roots, poisonous insects emerged from the soil, endlessly, making it impossible to kill them all. He had already used up all his insecticide. Now Yang Mian was no longer able to dig, as the venomous insects kept piling up, and he could no longer handle them. Yun Luoha thought for a moment, and offered him the golden armor she had just crafted. Why don't you just use fire to burn the parasitic ivy? Besides, the golden armor is resistant to poison, so you shouldn't have to worry about the insects once you put it on. She also offered him a pair of antiseptic gloves. Take these too. Wear gloves when you dig up anything, it might be poisonous. Yang Mian had already been planning to leave, but Yun Luoha was so generous as to lend him 2 pieces of good equipment. He had worked so hard and was just 1 step away from success, and he didn't want to return empty-handed, so he agreed to give it one more try. It's getting dark. If all else fails, leave and return to the reef. Yun Luoha was genuinely worried that he'd come back too late, and she wouldn't have enough time to make enough acid-resistant coating. After all, Yang Mian had the black clay. While waiting, Yun Luoha began preparing dinner. She also smoked 2 fish. She gave the mining guide she obtained to Mu Zitong, since Mu Zitong had the mining skill, and it would be useless to her. If she ever learned the mining skill, she'd take a look at it again. Yun Luoha also had him copy the 2 planting guides she obtained and sell them as intelligence. Many players who grew vegetables on the reefs needed this agricultural knowledge. After all, not everyone in modern society could grow vegetables. As for the cooking guide, it contained numerous cooking methods, providing Yun Luoha with many ideas. Smoking fish was something she learned from the guide. It was very simple. She could smoke several fish at a time, and it would also add cooking experience. However, a skill action could only add a maximum of 5 experience points per day, so she only needed to smoke 5 fish per day. Making jam is actually a cooking activity, but using a jam bucket doesn't count because it doesn't count as handmade. So Yun Luoha cut the fruit into small pieces, boiled it until soft, and then added an appropriate amount of sugar to process. Making jam yourself can also help you gain cooking experience. Lin Zhu happened to have given her some granulated sugar last time, so Yun Luoha gave it a try. The Atlas also taught her how to make wine and apple cider vinegar, But unfortunately, she didn't have the ingredients, otherwise she would definitely try it. This was only the third volume of the Cooking Atlas, and it contained so much information. Yun Luoha was determined to get the entire volume. That way, her cooking skills would surely improve even faster. After dark, Yun Luoha placed a large amount of black clay on the workbench. This was what Mu Zitong had just sent her. Since the order with Yang Mian had been settled, upon his return, Yang Mian was to distribute 5% of all the supplies he had obtained to Tianji Pavilion, including 3/5 of the black clay, as agreed upon previously. Yang Mian had unearthed a symbiotic crystal and some strange fragments at the base of the parasitic vine. As agreed, half was given to Yun Luoha, but she didn't have time to examine it because it was too late. She had to make the acid-resistant coating first. The amount of black clay was substantial, enough for Yun Luoha to make 2 large buckets of acid-resistant coating. Once that was complete, she would distribute all the waterproof cloth and the acid-resistant coating to everyone in the management trainee group, instructing them to use the workbench to combine the waterproof cloth and the acid-resistant coating to create acid-resistant waterproof cloth. Yun Luoha saved the remaining acid-resistant coating to apply to the biogas tank shield, the roof of the house, and the drainage ditches. In short, almost every place she could think of. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion had already spread rumors of impending acid rain in the chat channel. Many people didn't believe it. Some said the Tianji Pavilion was deliberately exaggerating, perhaps just to sell something. Recently, the Tianji Pavilion had suddenly risen in popularity, earning a lot of supplies by selling intelligence, which had aroused the resentment of some players. After all, some freeloaders and beggars would like to provide all the information for free and make it public, just like some innocent and kind-hearted players who do share their experiences on the forums, all for free, and publicly share their survival experiences, gaining many followers. These players who shared their experiences also looked down on the Tianji Pavilion, believing that everyone should unite and share any good experiences and information. This would surely help a large number of people and allow more people to survive. If supplies were required, wouldn't those with more supplies and better luck have the upper hand? Mu Zitong saw people scolding him every day. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was the head of the Tianji Pavilion. But as Mu Zitong put it, let them scold me. It doesn't affect my ability to earn supplies. Black or red is still red. I can't handle the people who come to the Tianji Pavilion every day to buy information. However, these things were indeed very annoying. Yun Luoha and him discussed it several times, and the two of them came up with a reform and upgrade plan, which they planned to implement after the acid rain crisis was over in a few days. The entire association was very busy right now, and after the acid rain news was released, the Tianji Pavilion had no time to sell information. But the plan had already been outlined. The first point was to establish an information classification system, dividing information into 3 levels. S-level intelligence, high-level intelligence, such as information on treasure caves or the Spider Island Queen's sacrificial mission, can only be traded with Yun Luoha's consent. A-level intelligence, equivalent to the previous package, it contains multiple pieces of information and requires a 3-party agreement, which must be notarized by the system before Mu Zitong can process them. B-level intelligence, general island information and resource distribution, which can be split and sold individually by Tianji Pavilion members. Recently, some people have been targeting Tianji Pavilion, accusing it of selling fake intelligence. Some, seeing the profit, have also established intelligence organizations, purchasing information from the pavilion and selling it in bulk at low prices, trying to steal its business. Yun Luoha devised 2 countermeasures. Release 2 pieces of free false intelligence per week to confuse competitors. If a competitor is found buying information, don't alert them first. Once confirmed, set up an intelligence trap, such as using fake coordinates to deplete the enemy's resources. This also carries risks and can easily harm genuine customers, so caution is advised. Thus, it's best to establish a membership system and avoid selling to new customers unless they received a referral from a previous customer or have signed an agreement. The membership system is directly tied to the Tianji Pavilion's currency system, introducing a Tianji order token system. 1 order equals 5 iron or equals 2 intelligence points. Members purchase information exclusively using intelligence points, and buying more earns them bonuses. A quarterly membership system is also available, giving prepaid resources priority, and a buy one get one free deal on intelligence. Seeing this entire plan, Yun Luoha felt that Mu Zitong was wasting his talent by not pursuing a career in business. However, doing business in the game is still business as usual. Tonight's rain arrived promptly at 12 p.m. It usually starts at dusk. However, Because the system had predicted the disaster escalation would begin in 3 days, it took until midnight tonight for the rain to arrive. Night fell over the reef, and green acid raindrops the size of soybeans poured down. The crops, once vibrant, withered the instant the acid rain fell. Dense brown spots quickly appeared on the tender green leaves. The leaves then began to curl and shrivel, as if their moisture had been instantly drained. The chat channel was abuzz. Oh my god, it's really acid rain. TNG Pavilion was right. No way, it really is. It's horrible. The acid rain has corroded my wooden house. The disaster escalation shouldn't be enough to drive you to death, right, system? What should I do? All my vegetables are dead. Help! The seaweed has grown so big. I didn't cut it during the day, and now it's all going crazy. Why doesn't the acid rain kill the seaweed? Instead, it's growing even bigger. Yun Luaha stood under the eaves, holding a resin lantern, her face grave. It seemed the situation was even worse than she imagined. The disaster has escalated. Players, who haven't reached level 5 within 3 days, will be eliminated. Acid rain is both a disaster and an opportunity. Starting today, we have 3 lucky days, distributing 5,000 diving cards. Players can use these cards to dive into the ocean floor in search of more supplies. It really is a slap in the face followed by a sweet reward. The system truly allows people to feel a glimmer of hope amidst despair, just to unleash everyone's potential. Those players, who haven't yet reached level 5 are hiding in the corners of their cabins, terrified, but the cabins won't protect them for long. Under the relentless onslaught of acid rain, the roof was corroded by the acid, making a sizzling sound and becoming precarious. If we had neglected to cut the kelp from the reef during the day, the situation would have been even worse. If there were more than 50 kelp plants left on the reef, they would all transform into giant kelp monsters. These creatures are even more nasty than fish monsters, capable of growing larger and longer, and constantly attacking the wooden house. Chapter 46. Yun Luaha hadn't slept well all night. She had been mass-producing tarpaulins and tiles. She had also had TNG Pavilion disclose that the acid-resistant coating required black clay from Swamp Island as raw material. Players who landed on Swamp Island could obtain the location of the black clay from TNG Pavilion free of charge with their landing permit. The entire association was also collecting black clay for use in the acid-resistant coating. This move by TNG Pavilion had earned them a good reputation, and the haters had quieted down recently, perhaps because they were too busy fighting acid rain. Overnight, Yun Luaha's crops on the reef had suffered little damage, largely due to her comprehensive protective measures. However, the algae had grown prolific, and many oysters had died. However, Yun Luaha unexpectedly discovered that the acid rain had little effect on her health. She conducted several experiments, consistently yielding the same results. She shared her findings in the chat channel, and sure enough, others, like her, showed no reaction to water left on the algae by acid rain. It seemed that acid rain had little harm to animals. Even so, many players suffered heavy losses, and their cabins began to leak, necessitating urgent upgrades. Upgrade materials at the trading center saw a general price increase. However, thanks to the lucky day, players salvaged significantly more supplies, so the price increase wasn't too dramatic. Many people also received diving cards. Hey everyone, the diving card allows you to breathe in the ocean for 3 hours. I went down and there were so many sea rocks to dig. I found 2 shells on the seabed. They can yield supplies. Who knows? Diving is so much fun. The water after acid rain is so clear, and there are so many fish. I'm speechless. Why don't I have a diving card? Do you all have one? Yun Luaha had also asked Robao to go shellfishing early in the morning to get one. The result was predictable. Although her luck had improved, she still didn't catch any. She didn't know if Robao's luck was worse than hers, or what. But Yun Luaha didn't have time to go shellfishing herself. She was busy at the tool bench applying acid-resistant coating. Just then, the European Emperor Association suddenly sent Du Wantian as a representative to contact the Mutual Aid Association. They wanted to discuss a collaboration. Mu Zitong, the head of the Mutual Aid Association, added Du Wantian as a friend after consulting Yun Luaha and getting her approval. Mu Zitong adopted a cold attitude. After all, the Mutual Aid Association and the European Emperor Association had always been at odds. One was a non-European, the other a European emperor. They were not of the same kind and disliked each other. Mu Zitong, what do you mean by cooperation? Du Wantian, I heard you have acid rain-resistant materials. We like to discuss cooperation with you. Our association can provide a large amount of supplies and materials, and we'd like to obtain some from you. Mu Zitong, for example, what? Du Ruantian, can I first see the specifics of your acid-resistant materials? Mu Zitong, no, that's confidential. Du Ruantian, then I'd like to see the results. If we can provide the materials, could you please process them? I'd pay you. Tell us what you need. Mu Zitong, you're not the only ones who need acid-resistant materials right now. We don't even have enough ourselves, so there's no need to trade. Even if we needed the materials, we wouldn't be able to produce them in a short period of time. After all, Yunluohe is the only one who knows how to make acid-resistant materials right now. Even if the European Emperor Association could provide more materials, Yunluohe would still have to make them. Yunluohe has already distributed coating material packages to 5 management trainees, allowing each to produce 5 tarpaulins and 10 acid-resistant bricks per hour. Yunluohe discovered the immense utility of his drainage channel and taught Mu Zitong the method, asking him to share it with the association group. Everyone should start constructing the channel at dawn tomorrow, using acid-resistant bricks. The channel should be 1.5 meters wide to ensure that all acid rain is drained away and does not corrode the reef surface or soil. The players in the association are all energized. The management trainees have even decided to stay up all night to work through the night to produce more acid-resistant items. With everyone's united efforts, we can definitely overcome this acid rain crisis. But Du Ruantian and the others simply want their exclusive acid-resistant coating by giving them some materials. Mu Zitong will never agree to that. Finally, their association had finally outmaneuvered the European Emperor Association, and everyone in the association was delighted. Let those European emperors, who usually puff themselves up and brag about how lucky they are, be like that. Now that acid rain has arrived, they're still in trouble and looking for cooperation. What cooperation? We don't even need to trade supplies with them. With so many players in the region, why would we cooperate with the European Emperor Association? The group chat was full of people, each expressing their own opinions. However, a few supported cooperation, hoping to seize the opportunity to obtain some high-end equipment from these European emperors. This was a good opportunity for negotiation. Yunluohe believed that cooperation with the European Emperor Association had its pros and cons, and that any choice was acceptable. The most urgent thing right now was for everyone to unite and overcome this crisis. If the European Emperor Association could truly offer something that satisfied them, cooperation was not out of the question. After all, those European emperors do have many things they don't have, and if they could exchange some for them, it would be of great help. So Mu Zitong and Du Ruantian negotiated for an hour, both sides showing considerable sincerity. Du Ruantian made a list of items that could be traded. 20 types of equipment and 10 materials. But the requirement was that Mu Zitong could continuously provide acid-resistant coating to meet the needs of the European Emperor Association members. Mu Zitong was immediately unwilling to accept this. No, we can only focus on our own people. Once we have enough people, we can give it to you. Du Ruantian, then just split it up. Mu Zitong, split it up? I think you're kidding. Du Ruantian stared at the screen, her face turning blue with anger. Why was this person so stubborn? She was losing her patience. But she had to continue the conversation, for her own sake and for the benefit of the entire association. This acid rain had already destroyed many of the association's resources. The vegetables planted by the members of the European Emperor Association were almost completely destroyed. One player had planted a whole yard of vegetables, and was about to have a good harvest, but the acid rain destroyed everything. If this continued, all their other facilities and buildings on the reef would be destroyed. They couldn't delay any longer. Although the players of the European Emperor Association had obtained a recipe for an acid-resistant potion, it required not only an alchemy table, but also the alchemy skills, and the materials were completely unavailable. Another option was to use a large amount of obsidian to create an acid-resistant glass shield, but the cost was too high and unnecessary. They also didn't have enough obsidian. The best option now was to cooperate with the Tianji Pavilion, which already knew how to produce acid-resistant materials. They learned this news thanks to Lu Yao from the European Emperor Association. One of her friends was a member of the Mutual Aid Association. The other person hadn't revealed much, having let it slip during a chat while wanting to show off. Lu Yao quickly shared it with the European Emperor Association group, and after a brief discussion, everyone decided to immediately approach them for cooperation. After another round of intense bargaining, the two sides finally reached a consensus. For every batch of acid-resistant materials produced, the Mutual Aid Association would keep a quarter and sell it to the European Emperor Association. The European Emperor Association had to pay a high price for these materials, and the exchange options were always determined by Mu Zitong. It wasn't always the same, it was based on Mu Zitong's needs. In other words, they would provide whatever Mu Zitong asked for, and if they could, they would exchange. Otherwise, the exchange wouldn't be possible. This put the European Emperor Association in a very passive position, but there was nothing they could do, as they were the ones asking for help. Mu Zitong was the boss. The first cooperative transaction is scheduled for 6 p.m. today, before dark, allowing the European Emperor Association to prepare in advance. By then, Yun Luohe and the management trainee team should have already produced a batch of materials. Today, Yun Luohe switched her trash can's ability to trade waste for money, specifically to save up wood, as she needed a lot of it for the next upgrade. Besides, she didn't have time to sort the trash, so she simply threw it all into the garbage can and converted it into upgrade supplies. In addition, she had Mu Zitong arrange for the association's players to collect acid rain damaged crops, fruit trees, corroded wood, and other post-acid rain debris. These items would be useless to most people, but Yun Luohe could throw them into the trash can for recycling. Yun Luohe now collects a huge amount of supplies from the Mutual Aid Association every day, nearly 500 items per day. Throwing them all into the trash one by one takes a lot of time, so she sometimes just throws 10 or 20 items in at once. Occasionally, she unlocks something new. For example, she threw it over 10 kinds of rotting crops in one go and ended up with a bottle of pesticide. She threw in 10 glass bottles and surprisingly got a message in a bottle. There was a note inside. The message in the bottle. There might be some mysterious message in the bottle. Yun Luohe opened it and found a fragment of a blueprint for a treasure cave. While she didn't know which island it was, if she could get a few more, she might find a clue. However, she tried the same method 3 more times, but didn't get another bottle. She probably thought the probability was low, and she might only get 1 per day at most. She took advantage of her mealtimes to throw in a few duplicate or unrelated items simultaneously. This led to many new reactions. She tossed in the guts and scales of 10 fish and surprisingly found fish oil. Fish oil has antioxidant properties that help preserve food's freshness. Applying it to meat can extend its shelf life. It was a bit like opening a blind box, and Yun Luohe found it incredibly fun. If she weren't so busy, she would have been eager to sit by the trash can and try various ways to dispose of it. But there was still time, and she could find another opportunity to do the trash can experiment later. In the afternoon, she continued working on the acid-resistant coating and, on the side, studied the symbiotic crystal she had obtained from Yang Mian. Not all of the symbiotic crystals she had received were intact, some were fragments. The complete symbiotic crystal was a cube, emitting a pink sheen, as if imbued with a wealth of energy. Holding it in her hand, she could sense the vitality within it. Symbiotic crystal, a stone imbued with mysterious power, possessing a wide range of uses and limitless possibilities. Since the system claims it has a wide range of uses, why not try fusing it with various tools? Yun Luohe remembered her previous collection of unique items. If crystal and obsidian weren't so rare, she would have almost fused them with the symbiotic crystal. But she decided to take it easy at first, experimenting with crystal fragments. She ground the crystal fragments into powder, then removed a container of acid-resistant coating from her backpack and added a little powder. Sure enough, the acid-resistant coating transformed. Anti-acid coating liquid has a strong acid-resistant effect and self-healing properties, allowing corroded areas to slowly heal. This is truly amazing. Just a tiny amount of powder can produce such an effect. So would the effect be even greater with the entire symbiotic crystal? Unable to continue her research, Yun Luohe simply gave Si Chi some of the symbiotic crystal powder. As a biologist, she'd definitely be intrigued by this amazing material. Perhaps she could discover some new uses for it. She carefully stored the remaining symbiotic crystals, placing them with some special items. When she contacted Si Chi, she was researching the composition of acid rain. I'm researching whether I can change the pH of acid rain and turn it into a usable material. Yun Luohe thought to herself, that sounds impressive. She handed the symbiotic crystal powder to Si Chi. Take a look at this, and see what other uses it can have. I just added it to an acid-resistant coating to create an acid-resistant coating liquid. It's an upgraded acid-resistant material, much more effective than the coating itself. Si Chi, this thing is very interesting. Where did you get it? Yun Luohe explained how to obtain the symbiotic crystal. Si Chi's interest grew even more intense. Okay, I start researching now. Do you need any help? Si Chi, I heard you raise earthworms. Can you give me some for experiments? Earthworms? Yun Luohe has been so busy that she hasn't checked on the earthworm's progress in the past 2 days, but giving Si Chi some earthworms is no problem. No problem. How many do you need? Si-Chi, give me 15 to start. We talk if you need more. Yun Luoha said nothing, and went to the earthworm cultivation box to dig out a handful of earthworms. She remembered that she had put in a small number before, but now the number has at least doubled. It seems the cultivation box is working well, and it seems she can expand her earthworm breeding. In a few days, I build a few more earthworm breeding boxes, and let the players in the association take the time to start raising earthworms. Then, by adding the earthworms to the vegetable plots, we can improve the soil on everyone's reefs. Even without fertilizer, the soil quality will gradually improve. Yun Luoha continued grinding the crystals into powder and making more acid-resistant coating liquid, turning it into an enhanced acid-resistant material. This resulted in a complete set of acid-resistant equipment, which she distributed to each of the management trainees. She opened the chat channel and saw everyone was constantly talking about diving cards. Many players had gone to the seabed, saying they could dig for endless sea stones. With a diving card, one could dive for 3 hours. With a lucky day buff, each dive would yield at least 300 sea stones. And if they were lucky, they could even find shells while digging for sea stones, though the chances were relatively low. Many players in the European Emperor Association have dug up some, and if they're lucky enough to find coral, they can use it to make lime. Generally, the coral they find is a large patch. Collecting all of it and processing it in a furnace can yield at least 100 pieces of lime. Yun Luoha was also quite tempted. Obtaining lime was so difficult before, she had to trade with people everywhere to get it. Now it's so easy to find it on the seabed. This is probably intentional by the system. Leveling up is very difficult in the early stages, but once the acid rain lucky day arrives, players can get a large amount of upgrade materials to reach level 5. The European Emperor Association seems to have also established a rescue organization, trading some upgrade materials for blueprints. Generally, one blueprint can be exchanged for 100 upgrade materials. Players who have blueprints but can't upgrade can ask them for trades. If they can offer skill books or island landing tokens, they can get even more. So, for a while, many players put up their blueprints in exchange. But few are willing to trade skill books and island landing tokens. It wasn't that there weren't any. After all, at this critical moment, these things, while valuable, weren't as important as leveling up. If they didn't level up within 3 days, they'd be dead, and there was no way they could even talk about future development. However, most players still held out hope, hoping to gather enough supplies in the next 2 days. After all, the system had begun to work. As long as they didn't wait to die on the reef and found a way to do something, they would always be able to get some supplies. Even if it was just harvesting seaweed, they could still exchange for something. After all, killing giant kelp could yield high-level seaweed fertilizer, which could also be used to exchange for supplies. Seeing the European Emperor Association doing this, Mu Zitong couldn't help himself and suggested to Yun Luoha that they should do the same. Yun Luoha, however, felt it was unnecessary. For one thing, they were different from the European Emperor Association. Their priority now was to help members level up. How could they have the extra resources to assist other players? After all, more than half of the players in the association hadn't leveled up yet. It would be best to organize a dive for the next few days. Even if you don't have a diving card, after crafting diving goggles and a diving suit, you might be able to get to the bottom of the ocean. You just won't be able to dive for long, so you need to come up frequently to breathe. Even so, getting more supplies is helpful. There's no need to compete with the European Emperor Association for supplies. Just focus on your own business. Yun Luoha, if you really want those things, why not ask for them from the European Emperor Association? After all, aren't we working together? Mu Zitong, right. Why not just trade them with the acid-resistant coating? Chapter 47. Mu Zitong quickly came up with a plan and quickly listed the details for Yun Luoha to review. Sister Yun, take a look. Is this feasible? 5 acid-resistant tarpaulins and 10 acid-resistant bricks in exchange for a diving card or 20 corals. 1 1L bottle of upgraded acid-resistant coating fluid in exchange for a diving card or 100 iron ores. Yun Luoha, sure, go negotiate. As long as they agree. Mu Zitong, they can't disagree. Otherwise, we terminate the cooperation. Acid rain is coming again tonight. If they disagree, they lose even more. Besides, they're all very busy, either diving or landing on the island every day. They have no time to clean up the seaweed. If the seaweed is allowed to grow, it will only accelerate the destruction of the reef. Tarpaulins with acid-resistant coatings placed over the seaweed will prevent it from blooming. Even the upgraded stone house would become utterly unsightly after being corroded by acid rain, and they didn't want their house destroyed. The time it would take to repair the house would be enough for them to craft many high-end tools. Furthermore, if acid rain continued to corrode the land, it would likely lead to acidification, making it impossible to farm the land and forcing them to replant, which would waste a lot of time. Mu Zitong's guess was correct. When he presented these conditions to Durantian and sternly stated that they would not cooperate unless they followed his instructions, Durantian finally relented. However, Durantian also offered a new condition. She had a copy card that could replicate the formula for the acid-resistant coating. If they were willing to lend it to them, Durantian would trade it for 5 diving cards and an island landing token. Mu Zitong was shocked. He thought, these damned European emperors actually have something as incredible as a copy card. Damn it, he sent a screenshot of the conversation to Yun Luoha. Sister Yun, take a look. 5 diving cards and 1 island landing token, to be honest, aren't too few. However, the benefits the acid-resistant coating formula could bring to the European Emperor Association were surely far greater than that. Seeing that the European Emperor Association wanted to copy the acid-resistant coating, Yun Luoha fell into deep thought. To be honest, from her own perspective, there was no need to agree. But her own abilities were limited. Even if she toiled tirelessly, making acid-resistant coating 24 hours a day, she couldn't produce much. At most, she could make a few hundred per day. Most of it would go to her own people, and Yun Luoha's reefs were also quite expensive. The portion allocated to the European Emperor Association was the result of everyone working overtime to produce it, just to exchange it for better supplies. But she could only give away a quarter. And the entire zone, too, has over 100,000 people. If the European Emperor Association could produce more, even if they sold it, it would benefit many players. But direct trading is definitely not an option. Yun Luoha immediately thought of a solution. Doesn't the system allow for signing agreements? Since we're collaborating, we might as well cooperate to the end. There's no need to exchange these diving cards and island landing tokens. Why not just sign an agreement that will allow the European Emperor Association to continuously provide the material for making the acid-resistant coating, black clay? No matter how much they have, they must give half to the Mutual Aid Association. This is the condition for lending them the formula. As long as they can provide a steady supply of black clay, Yun Luoha won't have to worry about what to do when it runs out. They can continue to produce acid-resistant coating, and combined with the special effects of the symbiotic crystals, they can always come up with an upgraded acid-resistant coating liquid that's even more effective than the acid-resistant coating. Even if the European Emperor Association could copy the formula, their output would still be inferior to theirs. Mu Zitong also thought this was a good idea. He hurried to talk to Durantian. However, Durantian didn't agree immediately, and said she would go discuss it. Thus, after several discussions, the two sides finally reached an agreement. In the afternoon, Yun Luoha distributed all the acid-resistant coatings to the 5 members of the Management Trainee Program group, and then went to open shells. On Lucky Day, each player could get 5 shells, and the maximum stamina point increased. Basically, with continuous opening, everyone could use up all 5 chances. In the afternoon, Robao helped her find 2 more shells. Undeterred, Yun Luoha planned to open 2 more to see if she could get a diving card. This time, her luck had unexpectedly exploded. She had opened a golden pearl. This pearl was a higher level than a white pearl, and it was her first time opening one. She suppressed her excitement. She was usually unlucky, but today she was lucky. Before opening it, Yun Luoha wondered if the golden pearl would also be filled with junk, just a bit more junk than the white pearl, and of a slightly higher quality. Opening the golden pearl, she received Refined Steel X2, Damaged Weapon Blueprint X1, Parchment Fragment X1, Coffee X1, Spicy Noodles X1, Peach Sapling X1, Diving Card X1. She felt relieved. The diving card she'd been longing for finally arrived. She could finally explore the waters. Yun Luoha checked the time. While there was still some time before dark, she might as well go down to the sea now. If it got dark soon, she could use the night vision potion. She really didn't want to wait until tomorrow. Yun Luoha made some preparations, putting his steel pickaxe and axe into his backpack and bringing his golden crocodile backpack, just in case it wasn't big enough. Glancing at the snoring Robao, Yun Luoha woke him up. Robao, I'm going in the water. I'll be back in 3 hours. Hearing Yun Luoha was about to enter the water, Robao's eyes widened, and he let out an anxious cry. Meow? In the water? Are you going to catch fish? Yun Luoha smiled helplessly. Yes, I catch some fish to give you a snack. Do you want to come? Meow. I can't swim. Robao raised his paws and began to wave his claws. Yunluoha offered it some food. If you're hungry, just eat a little. Meow, go quickly and come back soon. I make something delicious. Yunluoha shook her head. I don't have time today. I have a lot to do when I get back, and it's going to rain again tonight. Robao was a little disappointed, but he also saw that Yunluoha hadn't rested all day and knew she was working hard, so he didn't make a fuss. After Yunluoha got ready, she clicked on the diving card and jumped into the water. A countdown appeared in the upper left corner. This was the time the diving card was valid. She had to return to the surface before the countdown ended, otherwise, someone who couldn't swim would drown. After entering the water, Yunluoha discovered that she could actually breathe underwater, even opening her eyes normally. She felt like a fish, and a stream of bubbles appeared before her eyes as she breathed. It was an amazing feeling. She quickly descended to the seafloor to search for sea stones and coral veins. Sea stones were secondary. She mainly wanted to find coral, or perhaps dig for shells. She had brought a dagger and arrows, hoping to find crabs, lobsters, or even fish on the seabed. She just joked with Robao about going down to catch fish, but if she saw any, Yunluoha would still bring them back and cook them for him. But the truth was, even after entering the water, Yunluoha's luck wasn't great. She swam for an hour, only to find countless sea rocks. Using a steel pickaxe to collect sea rocks was very efficient, and with the magnet ring actively attracting supplies, she collected 200 sea rocks in an hour, but she didn't find anything else. Should she continue digging here, or change locations? Changing to another location might yield nothing, and it would be a waste of time. But if she stayed here, there would only be sea rocks. She finally gotten this diving card. If she only got a few sea rocks, it would be a waste. She already gotten more than that by throwing seaweed into the trash every day. Might as well sell it. Thinking of this, Yunluoha immediately decided to move. Chapter 48. After searching for a while, Yunluoha found nothing. As the sky gradually darkened, she could clearly sense a shift in her surroundings. The number of fish increased, and the seabed seemed to become busier with the darkness. Yunluoha glanced at the countdown in the upper left corner. There was still 1 hour left before her diving card expired. She sighed inwardly, thinking she'd search a little longer before going back up. Just as the thought occurred to her, the seabed suddenly darkened. The surroundings grew dim, and she froze. It seemed she had only found sea stones this time. She hesitated whether to take out her night vision potion. If it was just to illuminate the sea stones, there was no need. Unexpectedly, a school of luminous fish suddenly appeared not far away. Their bodies shimmered with light, like dazzling stars on the seabed. They moved in groups towards the distance. The light was getting farther and farther away, and soon it would disappear. Yunluoha suddenly had a feeling that urged her to follow. Anxious, she quickly used her night vision potion. Soon, as if her night vision had been restored, she could see her surroundings clearly again and hurried after them. The fish were so fast that Yunluoha could barely keep up, but thankfully, they stopped swimming after a short while. When Yunluoha found them, she smiled knowingly at what she saw. Great! The fish swam around a beautiful coral reef, a vibrant array of colors and shapes. Time was running out for Yunluoha. Without hesitation, she swam over, took out her tools, and began chipping away at the coral reef. The coral was incredibly hard and difficult to dig. Using an ordinary pickaxe, she would likely only get a few pieces in an hour. Yunluoha was strong and quick, and in half an hour, she dug up 20 large pieces of coral. These, taken back home, could be used to make at least 100 servings of lime. It was a small harvest. With a little time left, Yunluoha didn't continue digging coral, but looked around to see if she could find anything else. She discovered numerous tube snails growing on the coral. These snails, also known as coral reef snails, grow on coral, and the flesh can be extracted with tools. However, she didn't have time to dig them out one by one, so she simply took the entire piece of coral back home. The coral she had just cut out also contained a number of these tube snails. Even more exciting, she found numerous fish eggs on the coral. She didn't know what kind of fish had laid them, but they covered the coral surface so densely, so neatly arranged that without careful observation, one could hardly see them, and mistake them for part of the coral. No wonder the fish were circling around the coral. Perhaps they were protecting it. Yunluoha took out a glass bottle and carefully placed the eggs inside, quickly filling it up. If she could take them back and hatch them, she would have a constant supply of fish meat. With 15 minutes remaining, Yunluoha planned to catch a few fish to take home. She specifically chose fish she hadn't caught before, such as the parrotfish in front of her. This fish had vibrant colors and loved to hang out near coral, feeding primarily on it. Seeing it lying motionless beneath the coral, Yunluohe stabbed it in the abdomen with an arrow. The parrotfish immediately struggled violently, making quite a noise, but Yunluohe, being stronger than it, simply pinned it down and placed it in her backpack. Just as she was about to catch a few more fish, she noticed something beneath the spot where the parrotfish had been. Originally, it was just a flat expanse of sea rock, nothing special. But as it fluttered, it disturbed the rocks, revealing something underneath, which the sharp-eyed Yunluohe spotted. She reached out and pushed aside the sea rock, only to discover 2 crystals. Yunluohe had never imagined she could find crystals here. The magnet ring sucked the crystals into her backpack, and Yunluohe even opened it to check it was there. She raised her pickaxe and dug around the area. Besides the sea rock, there was nothing else. It seemed there were only these 2. While not much, it was still very good. You know, crystals are one of the most scarce resources right now. With these 2 crystals, Yunluohe now had 4. If she found one more, she could craft a space stone. Yunluohe began to swim upwards. Just then, she heard the system's voice. Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking the nighttime undersea exploration mission. Mission 1. Find deep sea ruins. Completion reward. Treasure map fragment X1. Yunluohe hadn't expected this kind of benefit from staying underwater after dark. She was definitely not the only one who accepted this mission, but it certainly wasn't common. After all, few people would venture underwater in the dark, unable to see anything, let alone search for supplies. It would be a complete waste of a diving card. If Yunluohe didn't have the night vision potion, she wouldn't have done it. But perhaps someone else also had underwater illumination equipment. However, she had no idea how to find the deep-sea ruins. She was running out of time, so she returned to the reef. After returning to the reef, Yunluohe had changed her clothes. She was now proficient in using a heavy-duty sewing machine, making her own clothes and shoes from fiber, cotton, leather, and other supplies, so she didn't have to worry about running out of spare clothes. The colors were all rather plain though. Perhaps with a dye vat or dye, she could create some new designs. But for survival, practicality was all that mattered. No such things were necessary. It was already completely dark, and the sea was surging with waves. It looked like rain was coming soon. Robao had just found her another shell. Yunluohe opened it, and found a white pearl. In addition to the golden pearl she had found that afternoon, she had opened 2 white pearls and 2 gray pearls today. The items inside were all quite good. Yunluohe had put them all in a wooden box and hadn't sorted them out yet. She was hungry, so she wanted to eat before the acid rain started, so she sorted through her supplies. White pearl, broken blueprint X1, kettle X1, baby bottle X1, navy cap X1, potato pancake X2, eggplant seed X1, worn diving suit X1, moldy radish X1, iron ore X4, ferrous metal fragment X1, long johns X1, bamboo X2, silk thread X3, pillow X1, preserved egg and lean meat porridge X1, sanitary napkin X2, rotten egg X2, gray pearl, plastic X2, cotton X2, broken bamboo basket X1, rain boot X1, torn sweater X1, glass X2, instant noodle bowl X1, quilt X1, chicken bone X1, curtain blueprint X1, snail noodle X1, coconut shell X1, rotten vegetable leaf X1. Some of it was junk, and some was daily necessities. Overall, there were still some usable items, and because it was a lucky day, she felt the amount of supplies she gotten was a bit more than usual. She sorted out the useful items, and put them away separately, then placed the trash in the recycling bin. There were already 10 iron ore bins. Several of them were specifically used for trash. A rustling sound echoed outside. The acid rain had arrived again. The system notification followed. The seaweed harvesting quest had begun. For every 10 giant kelp cleared, a reward of 1 acid-resistant spray was given. The seaweed on the reef, soaked by the acid rain, transformed into giant kelp, which actively damaged the reef. However, there was very little giant kelp on Yunluohe's reef. Robao diligently cleared it every day, and she raised so many oysters that specifically ate the seaweed. Only a small amount of seaweed remained on the reef, lest it all be harvested and stopped growing, leaving the oysters with nothing to eat. So, most players could complete this quest, but Yunluohe couldn't. She looked out from the doorway. On the entire reef, only a few giant seaweeds danced wildly in the rain. Though they were very active and restless, Their numbers were pitifully small, and Robao quickly dispatched them. Since discovering that the acid rain wouldn't harm her or Robao, they no longer needed to seek shelter. But to avoid getting wet, Yunluoha still carried an umbrella when she went out. She had coated the umbrella with an acid-resistant coating to protect it from the acid rain. Since she couldn't complete this task, she had to do something else. She first opened the chat channel, then retrieved the coral she brought from the seabed. Finding a handy snail-digging tool, she began to scoop the flesh from the tube snails one by one. The tube snail's flesh was long, and from the outside, one wouldn't have known how large a piece of meat was hidden within. She had only dug up a piece of reef, and she already pulled out a full bowl of it, chewy and fresh. There were still over 20 reefs left to dig. Robao wanted to dig too, extending his paw tentatively. He thrust his cat-like claw in, then bit it, and plucked out the snail flesh. Meow. Fun. Yunluoha, then I leave the rest to you. I grill it for you later. Robao ate the grilled snail meat, while she herself enjoyed the snail noodles. With so much snail meat, you could make a whole bowl of authentic snail noodles. Just thinking about that tart, refreshing taste made her salivate. The chat channel was bustling with activity. Everyone was enthusiastically working to destroy the giant kelp. Yunluoha hadn't seen anyone mention the deep-sea ruins, but only half an hour had passed since the kelp harvesting mission was posted, and someone had already received the anti-acid spray. Anti-acid spray, used to neutralize the acidity of acid rain, reducing its impact on soil and crops. Having this item could indeed reduce player losses. However, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Ever since the European Emperor Association copied the formula, they also begun mass-producing the acid-resistant coating. They also have a considerable amount of black clay on hand. After all, it's impossible that Yang Mian was the only one who found the black clay. Those European emperors were so lucky, and Swamp Island is the main island. So many people have been there. They just lacked the formula before. Now that the formula is in Du Ruantian's hands, she, like Yunluoha, has begun to produce the acid-resistant coating. Once completed, she distributes it to the rest of the European Emperor Association, and they begin mass-producing acid-resistant waterproof cloth and bricks. However, anyone who handles Du Ruantian's black clay must give half to Mu Zitong. Otherwise, the system will deem her in breach of contract, and all the supplies in her backpack will be fined to Mu Zitong. This was clearly stated in the previous agreement. Acid-resistant items are now starting to appear at high prices on the trading center, and Yunluoha has asked Mu Zitong to sell any extra. He exchanged them all for upgrade supplies, aiming to upgrade all the members of the management trainee group within the next 3 days. Then, he sent half of the supplies to the association for them to exchange for themselves, offering a much better deal than the price on the trading center. As for the other half, Yunluoha will keep it for his next upgrade. At this moment, Siqi suddenly sent a message. It's working. I soaked the symbiotic crystal in acid rain for several hours and added earthworms. After a few hours, the earthworms changed color. Now the earthworms have mutated into acid-resistant earthworms. Yunluoha didn't understand what acid-resistant earthworms meant. However, Siqi quickly explained. Then I conducted another experiment and discovered that these earthworms can improve the soil's pH. Land damaged by acid rain, if filled with acid-resistant earthworms, will return to normal after a while. Yunluoha understood. This means that under the influence of the symbiotic crystal, these earthworms can transform into acid-resistant earthworms, potentially saving the player's land. That's fantastic. Excellent. Continue your experiment and see how long it takes for your earthworms to completely transform the devastated land. If you need anything else, just let me know. Siqi, do you have more symbiotic crystals? Or rather, do you have any complete symbiotic crystals? The powder is too scarce. If we could use a certain amount, perhaps these earthworms would mutate even more severely. Yunluoha remembered that she still had a whole symbiotic crystal in her collection. Although it was precious, she still took it out. Siqi had only been asking tentatively, and she hadn't expected Yunluoha to trust her so much. But seeing such a large symbiotic crystal, she was thrilled. It looked like the experiment was about to make a breakthrough. I proceed with the next step right away. I also plan to mix the crystal powder with seaweed powder and feed it to the oysters. Yunluoha had to admire the creative minds of these researchers. They could even come up with such a solution. I wonder if those oysters will mutate after eating them. But if earthworms can mutate, oysters can certainly do so. Yunluoha looked at Robao, who was digging for pipe snails. I don't know if Robao is edible either. I feel like the symbiotic crystal is a good thing. Maybe eating it will mutate it too. But she was just thinking about it, She couldn't use robot for an experiment, after all, it was uncertain. However, Siqi's words gave her an idea. You could also try pouring the powder into acid rain to see if it has any effect. I make some porcelain vases later, and coat them with an acid-resistant coating so they can hold acid rain. Siqi, okay, I try everything, and let you know the results later. Chapter 49. Yunluo suddenly thought of something. She poured some of the fish eggs she had just brought back from the seabed into a plastic bottle and gave it to Siqi. You should research this too. What kind of fish eggs are these? They seem a little special. As a biologist, Siqi had a special interest in marine life and had done extensive research on this subject, but this was her first time seeing these kinds of eggs. If the symbiotic crystal experiment wasn't more pressing, she would have probably stopped everything else to focus on studying these eggs. Yunluo also gave Siqi some food to restore her stamina. She heard she often stayed up late to do research, so her stamina points were probably running low, and she had to collect shells on her lucky day. Siqi was deeply grateful for the food. Everything Yunluo gave her touched her heart. She hadn't imagined that even after entering a survival game, she could still do what she loved. That night, Yunluo worked on the acid-resistant coating while chipping coral into small pieces and throwing them into the furnace. Yunluo originally planned to use biogas instead of combustion to power the furnace, but the pipes needed to transport the biogas proved unusable due to the high temperatures. Refined steel pipes were required, but that would require a significant amount of refined steel. Yunluo wasn't wealthy enough yet, so they were still using charcoal to power the furnace. Surprisingly, smelting coral yielded high-grade lime. High-grade lime is significantly different from ordinary lime. High-grade lime can be used for building reinforcement or to create acid-resistant structures by adding acid-resistant materials. If this lime were used exclusively during upgrades, wouldn't acid rain corrosion be completely eliminated? It seems upgrading later has its advantages. However, Yunluo still felt the rewards of upgrading earlier were more appealing. Besides, it's not like these high-grade limes won't be useless later, they can be used to reinforce the drainage canal now. Yunluo also wanted to build a bread oven, so she could bake bread. However, she had never made one before. She had only watched some bloggers' videos at night and vaguely remembered the steps, but it had been so long that she couldn't remember them clearly. What if the result was not good and she couldn't use it? Wouldn't it be a waste of materials? For a few days, her trash can skill had been trading waste for money, so she had accumulated a lot of broken blueprints and upgradable items that she hadn't used, and she hadn't continued her trash can blind box experiment. After midnight, she would switch her skill to turning waste into treasure, which would require her to use the trash can for at least an hour. But there was still one lottery draw left today. Lucky draw successful. Receive one fish pond blueprint. Fish pond can be used to raise fish and obtain abundant aquatic products. Fish reproduce faster in a fish pond. Building materials: 200 sea stone, 10 seaweed, 20 lime, 20 clay, 20 sand. Yunluo's eyes lit up. With a fish pond, wouldn't she be able to raise the fish eggs she caught today? She happened to have some coral left over, so she could simply place the eggs on top of the coral and then raise them in a fish pond. Filling the pond with seawater would simulate the ocean's environment and help the eggs hatch faster. She could build several more fish ponds and raise the fish she caught in them. The materials were readily available, so Yunluo began construction immediately. Building a fish pond didn't require a tool bench. This type of structure allowed one to simply select a location and begin construction right there. It just takes a long time. One fish pond takes 7 hours to build. Yunluo thought, why not build 2 at once? They'd definitely be useful later anyway. But where to build them is a problem. They can't be too close to the vegetable patch. Ideally, they should be closer to the edge of the reef for easier seawater inflow. Yunluo quickly chose a suitable spot. Seeing the countdown above the fish pond, Yunluo nodded with satisfaction. She only had to wait until tomorrow morning to use the fish pond. It was almost midnight, and Yunluo had only one shell quota left for the day, so she planned to collect them herself for the last time. But it was raining acid rain, and the seaweed on the reef was growing rapidly. There wasn't much left, but in just a few hours, it had covered the edge of the reef again. Yunluo did have a sufficient number of oysters though. They were also very efficient at eating seaweed. Yunluo had Robao deal with the giant kelp, and would call her in if she saw any movement in the fishing net. She dumped all the worthless trash she collected from the Mutual Aid Association today into the trash can. She no longer needed to sort the garbage herself. Mu Zitong assigned 2 people to sort the trash daily. The classification criteria were, of course, determined by Yunluo. For example, rotten wood and rope were considered garbage. This was because these items could only be turned into wood and fiber. As for rotten bottles and sweaters, these could be recycled into glass, fabric, and yarn, and could be used to make new items. Rotten vegetables and fruit were sorted into a separate category. They could be recycled into seeds, a valuable resource. In addition, there are broken blueprints, damaged furniture, parchment fragments, broken keys, all of which are special items that Yunluohe can use greatly. She has also had Mu Zitong spread the word in the Mutual Aid Association that anyone who obtains these items can exchange them for a certain amount of upgrade materials or tools. Under the leadership of Mu Zitong and Yunluohe, the members of the Mutual Aid Association are now doing better and better, and have a sense of hope. They have great trust in Mu Zitong and the boss he refers to as their mastermind, so they are willing to share these items. They basically listen to anything Mu Zitong says in the group. After all, working hard in the association increases their chances of survival. Otherwise, with their luck, it would be difficult to level up. Furthermore, both the Management Training Group and the Tianji Pavilion are members of the Mutual Aid Association. Everyone is still in the group, and sometimes news from the Tianji Pavilion is shared for free in the group, so they don't have to buy anything. So now Yunluohe gets more useful junk every day. Now all she had to do was replace all the useless trash with sea stone and wood. She hadn't realized before that by opening her backpack, selecting the same items, and then aiming them at the trash can, she could throw them all directly from her backpack into the trash can. This was much more efficient, so she didn't need Robao to help her. It was faster to do it herself. While throwing away the trash, Yunluohe opened the chat channel. The acid-resistant coating is expensive, but it really works. After I applied it on my roof, I'm no longer afraid of acid rain. It will still corrode, just much more slowly. I bought it too. It's so expensive, but it's not completely acid-resistant. It's good that it works. I can't even buy it if I want. Quantities are limited, and once they sell out, they be gone. I heard it was made by the European Emperor Association. Amazing. Those big guys are awesome. Bullshit. Our Mutual Aid Association was the first to make it. Just because they started selling it doesn't mean they made it first. It's just that the first batch we made was distributed free to our members. Now everyone in our Mutual Aid Association has acid-resistant coating. Isn't the Mutual Aid Association just full of unlucky people? People with bad luck just getting together to keep each other warm. Haha, so what if they're unlucky? We have plenty of capable people. Soon after, several members of the Mutual Aid Association distributed their own acid-resistant tarpaulins and bricks. There were quite a few of them, and the European Emperor Association only started selling these things today. With pictures and proof, the skeptics quickly fell silent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Zitong, under the name of the Tianji Pavilion, distributed free information, taking advantage of the opportunity to advertise. Mu Zitong, Tianji Pavilion is giving away some valuable information. Our research shows that, without protection, acid rain will cause buildings and tools to lose 2% of their durability every hour, gradually acidifying the soil. This acidified soil will affect crop yields, and the regeneration rate of algae on reefs will increase by 300%. Is what you're saying true? Mu Zitong, we conducted rigorous statistical analysis. Tianji Pavilion has the data. The detailed analysis is available for purchase. If you're interested, you can buy it. The price is extremely reasonable. Tianji Pavilion is currently offering a new promotion. Purchase a package and receive 2 pieces of information about crystals. This promotion is limited to the first 10 customers, so hurry if you want to purchase. Really? Also information about crystals? 2 pieces at that. Mu Zitong, of course, we can sign an agreement with the system. If there's any customer deception, our Tianji Pavilion is willing to compensate us with a large sum of materials. The information about crystals he was talking about naturally came from Yunluohe. She told Mu Zitong that crystals could be found in the lake next to the Spider Island's Nest Cave, and also beneath coral reefs. While not everyone could find them, since even Yunluohe had found them, the probability was definitely high. If someone with luck were to find them, they could certainly find them. However, although such precious information was given away, it required a package deal, and the package wasn't cheap. In all of Zone 2, there were no more than 50 people who could afford it. This was Yunluohe's plan for Mu Zitong to attract high-level players. It was indeed effective, especially after Mu Zitong announced that it was limited to the top 10 players. Soon, several players approached him. Among them were Du Wantian and Lin Zhu. They were all desperate for crystals. Lin Zhu had the space stone formula, while Du Wantian needed crystals to craft her own life-defining weapon. Mu Zitong knew they were big fish when he saw them. The package deal contained information about Spider Island, and it came at a ridiculously high price. Lin Ju was a little surprised to see the Spider Island package. He'd been there before, but it still haunted him, as he'd been injured there and still hadn't explored much. It was definitely worth a return visit, but definitely not soon. Do you have any other packages? Mu Zitong certainly did. He had several expensive packages like this one, specifically to sell to these wealthy individuals. He was going to rip them off. Yes. Our TNT Pavilion is now offering membership services. Would you like to learn more about it? A smile crossed Mu Zitong's harmless face. He repeated these words to everyone who asked. As expected, everyone followed up with further questions. He quickly sent the prepared screenshots one by one. TNT token exchange rate. 1 token equals 5 iron or equals 2 intelligence points. Reversible exchange available. Subject to a handling fee. Member benefit 1. Quarterly members receive a 20% increase in intelligence points. Member benefit 2. Bronze. Spend 100 tokens 1 free B-level intelligence per day. Silver. Spend 500 tokens 10% off A-level intelligence. Gold. Spend 2,000 tokens participate in the S-level intelligence auction. Purchasing a package is equivalent to directly upgrading to silver membership, because the value of the package can no longer be measured in iron ore. The next day, someone opened a high-level diving card from a golden pearl, which has a long-term effect. A normal diving card only grants 3 hours of free movement in the water, but an advanced diving card allows you to purchase sea stones for additional time. Every 100 sea stones grants 1 additional hour. Everyone said the system was incredibly clever, incorporating real-world mechanics into the game. But that was fine. Everyone felt 3 hours was too short. For some players, 100 sea stones wasn't a lot. It would be ridiculous to find something good, and then have to leave after 3 hours. However, not everyone can get an advanced diving card. And it seems it only appears with golden pearls. Unless it's a lucky day, the average person wouldn't be able to find a golden pearl. Yun Luoha immediately became interested in the advanced diving card. It seemed he had to find a way to get one. He probably couldn't complete the Deep Sea Ruins quest without one. In the afternoon, Yun Luoha received another message from Si Chi. Her research had made another breakthrough, and this time, the discovery was even more valuable. Chapter 50. Si Chi sent her experimental results to Yun Luoha. She reached 2 conclusions. 1. Symbiotic crystal powder plus acid rain equals neutralizer. Neutralizer can increase soil recovery by 50%. 2. Symbiotic crystal core plus oyster equals acid-resistant pearl muscle. It can transform oysters into pearl-producing pearl mussels, and these pearls have inherent protective properties. Yun Luoha hadn't expected the symbiotic crystal to be so powerful. It seemed she would have to find a way to buy the other half of the symbiotic crystal from Yangmian, no matter how much it cost. And the experiment could continue. She had to find an opportunity to visit Swamp Island again. Just then, several lines of blue glowing text appeared on the screen. Just like the notification Yun Luoha had seen when she first entered the game. Hello players, it's the 16th day of survival. 2 weeks have already passed, and the remaining humans have entered the game en masse. They just completed the novice training camp, and are about to join you in survival. Some of these new players are friends and family of veteran players. The system will implement a mentoring program. Veteran players will receive a friends and family contact card. Enter the name of the player you wish to contact, add them as a friend, and after obtaining their consent, invite them to your region. There is only one friends and family contact card, so please use it with caution. The arrival of new players will inject fresh blood into the game, and the system will significantly increase resource allocation. Please seize the opportunity and upgrade as soon as possible. The system will begin the second round of leaderboards on the 23rd day, which will be divided into new player and veteran player rankings. There's a limited time spring event. Players with a gathering skill of level 3 can sign up. Details will be in the email. Yun Luoha read these words and fell into deep thought. Yes, the system did mention that the remaining humans would also enter the game, but she was so busy with so many things to do every day that she hadn't even remembered. As for the bootcamp, it was probably just a guide for new players, helping them quickly adapt to the rhythm of the survival game. Otherwise, facing survival at sea, acid rain disasters, mutant fish, and attacks by seaweed monsters would have made any normal person despair. She did have a new friend and family contact card in her backpack. Yun Luoha picked it up and quickly thought of the person she wanted to contact. She grew up in an orphanage and had no family, but she had a close friend named Cheng Xuening. After she entered Cheng Xuening's name, the system would run another filter through her profile. Otherwise, with so many people with the same name, it was likely that she wouldn't be contacting the person she was looking for. 3 minutes later, Yunluohe had added Cheng Xuening as a friend. Currently, new players are still entering the game in batches, and there are no separate zones. Ningning, it's me. I'm in Zone 2. Would you like to come over and join me? Cheng Xuening, sure, but my husband and I are currently on the same reef, and he wants to bring his family over to join us. We can combine the 4 reefs, doubling the area, and sharing all our supplies. This way, the family can live together, help each other, and look after each other. Cheng Xuening, I don't want to agree. After all, as you know, I wouldn't want to live with his mother in the real world. However, the situation here is definitely different. He says he's worried about his mother and sister. Yunluohe, my advice is, it's best not to. And why are you and your husband on the same reef? You're not minors, so you shouldn't be tied together. Among the veteran players, she hadn't heard of any couples being together. And Yunluohe remembered that before she entered the game, Cheng Xuening and her husband were already arguing over emotional discord, even to the point of divorce. Cheng Xuening, what if something happens to his mother and sister on the reef? I can only advise you not to agree. Otherwise, you'd definitely be dragged down by this family. She's his mother, not yours. Besides, you and him are about to get divorced, and there's no point in being together in a survival game. Yunluohe was blunt. There was no need for tact at this time. She was also afraid that her good friend would get into trouble because of her failure to persuade him. This was survival. You could be eliminated and annihilated. To be soft-hearted to others is to be cruel to yourself. Cheng Xuening, okay, I get it. I choose the main zone first. You're in Zone 2, right? I'd be right there. Despite Cheng Xuening's affirmative response, Yunluohe still felt a little uneasy. But she also had a lot to do right now, like the spring limited event the system had just mentioned. She needed to see what it was all about. Also, with so many new players arriving at once, a lot of things would definitely change. She needed to discuss with Mu Zitong whether the association could recruit new members. However, managing more people would be more difficult, so they should develop 2 management levels to share some of the responsibilities. Opening the email, she quickly saw the details of 2 spring limited events announced by the system: the spring rain fishing competition and the tree planting event. Event period: spring, days 16 to 30. Participation requirements: players with a gathering skill of level 3 or higher can only participate in one of these events. 1. Spring rain fishing contest. During the acid rain period at night, players who catch specific fish will receive rewards. On the final day of the event, players will be evaluated based on their performance, and the top 3 will receive a fishing gift pack. The evaluation criteria include the number of fish caught, the type of fish caught, and the time taken to catch them. Rewards: fishing tool upgrade card, island landing token, skill book, special blueprint, advanced diving card, advanced materials, amplification food, and more. 2. Spring tree planting. During the event, players can plant trees on the reef. Upon completion, they will receive a tree planting certificate and rewards. On the final day of the event, players will be evaluated based on their performance, and the top 3 will receive a planting gift pack. The evaluation criteria include the number of trees planted, the type of trees planted, and the speed of planting. Rewards include rare resources such as tree seed packs, crystals, symbiotic crystals, blood crystals, obsidian, keys, and advanced weapon blueprints. After planting 100 trees, players can earn the Green Guardian title and a tree planting certificate. The tree planting certificate can be exchanged for an island landing token. Her gathering skill has reached level 3, allowing her to participate in the competition now. If she had to choose only one activity, Yunluohe would definitely choose the spring tree planting event. Although she's a decent fisherman, she's more interested in the rewards from the tree planting missions. Comparing these 2 things, she needs more. She also has some tree seeds she hasn't planted yet. Plus, she can make tree fertilizer and has plenty of high-quality soil, which gives her a significant advantage. She opened her character profile to check how many experience points she needed to level up. Professional skill, cooking level, level 3, 318/500, level 3 skill effect, heat control, never burn food, gathering level, level 3, 186/500, level 3 skill effect, plant resonance, displays nearby plants that can be gathered. After registering, Yunluohe opened the chat channel to see everyone's reactions to the system notification. The chat channel was a mess, with all sorts of comments. Some were happy that their loved ones would soon be reunited, while others were discussing why there was only a limited event for gathering skills, and no other skills, and how they felt they were at a disadvantage. Yunluo glanced around. She also saw some useful information. A new player had joined Area 2, and the number of players there was steadily increasing. Hello, everyone. I'm new here, and I have a question. The veteran players were very enthusiastic about the newbie. Ask me. Woohoo, is there a new member here? Why don't you show me a picture first and ask questions later? I want to know whether I should choose to receive the upgrade pack directly, or the advanced upgrade pack. The system gave me two options, one where I could get a large amount of materials without doing anything, and the other where I could earn supplies by working and completing various tasks to get the rewards. I probably have to complete 10 tasks to get as much as a regular upgrade pack, but the rewards are higher after that. I looked at the tasks, and they're all quite difficult. What tasks? The new member posted a screenshot of the task. It's certainly not easy. The quest required killing 10 giant kelp monsters, catching at least 6 shells with a fishing net, and upgrading the reef to level 4 within 3 days. But the rewards were also quite good, making veteran players envious. Why don't we have quests like this? I want to do them too. If Yunluo had to choose, he'd definitely choose the advanced upgrade pack. He'd want to be lazy early on and simply give up, unless he was incredibly lucky. If he wasn't lucky, there was no choice at all. Soon, everyone was buzzing with opinions, offering this newbie a ton of advice. Yunluo privately messaged Mu Zitong, discussing the idea of posting a recruitment ad in the evening when there were more people around, and then recruiting players with special traits or strong expertise to join the guild. The Tianji Pavilion had recently been gathering information on each player's traits. Someone had previously discussed this on the forums, and some analysis had already been conducted. However, in the early stages of the game, most players' traits weren't activated, and little else happened, so most people didn't know what their traits were for. Mu Zitong also awakened his trait after a near-death experience. Yunluo currently only feels that her trait helps her make correct judgments and provides a weak warning effect, but she hasn't experienced any awakening. More and more new players are starting to post questions in the chat channel. Cheng Xuening doesn't seem to have joined Zone 2 yet. Yunluo knows she contact him after she finishes her work, so she hasn't rushed to ask her. Cheng Xuening is a strong-willed person, and the two of them are good friends. They're quite similar in some ways, both having strong personalities. Yunluo learned from the newcomers' questions that the system gave them a generous amount of initial supplies, intended to help them survive the current crisis on the reef. And their initial reef was only level 3. But it was only level 3, far from enough to face the current challenges. However, newcomers had a 10-day protection period. The day after tomorrow, veteran players, who didn't reach level 5 would be eliminated, but newcomers didn't face this pressure. But if they couldn't reach level 5 after 10 days, they would also face their first elimination. And their current supplies weren't even enough to upgrade, and they still had to treat the reef and their houses with acid. However, the new players' novice compensation gift packs included 10 diving cards, meaning they could go out to sea every day to collect supplies for the next 10 days. When Yunluo saw this, he immediately came up with a plan. He would collect as many diving cards as possible from the newcomers and exchange them for supplies, or he would directly recruit some newcomers into the organization, implementing a mentoring model within the organization. The organization's veteran players provide one-on-one mentorship for new players, a program known as a mentorship program. New players are required to pay a certain amount of money to veteran players, as their gift packs contain many items that veteran players desire. The veteran players' experience can help them adapt to the game more quickly, understand survival challenges, and acquire more equipment. Furthermore, veteran players already have some food and water reserves, which are currently in short supply for new players. Ever since the acid rain, the rainwater collector has been useless. This item used to fetch a very high price at the trading center, and Yunluo wanted to buy one, but fortunately, there was little iron ore at the time. Now, all that's left is acid rain, making it undrinkable even after boiling. But the seawater remains the same as before, and pure water can be obtained using a water purifier. The purifier now provides Yunluo with a good supply of purified water every day, and she has nearly 100 liters stored. Mu Zitong hadn't replied to his message because he was busy contacting his family. He was born into a happy family, and is the only child. Both his parents are teachers. Now that he's in the game, he needs to bring them over. But he only has one contact card, so he had to contact Mu's mother first. Thankfully, Mu's parents are together, so they all arrived in Area 2 together. The 3 reefs have now been merged, with Mu Zitong's as the primary reef and Mu's parents as the secondary. Separating them requires paying 1,000 sea stones. However, after the separation, the secondary reef will remain at its original level, while the primary reef will retain its highest level. Mu Zitong was explaining the game's precautions to them, and had no time to look at the screen. By the time he finally remembered to check the news, it was already afternoon. He cried out, "Oh no!" and quickly asked his parents to make something to eat. He still had a lot of things to do. After his parents arrived, a huge weight lifted from his heart. Thankfully, he upgraded yesterday, and today the reef had been transformed into a level 5 house. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't have had a place to stay. Furthermore, he used high-grade lime, making the stone house acid-resistant and even safer. However, to make his parents' lives more comfortable, he had to work even harder. Both his parents were teachers. Although middle-aged, they were still full of energy and restless. Mu Zitong wanted to discuss with Yun Luohe about having his parents join the association and help out with some of the work. They were both top graduates from prestigious universities, so handling the chores was no problem. Plus, his parents were lucky. They received 2 blueprints in their newbie gift packs, a spear gun blueprint and a mineral detector blueprint. Mu Zitong planned to mass-produce them and have the association members exchange them for supplies, aiming to ensure everyone had a copy. However, his parents didn't have a tool bench yet, and since they could only learn the blueprints individually, Mu Zitong planned to give his tool bench to his mother first, and then she would handle all the blueprints. Mother Mu readily agreed. "Leave it to me. I'm sure it'll all be done." "Yes, and what about me? Can't you give me something to do?" Father Mu asked quickly. "You have something to do too, something very important. Your son currently manages a large association for someone else, with dozens of members. Now that new players have arrived, we need to expand and recruit. You can help me interview and screen them." Father Mu was very pleased with the arrangement and nodded with a smile. After making the arrangements, Mu Zitong opened the screen and saw dozens of messages. Yun Luohe's message was pinned to the top, so he quickly replied to her first. "Sister Yun, I'm here. Sorry, I just went to talk to my parents and just picked them up, so I was delayed for a while." "Yun Luohe, it's okay. Are your parents on the same reef with you?" "Yes." Mu Zitong briefly explained the rules of reef merging to Yun Luohe. After hearing that reefs could be separated after merging, she asked a few more questions and learned that separation would cause the auxiliary reef to lose level. Yun Luohe was worried Cheng Xuening wasn't aware, so she quickly sent a message, reminding her that it was best not to merge. If she had to, she should make her own reef the primary reef. "Were your parents originally on the same reef? Or did they also merge reefs?" "Wait, I ask?" Mu Zitong quickly replied, "They also merged. Their reefs were the same level, so there was no notice when they merged. Only when merging with mine, if there were more than 2 reefs, did the system ask for a primary and secondary reef. I chose mine after all, because my level was higher." Yun Luohe wondered, what if they used Cheng Xuening's husband's reef as the primary reef during the merger? She sent a few more messages. New players, who haven't turned off the message notifications, should be able to hear them. Most players turn off the notifications later because they get too noisy. Su Ziyuan comes from a single-parent family, raised by his mother. His younger sister is a college student. Leaving them to fend for themselves is indeed a bit cruel. As the only man in the family, Su Ziyuan should have taken care of him. But according to Yun Luohe, they were already on the verge of divorce due to their frequent separation and arguments, and were just one step away from divorce. It would be better to separate once they enter the game, leaving Su Ziyuan to take care of the elderly and children at home on his own. Why bother involving Cheng Xuening? After sending the message, Yun Luohe contacted Si Chi again. Send her more oysters, so she could transform them into acid-resistant pearl oysters. If she could get a large number of pearl oysters, she would be able to produce pearls. Si Chi replied quickly, as there was no news from Lin Ju yet. It might not be possible to gather that many pearls. She should just figure it out on her own. I just did an experiment with earthworms. Symbiotic crystals can also affect earthworms. Crush the earthworms, and mix them into the neutralizer for better and faster results. The earthworm slime mixture can increase the acid-base neutralization rate by 35%, but it consumes a lot of symbiotic crystal powder. Can you give me more earthworms? Although using earthworm slime is certainly disgusting, the effect is really good. She simply crushed the earthworms with a machine and mixed them with the neutralizer. It also makes the soil more moist, acting as a moisturizer, which is also beneficial for growing crops. There are plenty of earthworms. I give you as many as you want. I get you more symbiotic crystals tonight. Chapter 51. After much deliberation, Chung Xuening finally rejected Su Ziyuan's request. She simply couldn't be tied to the Su family. Besides, the integration of such a large family could lead to various problems, such as family conflicts, unclear resource division, and family disputes. This marriage was already unhappy, and adding the family to the mix would only lead to a deeper abyss of pain. And now, she didn't even want to share the same reef with Su Ziyuan. If their reefs were to be separated in the future, not only would they have to pay a huge amount of sea stones, but the level of the auxiliary reef would also return to its original level, leaving only the main reef at the highest level. In that case, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to, because whether her reef was the main reef or the auxiliary reef, splitting it would bring all kinds of trouble. Why don't you go merge with their reef? We're all still nascent reefs anyway, so there's no sea stone penalty for separating. You want to stay here alone? Yes. How can you do it alone? I'm worried. You talk as if I need your care. I can live well without you, but it's your mother and your sister who need you. Chung Xuening looked at him sternly. You should go over there. If she's able to help in the future, she help. If not, she have to fend for herself. Go to your mother's place. I don't agree with them coming here anyway, so it's just right for you to go over there. Chung Xuening opened the light curtain and replied to Yun Luohe's message. But I already made an agreement with them, Xuening. My mother and sister are both lucky. They definitely won't be a burden to us. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all work together as a family? Chung Xuening stared at the screen, seemingly oblivious. Su Ziyuan continued to chatter, even blaming her, completely wearing out her patience. She simply requested to unbind her reef and split it, without even needing Su Ziyuan's approval. After the split was confirmed, Su Ziyuan screamed in shock, then was forcibly teleported away by the system. You definitely regret staying here alone. Chung Xuening, regret? You're overthinking it. She stared at the screen. She could thrive anywhere, even alone. The influx of new players suddenly increased the number of players in District 2 by 200,000. Because of the large number of players, the system has limited the number of times each person can speak, to prevent constant spamming that disrupts communication, and to prevent idle chatter about meaningless topics. Each person can only speak 10 times per day. Any more than that requires sea stones. 10 sea stones add 1 additional speaking opportunity. Mu Zitong first posted a few recruiting messages in the chat channel, then went to the forums, and wrote about the various benefits of joining the Mutual Aid Association. This immediately attracted many new players. Mu Zitong asked his father Mu to be responsible for assessing these new players, who wanted to join the Mutual Aid Association. The recruitment criteria had changed this time. Low luck was no longer required, but it couldn't be too high, otherwise they would be out of place. The key was to have a real-life skill. Those who received a tool bench or skill book in the newbie gift pack were the ones the Mutual Aid Association was looking to recruit. With so many new players, interviewing them was a daunting task, but his father Mu was happy to do it. The European Emperor Association is also recruiting. The recruitment requirements are very high. First, a luck score of over 85 is required. Second, to join, you need to provide screenshots of all your inventory and personal information to prove your skills. After all, luck is a form of strength. As long as you gain the approval of all members, you can join them directly. Because the European Emperor Association only recruits the luckiest players in the entire zone. Their recruitment slogan is, "Join us, and you will become a top player in Zone 2. Not only will you have the full support of veteran European Emperor Association players and receive a wealth of equipment, but you will also receive a large amount of upgrade supplies provided by the association to help you level up quickly." Mu Zitong was furious when he saw their post. Indeed, the European Emperor Association's conditions were too good. If he were luckier, he would be tempted by all the benefits. However, he believed that their Mutual Aid Association would definitely surpass the European Emperor Association and become the strongest. Even if he couldn't, Yun Luohe would definitely be able to do it. Mu Zitong sent a message to Yun Luohe. "Sister Yun, we must work hard and surpass those lucky idiots. We crush them." Yun Luohe had just finished talking with Chung Xuening when she saw Mu Zitong's message and smiled. "Okay, we can definitely do this." She asked Mu Zitong to compile a survival guide for novice players, and distribute it to them free of charge under the name of Tianji Pavilion. This would not only help them figure out their roles more quickly and avoid confusion, but would also improve Tianji Pavilion's reputation. As these novice players become successful, they could become their customers. In addition, Yun Luohe introduced Chung Xuening to Mu Zitong, and asked him to arrange an interview for her. See if she's suitable for joining the Mutual Aid Association, doing something at Tianji Pavilion, or joining the management trainee program. Although Cheng Xuening is a good friend and Yun Luohe believes in her abilities, she's still a new player, so it's better to let Mu Zitong assess her. Since he's always been in charge of these matters, Mu Zitong will definitely take it seriously once he sees that it was her who introduced her. And so it turned out, Mu Zitong quickly arranged an interview for Cheng Xuening. After signing up for the tree planting activity, Yun Luohe's next step is to carefully plan the soil transformation on the reef. First, she needs to restore all the soil acidified by acid rain, then collect tree seeds and produce fertilizer. She has to do all these things step by step. And since there will be grading and assessment, each type of tree will definitely receive different points. The better the quality and more beautiful the tree, the higher the points will be. Yun Luohe asked Mu Zitong to help him collect fruit pits and rotten fruit. These, when recycled in the trash can, could be upgraded to yield fruit tree seeds. Alternatively, he could trade information from players who had landed on the island through the Tianji Pavilion for various tree seeds. These were easily found in the forest. These weren't expensive supplies, so he simply gathered a large number. For example, pine cones, oak seeds, redwood seeds. Some people were selling them at the trading center, but not many took them. It was only during the tree planting campaign that people began exchanging supplies for tree seeds. Even if they had seeds, not everyone could grow them. Growing a tree from seed to germination, and then to full-grown tree is a complex process. For players, growing vegetables was more appealing than planting trees. The harvest time was shorter, the process was less cumbersome, and it took up less space. Fruit trees might not bear fruit for months, and if they weren't fruit trees, they were practically useless. However, Yun Luohe disagreed. Since the system had launched this event, it was certain that trees would be useful for the reef. Not only would they improve the reef's score, they would surely have other uses. Besides, since she had already participated in the event, Yun Luohe was definitely aiming for a high ranking. Let's start by creating a small forest on the reef. Planting 100 trees will earn you a certificate. Plant 20 trees a day, and you have them all in 5 days. By the end of spring, they should be fully planted. Yun Luohe suddenly had a hunch. Perhaps, in summer, these trees would bring her many benefits. That evening, Yun Luohe contacted Yang Mian and offered to trade supplies for the remaining symbiotic crystals he had. Yang Mian was initially reluctant. Although he didn't understand the specific function of these symbiotic crystals, he knew they were incredibly useful, so he naturally didn't want to trade them away. But Yun Luohe sent a list of supplies. After reading it all, Yang Mian couldn't bring himself to refuse. Yun Luohe had given him so much. There were over a dozen kinds of food alone, along with many important tools. He even gave him acid-resistant coatings and a piece of crocodile leather armor. In the end, Yang Mian gave all the fragments of the symbiotic crystal he had to Yun Luohe, keeping only the one intact symbiotic crystal for himself, and refused to trade it. Yun Luohe had no choice but to trade these for now, and see if anyone else could cooperate with him on Swamp Island later. Not all players who went to Swamp Island were cooperative. If one's strength isn't strong enough, even if they reach the Swamp Island, they won't be able to obtain the symbiotic crystal, and even if they enter the forest, they might not be able to leave. Yang Mian escaped unscathed, so he must be quite strong. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yun Luohe returned to the house to rest. She only had 5 stamina points left, having been planting vegetables and trees. The sweet potatoes and tomatoes in the field were ripe, and she had harvested them all this afternoon. She also cleared a plot of land, adding a lot of neutralizer to repair the soil, then covered it with compost and planted over 20 tree species, keeping each tree spaced far enough apart to prevent them from interfering with each other and competing for nutrients and sunlight. I thought felling trees would be the most stamina-consuming, but it turns out planting trees would be just as stamina-consuming. After finishing her work, Yun Luohe ate something, replenished her stamina, and prepared to make dinner. Ro Bao had been crying out for hunger. It didn't want fish, saying it wanted something new. Yun Luohe, it's all fish, fish, fish. If you don't eat it, then you can only eat sweet potatoes. Ro Bao protested, meow. Then I won't eat grilled fish. Okay, wait. She just happened to be planning to make a tomato fish. Yun Luohe wanted to become a professional chef soon, so no matter how busy she was, she grilled a few fish every day. As a result, Ro Bao had been eating the same old grilled fish lately, and even though it was delicious, she was getting tired of it. Yun Luohe first filleted the fresh grouper, and seasoned it briefly. After marinating it for a while, she pan-seared the fish for a few minutes, then added chopped fresh tomatoes and stir-fried them, then added water and simmered. The recipe was simple, but the combination of tomatoes and fish was incredibly sweet and delicious. Ro Bao kept asking her, "Meow. I'm so hungry. When can we eat? I want to eat so badly." Yun Luoha told him to wait patiently while she went outside to see if there was anything in the net. Ro Bao, "Meow, we already caught 3 today. And you haven't even opened them yet." Yun Luoha, "Maybe there are 2 more. I opened them all later." The shells she caught today were placed in a corner. She planned to open 5 at a time to save time and avoid sorting them each time. Ro Bao reluctantly went and returned with another shell. Yun Luoha patted his head in praise. "You already eaten twice today. Feeding you won't give you any taming experience points." I don't know what other taming behaviors are. She had only discovered that feeding Ro Bao would give experience points, but that was useless. Besides, Ro Bao had become quite fat from eating too much. He'd lost a lot of weight since the contract, and back then, he had the agile demeanor of a leopard cat, but now, he was just a fat, lazy cat. Fortunately, he was still quite agile, so he had no problem killing giant kelp, and could easily deal with fish monsters. After the tomato fish was ready, Yun Luoha finished roasting the sweet potatoes he had initially placed in the stove. The fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, their skins cracked and oozing golden honey, filled the room with a sweet aroma. Meat buns couldn't wait. Yun Luoha looked at the instructions for roasted sweet potatoes. Ordinary roasted sweet potatoes, untreated, only added 10 stamina points, a modest benefit. It seemed he needed to put a little more thought into making something more advanced. How about making candied sweet potatoes next time? There was nothing else he could do, lacking the ingredients and seasonings. The novice players had their first night on the reef. After the acid rain, players were horrified by the sight of kelp growing wildly and their cabins corroding. They all pleaded for help in the chat channel. "Help! What can we do with these giant kelp? They're impossible to tear apart, and they're even attacking us. I feel like my reef is almost completely corroded. Will it rot and sink to the bottom of the sea? Is this how you live every day? Can we really survive? This is horrible. My cabin is about to melt under the acid rain." Veteran players, though overwhelmed, had grown accustomed to it. At this point, Mu Zitong, representing the Tianji Pavilion, took to the chat channel to share beginner survival tips and reef upgrade secrets. Don't be afraid, new players. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to survive. We at Tianji Pavilion are here to help. Tianji Pavilion is the premier intelligence organization in District 2, dedicated to serving all players and providing them with the most accurate and high-quality intelligence. To welcome new players to District 2, we at Tianji Pavilion are offering free newbie benefits. Please contact our customer service representative to claim them. These benefits include more survival tips for beginners and tips on how to combat giant kelp. Anyone who needs information can contact us at Tianji Pavilion. New players will receive 1 free B-level intelligence query, valid only for the first 3 days. Mu Zitong finished speaking, and his chance to speak ran out. He had calculated his distribution carefully, not wanting the system to steal his sea stones. After the advertisement, Mu Zitong contacted Yun Luoha and sent him the supplies he had sorted today in batches. When Yun Luoha saw the supplies, he knew he was going to throw away garbage like crazy again. "Today, I'm using the trash to treasure skill. First, I throw in all the broken blueprints I accumulated to see what goodies I can get. I can also do some more testing to see if I can unlock new achievements for the trash can." She found a broken blueprint and a piece of black metal scrap and threw them in. This was Yun Luoha's first time using such an odd combination in the trash can. The recycling was successful, and she received a black weapon blueprint. A completely black blueprint floated out of the trash can. Unlock a new blueprint, achieve the trash creation achievement, and receive a diving suit blueprint X1. Chapter 52. Yun Luoha carefully studied the black weapon blueprint and discovered it was a work in progress. It was a black hunting knife that could be designed by the user. It had no pattern, allowing the forger to freely create weapons. The details only listed the basic attributes of the hunting knife. By adding more high-quality materials, the knife could be given even more powerful properties. In other words, this was a hunting knife with endless possibilities. Yun Luoha was agile and quick, accurate, and well-suited to using a hunting knife. She immediately fell in love with the blueprint, but she didn't know whether to find a player with a blacksmithing skill to forge it for her, or to do it herself. She didn't have the skill, so if she did it herself, the quality of the hunting knife would be mediocre. Players without the blacksmithing skill could only craft basic weapons. With the skill, they could start crafting intermediate weapons, and only after becoming a blacksmith could they craft advanced weapons. It would be best to save it for a blacksmith to craft it later, so that the blueprint could be used to its full potential. But a blacksmith required level 5, which was impossible these days. Her cooking skill hasn't even reached level 4 yet, but cooking is much easier to level up than blacksmithing. Blacksmithing seems to be the most difficult skill to level up. Yunluoha messaged Mu Zitong, asking him to find players with blacksmithing skills. Preferably, someone from the association, someone they could add to the management trainee group and fully nurture. Ideally, they could produce 6 professional masters. This was Yunluoha's purpose for establishing this group, and she's currently proceeding according to this plan. Besides Siqi, there are 2 other players who are doing quite well, but she doesn't keep in touch with them on a regular basis. Yunluoha put the blueprint away and picked up the rewarded diving suit blueprint. This is a necessity these days. With a diving suit, players can go diving much more conveniently. Ordinary clothes are definitely not as good as a professional diving suit. Moreover, players who can swim, if they have a complete set of diving equipment, no longer need a diving card and can go diving. Yunluoha immediately began making diving suits. He would make about 100 or 80 of them over the next few days, so that at least every player in the guild could get one. The extra ones would be sold and exchanged for tree species. Yunluoha also asked Mu Zitong to help him keep an eye out for tree species, and if he found any special ones, he would collect them. Before going to bed, Yunluoha went to the fish pond to take a look. The fish eggs on the coral at the bottom of the pond glowed faintly, and seemed to have grown a little. Day 17. After the rain stopped, the weather became sunny and windy again. The sea shimmered, and the scenery was beautiful. Yunluoha woke up, cooked a bowl of seafood noodles, and then began planting trees. Lin Ju suddenly contacted her, sending her 200 pearls and a large bag of food and materials, asking her to craft 2 pearl armor scales and help with some food preparation. Yunluoha opened the bag and was somewhat surprised by the ingredients inside. Purple sweet potatoes, oatmeal, potatoes, tofu, loofah, corn, wild boar meat, shank bones, frogs, sugar, milk. Before Yunluoha could say anything, Lin Ju sent her some more desserts and snacks. These had no additional properties, and could not increase stamina points, so they were only good for filling her stomach. These are for you too. See if you can use them. Consider them your reward for making more food. Just give me 10 servings of food tomorrow. Yunluoha didn't like snacks, but these could be given to Qin Sisi or Yang Mian, they seemed to need them. Qin Sisi had a child with her, and the child would surely love sweets and snacks. Yunluoha accepted them, saying, "Then I make the scale armor tomorrow, and send it to you along with the food." Lin Ju, "No problem. Are you planning to go to the island again?" Lin Ju, "Yes, I'm planning it." There was nothing to hide about this, they were partners after all. Lin Ju hesitated, but decided not to invite Yunluoha to join him. There were still 2 days left, so he'd think about it. He was planning to go with a friend, but there was a spot available, and he hadn't decided who to give it to yet. After receiving the pearls, Yunluoha immediately began crafting the pearl scale armor. 1 piece of scale armor took 4 hours to make, which was a long time, but he should be able to make 2 today. She no longer made simple tools or basic armor. She would post anything she needed in the management trainee group for help. Her several workstations were used to make high-level supplies or produce items unique to her. Since she had so many fresh ingredients, Yunluoha planned to try out a few new dishes today. Using unused ingredients to create new dishes could earn her a lot of experience points. This was how she had leveled up before. Yunluoha put all the ingredients together and randomly combined them. Corn and bone soup, this was a standard combination. Chop the corn bones into pieces, blanch them in water to remove any scum, and then simmer them in a cast iron pot for 2 hours. It's best to cook out the marrow from the bones to ensure a nutritious soup. Bone soup is suitable for all ages. A large pot should be enough to make several bowls. I keep 2 bowls for Lin Ju and 1 for myself. If there's any left, I give 1 to Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening. Oatmeal, sugar, and milk can make a bowl of oatmeal, but that's too simple. I still have a little rice left over, so why not make a pot of oatmeal porridge with milk? This is perfect for breakfast, divided into small bowls, and perfect for eating in the morning. Also, I make a pot of purple sweet potato porridge. This is also simple, and will probably be enjoyed by the elderly. Yunluoha plans to give it to Mu Zitong after it's ready, so he can try it with his parents. Frogs are a good ingredient, but without chili peppers, I'm afraid they won't taste good. They're meant to be prepared with strong flavors. If only I could get chili pepper seeds. After some thought, she decided on a loofah and tofu soup as the last dish. It took her an hour to finish making all the ingredients. She gained 20 cooking experience points, but didn't achieve a single achievement. It seemed the food was still too simple, nothing special. Yunluohe, however, filled the table with food and felt a sense of accomplishment. She portioned everything out. 6 servings of corn and bone soup, 5 servings of purple sweet potato porridge, 10 servings of milk and oatmeal porridge, 4 servings of loofah and tofu soup, and 6 servings of potato and meat stew. Although Lin Ju only needed 10 servings, Yunluohe planned to give him 12 servings after making so much. She would eat the rest herself. She gave Mu Zitong 2 servings of purple sweet potato porridge, a bowl of bone soup, and half of the milk and oatmeal porridge for herself for breakfast. She gave Cheng Xuening a portion of potato and meat stew. It was just lunchtime. Meat Bun meowed beside him. Meow, when's my turn? Yunluohe tossed him a piece of wild boar meat, skin and flesh all tender and tender. He swallowed it in one mouthful, swallowing it without even gnawing. Meat Bun exclaimed excitedly, "What a delicious treat." Yunluohe, "This is pork. Haven't you had it before?" She had made meat patties with wild boar meat before. The cooking method was different, and the taste was completely different. Meat Bun couldn't tell the difference. That was normal. He was so focused on eating that he didn't care what it was. Aside from fish, he didn't recognize any other ingredients. As long as Yunluohe made it, he eat it. Meat Bun, delicious. After finishing the meat, he reached out for something else. He tried everything Yunluohe ate. Yunluohe gave him a piece of potato smothered in gravy. The potato was crunchy, and the taste was just as good as the meat. Feeding the ocelot 20 different kinds of food triggers the hidden achievement Greedy Contract. Greedy Contract effect. Feeding the ocelot a favorite food increases pet taming skill experience points, allowing it to level up faster. If the ocelot's food preference exceeds 80%, it gains even more experience points and activates its skills, allowing it to perform exceptionally well in battle. Feeding an ocelot-averse food may cause a specific reaction. Yunluohe was at a loss for words. "You're such a glutton." However, this contract didn't seem like a bad idea. I just had to pay more attention to what Robao likes, and prepare more of his favorites. After the pearl scale armor was completed, a dazzling light emanated from the intermediate sewing machine. Yunluohe was busy with other things when the light caught his attention. Congratulations on crafting your first Deep Sea set. Crafting the full Deep Sea set will earn you the Deep Sea Explorer achievement. Pearl Scale Armor, Deep Sea Set 1/5 Advanced Defense Armor, Defense plus 30, Damage Rejection plus 10%, Undersea Movement Speed plus 10%. Yunluohe held this heavy piece of Pearl Scale Armor, yet it felt so light, as if nothing was holding it, and cool to the touch. Just one piece of it has such a powerful effect. If she could craft the full Deep Sea set, wouldn't she be able to unleash her immense power even underwater? The 10% damage reflection alone is astounding. When I got the blueprint, I had no idea how powerful this item was. The details weren't mentioned at all, and I only found out after I crafted it. However, what are the remaining 5 pieces of equipment? They're likely made of pearls as well. Giving Lin Ju one of these fine items is truly a treasure. If Yunluohe waited 2 days longer, her pearl oysters would produce enough pearls, and he wouldn't need to provide them, nor would he have to agree to make one for her. But now, she had no choice but to give it to him. After all, she had only just transformed the oysters into pearl oysters yesterday, and getting that many pearls would take at least a week. In the afternoon, the management trainees, based on Sea Chi's research, jointly compiled an acid rain response manual, which also included a simple formula for a neutralizer. New players could get it free from the Mutual Aid Association. This initiative made a good impression on the Mutual Aid Association among new players. Although it wasn't as prestigious as the European Emperor Association, many new players were willing to join. Some helpful players wanted to join the Mutual Aid Association simply to help more people. The name Mutual Aid Association originally came from the idea that everyone was unlucky, so they banded together to help each other. Now, it has evolved into a concept of solidarity and mutual assistance, helping players across the region and ensuring a better survival for everyone on the reef. The name suddenly became meaningful. Only a few people would mention that the Mutual Aid Association was once jokingly called the Unlucky Association. Now, the members of the association are doing quite well, living just as well as ordinary players with a luck score of over 50. They hold their heads high and are proud to be in the Mutual Aid Association. They no longer lose hope of survival because of their bad luck, failing to compete with the lucky ones. Instead, they work even harder, brimming with energy and motivation every day. After joining the association, Chung Xiuning suggested to Mu Zitong that they select a few veteran players from the association to serve as team leaders and assign clear divisions of labor to everyone. For example, there's a vegetable growing group, a clothing group, a fishing group, a supply collection group, and a garbage sorting group. Each group had its own division of labor, and new players were allowed to choose which group they wanted to join. They then worked alongside veteran players, reporting daily in the group chat, so they naturally knew what to do. This significantly boosted the association's efficiency. Mu Zitong no longer had to worry about so many things daily, as the group leaders would report back to him. 2 days later, Yun Luohe was finally able to return to the island. A week passed, and she spent the past 2 days before bed looking up island information. Currently, the Tianji Pavilion's database contained information on 10 islands. Among them, the 6 islands with the most comprehensive information are Swamp Island, Rainforest Island, Spider Island, Reed Island, Frog Island, and Clay Island. There are also some fragmentary information about Qiming Island, Flower and Bird Island, Bamboo Forest Island, Bat Island, and Volcano Island. After a long period of research, Yun Luohe decided to focus on Four Seasons Island. Four Seasons Island presents the highest risk, but also possesses the most resources. As the name suggests, Four Seasons Island is accessible in all seasons, while Spring Island is only accessible in spring. Going to Four Seasons Island allows one to obtain items needed for later seasons, perhaps preparing for seasonal disasters. However, there is a drawback. If one doesn't go to the spring-only island now, they won't be able to go later. But if she can't go, there are always others who can. Furthermore, the probability of landing on Four Seasons Island is very low. If she didn't possess the designated landing token, she wouldn't be able to reach Four Seasons Island. She is now struggling with whether to go to Bat Island or Volcano Island. Bat Island has what Mu Zitong needs: bat wings and blood crystals. But there's a large amount of obsidian on the volcanic island. It's unclear how accurate this information is. It was sold to the Tianji Pavilion by an anonymous player. She wasn't sure whether to go alone or try to find someone with a team-up card, selling the opportunity to go to the island and finding an extra helper. Just then, Lin Ju sent a message. "Are you free soon? Want to go to the island together?" Yun Luohe thought, what a coincidence. "Do you have a team-up card?" Lin Ju, "Well, I'm planning to go to the volcanic island tomorrow. If you're interested, you can come with me. However, this opportunity is rare, so you need to bring another piece of pearl scale armor to purchase a spot." Lin Ju's real-world friend had also arrived in his zone. This time, Lin Ju wanted to bring his friend to the island, and since there was one spot left, he thought of Yun Luohe. "Yun Luohe, I need another piece of pearl scale armor. You've seen its value. Are you going to sell it? Honestly, no one in Zone 2 can make pearl scale armor except her. Besides the pearls, it requires a large amount of silver web spider silk, 25 per piece. She had made 2 pieces, and had already used up more than half. If she made another, she would be running low on silver web spider silk. Give it to my friend. He's coming with us this time." "Your friend? A new player?" Yun Luohe hadn't expected Lin Ju to bring a new player to the island. Even if a new player was skilled, they weren't prepared yet. It would be best for them to stay on the reef and level up. If they didn't clear the seaweed, they'd be plagued by giant kelp when they returned at night. "Well, don't worry. Just tell me if you can do it. How about this? If you're willing, you can decide which Four Seasons Island to go to. I go to the Tianji Pavilion to buy an intelligence package and share the information with you." The reason Lin Ju was so easy to talk to was because he knew the value of pearl scale armor. While one piece wasn't top tier, some in the European Emperor Association possessed more powerful armor and weapons, but putting together a complete set was a different story. This offer was practically buying a chance to land on an island with one piece of pearl scale armor, and it was a designated island, allowing Yun Luohe to choose. And he get 2 helpers for free. There was no reason to disagree. "Okay, Lin Ju, then I create a group so we can discuss things in advance. I go by the information. Wait, I haven't decided which island to go to yet. Wait a minute. Then hurry up, I create a group. How about you buy the intel on both Volcano Island and Bat Island, and we can compare them." Tianji Pavilion was her own business. If Lin Ju spent more on supplies, she would profit. Don't you know how expensive Tianji Pavilion's intel packages are? It hurts to buy just 1 and 2. No matter how much supplies Lin Ju had, he couldn't afford to spend that much. Yun Luohe smiled at this and said, "Okay." The intel on both Bat Island and Volcano Island was S level, so each piece wasn't cheap. But since the intel was so limited, it wouldn't cost much in terms of supplies. But she had to make a decision quickly. Where to go? Or maybe Bat Island would be fine. She could make Mu Zitong's weapons first. There were definitely a lot of good stuff on Bat Island. She went to check the intel on Bat Island again. The intel on Bat Island was only a few words. Bat Island is enormous, shaped like a bat. The terrain is rugged and desolate, with caves everywhere, filled with bats. While she was researching the intelligence, Lin Ju had already created a group. Yun Luohe also saw the friend he was talking about. Name, Zhao Xian, Zone 2, Gender, Male. Age, 25. Signature, None. Other, Confidential. Lin Ju must have told Zhao Xian about her before creating the group. So Yun Luohe didn't need to introduce herself too much. She was actually more curious about this Zhao Xian. Lin Ju started the introductions, offering some pleasantries. Hello, what weapons are you bringing to the island this time? Do you have an expanded backpack? She asked directly, not to embarrass him. The main point was that landing on the island without the right weapons would be very troublesome. Spider Island was already so dangerous, so Bat Island must be something special. Zhao Xian, I just had someone make a weapon, so you don't need to worry about the backpack. Okay, Lin Ju, go buy some intel on Bat Island. We discuss what to bring tonight. A moment later, Lin Ju returned. Lin Ju, there's too little intel on Bat Island. Just a few words. I also bought intel on Volcano Island, which isn't much either. Yun Luohe, It seems you're still quite wealthy. Yun Luohe messaged Mu Zitong, asking him how much Lin Ju had just spent on the intel, and what level of Tianji Pavilion membership he currently holds. Mu Zitong quickly found out. This guy is an S-rank member. He's spent a lot of intel on islands and resources, especially these past few days. He's been buying intel every day. Sister Yun, are you familiar with him? Yun Luohe, not bad. Please organize the intel he's bought, and send it all to me. Chapter 53. Through the information Mu Zitong sent, Yun Luohe discovered that Lin Ju had been searching for crystals recently. Last time, when Tianji Pavilion was offering a promotion where customers could get crystal information with a package, he bought the expensive package and researched which islands had obsidian. Mu Zitong had tricked him into buying a lot of island information. Yesterday, he spent a fortune on a lot of trait-related information. He is now an A-level member. It seems Lin Ju has also begun researching traits. But there must be some special reason for him to suddenly start looking. After Lin Ju shared the information about Bat Island in the group chat, Zhao Xian spoke up. A little less. Lin Ju, indeed, but there's not much on Volcano Island either. However, Bat Island is what I want, so let's go there. Yun Luohe, however, how about we discuss the division of labor and what to bring? Lin Ju, you need to bring more food. If we run out of food, we trade it with you. Yun Luohe, that's no problem. Also, if our harvest is too small, Zhao Xian and I plan to stay overnight on the island to gather more supplies. Is that okay with you? Staying overnight? Yun Luohe was surprised. She had never spent a full day and a night on the island before. She always left as soon as it got dark. Well, before, we didn't have lighting, but now we have a light, and I made a camping tent. Staying overnight should be no problem. As long as we choose a safe location, or rather, we don't need to sleep at all. We can just eat to replenish our energy, and then return to the reef to rest. Lin Ju's words made sense. While staying overnight was dangerous, it did give them more time to gather supplies on the island. The longer they explored, the more likely they were to find hidden supplies. For Season's island was vast, and the exploration had only just begun a few hours after arriving. Lin Ju, also, I thought of something. Perhaps some supplies won't appear until after dark. But the risk factor is too high. Haven't you considered the safety issue? Lin Ju, safety is certainly important, but fortune is often found in danger. I'm willing to give it a try. Yun Luohe hesitated for a moment. Since Lin Ju dared to do this, he must have been confident, otherwise, who would risk their life? But he was lucky, able to turn danger into safety, while she was the unlucky one. Since you decided, I have nothing to say. We can stay overnight, but before we set off, we have to sign a life and death agreement, promising to do our utmost to help if danger strikes. Yun Luohe was alone, and there were only two of them. If she got into danger, it would be fine if they just stood by and watched her die, but if they took advantage of her misfortune, how could she ever recover? Let's be frank. Sign the agreement first and discuss the details later. Lin Ju and Zhao Xian had no objections. After all, Yun Luo's combat prowess was considerable, and having her full support would enhance their safety. Since they were leaving tomorrow, Yun Luoha needed to find someone to make the engineer shovel tonight. An engineer shovel requires a player with the blacksmithing skill. Yun Luoha had previously asked Mu Zitong to find a blacksmith, but even if she found one, she didn't want to give the blueprints away, because if she gave them the blueprints, they would already know how to make an engineer shovel. The engineer shovel blueprint was different from the soul-drinking dual-blade blueprint Mu Zitong had given him. It wasn't a unique weapon, anyone could use it. The materials weren't complicated, so crafting it wasn't difficult. It was best to give the blueprint to someone close to her. So she waited, hoping someone in the association would acquire the blacksmithing skill book. Or perhaps, she could recruit players who had mastered the blacksmithing skill into the association's management trainee program. Because it was Yun Luoha's order, Mu Zitong took it very seriously. Although he had his subordinates look for it, he still inquired about its progress. Just now, he received a reply stating that a level 3 blacksmith was willing to join the association, but the condition was that the association would provide him with a large amount of high-quality blacksmithing materials to ensure he could consistently produce high-level weapons. Mu Zitong hurried to negotiate with the person in person. To his surprise, it turned out to be someone he knew. Someone who had been in the top 10 of the system's rankings. Yang Mian made a condition. He wouldn't become the guild's forger. He would only make the weapons he wanted, not forge weapons for all guild members. Even if more forging could level him up, he didn't have the time or energy to make low-end weapons. He wanted to make the best. A large part of his willingness to join the Mutual Aid Association came from seeing how much help it provided to new players, without the demanding requirements of the European Emperor Association. Furthermore, the Tianji Pavilion was also run by members of the Mutual Aid Association. After all, Mu Zitong was the one promoting any matters between the Mutual Aid Association and the Tianji Pavilion. Even a fool could tell they were one and the same. Joining the association would likely give him access to a lot of insider information about the Tianji Pavilion, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for his and his sister's future upgrades. He didn't want to join the European Emperor Association, but he couldn't stand being a lone wolf. He happened to receive an olive branch from the Mutual Aid Association, and after considering it, he agreed. The association was in need of talented individuals, and there was no way Mu Zitong would turn away a high-level player like Yang Mian. Regardless of the request, he agreed to recruit him first and then see what happened. Besides, he had no intention of having Yang Mian help the entire association make weapons. Mu Zitong said, "No problem. If you're willing to join, you be directly admitted to our core team, which is full of skilled professionals. You see when the time comes. Our benefits are excellent, and the weapons we need you to make will definitely not be ordinary weapons." Mu Zitong also had his eye on his double-edged sword. If Yang Mian came, he could probably ask him to make it. After getting Yang Mian's consent, Mu Zitong added him to the association's main group, then told Yun Luoha about it. Only after she agreed could he add him to the management trainee group. Yun Luoha was surprised to see Yang Mian's name. The circle was truly small. After all the twists and turns, the blacksmith she found turned out to be her close friend. She and Yang Mian had been in touch last night. Yun Luoha had traded some food for some materials. "Okay, add him to the group. He's on my friends list. I go talk to him." Yun Luoha opened the chat window with Yang Mian. She pondered how to explain her relationship with the Mutual Aid Association. Yun Luoha hadn't joined the main group, so only a few core members of the management trainee group knew that Yun Luoha was the one behind the Mutual Aid Association. Now that Yang Mian was in, he'd definitely know about it. Rather than waiting for him to discover it himself, she might as well talk to him first. "I just heard from Mu Zitong that you joined the Mutual Aid Association." Yang Mian hadn't turned off the screen yet, so he saw Yun Luoha's message immediately. He was puzzled, but at that moment, he only thought that Yun Luoha and Mu Zitong seemed to have a special relationship, that Mu Zitong had told Yun Luoha so quickly, and that Yun Luoha was also a member of the Mutual Aid Association. "Yes, you are also in the association?" Yun Luoha, "Yes, the association is currently managed by Mu Zitong and I. You are welcome to join." In fact, Yun Luoha was essentially a hands-off boss in the early days, and now that the association has developed, she has gradually become involved. "I see." Although Yang Mian was surprised, he understood why. What a coincidence. But since the association was managed by someone he knew, he felt more at ease. Although he and Yun Luoha didn't have a particularly close relationship, he had always had a good impression of her. "We're inviting you to join our association's core group. The members are all key targets for development. However, Their current development hasn't been very successful, and they all have potential. After all, as you should know, our players often have low luck. Yang Mian, well, am I the only one with the blacksmith skill? Yes, I have all the other skills, but you're the only one who's learned blacksmithing. Cooking and blacksmithing skills are relatively scarce throughout the region. This is probably because food and weapons are the two most important resources. Skill books are scarce, and developing skills requires a significant amount of resources. Cooking and gathering skills complement each other, and blacksmithing is also inseparable from mining. Yun Luoha had learned cooking and gathering on her own, so naturally, she progressed faster than others. But Mu Zitong had learned mining skills, so the two of them could form a team in the group. After a brief chat, Yun Luoha sent him a screenshot of the engineer shovel blueprint. Since we're all in the same guild now, I'll be frank. I have a great weapon blueprint here. Take a look. The engineer shovel blueprint was a top-notch item, anyone could tell. It could be called a weapon, or a multifunctional tool. It had multiple uses, and could be used in any situation. It was just that the materials were expensive, requiring refined steel and obsidian. Fortunately, the quantities required were small, so it wasn't impossible to make. I'd like to ask you to help me make a shovel. I give you the blueprint and provide the materials myself, but there's one condition. Next time I need it, you must forge it unconditionally. And if the core group members need it, you also help me make it. Of course, they provide the materials themselves. Yun Luoha only had one obsidian left, and if it weren't for the island landing, she probably wouldn't have been willing to give it up. Yang Mian, sure. Yun Luoha's request was reasonable, not excessive. Yang Mian was also very excited when he saw the blueprint. This kind of powerful tool could be used for many things, and it would save him the trouble of switching tools. Can you finish it for me tonight? I need it urgently. Yang Mian, it should be no problem. Just in case, the two of them still used the system to conduct the transaction. Yun Luoha sent Yang Mian all the blueprints and materials, and he was obliged to fulfill the agreement. After adding Yang Mian to the management trainee group, Yun Luoha introduced the new member to everyone. She also discussed the association's future training plans for management trainees with the other group members. Take forging skills as an example. The entire group, and indeed the entire mutual aid association, will provide them with as many resources as possible, such as prioritizing iron or refined steel and other forging materials. Other players in the group will also assist in completing daily forging activities, allowing players to gain more experience points. In addition, Yun Luoha or Mu Zitong will post skill tasks in the group every few days, urging them to complete them. Completion will earn additional rewards, while failure to complete them will not result in penalties. However, future resource allocation will naturally prioritize members with higher completion rates. The same applies to players who have learned other skills. Currently, there are 10 people in the group, including Yang Mian. Recently, 2 more players have joined, learning the gathering and animal taming skills, respectively. Since Yang Mian has already been brought in, Yun Luoha decided to ask Qin Sisi. Since Qin Sisi hasn't joined the European Emperor Association, and she's doing so well, joining would definitely be a great help to their association. Let's have Mu Zitong send someone to contact them first. If Qin Sisi doesn't agree to come, Yun Luoha doesn't want her to know about her relationship with the Mutual Aid Association for the time being. The next day, Yun Luoha gathered all the necessary supplies and drank a bowl of oatmeal and milk porridge when she received an invitation from Lin Zhu to join a team. After clicking accept, she soon appeared on an island. The moment she stepped onto Bat Island, a gloomy aura washed over her, and the scene before her was deeply unsettling. The entire Bat Island resembled a giant bat with its wings spread. Towering white mountains rose to the east and west, like 2 insurmountable barriers. The entire black sand beach looked extremely eerie. However, black sand beaches are generally composed of basalt and basaltic lava formed by volcanic eruptions. This fine black sand might also be a kind of material. Chapter 54. Welcome to Bat Island. Yun Luoha's gaze quickly fell on Lin Zhu. The man standing next to him must be Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian looked very sturdy, with a sharp gaze, tanned skin, and a powerful aura. A set of bows and arrows was slung across his back. Unlike Yun Luoha's, it was a pure black set that looked quite good, and probably as good as Yun Luoha's. Lin Zhu must have helped the new player obtain such excellent weapons. Zhao Xian's gaze lingered on the bows and arrows behind Yun Luoha for 2 seconds longer. Since Zhao Xian could also use a bow and arrow, she felt more confident, as this would provide her with ranged attacks. Yun Luoha was actually better at close combat. Her quick reflexes, strong evasiveness, and high explosive power allowed her to quickly dispatch her prey with a single blow. Combined with Zhao Xian's bow and arrows, this made her even more adept. Taking on her own, managing both long-range shooting and close combat would be a bit of a hassle. Lin Zhu seemed to only be able to use a long sword in close combat. Lin Zhu, everyone's here, let's go. They had already discussed today's division of labor last night. However, due to their limited knowledge of Bat Island, there would be temporary adjustments. Wait, I collect some black sand first. Yun Luohe took out a box and shovel, and filled a whole box of black sand into his backpack. Black sand, a resource containing various minerals, it can be used to smelt concentrates and extract metals. While I'm not sure what it can be used for, it's definitely useful. Let's pack a box first. Watching Yun Luohe pack away a box of black sand, Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian, with nothing else to do, decided to join in the digging. Yun Luohe observed that Zhao Xian seemed quite impressive. She wondered what abilities Lin Zhu possessed to have brought him here, and even allow him to stay overnight. If he was truly a friend, and wasn't afraid of harming him, he must have great confidence in Zhao Xian. The landing point was the head of a bat. The central depression was a deep chasm shaped like the bat's head. A massive fissure stretched for hundreds of meters, flanked by high mountains, with faint glimpses of trees. On either side of the chasm lay a barren plain. From afar, it seemed as if nothing was there except for a few giant blackbirds soaring in the sky, watching the outsiders intently. Just as they were about to move forward, they discovered 3 paths. Now came the first question: which path should they take? Separating was definitely not an option. Staying together guaranteed safety. If they separated and encountered danger, rescue would be impossible. Yun Luohe listened intently, taking in the different sounds and sensations coming from each of the 3 directions. Then, she looked at Lin Zhu. Which way do you want to go? Sometimes, letting someone with good luck choose a path is far more effective than her analyzing it all. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Someone's random choice might turn out to be the best route, and even if she analyzes it over and over again, it might not be completely correct. Lin Zhu thought for a moment. Then let's go right. There's no reason. Just a random choice. Yun Luohe nodded. Her instincts also suggested right. Although she wasn't lucky, her intuition was spot on. Since they both had the same idea, it was a safe bet. Zhao Xian, let's go! He walked ahead. With him leading the way, Yun Luohe naturally stopped trying to be too aggressive. All signs indicated that Zhao Xian was quite capable, so she shouldn't worry too much. She remembered that the last time they reached the island, Lin Zhu had led the group, but this time, he was walking at the back. As the only girl, Yun Luohe was placed in the middle by the 2 men, a form of care, though Yun Luohe didn't think it was necessary. But since the 2 men wanted to be gentlemanly, Yun Luohe wouldn't deny them a chance. The mountains to the right were farther away, and the road was littered with black gravel. Yun Luohe picked up some and examined them. They were all useless stones. The island was chilly and gloomy. Even though it was a sunny day, there was no warmth at all. A chilly wind blew from all directions, making the skin crawl. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them didn't see a single tree, only a few sparse bushes, worthless to collect. Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian began to wonder if they should have come here in the first place. Time ticked by until they finally reached the foot of the mountain. The mountain wasn't very high, perhaps 300 or 400 meters. There were a few large trees on the peak, but nothing else. This island was so desolate, truly disappointing. Suddenly, several bats flew out, and the 3 of them immediately became alert and excited. These bats were the same size as real ones, so small that even one was difficult to hit. They flew so fast that a dagger would be no match. Yun Luohe raised her bow and arrow, aiming at one of them. Her archery skills had improved significantly since the beginning. 3 arrows fired, piercing one of the bats through. As the bats landed, so did some supplies. Batwing X1. Got it! I got the batwings needed to craft the soul-drinking twin blades. She hurriedly continued drawing her bow, intending to finish off the other 2. But before she could even fire, the 2 bats were suddenly pierced by an arrow, falling to the ground simultaneously. It was Zhao Xian who had made the move. Shooting down 2 bats with 1 arrow, it seemed Zhao Xian's archery skills were superior to hers. Yun Luohe said, I think there's a bat cave nearby. Let's look for it. Lin Zhu nodded, okay. He looked at Zhao Xian, then you go look for it. After that, Lin Zhu told Yun Luohe, his speciality is that he's an animal hunter, so he should be able to find animal tracks more easily. Yun Luohe nodded. Lin Zhu, I haven't asked you what your trait is yet. Would you mind telling me? She thought for a moment, and there was nothing to hide. Perception? Lin Ju mused. Perception sounds good. His research revealed that the simpler the trait's name, the more powerful it is. Conversely, some bizarre traits sound impressive, but are actually impractical. I studied traits a bit, and according to my analysis, the difference between before and after a trait is triggered is worlds apart. Has your trait been triggered? Yun Luohe, probably not. If it were, you would receive some prompts and rewards, just like Mu Zitong did. So far, she hadn't received any similar system prompts. What about your trait? Has it been triggered? Lin Ju, yes, it was triggered last time on Spider Island. Yun Luohe, what triggered it? The two of them walked forward, talking, Zhao Xian leading the way. Lin Ju, I encountered danger and nearly died, so it triggered. He said this casually, but the situation must have been extremely dangerous. Yun Luohe had narrowly avoided danger several times, or managed to survive through sheer force, so she hadn't yet faced a life-or-death situation. Her trait, after all, helped her avoid danger and anticipate it, so it wouldn't trigger unless it was an unavoidable situation. So what's your trait? Yun Luohe was also quite curious. Lin Ju, lucky contract. The name of this trait sounded impressive. His luck must be over 90, and with this trait, he could probably accomplish anything he set his mind to. Found it. Zhao Xian's voice interrupted Yun Luohe's thoughts. She and Lin Ju looked over at the same time, and saw Zhao Xian take out a sickle, cut through a large vine, and then rip it off with all her might. Under the vines, a completely hidden natural cave lay. The vines were so dense they couldn't even see a cave this large. Standing at the cave's entrance, I felt a blanket of darkness, an eerie feeling that made me reluctant to approach. Light shone into the cave, but it was useless. From the outside, I couldn't make out anything. This is the back cave. I can sense a lot of things inside. Zhao Xian's voice was serious. He said to Lin Ju, do you want to go in? It's very dangerous. Lin Ju, of course. There was a cave, so why not go in? Maybe this was a treasure cave. Lin Ju used his long knife to cut through the remaining vines nearby. A rustling sound came from the cave. He pulled a resin torch from his backpack. These torches don't go out easily. I give you 5 each. Keep the extras handy. Zhao Xian, who goes first? He was a long-range shooter, not suited to leading the way, otherwise he would have taken the initiative and gone in first. Only Lin Ju and Yun Luohe could lead the way. Lin Ju, I do it. Yun Luohe, then I cover the rear. Zhao Xian will go in the middle. Just as the three were about to enter, dozens of black bats swooped out of the cave entrance. They looked different from the bats they had encountered on the road before. These bats were noticeably larger, about the size of a football, covered in coal gray, scaly fur, with tumors protruding from their foreheads. Their terrifying faces were terrifying. Yun Luohe reacted quickly, raising his torch and aiming it at the bats. Bats are afraid of fire, and when burned, they screamed in agony, their cries piercing the ears, causing Yun Luohe to suddenly feel a ringing in his ears. Yun Luohe said in a deep voice, "Oh no! These bats have a sonic attack." The other two also felt the pain. If they hadn't had exceptional endurance, they would have already crouched down, covering their ears. Fortunately, they quickly burned the bats to death, preventing them from being further assaulted by their cries. What should we do now? It seems we can't rush in. They looked at the bat carcasses on the ground. Although charred, their anatomy was still discernible. I guess this is where they're emitting their sonic attacks. Zhao Xian pointed at the tumor on their heads. Let's buy some earplugs. I think I saw them at the trading center before, Yun Luohe suggested. Well, let's try plugging them first. Otherwise, there's nothing else to do. The three of them went to the trading center to buy earplugs. Each person bought a dozen pairs. They were cheap, made of sponge, and soundproofed well, but they were disposable. They needed to be replaced after taking them off. Since they weren't expensive, this drawback wasn't a big deal. The three of them put on their earplugs and walked into the cave. The cave was pitch black. Even with the torches, it was still dark. Countless prying eyes stared at them. The cave was extremely smelly, and the ground was covered in bad droppings. And feces can actually be collected. Bad droppings covered the cave walls, gradually corroding the underlying rock, forming a new substance. Though disgusted, Yun Luohe couldn't resist, mainly because she wanted to take home everything she saw. The other two were surprised that Yun Luohe, a girl, was so unfazed by dirt and stench. Chapter 55. Yun Luohe pulled out an ordinary shovel, but it still wouldn't work. She had no choice but to use her engineer's shovel. The high-grade engineer shovel, made of refined steel and obsidian, was used for the first time, surprisingly, to scoop up manure. Yunluohe was also frustrated. She hadn't used it on the road earlier, because she didn't want to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. But now, she needed it here. She dug out a kind of feces crystal from the feces on the wall. It's a material for making high-grade fertilizer. There was quite a lot of it. Feces crystal, a mixture of certain animal feces, moss, and minerals. It can be made into a high-grade organic fertilizer, promoting crop growth and improving the quality of crops. Yunluohe dug very enthusiastically, and the two people beside her looked at each other in bewilderment. However, Yunluohe couldn't keep digging because she found that the cave's ceiling was covered with honeycomb-like holes, which were bat roosting places. The dense holes were full of bats. Those prying eyes just now were them. Countless bats stared at them, or rather, at the torches they held, daring not to move. The scene was truly unsettling. The cave was deep, winding downhill. The three of them advanced slowly, the ground slippery and slow. The torches shone down, revealing a dark, dismal surface. They thought it was bat droppings, but later discovered it was actually damp moss. Although still filthy and smelly, it was a bit more comforting. When they finally reached the depths of the cave, they discovered a mine. The bat droppings covering the iron ore made it difficult to detect, but Lin Zhu had learned mining skills, so he immediately recognized the mine. Yunluohe quickly used a shovel to clean the bat droppings from the walls and floor, revealing the metallic sheen beneath. Using a pickaxe, they immediately unearthed iron ore. This mine was so large, there must be a considerable amount of iron ore. The three of them immediately prepared to begin digging. However, they had to be wary of the bats on the cave's ceiling. They kept their torches close to them. It was best for two people to dig while one watched the bats, preventing them from attacking while they were working. This way, they would have to take turns keeping watch. While the harvest would be smaller, at least safety was guaranteed. If an accident occurred before the three of them finished digging, the person who dug first would share some of the spoils with the person who dug less. This was fairer. After discussing it, they decided who would keep watch first by playing rock paper scissors. As expected, Yunluohe had the worst luck. She held her torch, staring expressionlessly at the bats on the cave's ceiling, thinking to herself that she wasn't claustrophobic. These bats looked so abstract. In her entire life, she only seen a handful of bats, let alone so many at once. The shifts lasted half an hour. Time flew by, and Zhao Xian was next in line to take over. Yunluohe went over to dig with Lin Zhu. There was a lot of iron ore here. A simple dig would yield several, and they could probably dig hundreds of pieces in an hour. Yunluohe picked up the pace, and as she dug, she unexpectedly found refined steel. The refined steel was a different color from the iron ore. Iron ore was black, while the refined steel was silver, with a bright sheen that could be seen the moment it was dug. The refined steel wasn't plentiful, but as they dug further, they find roughly 1 piece of refined steel for every 20 pieces of iron ore. Yunluohe wished she had more hands to help her dig. She was in dire need of refined steel. She could use it to make more weapons and tools, like steel axes and pickaxes. These items were durable, and her pickaxe would need to be replaced after a while. Besides, the other players in the management trainee group didn't have suitable weapons yet. She could give the refined steel to Yang Mian, who could make a few better weapons, and distribute them to everyone. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lin Zhu went to replace Zhao Xian. But then something unexpected happened. The ground suddenly shook, and the bats suddenly became restless. Ignoring their fear of the torches, they swooped down, spreading their wings and launching a sonic attack. Hundreds of bats simultaneously launched sonic waves, instantly increasing their range and intensity. If they hadn't been wearing earplugs, they would have fainted immediately. But they also felt immense pain. The three of them immediately stopped what they were doing and aimed their torches at the tumors on the bats' heads. After being burned, the tumors immediately shrank, and their cries became much quieter. However, the bats were numerous, so Yunluohe simply raised 5 resin torches and, while setting them ablaze, hacked at the heads of the remaining bats with his shovel. After a dozen minutes, the number of bats in the bat cave had been reduced to over half. The bat carcasses scattered across the ground were transformed into supplies in a matter of seconds, bat wings. It was unclear what the earthquake had just caused, but it wasn't normal. To prevent another earthquake from collapsing the cave, they decided to dig a little longer before escaping. The three of them worked together to eliminate the remaining 100 or so bats. Many of the fallen bat wings were from Yunluohe's kills, so they were automatically sucked into her backpack by the magnet ring, unnoticed by anyone else in the chaos. So, when the bat wings were later distributed, Yunluohe didn't pick them up, instead digging for minerals. She already had over 100 in her backpack. By the time they emerged from the mine, it was already 11:30. After spending so long in the stinking bat cave, the air outside was suddenly refreshing upon emerging. On her way out, Yunluohe collected some more humus crystals. Although they smelled terrible, since they could be used to make high-quality fertilizer, she couldn't miss them. Planting more high-quality vegetables and fruits would also help her level up her cooking skills. When it comes to making delicious food, good ingredients are key. Linju, where are we going now? Yunluohe, let's go up the mountain. There are only a few trees on the mountain within a few miles, so they're definitely not ordinary trees. Yunluohe was participating in a tree planting activity, and couldn't move his feet when he saw the unique trees. He thought that if he could get some high-quality species to plant back home, it would definitely increase his score. Linju and Zhao Xian agreed. After all, they were already at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain wasn't very high. Going up there would give them a good view and a bird's-eye view of the entire island's terrain, helping them decide where to go next. The group prepared to ascend the mountain. Although the mountain wasn't high, there was no accessible path, making the ascent challenging. The slope was very steep, with a gradient of over 60 degrees. Linju pulled some ropes and trekking poles from his backpack and began to climb, using crevices in the rock to make his way up. Zhao Xian also had a plan. He used a sickle to carve out footholds and then climbed up, bit by bit. Yunluohe, a former police officer and experienced rock climbing, was an expert climber. He could scale the mountain with just his hands and quickly surpassed them. Seeing Yunluohe's speed, the two of them didn't want to be outdone. Chasing each other, the three of them reached the summit in no time. It was midday, and after climbing the mountain, their stamina points were exhausted. They decided to eat something on the mountain to replenish their energy. Zhao Xian and Linju put their food together. Linju took some food from his backpack and shared it with Zhao Xian. Yunluohe washed his hands first, then took out 2 pieces of barbecue and sat on a nearby rock to eat. From the top of the mountain, looking down, one could see a jagged rift valley 1,000 meters deep. When they first arrived on the island, they had thought the rift valley was only a few hundred meters long. It turned out that the latter half had sunk, making it impossible to see from the position of the bat's head. At this moment, mist rose from the valley floor, and the rock faces on either side were as sharp as a knife or an axe, revealing a deep cliff. However, the fog made it difficult to clearly see what lay below. Just then, a strong wind blew, blowing the three of them wildly. If they hadn't been clinging to the huge rocks on the mountain, they might have been blown over. However, the strong wind dispersed the mist below, and taking advantage of the breeze, the three of them finally had a clear view of the scene below. The valley was not deep, and the bottom could be seen at a glance. The valley floor was littered with rubble and animal bones. From the cliff edge, many twisted vines and tree trunks grew out of the stone, intricately coiling around the cliff face and growing upwards. Yunluohe's sharp eyes quickly discovered that beneath the tree trunks, there was a natural stone plank road. Following this path down, it led to a cave, the entrance resembling a bat with its mouth open. She told Linju and Zhao Xian about her discovery. "What do you mean? Do you want to go down?" The natural way to get down was to climb down from here, using the ropes and vines to reach the plank path, and then walk along the path. One wrong step, and you fall into the ravine. The ravine didn't look deep, but falling in would mean certain death. But since they had already seen the cave, there was no reason not to go. They had already found quite a bit of supplies in the back cave, and the cave below must contain even better stuff. Hadn't they come here specifically to get the high-end supplies? Linju and Zhao Xian exchanged a glance and had their answer. "Go, why not?" Yunluohe nodded. "Then let's chop down these trees first, and then we be off." She had wanted to chop trees when she came up earlier, but she was out of stamina. Now that her stamina had returned, she naturally decided to chop down the trees first. Yunluohe took out her steel axe and chopped twice, but found it wouldn't cut anything. "What kind of tree is this? Even a steel axe can't chop it down." Yunluohe, far from being discouraged, showed a look of surprise. It seemed to be a truly high-grade tree. However, she had tried many methods, but couldn't chop it down. Linju and Zhao Xian couldn't chop it down either. Perhaps it wasn't a problem with the tools. Rather, it was simply too hard, requiring special methods to harvest. Even an engineer's shovel could only make a single cut. Yunluohe thought for a moment, and decided to burn the tree with a torch. Since it was wood, it couldn't possibly be immune to fire. She brought the torch closer to the bark and burned it for a while before it reacted. The bark, blackened and falling away, seemed to soften the surface considerably. Yunluohe took out his engineer shovel again. The shovel, infused with obsidian, was sharper and harder than a steel axe. Using the shovel, Yunluohe chipped a dent in the tree, then kicked it down. After it fell, the entire tree turned into wood and felled. 10 Iron birch. Iron birch, an extremely hard wood used in construction and weaponry, its density is 15% higher than steel. To harvest, it must be softened over fire, and then cut using advanced tools. Iron birch is a material for upgrading wreaths. The next upgrade required 100 iron birch logs. Yunluohe's eyes lit up, and he quickly raised his torch to continue burning the bark. Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian followed suit. The three of them quickly divided up the dozen trees on the mountaintop. Yunluohe chopped the most trees, the fastest. He collected 80 iron birch logs. Lin Zhu only chopped 50, and Zhao Xian had the least, collecting 30. This was mainly thanks to Yunluohe's excellent tools. The engineer's shovel was truly useful. Lin Zhu, can you still make the shovel? I buy you one when we get back. Yunluohe, not yet, unless you can produce 3 obsidians. I trade them for 1. This shovel is made of obsidian. Lin Zhu, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, no wonder it's so powerful. It's not like he couldn't produce 3 obsidians, but he felt a little reluctant to use them on a shovel. Okay, since there's nothing left here, let's get down quickly. Chopping trees had drained most of her energy, so Yunluohe ate a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of meat. After a full stomach, her stamina points were finally full. She took out a coil of sturdy rope, tied it around herself, and then secured the other end to a boulder at the top of the mountain. Then, she slowly climbed down the cliff face. Lin Zhu had a set of specialized tools, similar to a descender, and a safety harness, that secured him and allowed him to descend slowly. It was a safer, but slower process. He also wore a helmet to protect his head from rocks. Yunluohe, seeing the two of them taking their time, ignored them and said, "See you at the cave entrance," and went ahead. She grabbed the rope, pushed her feet down, and stepped onto the cliff face. With one hand, she held the rope tightly, while with the other, she held a pickaxe, ready to dig into the cliff face to stabilize her position and control her descent. About 15 minutes later, Yunluohe reached the plank path along the cliff face. She carefully untied the rope and headed down toward the cave entrance. The path was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person to stand on it. Walking normally was difficult, so Yunluohe had to be extremely vigilant and cautious. One false step, and she would fall. She held onto the stone wall with one hand, the pickaxe in the other. Every step felt like walking a tightrope, her heart in her throat. The voices of Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian rose from above, but she couldn't look up, nor could she distract herself with looking down. As she neared the cave entrance, she realized there was no way out. But it was still more than 10 meters away. She couldn't just jump down. Yunluohe wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had been so nervous just now that it had broken into a fine cold sweat. If the wind had been stronger, she wouldn't have been able to keep her balance. Yunluohe took a deep breath and carefully observed her surroundings, searching for anything she could use. Soon, she noticed several thick vines not far to her right. If she could jump over and grab them, she could swing down. But if they were weak, the consequences would be disastrous. Her mind was remarkably clear and calm at this point. She analyzed several options, but ultimately, this one seemed the most feasible. If the vines were weak, she would have to immediately dig into the stone wall with her pickaxe to slow her descent, grabbing other vines along the way. Yunluohe acted immediately, gritted her teeth, and leaped. She stunned Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian above. Yunluohe grabbed the thickest vine and slid down safely. Her hands were scratched, bloody, but she didn't feel a thing. She was so nervous that her attention was elsewhere. When she finally landed safely at the cave entrance, Yunluohe gasped for air. She planned to rest here and wait for them to come down, but as soon as she sat down, she heard a scream and saw Zhao Xian's body plummeting rapidly from the sky. Unsure of what had happened, she seemed about to fall. Yunluohe, feeling bad, quickly swung the vines on his side. A second later, Zhao Xian's hand grabbed a vine and finally stopped. He stepped on a raised ridge on the steep wall, stabilizing himself, and wrapped the vine around his wrist. Then, drawing the bow, the arrow, carrying the vine, shot straight above the cave entrance and then swung back. The whole process was terrifying to watch. It must be said that Zhao Xian was a skilled and courageous person. Lin Zhu descended safely, having used climbing gear and taking no risks along the way, but his expression was grim as he came down. "I'm a little afraid of heights." Yun Luoha showed an understanding look. Daring to come down like this despite being afraid of heights was quite a feat. If they didn't bring back some more supplies this time, it would be a shame for them to take such a risk. The sound of rushing water could be heard below the rift, but no river could be seen. The cave was right before their eyes, but they didn't rush in. Yun Luoha could sense the danger within the cave, a deadly aura emanating from it. A faint red glow emanated from within, and eerie noises could be heard. Lin Ju seemed a little uneasy. "Do we want to go in?" Yun Luoha hid his dagger at his waist, and gripped his shovel tightly. "Let's go, we're here now." The three of them held their breath, and walked into the cave. The pitch-black cave was covered with scarlet moss, stained with bad droppings. This moss was clearly a resource, and Yun Luoha cut off a few pieces with his shovel. Scarlet moss, a resource unique to Bat Island. Grind it into a powder, and mix it with special plant essential oils to make a cold-blooded potion. This moss was everywhere. Yun Luoha dug a shovelful of it with every step he took, since the magnet ring would automatically absorb the supplies. It felt like a complex, three-dimensional maze. The cave passages were about 2 meters high, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The rock walls were covered with claw marks and dried bat droppings, and the scarlet moss on the ground was slippery and sticky, making it feel strange underfoot. A fishy odor filled their nostrils. Yun Luoha had donned a gas mask upon entering, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to continue. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a vast cavern and were stunned by the sight. This cavern was 10 meters high, dotted with hundreds of bat nests, hanging inverted. In its center stood a natural stone pillar, its surface corroded by excrement into a honeycomb pattern, oozing a dark red liquid. Not far away, a path led down to the cave below. It seemed as if the cave descended layer by layer. What was even more terrifying was that the cave ceiling was covered in sleeping red bats. There were so many of them, several times more than in the previous cave. Furthermore, these red bats were clearly more formidable than the black ones, larger and more ferocious. How to deal with so many bats? The three of them were suddenly in a dilemma. They exchanged glances and gestured, daring not to speak, communicating only through text messages. Chapter 56. Lin Ju, what should we do? This is too much. Yun Luoha, can we continue down without disturbing them? Zhao Xian, we can try. They're still asleep. Daytime isn't their active time. The three of them tiptoed forward. Fortunately, the moss was thick enough that their steps made no sound. Otherwise, the bats would have surely heard them. Thanks to their vigilance upon entering, they made no sound the entire way. The hundreds of small diamond-shaped holes in the ceiling of the cavern, densely packed with blood-red bats hanging upside down, were a chilling sight. Except for their claws and faces, which were a deep black, the rest of their bodies were covered in a strange red. It was as dark as dried blood, with a few mottled patterns. Their wings were covered in fine veins, like bloodshot veins, faintly visible beneath the skin. Yun Luoha was suddenly thinking, if black bat wings could be made into weapons, then were red bat wings even more advanced? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. We should be thinking about how to react if we were discovered. The three of them lined up in a single file, slowly moving forward, hugging the cave wall. They kept their attention fixed on the bats. If they spotted them, they would immediately go into combat mode. Yun Luoha noticed that the bats' faces were distorted, their ears pointed and long, erect, and moving, as if they were listening to the surroundings. She didn't dare breathe, feeling as if she would be discovered at any moment. Suddenly, she had a foreboding feeling. Just as they were about to leave, they brushed against a rock on the wall. It slipped down. If it had fallen on the moss, it wouldn't have made a sound, but it landed right on Yun Luoha's shovel. A crisp sound echoed in the quiet cave. Yun Luoha's heart stopped for a second. This was truly bad. All the bats opened their eyes almost simultaneously, sniffing the surrounding air. Their small, cold eyes shone. The moment they spotted the intruder, their pupils constricted into a vertical line, exuding a sinister chill. Then, their mouths opened slightly, unleashing a piercing sonic attack. The blood-red bat's sonic attack was incredibly powerful. Even with earplugs, the three of them couldn't withstand it and covered their ears, nearly kneeling down, holding onto the stone wall. Yun Luoha gritted her teeth, took out her torch, and swung it at the blood-red bats. The bats, still fearing the torch, immediately ceased their screams. The three of them immediately took out all the torches, braziers, and stoves, piling them up and throwing them toward the cave ceiling. After exiting the first bat cave, They had bought various fire-related items at the trading center. The cave ceiling was overcrowded with bats, so when they threw the stoves, braziers, and torches upward, they quickly ignited over a dozen bats. These bats, ablaze, flew everywhere, pounced on other bats, and set off a chain reaction. The number of bats set ablaze continued to grow. However, this only intensified the screams of the burning bats, making their sonic attacks even more powerful. The three men's eardrums were about to burst, but they endured the discomfort and continued to use their torches to attack the bats. Yunluoha raised her engineer shovel and slashed down, killing several with each blow. Blood Crystal Fragment X1. Batwing X1. Blood Crystal Fragment X1. As more bats died, supplies continued to fall. Hundreds of supplies, half of which were sucked into Yunluoha's backpack, but she didn't have time to look. The cries of the blood-red bats attracted more and more bats, as if they were endless. Hurry to the next level. Yunluoha shouted and headed down. The path outside was already blocked by thousands of bats, so they had no choice but to continue descending. Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian gritted their teeth and followed. The three of them sprinted down the passage. The dense swarm of blood-red bats pursued them relentlessly, their sharp cries echoing in the narrow passage, but none of them turned back to look. No one knew where this road led, whether it was an exit or a dead end. There was no time for reflection now, not even for regret. They hadn't run far when they descended and came upon a strange bridge. Beneath the bridge lay a blood-red pool. The blood in the pool swirled, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Not daring to stop, they crossed the bridge and arrived at a larger cavern. They had thought the previous cavern was large enough, but this one was twice as large. In the center of the cavern stood a massive red crystal, radiating light. Atop it hung a massive bat. The bat was terrifyingly large. Even though its wings were unspread, it stood 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, radiating a dark red glow. Its body was covered in red fur, and its claws were incredibly sharp. Clearly, the three of them had intruded into someone's lair. This one was likely the Blood-Red Bat King. Entering the heart of Bat Island, Blood Crystal Cave. Triggering the Blood-Red Bat Quest, Quest 1, kill the Bat King. Quest 2, complete the sacrifice ritual. The Bat King was several times the size of an ordinary blood-red bat. On discovering the intruder, it reacted calmly. Slowly opening its eyes, it looked at Yunluoha and the others. Its face had become highly anthropomorphic, with only a slightly pointed, monkey-like appearance. It slowly spread its wings, its blood-red flesh wings about 7 or 8 meters long, like a giant red sail. Its body was incredibly sturdy, and the red hair on its back stood up like steel needles. Most frightening were its eyes, filled with an uncanny aura. The moment the Bat King looked at them, the three of them simultaneously sensed a breath of death. Yunluoha had never been so nervous before. It looked like today was truly doomed. The red crystal behind the Bat King might be the blood crystal. There was no turning back now. Even though they knew the enemy was powerful, they had to kill the giant bat, or they would have no hope of escaping alive. The system had also issued a quest, and now they could only hope to complete it with a generous reward and survive. The only thing they could be thankful for was that they had come together as a group of 3, working together to give them a glimmer of hope. If they had come alone, they would have been doomed. Zhao Xian had already drawn his bow and shot 3 arrows at the Bat King's head, but the Bat King blocked them all with its wings. The single arrow pierced its wing, but it also infuriated the Bat King. The Bat King screamed and pulled out his arrows. The sonic attack nearly made their ears bleed. Yunluoha felt as if she could hear nothing. While her archery skills weren't as good as Zhao Xian's, she still took advantage of the opportunity to fire a few arrows at the Bat King. Then, taking advantage of the gap when it raised its wings to block the view, she leaped forward and landed beneath the Bat King. Raising her shovel, she aimed at the Bat King's feet and slashed. A stream of blood spurted out, nearly splashing Yunluoha. She quickly dodged, and the dark red blood spilled onto the ground, corroding it with a sizzling sound. Yunluoha narrowed her eyes in fear and immediately launched a second attack. This time, however, she failed, and was instead kicked away by the Bat King. Yunluoha was sent flying against the wall by an immense force. Her chest ached terribly. Looking down, she saw several scratches that had torn her clothes, but no blood was drawn. Fortunately, she was wearing pearl scale armor, which blocked most of the damage. Furthermore, the armor had a counter-damage effect, and the Bat King himself took a step back, though the 10% counter-damage didn't do much damage. Yunluoha's chest felt tight, and she couldn't catch her breath. She slowly stood up, holding onto the wall, while Zhao Xian and Lin Ju stepped forward to engage the Bat King. Lin Ju's longsword swung, but only scratched the Bat King's fur. The surrounding blood-red bats seemed controlled by the Bat King and didn't move forward. Instead, they all hung on the cave wall and watched the battle. This scene was extremely strange, and Yun Luo's heart sank. The Bat King didn't ask these blood-red bats to help, apparently thinking they were just minor figures who could be easily dealt with. Yun Luo rested briefly, ate a few bites of meat, and then gave Lin Ju and Zhao Xian some food to replenish their energy and strength. Eating could easily reveal a flaw, but not eating would eventually lead to exhaustion and death. Yun Luo shot arrows to hold the Bat King back so they could eat quickly. Just then, she thought of a plan. Bats are afraid of fire, and this Bat King was no exception. Besides, it had so much fur on its body that once it ignited, it would be difficult to extinguish. But if she threw a torch directly at it, it would surely be blocked by its wings. She could only get close and circumvent it from behind. But that was too dangerous. Yun Luo gritted her teeth, her mind struggling. If she didn't try, it would be difficult to win. She looked at Zhao Xian and shouted, "Cover me." Although Zhao Xian didn't understand what she was going to do, she continued to fire arrows, aiming accurately at the Bat King's head. The Bat King was enraged, and it let out a deafening roar that shook the entire cave hall. Its sonic attack caused Yun Luo and the others to spit out blood. Yun Luo cursed inwardly, dragging her trembling legs slowly over. She had already reached the Bat King's feet, out of its sightline, and hadn't been spotted yet. However, if she were to be seen and hit again, she would be in grave danger. The sonic attack had given all three of them a splitting headache. Yun Luo relied solely on her willpower to hold on. She took out a torch and a large amount of mycelium fuel. This was the mycelium fuel she had previously obtained on Spider Island. It was extremely flammable, so she had brought some with her this time, and used it all at once, throwing several torches at the Bat King's head. Her aim was good, but her hands were shaking, and she only managed to hit the target with one of the torches. Fortunately, the mycelium also caught fire. The Bat King's red hair suddenly burst into flames. A shrill scream echoed. Yun Luo, who was closest, felt his chest burst. The next second, the enraged Bat King noticed Yun Luo beneath him. He went berserk and frantically flapped his fleshy wings at his head. His massive wings whipped up a powerful blast of air, attempting to extinguish the flames. But the more he fanned the flames, the bigger they grew. As luck would have it, the mycelium fuel was difficult to extinguish once ignited, and the Bat King's hair even had a sheen after burning. The flames grew stronger, and the more anxious he became, the harder it became to extinguish. Yun Luo spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Now is the time to attack. Lin Ju, keep throwing torches at it, and Zhao Xian, shoot arrows at its head and wings." The three of them exerted their combined strength. Lin Ju flung his torch at the Bat King's wings, while Zhao Xian unleashed a series of crossbow bolts. Yun Luo seized the opportunity, leaped and grabbed its wings, then slammed the shovel down with all her might, slashing and hacking. The enraged Bat King sensed the danger. Had previously disdained to ask his offspring for help, he let out a cry, and instantly, all the blood-red bats rushed over. The burning Bat King roared in fury, attacking the three even more frantically. It continued to attack with sonic waves, and the blood-red bats screamed. Yun Luo, who was closest, was already extremely weak and almost fainted. She clung to the Bat King's wings, but she couldn't hold on for much longer. The Bat King suddenly stopped, its eerie eyes fixed on her wings, and it reached out with its other claw, its sharp claw threatening to pierce Yun Luo's chest. Yun Luo was on the verge of losing consciousness when she suddenly felt a piercing sting of lightning, instantly waking up. Near death, her perception trait broke through, granting her a 3-second burst of supersensory power. Chapter 57. 3-second super burst. Attack speed plus 50%, dodge rate plus 80%. Use this skill overdrafts your senses, resulting in loss of perception for 10 minutes. Yun Luo had been prepared for death. The awakening of her senses suddenly gave her hope of survival. A 3-second burst was enough. Yun Luo's nerves were tense at this moment, her muscles brimming with strength. Her potential was maximized in these 3 seconds. Yun Luo had earlier noticed a spot at the base of the Bat King's wings that wasn't covered by the red hair, revealing a patch of pink skin. It seemed unprotected, and would be exposed when the wings were spread. Seeing Yun Luo in imminent danger, Zhao Xian continued to fire arrows, while Lin Ju also attacked desperately, looking for a chance for Yun Luo to escape. Yun Luo gripped her dagger tightly, grasping the Bat King's wings. With her first strike, She stabbed it hard into the base of the wing, then leaped suddenly, landing on the Bat King's shoulder, its hair still ablaze. Unafraid of the burns, Yunluo raised his engineer shovel and, at the last second of the burst, smashed it against the Bat King's head. The blow didn't kill the Bat King, but it did cause it to fall unconscious to the ground. Zhao Xian fired a series of arrows, and Lin Ju wielded his long sword. With the Bat King's head severed, this fierce battle was finally declared victorious. Kill the bloody Bat King, mission complete. Rewards: Obsidian X10, Blood Crystal X10, Bat Venom X20, Bat King Fong X2. For 3 people completing this mission together, each person will receive these rewards. The reward for risking so much to kill the Bat King was indeed substantial. However, they still had to deal with the blood-red bats. Having already slain the Bat King, these things were a nuisance, but they had no choice but to continue the fight. Bracketed and exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered, silently pulling food from their backpacks to replenish their energy. Unexpectedly, after the Bat King's death, the blood-red bats became chaotic and violent, attacking and biting each other, completely ignoring Yunluo and the other 3. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 of them attacked with all their might, some shooting arrows, some wielding swords, and with the help of torches, they eliminated all the remaining bats in an hour. Looking at the bat carcasses scattered across the ground, the 3 collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Some of the supplies on the ground had already been put into Yunluo's backpack. They had no time to review the supply details, as Mission 2 had not yet been completed. The blood sacrifice ritual was about to begin. The blood of 100 blood-red bats would be dripped onto the altar. Caution: blood from those dead more than 10 minutes ago will contaminate the altar. Where is the altar? The 3 frowned and surveyed the cave hall. They saw the massive red crystal where the Bat King had been hanging upside down slowly fall. The ground cracked, and a black platform rose from the earth. The platform was covered in dark traces of congealed blood. The air around it was instantly drained, and a dead aura surged from the depression in the center of the platform. The entire cave hall fell into a deathly silence, an oppressive silence. Everyone's nerves grew again. But they bravely approached. The edge of the platform was engraved with mysterious runes, which shimmered with a faint, dark red light, somewhat like the glow of blood from within. I don't know how much blood it swallowed. In the center of the platform, there was a sunken circular groove, seemingly designed to collect blood. There were 4 small holes next to it, and I wondered what they were used for. Do you have enough time to collect the blood of 100 bats? Even if not, let's try anyway. Let's hurry. Yunluo had already taken out a bag and put all the bat carcasses on the ground into it. 100 was definitely enough. In other words, time was tight. Lin Ju and Zhao Xian also took action, sorting through the scattered bat carcasses, selecting the blood-red bats that had died within 10 minutes. Those that died earlier were discarded. I had thought it would be difficult to distinguish, but bats that had died more than 10 minutes earlier had become dry. Freshly dead bats glowed red, making them difficult to mistake. 100 bats' blood, Yunluo's expression darkened. He cut a hole in the bag, then used 2 wooden boards to squeeze the bag containing the bats, and the blood immediately flowed out. This method was brute force, but it was quick. It was better than collecting their blood bit by bit. As the blood slowly dripped into the groove, a pungent, fishy smell emanated. More and more blood poured in, gradually filling the groove. The blood within began to surge and swell, making a shuddering sound. A dark red light suddenly emanated from the rune. Followed by this, the sonic attack began again. A piercing sound echoed from the huge, blood-red stone. Yunluo and the other 2 almost simultaneously grasped the altar. A black smoke rose from the altar, enveloping the 3 of them. An eerie cry echoed in their minds. The pain and anger nearly overwhelmed them. Yunluo bit her lower lip to regain consciousness, then looked at Lin Ju and Zhao Xian, whose faces were also incredibly pale. She was relatively well, possessing strong self-control and a strong will, so she wasn't affected too severely. Lin Ju and Zhao Xian, on the other hand, were a bit exaggerated. Lin Ju slashed the back of his hand with a knife, blood oozing from the wound, while Zhao Xian stabbed his palm with an arrow. The scene was horrific. A plume of red smoke rose from the smoke. The 3 of them stared intently at the altar. Their blood was actually being absorbed by it, causing it to emit a harsh sound. Just as they were about to give up, the sound waves finally stopped. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the altar, and a column of blood-red light shot up into the sky. The cave hall shook violently, and the huge blood-red stone fell to the ground, shattering in 2, revealing the crystal within. The 3 of them were enveloped by a red beam of light. At the same time, a voice was heard. The blood crystal grants special powers, awakening special skills. Yunluo's special ability is perception, and she has awakened the scanning eye. When encountering high-level dangerous creatures, the scanning eye can reveal their weaknesses. For example, the Bat King's weaknesses were its heart, head, and the base of its wings. It can also be used to scan the environment and quickly locate supplies. Lin Ju's special ability is the European Emperor's Contract. Powered by the Blood Crystal Core, he has awakened the Crisis Shelter. When your health points fall below 20, you gain an armor bonus, increasing your defense by 20. Zhao Xian's special ability is Animal Hunter. He has awakened the lock-on tracking ability. Once he encounters a target animal, he can lock onto it for 1 hour. No matter where it flees, he can sense its location within that hour. This was their lucky break. There was only one blood-colored crystal. If the three hadn't been able to withstand the sonic attack and fainted, they wouldn't have gained their special skills. But they all managed to hold on. Soon, the system's voice rang out again. The blood sacrifice ritual is complete. The Bat King's treasure chest has been obtained. The white smoke dissipated, and a gleaming golden treasure chest fell to the ground. The three looked at the treasure chest expressionlessly, feeling a slight sense of relief. They had all been in a state of panic over this treasure chest. The sonic attack had nearly caused them to lose consciousness and faint. But fortunately, they had gained a new special skill, so their luck was pretty good. "Open the treasure chest," Yunluo whispered. Lin Ju nodded. He had the highest luck, so opening the treasure chest was the natural choice. "How do we divide the treasure?" "Yunluo, you choose first, I go second, and your friend third." Her suggestion made sense, and after some thought, Lin Ju and Zhao Xian agreed. "Yunluo, if the quantity isn't enough to divide equally, let's bid on the remaining items with whatever we have. Let's see what we have first, then figure out how to divide them." So Lin Ju began to open the treasure chest. A golden light shone from the chest, the dazzling brilliance forcing them to close their eyes. A few seconds passed. The chest contained 6 different items: Bat King Heart X1, Bloodthirster Mask Blueprint X1, Bat King Breastplate Blueprint X1, Crimson Gauntlet Blueprint X1, Blood Marrow Mine Cave Map X1, Blood Crystals X20. As expected, only the lucky ones could open the chest. The Spider Queen's treasure chest that Yunluo and Yu Qinjin had opened previously contained either fragments or broken equipment. Unlike this time, everything was intact. There were exactly 6 items, enough for the 3 of them to split evenly. Lin Ju, as agreed, chose first. He stepped forward and took the Bloodthirster Visor Blueprint. Yunluo chose the Bat King Breastplate Blueprint. Zhao Xian took the Crimson Gauntlet Blueprint. Following, Lin Ju took the Blood Marrow Mine Map, and Yunluo took the Bat King Heart. The remaining 20 blood crystals went to Zhao Xian. The 3 of them had just examined the details of several items. The treasure chest was full of goodies, so naturally, they all wanted to take them if they could. And it seemed these blueprints were likely part of a set. If they could gather them all and wear them, the effects would definitely stack. Bloodthirster Visor. Bloodthirster said January 5th deals 10 points of piercing true damage to enemies within sight when their health drops below 30%, ignoring armor. Crafting materials: Blood Red Batwing X200, Blood Marrow or X20, Blood Crystal X2, Refined Steel X2, Obsidian X3. Bat King Breastplate. Blood Thrower set 1/5 restores 8% of maximum health per enemy killed. Crafting materials: Bat King Heart X1, Blood Red Batwing X200, Obsidian X5, Blood Crystal X5, Refined Steel X10. Crimson Gauntlets. Blood Thrower said January 5th increases attack speed by 40%, with a slight lifesteal effect. Crafting materials: Blood Crystal X5, Blood Marrow or X10, Golden Silk X10, Blood Red Batwing X50. As for the Blood Marrow Mine Cave, the location and route are marked on the map. You can find it by following the map. Lin Ju checked, and it seems to be nearby. It's already late though. They've been fighting fiercely in this cave for a long time, and it was probably dark outside by now. Yunluo, it's getting late, do you want to continue? Although they had previously agreed to spend the night on the island, the situation was different now. I hadn't known Bat Island was so dangerous before. Even though the Bat King had been killed, Yunluo still felt that the island still held many unknown dangers. Everywhere gave her a strange feeling. After her senses awakened, her intuition should have been more accurate. Yunluo didn't want to take any more risks. Besides, the blueprint for the Bat King's breastplate she had obtained didn't require blood marrow or. Unlike the other 2 blueprints, which both required blood marrow ore. But judging by the looks of Lin Ju and Zhao Xian, they seemed eager to continue exploring after receiving the blood marrow ore map. Lin Ju looked at Zhao Xian, primarily at him. He was still a newcomer, encountering such a large scale on his first visit to the island. He didn't know if he wanted to continue. Zhao Xian, we absolutely must take the blood marrow mine. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we get another. Lin Ju nodded and looked at Yun Luohe. What about you? Yun Luohe, I'm seriously injured. Why don't you go? I find a place to rest and wait for you. After you're done, we go together. Yun Luohe had indeed been seriously injured by the Bat King just now. They all saw it, so there was nothing wrong with Yun Luohe's words. It was just that they felt less secure without a capable assistant. Yun Luohe's strength was currently the strongest of the three of them. Without her, it would have been impossible to kill the Bat King. Lin Ju, okay then. If you rested well and changed your mind, come find us. We keep in touch. Yun Luohe nodded. Lin Ju added, if you come, we send you the map and directions. Yun Luohe, okay, I come when I'm able after I rested. Zhao Xian looked at the map and suddenly said, the blood marrow mine is down here. Lin Ju was stunned. Down here? Yes, there's a secret passage. Zhao Xian pointed to the map and showed Lin Ju that there was a secret passage in the corner of the cave hall. Simply chisel away at the stone wall to find the secret passage. Passing through the secret passage led to an underground river, and at the end of the river was the blood marrow mine. After Lin Ju and Zhao Xian left, Yun Luohe rested for a while. She ate something and washed her hands and face. Her hands and face were covered in bad blood, filthy as hell, and she felt uncomfortable not washing it off. There were actually several reasons why she didn't go to the blood marrow mine with Lin Ju and the others. One was that her health wasn't very good, with only 20 life points left. If she encountered danger again, she couldn't guarantee she escape unscathed. Besides, she didn't really need the blood marrow ore right now. If she did need it later, she could find a way to trade it with Lin Ju and the others, or come back another time. There was no need to go with them when she was so weak, and she was also being cautious, not wanting them to know how low her health points were. Besides, she didn't have 200 blood-red bat wings in her backpack. If she wanted to complete the blueprint, she'd have to stay here and collect more. During her break, Yun Luohe replied to some unread messages. Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening had both sent her several messages, but she hadn't had time to reply before. Now she had finally made time to reassure them of their safety. Yun Luohe told Mu Zitong that she had found the materials to craft the soul-drinking twin blades, and they could begin when she returned. The blueprints for the soul-drinking twin blades were on the reef. She hadn't brought them with her this time. Otherwise, she'd given them to Yang Mian along with the materials, and they could have been crafted now. But there was no rush. They'd talk about it after she returned. Mu Zitong was overjoyed to hear this news, eager for Yun Luohe's return. Sister Yun, I keep the supplies and trash I collected today. I give them to you when you return. When will you be back? Yun Luohe, at the very least, I won't be back until tomorrow morning. She had to wait for Lin Ju to return, since she come along with the Tailwind token, so she had to leave with him. Okay, then, be careful over there. Cheng Xuening had come to her to say that she gotten an island landing token and an advanced diving card from a shell game today, and wanted to discuss when to go. Cheng Xuening's luck value was over 80, which put her in the lucky category. But it was also due to the newbie buff. The system was currently very friendly to newbies, and nearly every shell could yield something valuable. Yun Luohe didn't have time to discuss this with her in detail right now, so she told her to ask Mu Zitong for information on the Tianji Pavilion, and to learn more about it herself. We'd talk about it after she got back. Yun Luohe sat there for half an hour to rest before getting up. She was so exhausted, her whole body felt like it had been beaten up. If she were on the reef, she would have gone back to her room and laid down. Eating did help, but she was completely exhausted. Yun Luohe slowly stood up, looked around, and her eyes fell on the red stone. From the outside, there was nothing special about the stone. There were no details, just a piece of unusual red stone. Yun Luohe had just awakened her scanning eye. She could see something hidden within the stone, a faint glow. Yun Luohe tried to crack it with her engineer's shovel, but couldn't break it open. Then she took out a torch and burned it. To her surprise, it actually reacted. The surface of the stone melted, and a black liquid flowed out. After more than 10 minutes of burning, the glowing red crystal inside finally revealed its true form. When Yun Luohe picked up the crystal, she finally saw the details. She was surprised and delighted. What a treasure! Blood crystal core. A blood crystal core condensed from the heart and blood of the Bat King. It can be used to forge divine-level weapons, forcibly activate a trait awakening with a 30% success rate, and possesses a vampire property. Yunluohe was even certain that this blood crystal core was the most precious item of her trip to Bat Island. Worth it. Luckily she hadn't left. Otherwise, who knows who would have gotten this treasure. While it might seem unkind to keep the treasure to herself, there was only one, and she was the only one who discovered it, despite no one else having discovered it. Everyone has their own opportunities, and it all depends on their own abilities. She was incredibly lucky. If Yunluohe hadn't awakened her trait earlier, she would have likely missed it. She took out the blood crystal fragment she obtained earlier, a drop from killing blood-colored bats. She now had over 100 of them in her backpack. Blood crystal fragment, a forging material that can be smelted into blood vein steel, increasing the durability of weapons. Every 10 fragments stacked together can produce one piece of blood vein steel. Weapons made with blood vein steel attract the aggro of bats, and when encountering a swarm of bats, they will be attacked first. Yunluohe took the blood crystal core in her hand, and suddenly a strange force guided her. She stood up and walked towards the Bat King's corpse. If there was danger, she would be able to sense it, but she didn't feel any discomfort at the moment, which meant that everything was fine. Even if the Bat King was dead, she would still be a little worried. What if the blood crystal core could revive the Bat King? Now she was alone, wouldn't that be extremely unlucky? She walked carefully, thinking that if she noticed something was wrong, she would still have a chance to dodge. But as it turned out, there was no danger. The blood crystal core had drawn her in order to suck its blood. As she approached the Bat King, the blood crystal core transferred some of the Bat King's remaining energy to her. A warm current flowed into her body. Slowly, her weakened body healed, and her life points gradually recovered. However, it only took about half a minute. After all, the Bat King was already dead, and the remaining energy only gave her 10 life points. It was better than nothing. However, this also proved the power of this blood crystal core. Its blood-sucking properties could be used for this purpose. Who knew how many more surprises it held that she hadn't yet discovered? 10 health points might not be much, but at least they were enough to deal with the blood-red bats. However, Yunluohe didn't rush to find the blood-red bats. There was still time before dawn, and she had no intention of leaving the cave anyway. It was dark outside, and the cliffs were so steep that there was nowhere else to go. She might as well explore slowly here, and see if she could find anything useful. Suddenly Yunluohe had an idea. Her expression changed, and she quickly walked to the altar. She had seen 3 other grooves on the altar earlier. Now, remembering, 2 of the grooves were shaped like blood crystals and blood crystal cores, and one was the shape of a symbiotic crystal. She happened to have all 3. Yunluohe quickly contacted Si Chi and asked her for the symbiotic crystal. She took out the blood crystal core, and symbiotic crystal and placed them into the grooves of the blood altar. The grooves automatically rotated half a circle, and the runes on the altar were soaked in blood. With a rumbling sound, the tightly sealed stone wall not far away suddenly opened in both directions. It turned out to be a hidden stone door. After the stone door opened, Yunluohe first took out the crystals from the grooves, lest they be left there and untraceable later. But as she took out the items, the stone door slowly closed. Yunluohe took a closer look and saw a treasure chest lying on the ground inside the stone door. How could she possibly miss it? She put her belongings into her backpack, then sprinted through, entering in the final seconds before the stone door closed. Once inside, Yunluohe was stunned. How could there be a treasure chest inside? The ground was completely empty. Could what she just saw be an illusion? She was completely bewildered. How could this be possible? That wasn't right. She didn't sense any danger, so why would such a place exist? And why was it so mysterious? You had to unlock the altar mechanism to enter, so logically there must be something valuable there. Ahead was a staircase leading deep underground, and it was unclear where it led. Yunluohe wasn't panicking. As long as she didn't sense any danger, she could wait and see, taking one step at a time. The staircase spiraled downward. She held up a resin lantern to illuminate the path, but she soon discovered 4 murals on the stone wall. The first depicted the Bat King and the blood crystal core, the second the Spider Queen wearing a queen's cloak. So what did the other 2 represent? Yunluohe hurried down. But just then, a chilling aura washed over her from the bottom of the stairs. A swarm of blood-red bats whistled out of the darkness and swooped down towards her. Yunluohe immediately raised her dagger and killed them one by one. The sudden appearance of the bats startled her, and she waited for a moment without moving, fearing that more might come and she would fall if she didn't dodge in time. She descended cautiously, and thankfully no more bats appeared. She reached the bottom safely. Chapter 58. After descending, Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief. She could now clearly see the remaining 2 paintings on the stone wall. The third painting depicted a mermaid with a human head and a fish body. Behind the mermaid was a large, vertical pupil and a swirling symbol. The fourth mural depicted an erupting volcano. At its heart, there was a flame symbol and numerous black symbols. I couldn't quite make sense of it. But since all 4 paintings appeared together, these 4 locations must be connected. The mermaid should be on the seabed, and as for the volcano, Yunluoha immediately thought of Volcano Island. However, she remembered that the 4 Seasons Islands were Spider Island, Bat Island, and Volcano Island, and the other was a mechanical island. Could it be that the mermaid wasn't in the deep sea, but on a mechanical island? That didn't sound likely. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Let's focus on the present. The bottom layer was pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light in one spot. Yunluoha heard the sound of water. It turned out there was a hidden river beneath the ground. When they descended, they had seen a river below, presumably connected to the river outside. She could sense something dangerous in the water. Suddenly, something poked its head above the surface, though not fully visible. The ripples on the surface made her feel uneasy. On the rock face at the other end of the hidden river, a black door with a bronze ring rested submerged in the water. A faint red glow shone on the wall, illuminating the entire cave floor. The atmosphere was eerie. Yunluoha stared at the door, wondering how to get through. How to open it. She carefully examined the cave floor, and soon discovered some unusual symbols on the ground. Following the symbols, she found a stone pillar covered in runes, and with several grooves, seemingly used for storage. Yunluoha pondered for a moment, then pulled a blood crystal from her backpack and placed it on top. Soon, the sound of stone rubbing against each other echoed from the dark river, and a stone bridge slowly rose from the water. It was very narrow, only about 20 centimeters wide and irregularly shaped. But it was still wide enough for her to cross alone. Yunluoha rushed forward, reaching the other side in just over 10 seconds. Standing in front of the gate, Yunluoha held up a resin lantern for illumination. After studying it for a long time, she couldn't find a way to open it. There was no mechanism, no keyhole, and no high-tech facial and fingerprint recognition. In a desperate move, she simply pushed hard at the door, only to find that it opened with a single push. Okay, she had been overthinking it. Entering the door, Yunluoha was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The walls of this cave were covered in bat totems and intricate rituals. Directly ahead lay a circular pool of blood, seething with a crimson liquid, presumably the blood of some creature. The air was thick with a fishy stench. Surrounding the pool were 12 stone bat statues, their eyes glowing red, a terrifying sight. In the center of the pool stood a circular altar, flanked by a circle of sunken grooves stained with dried blood. Whether the blood in this pool came from bats or some other animal, it was still quite frightening. The altar they had seen in the Bat King's cave seemed child's play. The cave ceiling was covered in scarlet moss, so dense, it was impossible to tell how it had grown. But thanks to the scarlet moss, everything in the cave was clearly visible. The stone statues all looked in the same direction. Yunluoha slowly walked over, and saw a groove on the altar. She understood and took out a blood crystal and placed it there. No response. She switched to another one. She placed the blood crystal core there. Now there was movement. The blood pool instantly boiled, and the red light from the 12 stone statues' eyes converged into a beam. A single red beam struck the wall, and like a slideshow, a series of illusory images appeared. A short man in a blood-red robe was slicing his palm and pouring blood on the altar, dripping it onto the blood crystal core. At first, only his back was visible. Soon he turned, and Yunluoha realized he was half man, half bat. No wonder he was so short. He was actually a bat, with a very ugly face. He pointed his scepter at the bottom of the pool of blood, and the image faded the next second. Yunluoha's face darkened. What did this mean? Was she supposed to use her own blood to activate the altar? The main thing was that the image ended here, and who knew what would happen after it was activated? But if she didn't activate it, would she just walk away? Yunluoha was torn. She couldn't possibly use her own blood to resurrect a 1,000-year-old bat. That would be enough to kill her 100 times. She should trust her instincts. She really didn't sense any danger at all. Let's give it a try. Yunluoha took out her dagger and, imitating the Batman in the illusion, cut her finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the blood crystal core. Yes, she couldn't bear to cut her palm. She didn't want to bleed too much. Her health points were low right now. What if she died from excessive blood loss? But the little blood dripping from her fingertips didn't seem enough. There was no reaction at all. Yunluoha stared at the altar, lost in thought. Alright. Yunluoha used her dagger to make a slightly larger cut on her finger. Her expression remained unchanged as she watched the blood flow from her finger, quickly dripping into the blood crystal core, then slowly flowing through the core into the blood channel on the altar. Although it wasn't much, it was finally reacting. A rumbling sound echoed, and the blood pool boiled even more fiercely. The blood crystal core, now saturated with blood, suddenly cracked with spiderweb-like golden patterns on its surface. Crimson liquid gushed out from the cracks, illuminating the entire cave with a dazzling red light. Finally activated, a few minutes later, a bronze coffin slowly rose from the bottom of the blood pool. Yunluoha was startled. No way, has the 1,000-year-old Bat King really been resurrected? She stared at the coffin in terror. The main problem was that she didn't have the strength to fight at all. In her prime, she might have been able to fight, but now her health bar was almost half empty. Yunluoha had already made up her mind to flee. If anything unusual happened, no matter what treasures were inside, she would have to flee. But after waiting for a while, the coffin seemed to be completely still. She didn't sense any danger either. Instead, through her scanning eye, she noticed something glowing inside the coffin. She decided to go take a look. The coffin was made of bronze. It had been there for who knew how long, soaked in a pool of blood, and it smelled foul. However, Yunluoha was shocked to discover that the bottom of the blood pool was filled with blood crystals. I struck it rich. Could I take all those blood crystals? However, Yunluoha didn't dare to reach in directly. Who knew if the blood was poisonous? It just felt unsafe. Even wearing gloves couldn't guarantee they wouldn't corrode. What if my hand melted as soon as I reached in? That would be terrible. She took out an arrow and plunged it into the pool. As expected, the part of the arrow that entered the pool disappeared. Yunluoha, She was now feeling more than just fear. This damn place, with so many blood crystals in sight, if someone accidentally picked them up, wouldn't that be the end of them? She could only look at the good stuff in front of her without taking it. She suddenly remembered the gauntlet blueprint from the treasure chest. Perhaps with that gauntlet, she could reach in, or perhaps some other advanced gauntlet with enough defense to withstand the damage of the blood pool. But there was nothing she could do now. Yunluoha averted her gaze, no longer focused on the unattainable blood crystals within the blood pool. Instead, she used her engineer's shovel to crack open the coffin's lid. Inside the coffin lay a treasure chest. Yunluoha smiled. This was truly secure happiness. She took out the treasure chest and discovered that it required a key to open. It made sense thinking back. The previous treasure chests were obtained by completing quests, but this one was discovered through her own exploration. The moment she removed the treasure chest, the blood crystal core ceased to ooze red liquid. The underground cave suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the blood pool's liquid churned like boiling water. The liquid from the blood pool splashed out, splashing onto Yunluoha. If it weren't for her armor, she would have been burned through. Yunluoha didn't bother opening the treasure chest to examine it. She quickly removed the blood crystal core, stuffed it into her backpack along with the treasure chest, and quickly left the area. At least, she had to stay away from the blood pool. If it exploded, she wouldn't survive. As the tremors grew, the crimson moss on the cave ceiling began to peel away. The ground and the stone walls shook violently. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind rushing in. Startled, she glanced around, trying to sense the source of the wind. The incoming wind indicated an exit. At the same time, the statues collapsed. Yunluoha then realized that the statues' eyes were blood crystals. And quite large ones at that. Yunluoha glanced at the moss, then at the blood crystals in the statues' eyes. With a firm resolve, she quickly picked up as many as she could while there was still time. Despite her greed, she only lost a minute. Ignoring the distant statues, she only picked up the 3 statues near her and a dozen or so pieces of scarlet moss, then quickly fled in the direction of the wind. Yunluoha hammered at the narrow cave entrance with a military shovel for a long time before finally crawling out. Outside the cave, it was pitch black and raining heavily. The strong wind carried raindrops that felt cold on Yunluoha's face, but she was in a good mood. Because getting out meant escaping danger. Now all she had to do was wait until daybreak and contact Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian to leave. She didn't know what was happening over there. The Blood Marrow Mine cave might not be completely safe, but with Lin Zhu's luck, he'd probably be able to turn a bad situation into a good one. If he encountered any unavoidable danger, Yunluoha wouldn't be able to help, so she could only wait. While she still had some time, she planned to find a place to rest and eat, then see if she could gather anything to bring back. This place should be at the bottom of the Rift Valley. Who knows what valuable resources and materials there might be. Yun Luoha took out her resin lantern, only to find it was no longer glowing. It had been used for too long, and the resin inside had run out. She switched to a resin torch, but it was easily extinguished by the heavy rain. She remembered that she had a phosphorescent bead in her crocodile leather backpack and quickly retrieved it. This phosphorescent bead glowed like a night-shining pearl at night. While the light was dim, it was still useful. Yun Luoha only had one bottle of night vision potion left, and she really didn't want to use it now. She explored the valley floor in the rain for 3 hours, until daylight finally broke. Yun Luoha's message to Lin Zhu was also replied to. Lin Zhu, where are you? We're out now. Yun Luoha, at the bottom of the valley. I can walk to the shore now. It'd take about an hour. Will we meet at the beach? Sure. After a brief exchange, they agreed on a meeting point and time. An hour and a half later, Yun Luoha finally saw Lin Zhu and Zhao Xian, covered in wounds, and in a state of extreme distress. It seemed they encountered quite a few mishaps in the blood marrow mine. It looked pretty miserable. But since they made it out alive, they must have gained something. Yun Luoha didn't ask much. They tell him what they wanted to say. Everyone was exhausted by then, and just wanted to go back and rest. After all, they'd been up all night, and exhausted themselves doing all that work. It was best to keep quiet, and get back home quickly. They arrived back at the reef just as the sun was rising. Ro Bao saw Yun Luoha, filthy and soaked like a drowned rat, and his cat-like face was shocked. He rushed over, meowing non-stop. Meow? What's wrong with you? Yun Luoha smiled. I'm fine, just exhausted. I need to take a shower first. She was still holding on. She'd eaten some food on her way back to replenish her energy, but she was mentally exhausted. Ro Bao had wanted to boast to Yun Luoha about how he killed so many fish monsters, and gotten so much meat last night, when fish monsters suddenly attacked, but seeing Yun Luoha's condition, he only meowed twice. After Yun Luoha's hot shower, she felt much better. She checked the time and collapsed onto the bed. After a day and night of tossing and turning outside, she felt nothing but the comfort of her bed. She felt home was the best. She didn't even want to open the treasure chest. She asked Ro Bao to wake her in 5 hours, and as soon as she touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. She slept first. In the afternoon, with so much on her mind, Yun Luoha opened her eyes before Ro Bao could even wake her. It was barely 1 a.m., and Yun Luoha was cooking while sorting through the supplies she brought back from Bat Island. The first thing she pulled out was the treasure chest she found in the coffin. Yun Luoha inserted the key into the chest's keyhole and twisted it gently, and the chest swung open. She actually considered asking someone to open it for her, since her luck was so bad. Having someone lucky enough to do it would definitely yield better items. But that would also mean paying them, and exposing her supplies, which was even more risky. She decided to open it herself. She had the trash can anyway, which would help her level up, and even if she got a defective item, there was still a chance to salvage it. Opening the Bat Priest's chest yielded 1 Blood Priest Scepter, incomplete, 3 Corrupted Shard Pearls, 20 Blood Marrow Ore, and 1 Bat Priest's Notebook. Blood Priest Scepter, incomplete, allows you to control low-level bat creatures. It requires fusing with Eye of the Abyss fragments to repair it. Corrupted Shark Pearl, a shark pearl contaminated with bat blood. Consuming it allows underwater breathing for 5 hours, but it loses 1% health per minute. After cleaning, it can be crafted into a water-repellent pearl. Blood Marrow Ore, the material used to craft blood vein steel, useful for crafting advanced blood drinking sets. Bat Priest's Notebook. The Blood Priest's notes contain many insights and experiences, but due to the passage of time, much of the information is no longer legible. It seems alright, better than Yun Luoha expected. Yun Luoha picked up the notebook and flipped through it. It describes how to craft weapons using blood marrow or in blood crystals, and also mentions deep sea ruins. Although he didn't know how this Bat Priest had traveled to the deep sea, Yun Luoha was still intrigued and read through it carefully. This section is short. On full moon nights, mermaids offer sacrifices to the Eye of the Abyss, and their blood coagulates into pearls. The general meaning is that on full moon nights, he discovered mermaids performing a sacrifice ritual in a deep-sea ruin. After being discovered, he was surrounded and severely wounded the mermaids with weapons. He then obtained the mermaid pearl, but he was also injured, so the pearl became contaminated, and he escaped. The notebook also contained a partial map of the deep-sea ruins, with 3 key coordinates marked, all near a magical coral patch. Finding the coral would lead to the ruins. As for the method of purifying the mermaid pearl, he had researched it for a long time and finally figured out how to use a magical, living substance to remove the impurities. There were a few more sentences written afterward, but they were very blurry, and the handwriting was unclear. Yunluohe struggled to decipher the text, only understanding a few words. Putting them together, it seemed to say, the blood crystal core has a radioactive catalytic effect. Does this mean that the blood crystal core radiates the player's spirit to help awaken traits? Wouldn't that bring high returns, but also huge risks? Who knows if too much radiation will cause mental problems? Chapter 59. Yunluohe continued to sort through the other supplies. This trip was very fruitful, bringing back a wealth of various supplies. After emerging from the underground cave, she also found some tree species and thorn plants in the rift. Many iron birch trees grew in the rift. If it weren't for the rain, which made it difficult to use fire, she would have been able to cut down even more iron birch. Corrupted poop crystals X138, iron or X486, refined steel X25, iron birchwood X173, scarlet moss X150, bat wings X192, blood crystal fragments X181, blood-colored bat wings X181, blood crystals X9, blood crystal core X1, bat king breastplate blueprint X1, bat king heart X1, obsidian X10, blood crystals X10, bat venom X20, bat king fangs X2, bat statues X3, iron birch tree seeds X6, thorn bush seeds X4. In addition to these gains, she also awakened a trait, gaining the perception skill, scanning eye. Today I need to create the blueprints for the Bat King's breastplate and the Soul Dringer's double blades, and then plant the iron birch trees. It's time to harvest the vegetables in the field. After so many days, it's time to move the earthworms I raised earlier to a larger container. Otherwise, there will be too many of them, and they get tangled up. I also need to contact Ziqi and Chengshuang. While Yunluohe was thinking, a bowl of green vegetable and shredded pork noodles was ready. She and Robao each had a bowl, and after they finished, they had to get back to work. The tomatoes in the vegetable patch are ripening a bit more. We haven't finished the ones we picked last time, but there are new ones. Cucumbers, potatoes, soybeans, and cabbage are all ripe. Yunluohe made a large basket to pick the vegetables. It took her over half an hour to finish. Seeing the basket full of fresh vegetables, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Now she can live a self-sufficient, idyllic life. Think back to when I first entered the game. The reef was bare and empty. Now there's more food than she can eat. Yunluohe sorted the vegetables and put them in the refrigerator, preparing to make something new tonight. Yesterday, she was away all day, so Robao helped her collect the shells. He actually managed to collect 5 and put them in a corner, and Yunluohe just happened to open them all at once. Open the gray pearl to obtain sea stone X4, beanie X1, cotton X2, canvas X1, torn towel X1, dishwashing sponge X1. Open the gray pearl to obtain dishwashing liquid X1, toilet paper X1, broken woven bag X1, moldy steamed bun X1, salted duck egg X2. Open the white pearl to obtain woven anti-mold mattress recipe X1, apple X1, latex pillow X1, iron ore X1, redwood X2, refined steel X1. Open the white pearl to obtain iron ore X2, clay X4, lime X2, moisture-proof insulation paint recipe X1, lacquer recipe X1, milk X1, pumpkin porridge X1. Open the gold pearl to obtain advanced water purifier recipe X1, diving card X1, broken spear gun X1, iron storage box X1, rose seed X1, camphor seed X1, diving flipper recipe X1, grape X1. Opening 5 shells in one go feels pretty satisfying. I haven't been on the reef all day, and there's still a lot of garbage left to collect. For the next 2 days, she better use her waste to treasure skills. After all, she didn't have the time to recycle trash in bulk for supplies. Yunluohe first retrieved the blueprints and recipes. With the accumulation of materials, most of the blueprints she had obtained could be crafted directly. The best blueprint this time was for an advanced water purifier. It requires coral, peat, and refined steel. Its water purification performance is 5 times stronger than the previous small water purifier, capable of filtering and converting 20 liters of seawater per day. Cut the coral into cylindrical pieces, and alternately fill the device with processed peat and fine sand. The filtration effect is much better than that of a small water purifier. Seawater injected into the purifier undergoes coarse filtration through the coral, adsorption through the peat, and finally fine filtration through the fine sand before being transferred to the container. Yun Luoha planned to give the blueprints for the advanced water purifier and diving fins to Mu Zitong, asking him to arrange for someone to develop them. There was only one blueprint, and since she had learned it herself, she didn't have the time to mass-produce it. It would be better to have the specialized players in the association do it. Producing more advanced water purifiers would help all members of the association solve their water shortage problem. The fins can be paired with a diving suit and goggles to form a complete diving set. Players with good swimming skills, who don't have a diving card, can simply buy this set to go diving. Yun Luoha contacted Mu Zitong and gave him the materials for the soul-drinking twin blades, asking him to deliver them to Yang Mian. If he had any specific requirements, he could discuss them with Yang Mian in person. Professional blacksmiths could add symbols and markings to weapons, and Mu Zitong could request minor modifications. When Yun Luoha was ready to craft the weapons, she would also make some small requests. She wanted to give Yang Mian some free rein with the black weapon blueprints she had obtained last time, but she also had some ideas of her own. She wanted a hunting knife that suited her perception. She liked the life-sucking effects of blood crystal and blood marrow, so she planned to use both. But there was no rush. She wasn't planning on going to the island for the next few days anyway. She was going to build on the reef, plant trees and vegetables, and purchase upgrade supplies. If she had a diving card, she'd go down to the sea and collect some underwater supplies. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, the association has organized diving training these past few days. The Tianji Pavilion compiled a diving plan based on the intelligence. Everyone went down to the sea according to the plan, and we did get a lot of supplies. Some people also found crystals. I traded materials for the crystals and sent them to you. We just happened to have collected a lot of supplies these past 2 days, including the tree species you requested. Yun Luoha, okay, send them all to me. I find some boxes to pack them in. Mu Zitong sent over 500 items all at once. Fortunately, he sent them in batches, each one categorized according to the classification Yun Luoha had specified, sending one type of supply at a time. Yun Luoha packed the unused boxes each time she received them before accepting the next batch. While it seemed cumbersome, it made recycling much easier. It also helped maximize the value of the waste, not just throwing away useful items. Different skills are used, and the value of the materials recovered varies. Just this time, Yun Luoha had just obtained a batch of tree and vegetable seeds, and she sorted them out and planned to plant them all together. Then she asked a player in the management trainee group to customize 2 giant earthworm cultivation boxes. She separated some of the earthworms from the boxes and added them, along with fertilizer, to the soil. The addition of an acid-based neutralizer has largely mitigated the effects of acid rain on the soil. All she needs to do is add the neutralizer daily. The soil fertility in the vegetable patch on the reef is now quite good. Not only did they add seaweed fertilizer, but they also added biogas fertilizer, and now with high-end fertilizer like fecal matter crystals, the quality of the vegetables they grew would definitely be excellent. She first weeded, loosened the soil, and fertilized. Finally, sowing the seeds. This time, she planted potatoes, soybeans, cucumbers, and cabbage. She didn't plant too much, considering there were only 10 days left in spring. Yun Luoha was worried that some crops wouldn't be suitable for growth after spring was over, so she only planted a few with short growing times, some of which could be harvested continuously. Also, the strawberries she planted earlier are almost ripe. They're only producing small fruits now, but they'd probably be ready to pick in 2 days. By then, there will be more strawberries than she can eat, and she can make strawberry jam and dried fruit. With all the ingredients, making strawberry cake and strawberry bread won't be a problem. The apple tree has also grown into a small, 1-meter-tall tree, and it won't be long before it blooms and bears fruit. Yun Luoha couldn't help but look forward to it. She also had oranges and grapes. She found a suitable opportunity, clean the pits, and grow seedlings in petri dishes. They should be ready for planting in the summer, as it wasn't the perfect season for these fruits yet. After planting vegetables, she moved on to planting trees. She hadn't been on the reef yesterday, so she hadn't completed her daily planting target of 20 trees. So, today, Yun Luoha planted 40 trees, spending the entire afternoon. She planted iron birch, camphor, and banana trees. All 3 trees are suitable for spring planting, especially bananas. The abundant rainfall now was beneficial for their growth and development. Yun Luoha had previously been curious about where banana seeds came from. After reading a planting guide, she realized that bananas originally had seeds. It's just that in the real world, fruit farmers, for taste, have used various hybridization methods to produce seedless bananas, resulting in the bananas they eat lacking viable seeds. Banana trees typically propagate through underground root shoots. However, bananas in the game do have seeds. Players can find bananas by opening shells, then cultivate the seeds inside the fruit, growing small trees, and selling them at the trading center. Mu Zitong happened to be arranging for association members to buy trees, so she bought one when she saw it. Although it was a little late, there was still time to plant them. It was almost dark when she finished working in the fields. She returned to the house, and was surprised to find the chicks in the incubator had hatched. She checked the time, and saw that it was the 10th day. The chicks had emerged from the eggs, all moving around inside. Yun Luohe, startled and anxious, ran over. She had never raised chicks before, so after a moment's thought, she found a cardboard box, covered it with soft cotton cloth, and put the chicks inside. Not all 10 eggs hatched successfully, 2 hadn't hatched yet. Yun Luohe wanted to give these 2 a little more time. Perhaps they were taking longer to hatch. She placed the 8 chicks in a cardboard box and found a dry, warm place. The chicks had just emerged from their shells, their eyes barely open, their bodies bare and pitiful. They seemed unable to get up even with the slightest touch. Ro Bao was excited to see the chicks. Meow! Chickens! There are chickens to eat! His eyes were shining. Yun Luohe, these aren't for you to eat, they're for laying eggs. Until Yun Luohe had 20 chickens, he wouldn't kill them for food. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs have many uses. Even if he wanted to upgrade his cooking skills, he could use them to make food. Ro Bao was clearly displeased. In his eyes, chickens were just for eating. After all, it often caught chickens to eat on the island. However, Yun Luohe said no, and there was nothing it could do. It was now dependent on Yun Luohe's delicious food, and it wasn't particularly interested in eating raw chicken. What could newborn chicks eat? Yun Luohe asked Qin Sisi, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She also gave Yun Luohe some millet. She told her to soak it and feed it to the chicks, or if she had egg yolks, she could mix them with water for better nutrition. Yun Luohe naturally did as she was told. She had 2 eggs left that hadn't been hatched, and they weren't in her backpack. Since they were no longer suitable for hatching chicks, she simply boiled them and fed the egg yolks to the chicks. Qin Sisi was thrilled to learn that Yun Luohe had chicks. Qin Sisi herself loved small animals, and her daughter had little to do on the reef. Raising a few chicks, and letting her feed them when they grew up, would be more fun for her daughter. So she wanted to trade Yun Luohe for 2 chicks to raise. She could ask for supplies or anything else. Yun Luohe was a little reluctant. She only had a few chicks, and it wasn't enough. She already had the blueprints for the chicken coop. With these chickens, they could slowly breed and eventually grow in number. She still wanted to wait until the chickens laid eggs before trading them. However, that would take at least 2 weeks. For players on the reef, 2 weeks is a very long time. Qin Sisi knew Yun Luohe probably didn't want to trade, but she really wanted it, so she had to show her sincerity. How about this? I trade you an advanced diving card. Yun Luohe really needed an advanced diving card. Yun Luohe, I can only give you one. After all, once these chicks grow up and lay eggs, their numbers will increase. Losing one now won't be a big deal, but she can use the advanced diving card to find deep-sea ruins. This matter is quite important. Okay, then one. The 2 reached a deal. Learning that Qin Sisi wanted a pet for her daughter, Yun Luohe chose a cute chick from the 8 chicks and gave it to her. Although it hadn't grown much feathers yet, Yun Luohe had a feeling this one would grow up to be quite adorable. She probably wasn't wrong. That evening, Yun Luohe recycled supplies while working on the blueprints. She contacted Lin Zhu and exchanged them for dozens of blood-red bat wings. The Bat King's breastplate required 200 blood-red bat wings, and she was still a dozen short. She had originally intended to kill a few more blood-red bats, but then she suddenly entered the Bat Priest's cave. They had initially worried that Lin Zhu wouldn't have enough and wouldn't be willing to trade, but he readily agreed, allowing Yun Luohe to trade scarlet moss. However, they hadn't anticipated the scarlet moss's potential utility. Upon returning, Lin Zhu found a recipe for a hemostatic potion, which required scarlet moss. Lin Zhu and his companions hadn't collected much, but Yun Luohe had brought back a large pile. The description of scarlet moss only mentioned its use in a cold blood potion, and at the time, they had no idea what a cold blood potion was used for. They hadn't expected it to be a hemostatic potion. Yun Luohe wasn't sure what he wanted the scarlet moss for, but she was only short of a dozen or so blood-colored bat wings, so she only offered a dozen. She still had over 100, so if it proved useful, she could always use it later. With all the materials needed to craft the Bat King's breastplate complete, Yunluoha quickly put it to work on her heavy-duty sewing machine. This was top-tier armor. With it, her future safety would be even more assured. She suddenly thought of the mural she'd seen on Bat Island. Since Bat Island and Spider Island were linked, could the supplies from both islands be studied together? Yunluoha found the box containing Spider Island supplies. Purple mushrooms, mutant mycelium, silver web spider silk, golden spider silk, energy essence, venom essence, gold shell fragments, highly toxic calicity, ancient amber. Mycelium and moss, bat fangs and highly toxic calicity do have similar functions. As for bat wings, they're similar to spider silk. Spider Island had golden and silver spiders, while Bat Island had black and red bats. All of these were materials used to craft armor. So, did Spider Island also have something similar to the blood crystal core that she hadn't discovered? Or, was it this ancient amber? Yunluoha picked up the amber and examined it carefully. Ancient amber, amber spider eggs, dormant for millennia, have become as hard as stone. This was found in the Spider Queen's treasure chest. At the time, it seemed of no use, so Yunluoha exchanged it for her. The tree she had seen in the Spider Queen's cave had many spider eggs, but unlike this one, those were transparent, and the spider eggs inside were alive. Unlike this one, the spider eggs inside were motionless, curled up and unrecognizable, clearly fossilized. Yunluoha exchanged this one mainly because she sensed a slight energy fluctuation, but she didn't think much of it at the time. Chapter 60. Yunluoha decided to combine the items she obtained from Spider Island and Bat Island to see if there would be any reaction. She grouped the individual items together, placing the larger items in a wooden box. She would wait a few days to see if there were any changes. She checked her backpack. Muzitong had just sent her 2 crystals. Adding the 4 she already had, she had enough to make a space stone. She used the recipe to create a space stone, expanding her backpack slots. This was her second time using a space stone. She increased her backpack slot count by 10, now totaling 25. With her crocodile leather backpack, she had more than enough space to use even on the islands. It was getting late, and Yunluoha was ready to start cooking dinner. She hadn't brought back any ingredients from Bat Island this time, so she was running out of new ideas. Thankfully, she harvested a lot of strawberries today, and she planned to make fresh squeezed strawberry juice with some coconut water. If only she had an ice maker, it would give her many more options. I keep half of the strawberries I harvested today in the refrigerator to enjoy later, and put the other half directly into the jam bucket to make strawberry jam. I only keep a few cucumbers, and put the rest into the kimchi bucket to make pickles. Congratulations on successfully making one of our lucky dishes, strawberry coconut water. Reward: 1 salt making recipe. Strawberry coconut water, full of coconut aroma and the refreshing taste of strawberries. 1 sip is sweet and refreshing, and you feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Stamina plus 10, luck plus 2. Salt making recipe. This includes 3 salt making methods: seawater salting, rock salt production, and well-brine salt production. A quick salt making method is also detailed. You can choose your own method based on the ingredients. This recipe has a lot of content, and each method uses different ingredients and has a slightly different process. Since Yunluoha is at sea, the best option is to use seawater salting. She desperately needs salt for seasoning, and this recipe is perfect. The fish monster Robao killed last night has been lying on the rocks. Yunluoha only recovered it after returning, and there are over 50 pieces of fish meat. Yunluoha immediately made 10 servings of fish head soup, 10 servings of pan-fried fish, and 20 servings of grilled fish. After making the salt in a few days, Yunluoha can make salted fish from the fish meat. That way, it will keep longer. Players can only gain a maximum of 40 experience points per day through skill actions. Yunluoha has already maxed out her total today, so even if she continues cooking, she won't gain any experience points. She just unlocked a new achievement for making a special food called strawberry coconut water, which adds an additional 5 points. Her current cooking skill experience points are 411/500, and she should be able to level up again in a few days. After the food was prepared, Yunluoha listed half of it at the trading center, receiving a large amount of supplies and materials in exchange. Acid rain fell again that night. Players who hadn't reached level 5 had been eliminated by the system 2 days prior. There were fewer than 350,000 players left in Area 2, including new players. Many had died suddenly. Even with system protection, new players were still eliminated. Currently, all members of the Mutual Aid Association, except for new players, had reached level 5, and new players had generally reached level 3. This rapid leveling rate was largely due to system support. New players had a newbie buff, and the amount of supplies they could obtain daily was several times that of experienced players, especially upgrade materials, which they could obtain in large quantities upon opening shells. Just now, Chung Xuening messaged Yunluo, saying she found another diving card. She already gone diving once today, and found a lot of high-level coral, which she already handed over to the association in exchange for a large amount of upgrade materials. She estimated that after 2 more dives, she'd have enough for a level 4 upgrade. There were only 10 days left until the end of spring. Yunluo also planned to try to gather the upgrade materials in the next few days, which was why she wanted to stay on the reef. What she needed most right now wasn't special materials, but basic supplies like wood and sea stone. These could be obtained by crafting more tools and exchanging them at the trading center. Going to the island to chop down trees would actually be even slower. After all, she needed to collect 10,000 pieces of wood, which would require her to stay on the island for 3 days and 3 nights, chopping trees non-stop. And with a trash for money skill, she could get a large amount of wood and sea stone by recycling trash every day. She upgrade her skills tomorrow and start preparing for the upgrade. For now, she try a few more experiments with turning waste into treasure. Yunluo took out 2 supply boxes. One box was filled with damaged items, the other with normal supplies. Yunluo picked a few items and tossed them into the trash can. Poop crystals, scarlet moss, torn sacks. Recycling successful, turning waste into treasure. Poop crystal fertilizer box. Poop crystal fertilizer box slowly releases nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, shortening the crop growth cycle by 30%. Scarlet moss filters and retains moisture, preventing nutrient loss. Instructions: place in discarded kitchen waste. Within a day, you obtain intermediate growth hormone. This is good stuff. Foul crystals are high-quality fertilizer on their own, but when combined with other items, they become even higher quality resources. They surprisingly pair well with scarlet moss. Yunluo carefully selected several more sets of items. Oyster shells, corals, glass bottles, broken iron frames. Successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure. Ocean fish tank. Bat wings, rotten linen, leather cloth, spider silk. Successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure. Bat paraglider. Seaweed, earthworm slime, oysters. Successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure. Acid-resistant protective layer. Broken spear gun, deep-sea flint, ferrous metal fragments, worn tires. Successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure. Double rubber band advanced spear gun. Ocean fish tank. A decorative item that can be used to house fresh seafood, increasing reef score by 10 points. Bat paraglider. A high-quality parachute that uses airlift to take off and soar. Acid-resistant protective layer. A primary acid-resistant protective coating applied urgently to items to protect the surface from corrosion. Fast-growing vines, for repairing fishing nets damaged by acid rain. Double rubber band advanced spear gun, a high-elasticity spear gun with a precise and stable aiming design, perfect for killing big fish. What a surprise! Just by randomly collecting these things, you can get some great supplies. Yunluo spent 2 hours playing with the trash can. Later, she found fluorescent pearls, surgical sutures, an oyster shell rack, a coral kettle, a deep-sea net, a large, corrosion-resistant fishing net. She didn't stop until late at night. She won the prize before midnight. Winning the lottery. Received Sonic Repellent Blueprint. Sonic Repellent. A fish monster defense artifact that emits special sonic waves to repel fish monsters and prevent them from attacking reefs. Each use requires 1 blood crystal fragment. Crafting materials. 5 blood-colored bat wings, 2 iron ore, 15 blood crystal fragments. Yunluo doesn't have a use for this item, but many players might want it. Lately, she's been seeing people complain about being unable to defeat the fish monsters, and she's been feeling incredibly anxious. The thought of them coming at night makes her want to die. Players with lower power levels weren't like Yunluo, eager for fish monsters to bring them food. Yunluo planned to make a few repellers tomorrow to see if she could exchange them for useful supplies. She reluctantly put away the trash can and went to bed. Honestly, Yunluo didn't want to switch her skills to trading scrap for money. Experimenting like this every day was so much fun. But there was no other way. Fun aside, upgrading quickly was the real work. The next day, Yunluo listed the sonic repeller on the trading platform. Since she hadn't made many, and the materials were rare for other players, and the blueprints were obtained through a lottery from the trash can, It seemed unlikely anyone else could make it. So she set up an auction mode. Even so, it still attracted a lot of attention. In recent days, Yunluo's rich woman's shop hadn't released many new items, and many had forgotten about them. But this new item suddenly sparked a huge discussion in the chat channel. Wow, I really want this repellent. Why are there only 2? I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. I'm new here, and I don't have that much supplies. Can't you make more? Only 2 will definitely be snapped up by a big shot. Just mark the price. If it's too high, I just give up. Yunluo is truly amazing. He's made something this powerful. With a repellent, won't he ever have to worry about fish monsters again? Are you guys looking carefully? Without the blood crystal fragments, there's no point in buying this thing. What are blood crystal fragments? I only looked at the front and didn't see the requirements. From what I understand, it's a high-quality material from Bat Island. Yunluo also included some food in addition to the sonic repellent. The food was instantly sold out, so discussion wasn't heated. Considering that buyers of the repellent might not have blood crystal fragments themselves, Yunluo specifically listed 15 blood crystal fragments, selling them at a price of 2 iron ore per fragment. This meant that if they bought the repellent, they would have to spend 2 iron ore per day to use it. This completely discouraged players with limited supplies. This item was only affordable for high-level players. Poor players, like them, wouldn't even bother looking at it. 2 iron ores wasn't cheap for ordinary players. The auction ended after 2 hours. Yunluo hadn't expected such a strong sale. She was very satisfied with what she had. Refined steel X5, bees X10, eggs X3, wool X5, biogas torches X2, butterfly phosphorus powder X2, clothes drying racks X2, fishing net repairer X1, seabird feathers X2, cabbage X1, diving card X1, coral X10, iron ore X30, rose oil X1, coconut tree seeds X2, high-level fish bait X2, insect repellent sachet X1, calcium seasoning powder X1, mushroom and oyster sauce X1, parchment fragments X2, shells X20, cast iron pot X1. Looking at these supplies, Yunluo couldn't help but sigh. Other people have many supplies that she doesn't have. It seems she needs to trade more with other players, and get more of what she needs from these high-level players. She also received a private message from Doomsday. She wanted to buy 2 more and asked if she could make them. The price was negotiable. Doomsday was one of the winners of the auction just now. She already has everything, and is still buying more. She must be asking for someone else. He's probably a member of the European Emperor Association. Yunluo, of course, but I just need some rare supplies or equipment. If you can bring them out, we can trade them. They have plenty of supplies anyway, so it's a good opportunity to trade them for something good. Just replied to Doomsday's message. Qin Cece and Yang Mian have also arrived, also looking for this sonic repellent. Yang Mian is now a member of the association, so Yunluo agreed to make one for him tomorrow. As for the reward, she just wanted to help her make a special weapon. It just so happened that she also wanted to ask Yang Mian to make the blueprint for the black weapon. Qin Cece must have wanted the repellent for her child. With it, if she lands on the island and isn't on the reef, she can activate the repellent and protect her child from fish monster attacks. Yunluo, trade with me for the clay and glass. 100 materials in total will be enough. She had previously asked Mu Zitong to contact Qin Cece and invite her to join the association, but Qin Cece declined. The reason she gave was that she didn't want to join any association and just wanted to develop on her own. Since she didn't want to, there was no point in forcing her. Mu Zitong could only ask again later. Perhaps she would change her mind later. The days on the reef were incredibly fulfilling, busy from morning till night, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Yunluo had gained quite a bit in those 2 days. Through Doomsday, she sold 5 sonic repellers to the European Emperor Association and received various supplies. Many of these were high-quality tree species and vegetable seeds that Yunluo had specifically requested, as well as several essential tools like coral pressure valves, composite batteries, and nighttime fluorescent lights. She also obtained 2 bioluminescent jellyfish, which she planned to keep in her aquarium. They looked quite attractive and could also be used for lighting. She discovered that players in the European Emperor Association generally had low combat power, making dealing with the mutant fish monsters extremely difficult, and even causing them significant distress. There were only 2 or 3 players, like Lin Zhu, in the European Emperor Association, with both high luck and decent combat power. She used a standard diving card to go underwater. Although she found no coral or deep-sea ruins, she did obtain a large amount of sea stone and deep-sea sand. She found a sea sand mine, where the sand was inexhaustible, and with a simple shovel, she could siphon it into her backpack. This deep-sea sand had larger grains, and was a marine mineral that could be converted into sand using a tool bench. She collected 2,000 pieces of sea sand in one go, instantly acquiring one of the upgrade materials she needed. She had also accumulated over 1,000 sea stones over the past 2 days, using her skill of exchanging trash for money. At this rate, she estimated she would have enough sea stone in 5 days. Yunluo planned to trade the extra sea sand for wood, and then find a way to collect glass, lime, and clay. Clay is plentiful at the trading center. Simply landing on an island will yield a large quantity. Players lucky enough to reach Clay Island can mine over 1,000 pieces of clay in a single day, and any excess is generally traded for other supplies. Swamp Island and Rainforest Island also have a fair amount of clay, and many are willing to trade for supplies. Yunluo has already arranged for Mu Zitong to have the association members slowly collect it. As for lime, it must be made from rocks, shells, or coral. Since Yunluo started raising oysters, he's discovered that oyster shells can also be converted into lime, though the yield is smaller. It takes 2 oyster shells to calcine 1 piece of lime. She wasn't short of oysters right now. 100 oyster shells a day wasn't a problem. But it wasn't nearly enough. She still had to find a way to get more coral. She sold the sonic repellent for 20 corals, and combined with the coral she previously collected from the seabed, she could make about 300 limes. The main problem was that corals were hard to find. The last time Yunluo found coral, she did so at night, following the glowing fish. So Yunluo planned to use her advanced diving card to go underwater again tonight. This time, she wasn't just looking for coral. Ideally, she'd find clues to the deep-sea ruins and complete the system-issue quest. The priest's handbook she obtained from Bat Island also contained a partial map of the deep-sea ruins. If she could find the ruins, she might be able to find the mermaids, and perhaps there would be other opportunities waiting for her to explore. Yunluo made extensive preparations for this. Her backpack was filled with thousands of sea stones to renew her advanced diving card. She also brought along a corrupted shark pearl, but she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. She planned to clean it up and use it to craft water-repellent beads later. Eating it now would be a waste. Also, wearing pearl scale armor increased her underwater movement speed by 10%, so she replaced it with the Bat King breastplate. As the sky darkened, the acid rain began to fall again. Yunluo gave Robao a few words of advice, then grabbed her various tools and weapons and headed into the water. Chapter 61. The seabed was pitch black. It was completely dark when Yunluo descended this time. She first used phosphorescent beads to illuminate the area. Although the light was very dim, there was nothing she could do. She had to wait until she found a clue before using her night vision potion. Because the night vision potion only lasted for 2 hours, using it too soon would be a waste. She only had 2 on her. For now, she decided to swim around, searching for any trace of the luminescent fish. In such darkness, any luminescent fish would be instantly visible. An hour passed, and Yunluo didn't find any luminescent fish. However, she did find a patch of rocky seabed and, nestled in a crevice, spotted several large lobsters. With a faint light from the phosphorescent beads, she first spotted the lobster's tentacles before discovering the lobster. If its long, slender tentacles hadn't jutted out and swayed in the water, attracting Yunluo's attention, she wouldn't have been able to see it at all. She swam over quickly, pulled out her double rubber harpoon, and aimed it at the lobster beneath the rock. There was a squeak, and the lobster lashed its tail wildly, chirping. Yunluo reached out, snatched up the injured lobster, and put it in her backpack. Then she saw another large lobster 10 meters away, and caught it in the same way. The seabed rocks could probably be made into lime. Yunluo took out her tools, chipped off several pieces, and spent half an hour collecting them. With over 30 rocks of various sizes in her backpack, Yunluo had no intention of staying here any longer. Her purpose for this trip was still to search for underwater ruins, so she could only gather supplies along the way. Since there was nothing here, she had no choice but to change direction and search deeper. Because of her diving card, she wasn't affected by the pressure at the bottom of the sea, and she had no idea how many meters below the surface she was. When she looked up, it was pitch black, as if she were far from the surface. She checked the time. An hour and a half had passed since she went into the sea. She would soon need to use these stones to recharge, so Yunluo quickly increased her speed and swam forward. 20 minutes later, she spotted a massive rocky outcrop, covered in a dazzling array of colorful marine life. Nearby, on the sand, lay several giant sea cucumbers. Yunluoha naturally wouldn't miss such a treasure. Sea cucumbers are a highly nutritious food. One was a plum blossom ginseng, another was a pig's ginseng, and another was a black ginseng. From a distance, they didn't seem very large, but when she swam closer, she realized each one was at least 5 or 6 years old and as thick as her arm. She beamed as she took all 3 sea cucumbers and put them in her backpack. Just then, the diving card countdown began, and Yunluoha renewed it for 2 hours without hesitation. The countdown chime faded, and Yunluoha decided to explore the area to see if there were any other goodies. After all, this place looked quite unique. Sure enough, she found several more spider snails, bullhorn snails, and 2 mantis shrimp. With a lot more ingredients, she would definitely be able to make more delicious dishes and unlock new achievements when she returned. After searching the area thoroughly to make sure there was nothing else, Yunluoha was about to move on when she saw a school of lanternfish swimming over. The tops of their heads glowed, and they were arranged in an orderly formation, swimming in the same direction. Yunluoha's mind raced, and she hurried after them. These fish were so fast that if Yunluoha hadn't been wearing her pearly scales, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep up. The lanternfish arrived in an area covered in seaweed, slithered through it, and suddenly disappeared. Yunluoha was only 5 or 6 meters away from them, and she watched them vanish with a frown. Where have they gone? She quickly dove into the seaweed, searching carefully, and discovered a lanternfish that had strayed. It was entangled in the seaweed, lying motionless and naive in the weeds. Yunluoha reached out to help it pull the seaweed apart. The lanternfish seemed to have just realized Yunluoha's presence. It looked dazed, spun around twice, as if searching for its companions. Unable to find them, it quickly dived back down. Yunluoha watched it dive and disappear again. Is there a path down there? The main problem was that the seaweed was also pitch black, making it impossible for Yunluoha to see clearly. She could only see the lanternfish because they glowed, but the phosphorescent beads seemed to have no effect here. She was now like someone with severe myopia, only able to see things about a meter away. Time to use the night vision potion. Everything in Yunluoha's sight became clear, and the underwater world was now visible before her. She then noticed a whirlpool beneath the seaweed. Sand was constantly leaking into the whirlpool, but from a distance, it was impossible to detect. Yunluoha reached out and felt a faint suction. It seemed that the lanternfish were entering through this place. She wondered if someone as large as her could fit in. She swam over, inserted a hand, and the next second, her entire body was sucked into the whirlpool. Her body felt pulled, and the rush of water against her caused a slight pain, but it was bearable. After about 15 seconds, the shock finally subsided, and her body relaxed. Yunluoha, who had just been surrounded by dense aquatic plants, now found herself in an empty, deep-sea canyon. Everywhere were luminous fish, swimming about on the seabed, a dreamlike beauty. Besides the lanternfish, there were many other species. Most of them Yunluoha didn't recognize. Not far away lay a beautiful coral patch, exactly like the one depicted in the Bat Priest's notebook. I found the place, but why wasn't the mission completed yet? She hurried forward, reaching the coral area. There were so many corals here that if she could bring some back, she would be able to make enough lime for the upgrade. The corals were covered in mucus and fish eggs, some transparent, some blue. It looked unsafe, so Yunluoha didn't rush to collect the eggs this time. She took out her tool and poked the coral twice, immediately turning it black. It looked like the slime was poisonous. Luckily, she didn't touch it directly. This kind of coral would be difficult to handle if brought back, but not all corals have slime on them. She didn't have any poison-resistant gloves yet, so she could only collect those corals that weren't covered in slime. But collecting coral wasn't the priority right now. She planned to find the underwater ruins, while the night vision potion was still effective. She took out the Bat Priest's codex. Now that she had found the reference point, she could use the 3 landmarks marked on it to find the deep-sea ruins. One of the markers was closest, just to the front right. Yunluoha continued swimming forward. Soon, she made a discovery. She saw a massive giant clam, a snow-white giant clam, 5 meters tall and 8 meters wide. It sat atop a high, flat rock, and the clam stood like a throne, like the throne of a mermaid queen in a fairy tale, except now it was enclosed. The area where the giant clam sat felt like a separate space, like an underwater garden. The giant clam was in the center, flanked by a number of colorful anemones, like blooming flowers, gently swaying in the current. Their tentacles shimmered with fluorescent light, contrasting with the giant clam's pure white. Surrounding it were a few transparent shrimp, their bodies appearing and disappearing in the light and shadow. As Yun Luoha approached the giant clam, she heard the system's notification chime. Congratulations to the player for completing Mission 1, Finding the Deep Sea Ruins. Reward, Treasure Map Fragment X1. Mission 2, Unlock the Mermaid Throne. Reward, Tidal Windmill Blueprint X1. It seems this is the Mermaid Throne. However, Yun Luoha had no idea how to open it. While the giant clam wasn't perfectly sealed, it was impossible for her to pry it open with brute force. Yun Luoha planned to circle the giant clam and study it carefully. But just then, she sensed a hint of danger. Instantly understanding it as a warning from her perception skill, she leaped back a distance. A slender tentacle struck where she had been standing, but missed. Yun Luoha's face changed. Beneath the giant clam was a blue-ringed octopus. Its body was only the size of a palm, but its tentacles were incredibly long, and the striking blue auras around it glowed in the darkness. The tentacles of the blue-ringed octopus are like flexible silk threads, swaying rapidly in the seawater. Chapter 62. Yun Luoha knew the blue-ringed octopus's venom was potent. So when she saw it, she was extremely vigilant, determined not to be touched by its tentacles. However, the blue-ringed octopus seemed to be guarding the giant clam, and would attack if Yun Luoha approached. Its attack reached out toward Yun Luoha, its speed too fast to dodge. With one hand, she brandished a dagger to fend off the tentacle's attack, while with the other, she drew her spear gun. She seized the opportunity to retreat out of reach of the blue-ringed octopus's tentacles, then pulled up the rubber band and swiftly aimed a shot at the octopus's head. The first shot missed, so she immediately pulled up the rubber band again, this time moving even closer and driving the spearhead of the spear gun into the octopus's head just as the tentacles swung toward her. The tentacles immediately began to twitch wildly, losing their aggressiveness. The octopus's body convulsed and twisted into a ball. Yun Luoha, holding her harpoon, dragged it away, then stabbed it twice in the head with her dagger, only feeling relieved when she was sure it was dead. Yun Luoha continued to approach the giant clam. This giant clam had no mechanism or switch, so how could it be opened? Yun Luoha thought of the corrupted shark pearl she carried with her. Why not try it with this? She took out the corrupted shark pearl and approached the giant clam. At that moment, a strange light shot out from the giant clam's crack, tinting the surrounding seawater with a faint golden hue. Then the pristine white shell slowly opened, and an even more dazzling light poured out. Complete Mission 2, receive a Tidal Windmill Blueprint X1. Yun Luoha's attention remained focused on the giant clam. There's a passage inside the giant clam. Sensing no danger, Yun Luoha entered without hesitation. After passing through a long corridor, she arrived at a secret chamber. In the center of the chamber sat a treasure chest. No key was needed to open it. Yun Luoha opened the chest, revealing several pieces of equipment and a stone disc covered in runes. Broken Mermaid's Bald Crown. After repair, it increases underwater vision by 50 meters and grants night vision. Repair materials: Mother of Pearl X20, Obsidian X10, Fluorescent Squid Ink Sacs X5. Broken Pearl Blue Sea Belt. After repair, it can hold up to 80 kilograms and preserves freshness. Repair materials: Giant Jellyfish Membrane X1, Blood Crystal X10, Crystal Stone X5. Broken Wave Flipper. After repair, swimming speed increases by 120%, can activate burst sprint mode, doubling oxygen consumption. Repair materials: Lava Obsidian X5, Elastic Seaweed Fiber X10, Sulfur Fuel X10. Astrological Compass. At night, you can use obsidian to locate a mine based on the stars. The supplies in this giant clam are incredible. Although everything except the compass is damaged, there are ways to repair it. Yun Luoha put all the supplies into his backpack and waited a moment to make sure the system hadn't issued any more tasks. Then he decided to search for any clues about the mermaids. The corrupted mermaid pearl must have retained the aura of the mermaids, which is why it could open the mermaid throne. He wondered if there was anything else nearby. The 2-hour recharge timer quickly passed. The night vision potion's effects gradually wore off. Yun Luoha did not delay any further, but extended the booking for another 2 hours, intending to use these 2 hours to collect some corals to take back. After spending too much time in the sea, she was already feeling a bit unwell. Continuous exposure to water can cause wrinkles and damage to the skin. Even if she could renew her subscription, she could only hold out for another 2 hours. Her fingers were already white and swollen. Yun Luoha quickly returned to the spot where she had found the coral, and used her tools to harvest some coral that wasn't covered in mucus or fish eggs. Although there wasn't much, it was high-quality coral. It would allow her to make more lime. Yunluoha also found several lobsters and a large octopus beneath the coral reef. One octopus, weighing about 7 or 8 pounds, was hiding in the reef and refused to emerge. Yunluoha pulled hard, breaking 2 of its tentacles. Finally, Yunluoha thrust his arrow into the reef and poked it more than a dozen times before finally freeing the octopus. The lobsters were easy to catch, and this time, she didn't use a spear gun, she caught them alive. Yunluoha planned to take them back to the fish pond to see if she could raise them. It was already past 11 p.m. when she returned to the reef. Yunluoha first showered to wash off the seawater, then changed into fresh clothes. Her first priority was to increase the recycling count in her trash can. Now that she had switched to the trash for money skill, she simply threw 50 pieces of trash into the can, which transformed into sea stones. Then she began the lottery. Winning the lottery, received Dryer Blueprint. Dryer can be used to dry fruits, vegetables, mushrooms, or meat. Materials: 2 ferrous metal fragments, 2 deep sea flint, 5 iron ore. At first, Yunluoha thought it was a clothes dryer. It had been raining constantly lately, and her clothes were taking ages to dry. A washer-dryer would be great. She sorted through the supplies she had found underwater today. Treasure map fragments. Collecting 5 unlocks the map to any island's treasure cave. Tidal windmill. Captures the potential energy of deep-sea waves and converts it into electricity from the surface ocean's kinetic energy, achieving both power generation and irrigation. Materials: bronze gears X4, shark skin X5, iron birch X2, cement X10, obsidian X5, magnet X2. It seems the tidal windmill must be built. However, Yunluoha had never seen several of these materials before, and didn't know where to obtain them. It's unlikely they'd be assembled quickly. Mu Zitong could only inquire through the Tianji Pavilion first, and then slowly gather information as he learned more. Also, Yunluoha had some information for Mu Zitong to organize and sell, including clues to underwater ruins and information on treasure maps. Yunluoha also had information on Bat Island, which, combined with the Bat Priest's notes, should be able to be sold as a package. Try to exchange for more upgrade materials as quickly as possible. Yunluoha had a good chance of leveling up. If she could still level up in the top 10 this time, she would receive another generous reward. If time went a little faster, she might even be able to break into the top 3. She sent all the coral she obtained today to the management trainee group chat, assigning it to 3 people to help break it down and calcine it to make lime. These materials would make a good amount of lime, and they would keep the excess as their reward. Yunluoha didn't have time to cook lobster and octopus tonight. She used her workbench to make a dryer, planning to dry the octopus meat directly into jerky, and the fish meat could also be dried into small dried fish. Maybe Robao would enjoy it. Making some cat snacks might increase his happiness and earn experience points for his pet taming skill. Yunluoha worked until past 1 a.m. before she was ready to rest. Just as she was about to return to her bedroom, she noticed a sudden red light emanating from the box containing her supplies. A surge of power surged outward, as if something was about to emerge. Yunluoha remembered that the box was used to store supplies specific to Spider Island and Bat Island. The blood crystal core was also inside. The red light deepened, and Yunluoha wondered if something was about to happen. The entire box suddenly began to vibrate, making a rhythmic clicking sound. She cautiously approached the box and reached out to open it. The next second, she heard the sound of something cracking. A dark red liquid oozed from the surface of the blood crystal core, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the amber. Yunluoha saw the spider-shaped shadow inside the insect egg twisting violently, and the amber emitted a dazzling red light. The red liquid from the blood crystal core seeped into the egg's amber shell, dissolving the thick stone layer on the surface, revealing the translucent wolf spider egg within. As it absorbed the blood crystal's energy, the wolf spider egg immediately began to swell, its surface developing dark golden patterns similar to those of the spider queen. Everything happened suddenly. Just as Yunluoha was stunned, the entire amber exploded, sending the slime enveloping the wolf spider egg splattering. Soon, a blood-red wolf spider hatchling emerged from within. It rapidly grew in size, soon reaching the size of a palm, and it showed signs of growing even larger. Yunluoha's expression was solemn. What was going on? How could it hatch so quickly? The wolf spider had a carapace on its body. Because it had just spoken, it was very soft and grayish-white, covered with many fine, soft hairs. It spun fine silk threads toward Yunluoha, then looked around cautiously. Finally, it fixed its watery eyes on Yunluoha, its eyes motionless, and suddenly let out a soft sound. Hiss. Yunluoha, It seemed to be very interested in her. Although she couldn't understand its language, Yunluoha could sense that the wolf spider's eyes were looking at her with a friendly expression, and its voice was filled with excitement and affection. Could it be that because she was the first person it saw after being born, it considered her its mother? Yunluoha was somewhat bewildered. This wolf spider was definitely not a simple spider. The fact that it had hatched so suddenly after bringing it home so long was probably because she had placed the blood crystal core with it. The fluid oozing from the blood crystal core must have stimulated the wolf spider's eggs. For a moment, she was unsure how to deal with the wolf spider. The wolf spider slowly crawled over, spitting out a strand of silk that landed on her clothes. Then it slowly crawled onto her shoulder, gently rubbing against her body, caressing her shoulder with its claws. Chapter 63. On the morning of the 22nd day of survival, Yunluoha discovered that the little wolf spider had built a nest for itself in the house. It had spun a lot of silk, weaving a white nest right next to Yunluoha's bed, so Yunluoha could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. When Yunluoha opened her eyes, it woke up too, hissing affectionately, then spit out a thin thread that touched Yunluoha's body and slowly slid towards her. Is it so clingy? Yunluoha found it oddly amusing. Ro Bao was very unhappy with the wolf spider's arrival, but he seemed helpless against it. When he saw it, his hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing their tense situation, Yunluoha warned Ro Bao not to take action. If the wolf spider posed no threat to him, it would be better to keep it for now. Yunluoha's pet taming skill had reached level 2. Perhaps having another pet would help her level up faster. It's just that the pet contract isn't that easy to obtain. Maybe I have to wait until the next upgrade. Yunluoha will be very busy today. The chicken coop is already built. She put the chicks in it, covered them with thick hay for them to sleep on, and set up water and feed bowls for them to drink and eat. She also built 2 beehives specifically for raising bees. Just put the newly acquired bees directly into the beehives. As long as there are flowers nearby, they will produce honey and beeswax after a while. The wildflowers Yunluoha planted earlier are growing well now. It's a good idea to place the beehives nearby. With the flowers to keep the bees company, they should be able to produce honey soon. Yunluoha installed the coral pressure valve she acquired in a trade with Doomsday yesterday on the biogas tank. This valve can regulate biogas usage, saving energy. Yunluoha placed a night fluorescent light in her bedroom, using it as a bedside lamp. She also researched the composite battery, hoping to find out what it was made of, as batteries would undoubtedly be very useful in the future. But just looking at the detailed description left her with no idea what the material was. She figured asking Doomsday wouldn't reveal anything, so Yunluoha had to put it away for now. Today, in addition to collecting upgrade materials, she also had to plant trees and vegetables. The mutant tree species she acquired yesterday include mutant redwood and acid-resistant oak. The mutant redwood grows quickly, while the acid-resistant oak produces oak resin, which contains acid-resistant compounds. There are also ordinary loquat trees and coconut trees. This is the best time to plant loquat trees, and coconut trees can grow year-round. Yunluoha planned the area and found suitable locations for each. While she was planting trees, the wolf spider stayed by her side, even helping her when she saw she was too busy. When it saw Yunluoha digging, it used its claws to help dig holes. When it saw Yunluoha planting seeds, it imitated her by sowing seeds into small holes she had dug. It even imitated Yunluoha's watering, using its silk to draw water from the pond. Yunluoha was stunned. "You're so capable!" The wolf spider hissed. Yunluoha thought it was so small, yet it could do so much. Wouldn't it be incredible when it grew up? She reached out and touched the fur on its back. It was soft, but the carapace seemed to have hardened. "You're such a good kid. Is there anything you want to eat? I wonder what this spider likes to eat. Does it eat earthworms? Or, like the meat buns, can it eat the food she makes?" Yunluoha pulled a piece of meat from her backpack and held it out to the wolf spider. But the wolf spider just sniffed it, looking uninterested. "No, then what do you like to eat?" Yunluoha hesitated for a moment, then decided to look in the box and put everything in front of the wolf spider, letting it choose. She led the wolf spider to the supply area. First, she took out some fruits and vegetables, as well as lobster, octopus, but it didn't react. So what about oyster meat and sea cucumber? It didn't eat either. Yunluoha took out a bat wing, a blood crystal fragment, iron or seaweed. A messy mess. Then the wolf spider hissed, extended its claws, grabbed the bat wing and blood crystal fragment, and swallowed them in one gulp, making a chewing sound. "Yunluoha, do you like these?" Hiss. That's a bit too strong. Then, it even ate the iron ore. Yun Luoha's expression was subtle. It likes bats, iron, and blood crystal fragments. It should also like blood crystals. However, Yun Luoha was short on blood crystals and reluctant to feed it too many, so he only took out one and placed it in front of it. As expected, the wolf spider was excited at the sight of the blood crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. It took a while to digest the blood crystal, but soon its body underwent a transformation. A red light emanated from its chest cavity, and its originally grayish-white carapace turned silvery white, while the markings on its tail intensified to a dark red. Hiss. Its body had grown larger, and it was clamoring, as if it still wanted to eat. Yun Luoha, how about tomorrow? If it keeps eating like this, Yun Luoha's blood crystals won't be enough for it. Announcement. The system will begin the second round of leaderboards at 10 a.m. tomorrow. There will be a leaderboard for new players, and a leaderboard for veteran players. Players who top the leaderboards will receive generous rewards, so hurry up. The countdown to spring has begun. Wilderness survival registration is now open. The top 100 players in each district can vote by email for their wilderness survival island. After 3 days, the island with the most votes will be selected as the participating island. Players who register for wilderness survival will be teleported to a random location on the participating island after 3 days. The goal is to survive 3 days in the wilderness. This competition is a points-based competition. The top 100 players will receive a summer survival gift pack, the top 10 will receive a summer gold gift pack, and the first place winner will receive a mystery reward. All 3 rewards are cumulative. This competition is a district-wide competition, and all players are welcome to participate. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Yun Luoha read the few paragraphs of text that appeared on the screen, then opened his email to check the available islands. They were Butterfly Island, Reed Island, Frog Island, Clay Island, Mist Island, Enlightenment Island, Flower and Bird Island, and Bamboo Forest Island. It seemed this wilderness survival competition could only be held on the Spring Resource Island. There was still plenty of time left to vote, and Yun Luoha's vote alone wouldn't have much impact. It all depended on how everyone chose. Only the top 100 players in the ratings could participate, and they should be the only ones who could vote. The leaderboards are divided into novice and veteran rankings. Only the top 100 players with the highest overall rating can participate in the wilderness survival competition. Newbies certainly have a chance, but unless they're exceptionally talented or lucky, it's unlikely they surpass the veterans. Each district has 100 people voting, so 1,000 people vote for one island. No one knows which island will ultimately be chosen. All you have to do is review the intel on all 8 islands, so you be well prepared for whichever one you choose. The ratings are tomorrow, and Yun Luoha has been so busy these past few days that she almost forgot about it. But fortunately, she's been planting trees these days, so her reef rating is increasing. She makes some more furniture and decorations today to try to get a higher score. In the evening, Chung Xuening sent Yun Luoha a message. She had just returned from an island trip to the Rainforest Island. There, Chung Xuening had found a lot of high-quality wood and brought back a wounded tree owl. A tree monkey was bitten by a carnivorous plant and was rescued by Chung Xuening. It was bleeding profusely, and Chung Xuening wanted to ask Yun Luoha for help, hoping she could get some hemostatic medicine. Since Chung Xuening had asked her for help, Yun Luoha naturally agreed. "Don't worry, I go ask first." She remembered that Qin Sisi and Si Chi both had alchemy skills, so she asked them first if they had any, then asked the others. Qin Sisi, "I have a hemostatic bandage here, it should work." Si Chi was recently conducting an experiment to create a healing drug using earthworm mucus, honey, and symbiotic crystal powder, but it had side effects and was still under testing. Since there were side effects, and the drug was for animals, Yun Luoha didn't dare act rashly. She gave the bandage to Si Chi first, and then asked the others. She sent messages to both Lin Zhu and Du Ruantian. Lin Zhu replied quickly. He happened to have some hemostatic potion, but he wanted scarlet moss in exchange for Yun Luoha. He wanted quite a bit, 20 at once. This was even though he assumed Yun Luoha would only have 50 or 60 pieces of scarlet moss. If he had known Yun Luoha had brought back over 100, he would have probably asked for more. Scarlet moss is one of the ingredients used to make hemostatic potion, and it would definitely be useful in the wilderness survival competition in a few days. Since Yun Luoha had asked him for help, he took the opportunity to ask for more. Last time, he had asked for scarlet moss, and this time, he wanted more. Yun Luoha, knowing it would be very useful to him, began to bargain. 10 for 1 hemostatic potion. If you want 20, you have to give me 2. Lin Ju, how many do you have left? Yun Luoha, not much left. What? Do you need a lot? The two began to test each other. Lin Ju, just what I need. Then 30 for 2 hemostatics. Hemostatics require more ingredients. Yun Luoha was also eager, but seeing him give in, she stopped talking. After the transaction, Yun Luoha gave the hemostatics to Cheng Xuening. Cheng Xuening, of course, wouldn't take them for nothing. She gave Yun Luoha 100 clays. She found plenty of clay on the rainforest island today, enough for her own upgrades, so she gave the rest to Yun Luoha. After applying the hemostatics to the tree monkey's wound, the bleeding stopped. All it took was a bandage, and 2 days, for the wound to scab over and heal. Primates like the tree monkey are very intelligent, and know how to repay kindness. Following Cheng Xuening back, they naturally wanted to acknowledge her as their master. Even without a contract, they were obedient. Furthermore, the monkeys were nimble, and could help Cheng Xuening with many things on the reef. Yun Luoha told her to take good care of it, and sign it directly after receiving the contract. Du Ruantian's responses were slow, but she could still produce hemostatic medicine. Yun Luoha thought about it, and decided to collect a little more. Perhaps she needed later. She asked Du Ruantian what she needed. Du Ruantian, is there anything special? I got everything I need for now, and I have all the materials. Special things? Yes, there were. Her backpack was full of random things, but she hadn't really organized them. Last time, she found a bat paraglider from a trash can. It was quite unique. Yun Luoha showed it to Du Ruantian. Du Ruantian really liked it. This one, then. It seems interesting. She quickly sent the hemostatic medicine over. Yun Luoha took the opportunity to trade all the odd items in her backpack with Du Ruantian. She traded a coral kettle, an oyster shell rack, and a large, corrosion-resistant fishing net for a host of ingredients. 1 garlic sauce, 1 hand-pulled pancake, 1 potato chip, 1 cornstarch, 1 strawberry ice cream, 1 blueberry, 1 cantaloupe, and 2 venison. Yun Luoha could easily find these items by using a trash can. But the new ingredients would allow her to gain experience points in her cooking skills, preparing for the deserted island survival competition in a few days. It was almost dinner time. While pondering what to make for dinner, Yun Luoha sent a message to Mu Zitong. How many advanced water purifiers have you made? Bring them all in for iron ore. Yun Luoha still needed some iron ore for the upgrade. Mu Zitong, I made 5 already, which should give me about 200 iron ore. How much do you need? I try to fill it up for you. Yun Luoha, over 300. Mu Zitong, anything else missing? I go to the guild and collect it. They distributed a lot of supplies recently, and everyone's already reached level 5, so getting some back shouldn't be a problem. Yun Luoha, the only thing missing is wood, glass, and clay. Yun Luoha can convert sand using sea sand, but it takes some time, so it's better to let Mu Zitong arrange a group to convert it together. Wood is easy right now. New players can get a tree cutting buff card and focus on cutting wood after landing on the island. They can cut 2,000 wood a day. We have one in our guild. I collect it all, and give him some supplies and other materials. Yun Luoha, then help me collect it. I have a lot of sea sand that can be converted into sand. I give it to you now. I only need 1,000, and you can distribute the rest. Okay, for tomorrow's rankings, Sister Yun, how are your preparations going? Can you make the top 10? Not sure yet. How about I give you all the items on my reef that increase its reef score? That way, you'd definitely be in the top few. Yun Luoha, don't you want to participate in the competition? Mu Zitong, I'm not sure I can participate. Maybe not before, but it's hard to say now. You awakened your specializations, and you also obtained the soul-drinking twin blades, which has greatly improved your strength. And your reef should be developing well, right? Your parents have been helping you a lot lately. Mu Zitong, that's true. Then I try my best too? Yun Luoha, yes, it would be best if I could participate. There are definitely many benefits. As for Yun Luoha's own reef score, she knew it. She would make as many furniture and ornaments as she could. After midnight, she would switch to the trash can skill and try to make something like an ocean fish tank. Each fish tank added 10 points to her score, and with more similar items, her score would go up. Yun Luoha contacted Yang Mian again. After Yang Mian joined the management trainee group, as the only player with forging skills in the entire association, he received priority for forging resources. His forging skills improved rapidly, and he had already broken through level 3. The soul-drinking twin blades that Mu Zitong had asked him to make were his first high-level weapons after reaching level 3. Yunluo knew he was helping Mu Zitong make weapons yesterday, so she didn't contact him. Today was the time. And Yunluo had been thinking about the weapon she wanted for the past 2 days. She had drawn a blueprint for a hunting knife on paper. She had some preliminary ideas, and now was the perfect time to talk to Yang Mian about them. She wanted a black, long-handled hunting knife. The materials were also decided. Blood marrow or blood crystal, refined steel, and obsidian would be used. If conditions permit, some symbiotic crystal powder could be added. The handle could be made of iron birch, crocodile skin, or blood-red bat wings. The entire blade should be a dark black, suiting her personality. A matte finish would be ideal for the blade. She had previously been interested in cold weapons, and had done some research, so even without forging skills, she could offer some suggestions. However, the specific implementation would depend on Yang Mian's input. Yunluo had chatted with him for a while, and Yang Mian was very surprised by Yunluo's concept. Her ideas gave him a lot of inspiration. Especially since the weapon blueprint allowed for free creation, it was the first time he had seen one, and he wanted to start designing right away. Chapter 64. Yang Mian, I stay up all night tonight, and make it for you as soon as possible. Yunluo, there's no need to rush. Yang Mian, aren't you here for tomorrow's ratings? A good weapon will probably improve your overall rating. Yunluo thought so. Okay, thank you. Just let me know if you need anything else. She had already given him many valuable materials, many of which Yang Mian had never seen before. He would need time and effort to study them, but knowing their origins would help him understand them. Where did you get these materials? Do they have any special uses? Yunluo also gave Yang Mian a copy of the complete information on Bat Island that she had sent to Mu Zitong. Take a look at this and you see. If he weren't one of us, it would have cost a lot of resources to obtain this information. Yang Mian had just opened it, and taken a few glances, when a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seemed that joining the association had been the right decision. Today, Yang Mei also obtained a designated island landing token. He had originally wanted Yang Mei to go to Bat Island, but now it seemed he better be cautious. Bat Island was indeed too dangerous. It would be safer to go to the main Spring Island, where there would be more resources. However, since there was a deserted island survival competition, choosing one of the resource islands might yield the highest returns. What if the island Yang Mei was going to this time? Since the management trainee group could directly contact the Tianji Pavilion for information, he could easily check out the information on all 8 resource islands. In fact, Yang Mian also wanted to get a team-up card to go with Yang Mei, but Yang Mei was reluctant. She said she couldn't always rely on her brother's protection and had to be independent. She also wanted to participate in the next deserted island survival competition. The two shared a reef, which had the same score. If her combined personal score and the reef's score placed her in the top 100, she would be eligible. Yang Mian had previously made it into the top 10, so Yang Mei should have no problem making it into the top 100. Now, there's only a daily quota of 3 shells. Ro Bao would keep any shells he found indoors, and Yunluo would open them together in the evening, revealing 2 white pearls and 1 gray pearl. Open the white pearl to obtain soybean paste X1, stinky tofu X1, broken tire X1, mashed potato salad X1, mapo tofu X1, chicken feed X1, skin scraper X1, cat villa blueprint X1. Open the white pearl to obtain hemostatic potion recipe X1, iron or X2, toy with a hole X1, paint peeling coffee table X1, moldy eggplant X1, coke X1. Open the gray pearl to obtain linen X2, cotton X1, old broom X1, sea stone X10, chipped vase X2, vinegar X1, deep sea flint X1. Cat villa blueprint. A 3-story cat villa made of solid wood, including a bed, climbing frame, scratching board, toilet, and other amenities to meet your cat's every need. Materials: pine wood X10, plastic X5, cotton X2, cotton cloth X2, hemp rope X2, iron or X3. This blueprint is great. I'd build a cat villa for Meatball, but since he's used to being wild, I'm not sure if he'd like it. Yunluo took out the recipe for the hemostatic potion, and saw that it included scarlet moss. She immediately understood why Lin Zhu had asked her for it. Now she had the recipe herself, but she lacked the alchemy skills. She simply gave it to Siqi. It was getting late, so Yunluo hurried to draw a lottery. Once midnight rolled around, she could switch to the trash can skill. Winning the lottery. Received bread oven blueprint X1. The bread oven Yunluo had been longing for was finally here. Bread oven, multifunctional for baking, smoking, and fermenting. Materials: 80 refractory bricks, 30 volcanic ash, 2 copper flues. But looking at the materials, it seemed impossible to build it for now. She'd probably have to find a way to get to the volcanic island. Yunluoha built the cat villa first, then started throwing things into the trash can. She had too many oysters now. If she didn't control them, they would eat up all the seaweed every day. Since the trash can could be converted and upgraded, seaweed was also a useful resource. Yunluoha had to remove over 100 oysters every day to ensure the seaweed in an area wasn't eaten. The oyster meat could be eaten, dried into dried oysters, or used in soup. Oyster shells have many uses. Simply throw them in the trash for recycling and upgrading, or use them to make glass. Oyster shell powder can be used as fertilizer, and if you have the recipe, you can even make high-grade acid-resistant lime. Someone in the European Emperor Association has already made it. So the European Emperor Association members are collecting oyster shells in bulk, but Yunluoha doesn't plan to sell them. Yunluoha will keep some for himself, and Mu Zitong will distribute the rest to the association members. Acid rain has been falling for a week now, and more players are creating acid-based neutralizers. Adding high-grade acid-resistant lime to the mix can combat the damage caused by acid rain. Most of the upgraded houses of new players have acid-resistant materials added to them, so even though they haven't reached level 5 yet, they should be more durable. Siqi's research has also achieved some notable success. Through experiments with symbiotic crystals, a large number of earthworms have been mutated. The mucus from these mutated earthworms has been used to create a wealth of new materials, some of which are provided to members of the association, while others are given as gifts to new players, attracting many more players to join. However, Mu Zitong has now divided the association into 2 parts, a mutual aid association with lower luck and a hand-in-hand association with better luck. This distinction makes management easier. After all, the materials that members of the 2 associations can submit are different, so distributing the same materials to both would be unfair. However, this also significantly increases the difficulty of management. Thankfully, he has promoted several new members to management. 2 of them were selected from the original members to help him manage the Mutual Aid Association, while Cheng Xuening will help him manage the Hand-in-Hand Association. Cheng Xuening's luck is quite good, 81 points is considered high within the association. She's also meticulous and clear-minded. Although a new player, she's already making great strides. And since she's Yunluoha's good friend, there's no reason Mu Zitong wouldn't entrust her with important tasks. At 1 a.m., most players have already gone to bed. After a hard day's work, without a good night's sleep, their stamina won't be fully replenished. But half of the high-level players are still busy. All for tomorrow's 10 a.m. assessment. If a hard night's work can move up 1 place tomorrow, it's worth it. And the closer it gets to that time, the better time to sprint for the reef upgrade. With the arrival of new players, competition in each region becomes even more intense. While veteran players have a head start, new players also have newbie benefits and various buffs. Who knows, it won't be long before they catch up. Yunluoha tossed coral, oyster shells, fish bones, iron birch bark, bat wings, and other supplies into the trash, creating a plethora of bizarre ornaments. She also crafted several sets of high-end furniture using redwood and iron birch. After replacing the furniture with a complete set, the reef's score instantly increased by 50 points. After discovering that matching sets of matching items could significantly increase her score, Yunluoha became obsessed with decorating, not wanting to sleep. She also crafted several bone china vases, added some fresh flowers from the trading center, and changed the curtains and sheets to matching colors. After all this hard work, it was almost dawn. She had already repaired some of the damaged blueprints, and all that was left was to combine them. Yunluoha combined different types of blueprints to obtain blueprints for a fluorite lantern, a retractable drying rack, and a plum blossom hidden weapon. Fluorite lantern, sustainable lighting, requiring no electricity or fuel, harnesses the luminescent properties of fluorite. Materials: fluorite X4, resin X2, deep sea flint X2, glass X1. Retractable clothes drying rack, a very practical, floor-standing, folding clothes drying rack. Materials: iron ore X10, plastic X15. Plum blossom hidden weapon, plum blossom sleeve arrows, concealed by sleeves, with a quiver strapped to the arm for easy use. Each plum blossom sleeve arrow can only hold 6 arrows, and the arrowheads can be poisoned. Materials: iron ore X6, refined steel X2. Requires a blacksmith with 5 blacksmithing skills to craft. Currently, the only thing she can make is the clothes drying rack, but there's no rush to use it. She can wait until she has time. Yun Luoha yawned, checking the time to see it was 5 o'clock. Who knew Yang Mian hadn't slept either? He actually helped Yun Luoha finish the weapon overnight. Yun Luoha was so sleepy, she didn't even examine the weapon after receiving it. She rubbed her temples, quickly washed up, and went to sleep. All she had to do was wake up at 10 a.m. to check the rating results. Yun Luoha slept soundly. If the system's loud beep hadn't woken her, she probably would have continued sleeping until the afternoon. The rating results are out. Players can check their rankings in their emails. The top 100 players should register within 1 day and vote as soon as possible to select their target island. Yun Luoha drowsily opened her eyes and saw the words on the screen, instantly regaining consciousness. Congratulations to the player who scored 206 points in the first comprehensive rating, including a Reef rating of 108 and a personal rating of 98. This places them first in Zone 2 and earns them a deluxe gift pack. Please check for it. District 2 Comprehensive Score Rankings 1. First place, Yun Luoha 206 points, Reef score 108, personal score 98. Second place, Linju 200 points, Reef score 109, personal score 91. Third place, Wujing 193 points, Reef score 110, personal score 83. Fourth place, Duwantian 189 points, Reef score 113, personal score 76. Fifth place, Yang Mian 180 points, Reef score 105, personal score 75. Sixth place, Meng Tu 177 points, Reef score 107, personal score 70. Seventh place, Tan Qian 176 points, Reef score 105, personal score 71. Eighth place, Wang Zhifei 170 points, Reef score 102, personal score 68. Ninth place, Si Chi 168 points, Reef score 100, personal score 68. There was also a leaderboard for new players. Yun Luoha glanced at it and saw Cheng Xuaning on the list in 7th place. Although Yun Luoha knew she should be in the top 10, she never expected to jump straight to first place. She carefully examined everyone's scores. The top 4 reefs all had higher scores than hers, but her individual score lead was so significant that it directly pulled her overall score up. Yun Luoha was a little excited. She couldn't believe she'd taken first place so quickly. She couldn't wait to open the deluxe gift pack. First place for the first time? There must be a lot of goodies. Opening the deluxe gift pack. Receive 1 random skill book, 1 intermediate pet contract, 1 pet bag blueprint, 1 landing token, 2 crystals, 10 obsidians, and 1 random trade set blueprint. Yun Luoha was dazzled by the sight. These things were too good to be true. Yun Luoha was overjoyed. Any one of them was a player's dream. She started by using the random skill book. Learning the mining skill. Yes, after upgrading the mining skill, mining speed will be faster, and there's a chance to get double the ore. Yun Luoha picked up another random trade set blueprint. Woven feather cloak. Increases movement speed by 20% when sprinting, conceals scent, and provides camouflage depending on the environment. Crafting materials. Mist crystal X10, falcon feather X100, silver web spider silk X20. This item clearly suits her. Combined with her perception trait, she can sense danger beforehand. Combined with her ultra-fast dodge and movement speed, she have a significant advantage in combat. Although she's still unsure where to find 2 of the materials, now that she has the blueprint, she can always craft it later. Yun Luoha was overjoyed. As for the other rewards, Yun Luoha was most interested in the intermediate pet contract. Having received another pet contract, Yun Luoha was considering whether to contract this wolf spider. Note: available contract available. Please ask if you would like to contract. Yun Luoha looked down and saw the wolf spider lying beside her bed, staring at her with a gentle, non-threatening gaze. The player's bond with the contracted pet is detected to be 60 points, with a 75% success rate. Would you like to sign the contract? The success rate for intermediate pet contracts is quite high. Yun Luoha whispered to the wolf spider, "Do you want to bind with me? Will you follow me from now on?" Hiss. I don't know if it understood, but it sounded quite excited. Chapter 65. Yun Luoha used the pet contract on the wolf spider, and soon received a notification that the contract was successful. After the last contract with Meat Bun, her luck increased by a few points. This time, it should be the same. She quickly opened her personal information. Name, Yun Luoha. Gender, female. Age, 26. Zone, District 2. HP, 100. Stamina, 100. Strength, 81, upgradable, agility, 75, upgradable, luck, 32, upgradable traits, perception plus 18. Skills, cooking level 3, gathering level 3, taming level 1, mining level 1, intermediate archery. Pet, ocelot level 2. Wolf spider level 1. Ocelot, name, meat bun. Appearance, an adult ocelot, large and muscular, weighing approximately 30 to 40 kilograms. Personality, greedy and lively. Combat power, high base power, which can be further increased through leveling up. Basic skill, swift assault, LV, 2, effect. The ocelot uses its agility to quickly close in on the enemy, unleashing a powerful attack. Level up changes, attack speed increased by 30%, damage increased by 15%. Mutated wolf spider, name, unknown. Appearance, larval stage. Silver-white carapace, dark red tail stripes resembling veins, small size. Personality, fierce, picky, loyal. Combat power, has enormous potential, with each level up resulting in significant improvements in all aspects. Basic skill 1, devour, alters its body's performance by consuming various substances, enhancing its attributes. Skill 2, silk sling, explodes silk towards a target for rapid travel, up to 30 meters. 2 consecutive slingshots are possible in a short period of time. As the level increases, the silk reserve increases, the number of slingshots increases, and the silk's toughness increases accordingly. According to the description, the wolf spider seems even more powerful than Meat Bun. But Yunluoha hasn't chosen a name for the wolf spider yet. What should she call it? Yunluoha really doesn't have a talent for naming, so the name Meat Bun was just a random one. She held out her hand to the wolf spider, and it immediately crawled into her palm, making a cheerful sound, then laid down. Let's call you Wonton. You have the devour skill, and Wonton and Meat Bun go well together. After all, you're both my pets, so the names just match. And, like her, they both have the surname Yun. Yunluoha called to the wolf spider, Wonton, Wonton, what do you think? Do you like this name? The wolf spider stretched out its forelimbs, and made a soft sound. Hiss. I like it. What a cute sound. Yunluoha was almost melted by it. The fierce-looking wolf spider had such a voice. What a contrast. Yunluoha stroked its furry back. You're so good. What do you want to eat today? I give it all to you. Since Wonton needed to devour items to level up, Yunluoha naturally had to give it more good food. They were now in the same boat, and Wonton's strength meant Yunluoha had a valuable helper. That red, hard thing. Yunluoha thought for a moment, thinking it must be the blood crystal. Okay, you can have it. Yunluoha immediately stood up to get the blood crystal. Ro Bao, standing nearby, was already dissatisfied. Meow. Meow. Ro Bao protested. What about me? Yunluoha, you have some too. I give you some meat later. You don't like what it eats. Seeing that the wolf spider wouldn't compete with him for food, Ro Bao meowed reluctantly. After the rankings were announced, the entire second district was buzzing with discussion. First place always commands the most attention. Mu Zitong was eager to jump out and announce that the first place winner was the president of our Mutual Aid Association. That would give the Mutual Aid Association another headline-grabbing victory, and also give those players from the European Emperor Association a slap in the face for thinking good luck was everything, only to have them take first place. Furthermore, Yunluoha's victory was entirely based on individual skill. While his reef score wasn't very high, his individual score was a bit higher than everyone else's. However, Yunluoha hadn't said anything about it publicly, so Mu Zitong couldn't say it without permission, and could only secretly rejoice in the group chat. The fact that the European Emperor Association didn't take first place this time sparked a frenzy of discussion in the group chat. In particular, the high-profile Wu Jing not only didn't take first place, but even second place went to the unremarkable Lin Zhu. And the score difference was quite significant. He was 7 points lower than Lin Zhu. Even 1 or 2 points would be depressing enough, let alone 7. Wu Jing had been very high-profile since he first entered the game, and the entire European Emperor Association was centered around him, because he had the highest luck. After all, the European Emperor Association believed that luck was king, and the luckiest player would get the best supplies and encounter the most opportunities. It made no sense that he wouldn't be the one who progressed the most. However, Lin Zhu's luck was only 4th in the group, and he kept a low profile. Everyone in the association had roughly the same supplies, and the reefs were built using the same template, so the reef scores were similar. Lin Zhu's personal score was several points higher than his. Could it be that the difference in strength and agility was too great, but everyone had posted their stats when they joined the group, and he remembered that Lin Ju's wasn't much higher than his. That can only be added later. And Wu Jing couldn't understand why Yunluo's personal rating was so high. Wang Jifei was indignant. What do you think? Our European Emperor Association didn't take first place this time. We only have 3 players in the top 5, and only 4 in the top 10. It's a huge setback. Lu Yao, indeed, I saw a lot of players discussing it, kind of making fun of us, especially that Mutual Aid Association. Wang Jifei, is Yunluo's personal strength that strong? Last time, she made it into the top 6 thanks to her high personal rating, and this time she took first place straight away. That's outrageous. Wu Jing, what do you think we overlooked? How can we improve our personal rating faster? I don't want to see even 3 players from our European Emperor Association in the top 10 next time. Yunluo received many congratulatory messages. Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening, needless to say, sent her several messages congratulating her upon seeing the rankings. Later, Yang Mian, Lin Ju, and Qin Sisi also sent messages, and the management trainee group was also happy for her. Yunluo was in high spirits. She shared some experiences in the management trainee group and thanked Yang Mian for helping her craft weapons overnight. Perhaps his contribution to her first place finish would be significant. Later, even Du Ruantian and Wu Jing messaged her to chat, seemingly chatting but actually seeking information. Yunluo only said a few perfunctory words to Wu Jing. She had a good relationship with Du Ruantian, so they chatted for a while. Actually, even telling them wouldn't have mattered. These people had a high luck factor, which gave them an early lead. However, if they were just lucky and their own strength couldn't keep up, they would gradually be overtaken. Furthermore, good luck doesn't guarantee everything. Some resources and opportunities require risk. Even if you have the best luck, if you don't take risks and fight, there's no room for improvement. In other words, their strength had reached its limit, but Yunluo felt she still had plenty of room for improvement. However, Lin Ju was an exception. Lin Ju's second place finish this time also demonstrated his strength, and he would likely become her formidable rival in the future. Although they were currently partners, they might soon be on opposing sides over resources. Of course, Yunluo didn't want to become his enemy. All she had to do now was keep working hard and keep pushing forward. First place this time, and next time, she would want to take it again. She took out the weapon Yang Mian had crafted for her. The blade was light, and felt wonderful in her hand. She tried to swing it, but only the shadow of the blade wavered. If she had moved faster, her movements would have been invisible. Night Stalker Hunting Knife. The blade had a matte coating, and its reflectivity automatically adjusted during stealth, slicing through metal like mud. It also had a life-sucking effect, causing sustained health loss, and a weakening effect on enemies, reducing their mobility. Yunluo was very satisfied, but she had no prey to practice with, so she could only try her hand on seaweed. She simply slashed the air, and the seaweed fluttered down. It wasn't satisfying. She didn't want to use the knife to kill fish, so she had to wait a few days until she reached the island to find another opportunity to use it. She had already signed up for the Deserted Island Survival Competition, and she already had an answer for which island to vote for. Based on the intelligence analysis of the 8 resource islands, the one she wanted to visit the most was Kiridakure Island. Although there wasn't much information on Kiridakure Island, only a handful of players had visited it, and the Qianji Pavilion had only gathered a few pieces of information. 1. Kiridakure Island is vast, with resources distributed only in a few areas, leaving most of the area barren. 2. The island is shrouded in thick fog, limiting visibility. 3. The island has several springs, providing ample freshwater, but there are also many dangerous wild animals. 4. The island's main resources are oil, fluorite, and pinewood. Based solely on the 4th piece of information, Mist Island is enough to attract most players. After all, that's oil. Yunluo also has her eye on the island's fluorite. She just happened to have the blueprint for a fluorite lantern. If she could obtain enough fluorite on the island, the reef would be brightly lit at night. Unlike now, where they can only rely on torches and stoves for lighting, which aren't very practical, fluorite lanterns are similar to normal light bulbs. Hanging them everywhere on the reef won't worry about being completely dark outside during rainy days. And the abundance of wild animals is a boon for Yunluo, as she's worried about her limited meat options. She decided to choose Mist Island, and asked Mu Zitong to spread the information about it for free. This way, players who can save their lives will be more likely to choose Mist Island. Yunluo then took out the blueprint for the pet bag. Pet bag. Place your pet in the bag, Then stow it in your backpack and carry it with you. The pet will enter a dormant state in the bag. Materials: Golden Spider Silk X2, Crocodile Leather X1, Space Stone X1. In fact, if she could make a pet bag, she could bring a pet with her this time on the island. She already had everything else, except the Space Stone. The first place prize was 2 crystals, and she needed 3 more to craft a Space Stone. Yunluoha planned to find someone to trade for crystals. She currently had enough space in her backpack, so there was no need to rush to use the Space Stone to expand it. She could use it first to build the pet bag. The first person to trade for crystals was naturally Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu came in second, so the reward must have been generous, a crystal for sure. Perhaps if she could just offer him something he was interested in, he agreed to a deal. But getting him to give her 1 wasn't difficult, but 3 was probably out of the question. She also had to find other ways to acquire crystals. Yunluoha first went to Mu Zitong and asked him to ask within the association if anyone had any. She had a lot of good stuff to offer, some of which were definitely worth more than a crystal. Besides, a crystal couldn't be made into a Space Stone, so for many players, a single crystal was useless. Mu Zitong, I have one here. I give it to you first. I asked in the group. That left only 2 crystals short. Yunluoha also asked in the management trainee group. She wanted crystals, and others, unless they were in urgent need, would be willing to give them up first, so she could use them. Yunluoha often sent them supplies and equipment. Any equipment Yunluoha had, everyone in the management trainee group had it. So, seeing her message, Siqi immediately replied, I have one. Yunluoha, what do you need? I trade with you. Siqi, no need. Didn't you give me the recipe for the hemostatic potion last night? That's more important to me than the crystal. And Yunluoha didn't ask for anything in return for the recipe. Although Yunluoha's lack of alchemy skills meant it was more useful to Siqi, Siqi was still grateful. Yunluoha took the crystal, and sent her some scarlet moss, and the energy essence she had obtained earlier. Energy essence can be used to craft a recovery potion, quickly restoring stamina and health. This thing has been sitting here with her for ages, and used. Only missing 1 crystal, Yunluoha wasn't anxious anymore. She still had a few days to prepare for the deserted island survival competition. She first finished her daily tree planting task, and she also had to use these few days to upgrade her cooking skills. She just gotten some seasonings: calcium seasoning powder, mushroom and oyster sauce, vinegar, soybean paste, cornstarch, garlic sauce. These were all excellent seasonings for marinating meat and flavoring food. She also had hand-pulled pancakes, potato chips, venison, cantaloupe, and other ingredients, so she could make at least 5 new dishes today. Ro Bao was a little unhappy about the contract with Wonton, so she makes something delicious to appease him. As a player with the Beast Tamer skill, you should always monitor your pet's mood and hunger. A bad mood can affect the bond between pet and player. Ro Bao, come on, I make you something delicious. Ro Bao, sprawled lazily on the sofa, raised his head at the words, but didn't rush over as usual. Sure enough, he's unhappy. Yunluoha decided to make a Westlake vinegar fish for Ro Bao to try. She looked at the well-behaved Wonton on her shoulder and whispered, Did you eat enough of the blood crystal just now? Wonton stayed by her side, clinging to her no matter what she did. I'm full. It's delicious. I eat it tomorrow. Wonton made a soft, chewy sound. After eating the blood crystals, his body glowed red. Yunluoha didn't have many blood crystals left. If he ate 1 a day, it would only last him a week. After he finished, he'd either have to find more or switch his food. Or maybe give him some symbiotic crystal powder. That stuff works on both earthworms and oysters, causing them to mutate. I wonder if Wonton will have the same miraculous effects. Chapter 66. Congratulations to the player for creating one of the power dishes. Garlic lobster. Reward: Wolf Tooth Potato X1. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating one of the luck dishes. Fish and vinegar. Reward: Chocolate ice cream X1. Congratulations to the player for creating one of the dark dishes. Hand-pulled pancake with potato chips and stinky tofu. Reward: Kale and bitter melon juice X1. Cooking skill upgraded. Level 4. Reward: Oven X1. Yunluoha cooked over 10 dishes in one go, unlocking 3 more achievements. Her cooking skills had finally been upgraded. Just as she was about to open the details of her cooking skills, she heard another message. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player in the game to reach level 4 in the cooking skill. Reward: Star Book of Cooking Skills. Yunluoha was delighted and quickly took out the Star Book. It contained a wealth of information, detailing how to upgrade your cooking skills, and how to use them to create more special dishes. You can also combine them with other skills to create all sorts of unique dishes. This Star Book of Cooking Skills is a true guide to developing your cooking skills. Once her skills reach level 5, she'd be able to develop special foods that offer benefits like cold resistance, heat resistance, and energy boosts. Now, her priority is to create more high-star foods. Each time she creates food, she gains experience points. Ordinary quality foods add 2 experience points, high quality foods add 5, and super quality foods add 10. To create high quality food, ingredients are crucial, but so are proper combinations, nutritional balance, and flavor. Furthermore, the Star Book states that after reaching level 5, one can choose a career path or a star cookbook. The cookbook will contain various achievement dishes. To obtain a recipe, one simply needs to slowly gather the ingredients and create the dish, significantly improving their cooking skills. Excellent. Yunluohe held the book for a long moment, memorizing all the key points. She reviewed the details of all the dishes she had just made and found that the vinegar fish was the most effective. It adds 3 points of luck, 1 point of speed, and 20 points of stamina, making it perfect for taking out and essential for searching for supplies on the island. She make a few more vinegar fish dishes tomorrow. And Robao seemed to be in a much better mood after eating it. Of course, he enjoyed eating anything. He already devoured the entire pot of garlic lobster. He was now lying at Yunluohe's feet, rubbing his belly, revealing his soft underbelly. Yunluohe squatted down and touched it. It felt so good, all meat. Yunluohe, Robao, you eaten too much. You need to exercise more, or you be too fat to jump. Robao, meow. No way. The taste of garlic lobster and vinegar fish still lingered on his lips, and he looked lingering. Before bed, Yunluohe sorted through his supply box. Check which supplies are running low, and which are more plentiful and suitable for trading or crafting. She also receives a lot of supplies every day. Some blueprints she couldn't craft before due to lack of materials are now available. If she doesn't check regularly, she's bound to miss something. After looking through them, she actually found a high-level blueprint that can be made. Vertical planting rack. A 3-tiered steel frame with built-in automatic sprinklers, which expands the planting area to 3 times that of a normal plot. A protective glass cover protects crops from corrosion. Crafting materials: iron ore X30, glass X15, obsidian X5, plastic water pipe X3, fiber rope X50, mycelium soil X8. The planting rack couldn't be made before because there wasn't enough obsidian. Now there's enough, and everything else is also available. But whether or not to make it now is a question. There's still room for growing vegetables in the vegetable garden. If I use the obsidian now, it'd be hard to get it back if I need it urgently later. Or maybe I should wait until I need it later? Why not make a few more multi-purpose outdoor engineer shovels? They were really useful last time on Bat Island. Obsidian is also sharper than refined steel. Some hardwoods can't be cut through even with a steel axe, requiring a more advanced axe. Consider making an obsidian axe. Everyone in the management trainee group scored in the top 100 in District 2 and has signed up for the Wilderness Survival Competition. Yunluohe plans to give each participant an engineer shovel. If they don't have obsidian themselves, she can provide it. They can trade it for something or return it to her later when they have it. Cheng Xuening also ranked 89th. For a new player to make it into the top 100 is quite impressive. In the entire District 2, fewer than 10 new players made it into the top 100. As a result, Cheng Xuening ranked in the top 10 of the new player rankings. As a result, she received many rewards, including obsidian and a pet contract. The tree monkey she brought back from the island had almost recovered from its injuries. After learning about the numerous benefits of having a pet contract, Cheng Xuening also formed a contract with the tree monkey. Now that Yunluohe had obtained the stalker hunting knife, she gave her previous dagger to Cheng Xuening. Furthermore, if Cheng Xuening could also obtain the space stone, she would also help her build a pet bag so that she could bring her pet to the competition. Going to the island with a pet definitely brought more benefits. First, you had an extra helper. Second, you could hone your rapport with your pet and quickly level it up. On the early morning of the 24th day, Yunluohe finally gathered all the upgrade supplies. This time, she was able to gather the supplies so quickly thanks to the help of all the members of the Mutual Aid Association. The number of members in the Mutual Aid Association now exceeded 100. With so many people each contributing dozens of pieces of wood, and combined with the wood she had previously collected from recycling trash, Yunluohe had collected the 10,000 pieces of wood needed for the upgrade. Mu Zitong arranged for more than a dozen people to help her collect the remaining materials. Of course, Yunluoha also provided the raw materials, and most of the equipment in exchange. It wasn't all for nothing. For this upgrade, her backpack was half empty, and several supply boxes were freed up. But when she clicked on the upgrade button, it prompted that her reef score was insufficient. In addition to the materials, there was another hard requirement for the upgrade to level 6, a reef score of 120. She was only 109, still more than a dozen points short, but increasing her reef score wasn't easy. Yesterday, she had finally reached this score for the sake of the ranking list. She checked the reef scores of the others on the leaderboard. No one had surpassed level 120 yesterday, which meant no one might level up in the next 2 days. If she worked hard to raise her reef rating, wouldn't she have a chance of being the first to level up? The allure of being the first to level up made Yunluoha unable to give up and just go to bed. She did everything she could to collect all kinds of furniture and furnishings at the trading center. She even threw some useful items into the trash and turned them into treasure. She was going all out for the upgrade. Crocodile leather plus redwood plus cotton cloth plus furniture blueprints recycled into treasure, obtaining a genuine leather sofa X1. Seabird feathers plus coral plus pearls plus butterfly phosphorus powder recycled into treasure, obtaining a luminous coral ornament X1. Blood crystal fragments plus blood-colored bat wings plus scarlet moss plus carpet plus pearls recycled into treasure, obtaining a dark scarlet carpet X1. She tried 15 combinations, 12 of which failed, wasting a lot of materials and obtaining useless items, with only these 3 high-end items. However, Yunluoha was overjoyed after reading the details of these 3 items. The leather sofa added 5 reef points, the luminous coral ornament added 1 reef point, and the dark scarlet carpet added 6 reef points. She had actually added the points with these actions. As long as it achieved her goal, the materials used were worth it. She quickly clicked the upgrade button. When the system prompted that the upgrade countdown was 20 hours, Yunluoha's heart finally settled. It might have taken a while, but she had finally upgraded. She wasn't sure if she could get first place, but she felt her chances were high. Yunluoha thought about it, and decided to go to the island the next day. After all, there was still more than a day before the competition started, just enough time for her to go to the island for a day, and then continue the competition after returning. She had already made the pet bag today. She had traded the last crystal stone from Chin Sisi for an ordnance shovel. This time, Yunluoha brought Robao with her. There was only one pet bag, so the only pet she could take was Wonton. Robao would be furious if she took Wonton. Yunluoha had been leaving it to watch over the reef for days. Now that she finally had the pet bag, which allowed her to bring her pet, she couldn't just take her new pet without it. So, even though Wonton was incredibly clingy, Yunluoha chose to take Robao first. She even promised to take Wonton next time. Robao was incredibly proud of this, walking around with a cocky air, chin raised high as he looked at Wonton. However, Wonton was also very well behaved. Knowing Yunluoha had asked him to watch over the house, he sweetly said he'd wait for her return. What do you need me for, hee? I can dig the dirt and plant vegetables. It had already learned how to do it the last time we were growing vegetables together. Yunluoha smiled. No need. I might have to stay overnight on the island. If I'm not back and any fish monsters come, you have to help me kill them. But don't use poison, because we need the meat. Also, if there's anything in the net, you have to help me pull it out and throw it back out. It's what Robao did before, now I leave it to you. Wonton thought for a moment. I understand. Yunluoha, I teach you once. Before setting off, she led Wonton to the edge of the reef and pointed at the net. This is it. If you find anything, pull it up. Wonton spun out spider silk, hooked the rope of the net, and with a hissing sound, began to pull, quickly pulling the net from the water to the reef. Yes, that's right. You're great. We're leaving now. Just be good at home. Yunluoha left it 2 blood crystals, and some refined steel and iron ore, fearing it might starve. As for the symbiotic crystal powder, Yunluoha thought it would be best to wait until it was a little older before giving it any. It was still small, and if it mutated uncontrollably, it would be disastrous. Yunluoha really liked Wonton's soft and cuddly personality, and didn't want it to mutate into something else. Even if its strength increased, if its personality also changed, wouldn't that be a loss? Welcome aboard Frog Island. Yunluoha knew a little about Frog Island. She had previously reviewed all the information on the 8 resource islands, and Frog Island was naturally among them. Upon arrival, she immediately retrieved the information on Frog Island and reviewed it again. Frog Island wasn't dangerous, and its area wasn't large, but it was rich in resources, especially wild plants. Spring was the perfect time for picking wild vegetables, and Frog Island had plenty of them, just what Yunluoha wanted. According to intelligence, Frog Island has 3 main areas. The first is the shallow swamp. After rainfall, this area forms a temporary water area filled with reeds and muddy puddles, where bullfrogs and frogs lay their eggs. Next to the muddy puddles is a small clay area, but it contains a large amount of clay. The second area is the cave area, which is generally home to bat caves and natural caves. Mineral caves are rare and contain few resources. The third area is the hot spring depression, where geothermal warm waters gather. This attracts many insects and frogs, and due to the influence of the sulfur in the hot springs, there is little vegetation around. Yunluoha's first target is the shallow swamp. If she feels there's nothing left in the afternoon, she can even return to the reef early and get some extra sleep. If she doesn't find anything special, it's not worth staying overnight. However, Yunluoha is quite interested in the frogs on Frog Island. Frogs are a great food. Both bullfrogs and frogs are edible, and there are many ways to prepare them. Spring is a crucial time for frogs to breed and thrive. Yunluoha could already hear a chorus of frogs the moment she arrived on the island. If you stay overnight on the island, you won't be able to sleep. The frog croaking is like a bat's sonic attack. Yunluoha crossed the beach and entered the woods, heading for the loudest frog croaking. Oh, she forgot to take Meat Bun out. Meat Bun was still in the pet bag. Yunluoha pulled out the pet bag, which resembled a brocade pouch. She untied the string, and Meat Bun leaped out. "How's it? Is it stuffy in there?" Yunluoha said with concern. "Ro bao, meow. I didn't feel anything. I fell asleep the moment I got in." That wasn't bad. She initially worried that being cooped up in the pitch black would make him feel suffocated. "Let's go." Yunluoha walked ahead and told him to follow her. But after finally getting to the island, how could he obey? Before Yunluoha could finish her words, he was already sprinting forward much faster than her. Yunluoha could only see his silhouette flash through the woods before disappearing a moment later. There wasn't much danger on Frog Singing Island, so she left him alone. Ro Bao was a wild ocelot, and this environment felt like home to him. Yunluoha simply called out, "Don't go too far." After the contract, she and her pet had developed a telepathic connection, so she could sense his presence and he could find her quickly. She didn't need to worry about Ro Bao getting lost. Now all she had to do was search for supplies. After walking for half an hour, Yunluoha arrived at a shallow swamp. Upon arriving, I saw a field of reeds. The water beneath the reeds was shallow, barely reaching the top of my feet. Yunluoha wore waterproof rubber shoes, allowing him to navigate the shallow water. The reeds, once harvested, would be transformed into stalks and fiber. Yunluoha took out his golden sickle and cut some and stored them. If it were just fiber, there's no need to collect so much, but the stalks are valuable. Reed stalks can be used as medicine, clearing heat and detoxifying, and offering antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. They can also be used to weave baskets, winnowing baskets, and other household items. While harvesting the reeds, Yunluoha discovered many snails clinging to the stems. Snails are a delicious treat. Yunluoha already had several snail-related dishes in mind. Spicy stir-fried snails, braised snails, snail soup, and snail noodles. The snails are usually snails. There were quite a few snails in this patch of reeds. Yunluoha took out a plastic bucket and began collecting them while she harvested the reeds. Many snails were hanging on the reeds. With a gentle pull, they fell into the bucket, making them very easy to collect. After harvesting perhaps a few hundred reed stalks, Yunluoha filled half a bucket with snails. This half bucket was enough for her to eat for several meals, and the snail meat could be dried and made into jerky, which was still very nutritious and delicious when cooked. Snails weren't just found on the reeds, they were also found in the water, easily accessible. The feeling of picking up food all over the ground was truly intoxicating. Yunluoha only stopped after collecting a full bucket. She couldn't pick any more, or she'd spend the whole day here. She still had to go catch frogs. Snails were delicious, but Yunluoha loved frogs even more. Dry pot bullfrog, chopped pepper bullfrog, spicy jumping frog, flavorful frog. Just thinking about it made her drool. Following the frog sounds, she quickly found the swamp. This swamp was different from the others she'd seen before. It was a bit too vibrant. The previous swamps were more like muddy swamps, but this one was a wetland ecosystem. But seeing the frogs before her, her expression became a little uneasy. This place was a frog paradise. There were so many of them. The water in the swamp wasn't deep, but it was murky, covered in weeds and duckweed, with tiny slivers of water peeking out from the gaps. But even on that surface, Floating were clusters and strings of frog eggs. They were densely packed together, all different colors. Although crystal clear, they looked a bit disgusting. Some eggs have begun to hatch, and tadpoles can be seen swimming in the water. Dense swarms of frogs, as if in unison, croak in unison, their calls blending together to form a unique natural symphony. Before, from farther away, I hadn't noticed the noise so much. Now, I can hear nothing but the croaking of frogs. It truly deserves to be called Frog Croaking Island. Chapter 67. A question suddenly popped up in Yunluo's mind. With so many frogs, should she just catch a few and take them home, or should she just take some eggs and raise them in the pond? Raising frogs would allow her to eat them sustainably, but could she really stand their croaking? It was too loud. Just then, Robao arrived. It was filthy, covered in leaves and mud from who knows where. Where have you been? You're so dirty, Yunluo said helplessly. Meow. Robao tossed her a giant bullfrog. Yunluo, you can take this back and cook it. The bullfrog was as big as Yunluo's head. It was outrageous. None of the frogs in the pond were that big. Where did you get it? Robao, meow, it hit me in a hole, and I caught it and killed it. Yunluo stared at the giant, now dead bullfrog in her hand. Bullfrog, the meat is high in protein, and the legs can be smoked for preservation. Males are aggressive during the breeding season. Yunluo's expression grew even more subtle. A bullfrog this size weighed a good 2 or 3 pounds, with the legs being the bulk, weighing over a pound. Yunluo simply cut it up and put it in his backpack. If you want to eat frogs, then just take some back home. There's no such thing as too much food. Yunluo, there are so many frogs here, I leave them all to you. Catch them and put them in a bag, and I make you something delicious when you get home. Grilled bullfrog, dry pot bullfrog, both are delicious. After hearing Yunluo's words, Robao couldn't stop drooling. He looked at the frogs not far away. Meow. Leave it to me. Yunluo nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then I go look around and see if there's anything else. Robao was left with the frog catching task. She just didn't feel like dealing with these noisy creatures. Yunluo reached the edge of the swamp and quickly discovered water celery and water mint. Because her gathering skill gained plant resonance after reaching level 3, all nearby plants she could gather were marked with special markers, making them easy to spot. Water celery is a moisture-tolerant plant that grows near the swamp. Unlike celery, Yunluo had never eaten it before. She picked a large handful. She wasn't sure how it tasted, but even if she didn't know what to pair it with, it would definitely be good with meat. She happened to have a small piece of wild boar left. Water mint also grew at the edge of the shallow swamp. Half of its roots were submerged in water. The stems were purple-red, and when she reached out to pick them, her fingers brushed against the leaves, and she could smell a strong, refreshing aroma. This is especially delicious in a cold mint beef salad. Yunluo had tried it once before, but unfortunately she didn't have beef. But squid would also be good, or even raw fish. Mint is a wonderful spice. It's also delicious when simply boiled in mint water. Yunluo frantically picked water mint for half an hour, until there were no more to be seen. She glanced back at the battle going on with Robao. It was quite intense. Robao jumped up and down, waving his claws, practically killing one with a single strike. Yunluo felt the frogs croaking grow quieter. Robao's hunger for food was paramount, and he was probably obsessed with the delicious frog meat he'd get back home, which was why he was working so hard. The plants near the swamp had been mostly picked, and it was time for lunch. Yunluo stopped Robao from catching frogs. Robao, meow. Is this enough? Yunluo walked over, and saw the mess on the ground. The bag she'd given Robao to store frogs was already overflowing, full to the brim. Many more had fallen beside the bag. Yunluo picked up the bag and put it directly into her backpack. Those fallen frogs couldn't be wasted, they all been killed. Let's go! Yunluo planned to find a clean place to sit down and eat. She was a little hungry, and her stamina points were mostly depleted, so she needed some more. She brought a lot of food with her today, including 2 large garlic lobsters, which she shared with Robao. But finding a place to sit in the swamp was difficult, so she decided to leave the area and eat somewhere else. Afterward, she could explore a bit. However, when they reached the muddy puddle next to the swamp, Yunluo hesitated for a moment about whether to take some clay back with her. She had already used all her clay for upgrades, and had even asked Mu Zitong for a good deal. Since she was just passing through, she might as well take some. At first, she just planned to dig a little and leave, but as she dug, Yunluo realized there was a lot of clay here, and she couldn't stop. So much. she could dig 6 or 7 pieces of clay a minute. At this rate, she could dig hundreds an hour, and she'd be exhausted. With only 10 stamina points left, Yunluoha breathlessly put away her shovel. Okay, I can't dig anymore now. She had to find a place to wash her hands and eat. But she had only taken 2 steps when she saw some harvestable plants in the humus at the edge of the muddy swamp. A pile of rotting plants lay piled together, but within them were small white flowers. It was a plant with heart-shaped leaves. Yunluoha had never seen it before, and only after picking it did she realize it was Houtuinia cordata. As she broke off the stem, she could smell a fishy odor. Houtuinia cordata, it can be used both edible and medicinally. The tender stems can be eaten cold or blanched to remove the fishy smell, increase appetite, and promote digestion. It can be boiled and used medicinally, or the fresh leaves can be mashed and applied to the skin for anti-inflammatory and itching relief. She had heard that many people loved eating Houtuinia cordata, but many others couldn't handle it. She had never tried it, and she hadn't expected to find it here. But even if she didn't like it, it could be used medicinally. She had to pick as much of this good thing as possible to take home. Yunluoha was running out of energy, so she called Robao to help her collect all the Houtuinia cordata nearby. Finally, with 67 Houtuinia cordata in her backpack, Yunluoha left satisfied. According to intelligence, there was a sandy hillside outside the swamp island, and Yunluoha planned to find a clean spot there to rest. The journey wasn't far, it only took 15 minutes to see the hillside. There were a few ordinary trees. Yunluoha pulled 2 straw mats from her crocodile skin backpack and sat on one with Robao. She washed her hands and wiped her face. Robao couldn't wait any longer. Yunluoha couldn't bear to see him covered in mud and blood, so she cleaned him up. Although he was still very dirty, he looked presentable. Okay, you can eat now. Yunluoha handed him the food. The meat bun immediately began to devour it. Yunluoha, also starving, joined in. As she was eating, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Her expression changed, and she stood up alertly. A girl came down the hillside. She was short and thin, with a very pretty face and large, bright, beautiful eyes. When she saw Yunluoha and the meat bun, she looked surprised, took a step back, then hesitantly stepped forward. Hello, are you a player too? This was Yang Mei's first time on an island, and also her first time meeting a stranger in the game. She had chosen to come to Huaming Island. Her brother Yang Mian had shown her information on the 8 resource islands, and she had finally settled on Huaming Island. Because Huaming Island had hot springs, she had just obtained a blueprint and needed sulfur, so she wanted to look for it there. She had just come down from the hot springs, her bag filled with sulfur. Having achieved her goal, she was about to explore another area when she ran into Yunluoha. Yunluoha, seeing she looked young, smiled and replied, "Yes, are you alone?" Yang Mei hesitated, remembering her brother's advice to be cautious when meeting others and not to trust them easily. But even if she said she wasn't alone, no one would believe her now. Seeing her apprehension, Yunluoha had guessed her concerns and changed the subject. "Did you come from the hot springs?" Yang Mei nodded yes. "Yunluoha, I'm going to check it out later too. If you want to go to the swamp, just keep going straight ahead." Yang Mei felt a little relieved, seeing Yunluoha's friendly and harmless attitude. She was also worried about encountering bad guys, who might steal her things. Her brother had given her a lot of goodies when she left, but her fighting skills were average, and if she really encountered a powerful player, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Yunluoha, on the other hand, looked extraordinary. He was dashing and impressive, with a cool ocelot by his side. He was exactly the kind of person she envied. Yang Mei hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, "Sister, there's poisonous fog in the hot springs area. If you go there, you must wear a gas mask." Yunluoha was stunned for a moment. Thank you for the reminder. She had worn a gas mask this time, and she knew it was required in the hot springs area, but she was still grateful for the little girl's kind reminder. Yang Mei shook her head and ran away quickly. She ran quite fast, and Yunluoha was about to ask her if she wanted something to eat. When they reached the hot springs area, the air was filled with the smell of sulfur, which was noticeable even through the gas mask. But there were plenty of supplies here, and the hot spring water was full of sulfur crystals. This yellow precipitate can be used to repel insects, and the insect repellent made from it is very effective. Many islands are plagued by venomous insects and scorpions, making them difficult to deal with. With the insect repellent, things become much easier. After arriving on the island, Yunluoha was determined to get more back. The experience of being chased by venomous insects on the swamp island still haunted her. Chapter 68. Yunluoha encountered no danger in the hot spring area and successfully obtained a large amount of sulfur crystals. In addition, she also discovered some dandelions near the hot spring. They were golden mutant dandelions, with narrow, serrated leaves and small golden flowers. When the rhizomes were pulled out, a sulfurous scent could be smelled. It's likely that the abundance of sulfur here caused the dandelions to mutate, resulting in a more effective treatment than ordinary dandelions. Golden dandelions. After the mutation, they possessed exceptional antibacterial properties. Boiling the roots in water can relieve abdominal pain caused by frog parasites, and the dried flowers can be used to make tea to prevent heat stroke. Eating frogs can also cause parasites. Seeing this, Yunluoha thought, I have to prepare the frog meat carefully when I get back. I avoid food poisoning. If I do, how will I participate in tomorrow's competition? I pick more dandelions first. If anything does go wrong, there's a solution. After dark, Yunluoha thought it was still early and Frog Island was relatively safe, so she decided to stay a while longer and leave later. Frog Island had many wild plants, all of which seemed quite useful. It would be great if she could find some spices or wild chilies. Chili peppers are essential for delicious frog meat. Without them, you only be able to stir-fry or braise them, which wouldn't be satisfying. And snails are also good for stir-frying with chili peppers. Holding an umbrella in one hand and a torch in the other, she searched the nearby hillside. She didn't find any chilies, but she did find some wild mung beans. The slope was covered with dense vines, their roots long and slender, covered with hairs, and covered with many dark green pods. Yunluoha didn't know what they were at first. When he picked them and peeled them, he didn't realize they were mung beans, as they looked so different from regular mung beans. Wild mung beans have certain medicinal properties, including clearing heat and detoxifying, relieving summer heat and promoting diuresis, fighting bacteria and inflammation, protecting the liver and kidneys, and lowering blood lipids. They take a long time to grow, so they need to be soaked in warm water for a while before cooking to ensure they're cooked thoroughly. Otherwise, they can easily cause discomfort. Mung beans can be used to make mung bean soup, mung bean porridge, and mung bean cakes. But there are only 2 vines here, not many, so Yunluoha plans to take them back and try to grow his own. Late at night, Yunluoha returned to the reef. Yuntin was killing a fish monster. Its killing style differed from Robao's. Robao would directly grasp the fish monster to death with his claws, or press it under his claws and pierce its body with his nails, immobilizing it and causing it to bleed to death. Yuntuan would spit out spider silk to bind the fish monster, then hang it alive under the eaves. Before leaving, Yunluoha had warned it not to use poison, lest it spit the poison onto the spider silk and into the fish monster's bodies. Hee. Seeing Yunluoha return, Yuntin spit out a strand of spider silk, attaching it directly to Yunluoha's body. Then, with a whoosh, it bounced into Yunluoha's arms. The soft, delicate voice, filled with longing for Yunluoha, softened Yunluoha's heart. It had thought Yunluoha wouldn't be back until tomorrow, but seeing Yunluoha back early, it was overwhelmed with excitement. Hiss! I caught a lot of fish. It pointed earnestly at the fish monsters under the eaves. I wonder if the fish monsters sensed Yunluoha and Robao's absence from the reef, so they chose today to attack the reef, only to run into a tough opponent like Yuntin. Fish monsters aren't easy either. Recently many players have been using sonic repellers, and their available targets have dwindled. They're also wary of a powerful individual and a ferocious cat on Yunluoha's reef, so they're hesitant to come. Today, with both the individual and the cat away, a large group of fish monsters have gathered, only to encounter a formidable little spider. Wonton wanted to impress Yunluoha, so he took down every fish monster that showed its head. Amazing! So many of them, all alive. Yunluoha reached out and stroked Wonton's head. It felt less soft, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if Wonton had grown a bit. Hiss! Yunluoha was pleased. Wonton so good. Wonton, happily nuzzling into Yunluoha's chest and hissing at the praise, hissed happily. Okay, come down first. I need to clean up. The reef has been upgraded successfully, so I organized my supplies first. The reef upgrade countdown is still 1 hour away, just enough time to pack up. This time, she brought back over 700 frogs, from 6 species. The most common ones are frogs, tree frogs, and bullfrogs. There are also a few species Yunluoha has never seen, toads, bell toads, and poison dart frogs. These 3 are obviously poisonous. Poison dart frogs. The most poisonous frogs in the world, they are colorful, and the venom in their skin glands can cause their prey's heart to suddenly stop. Yun Luoha plans to extract the toxin from the poison dart frogs to apply to arrows and hidden weapons. Bell toads and toads are also poisonous, but not as strong as poison dart frogs. Leave the toxin extraction to Si-Chi, she's an expert. As for the other 3 frogs, they are all edible. However, frogs and tree frogs both carry parasites and must be processed using the cooking skill before consumption. Players without the cooking skill may end up with parasites in their food. Tree frogs, small frogs, suitable for quickly replenishing stamina. Their skin contains trace amounts of toxins and requires peeling. Since they can quickly replenish stamina, perhaps they would be quite delicious as food. Yun Luoha decided to skin the tree frogs and grill them later. She gave the poisonous frogs to Si-Chi. The bullfrog meat was broken down into frog meat. The skins of the tree frogs can be used for composting or fishing. She also brought back some frog eggs. Although she was worried about raising them in a fish pond, she thought some players might not mind the noise and want them. After all, raising frogs is simple and lively, especially since frogs are beneficial insects that eat mosquitoes. While mosquito bites aren't a problem on the reef right now, what if they become a problem later? She kept only a few frog and bullfrog eggs for herself, and shared the rest in the management training group to see if anyone else wanted them. Originally, she thought frog eggs had no use other than for breeding. After collecting them, she discovered that they could be eaten after washing and boiling, but they had to be cooked thoroughly. She had no idea what they tasted like, but the thought of eating frog eggs was quite curious. And some of the mutant frog eggs looked enormous, as big as bird eggs. They might even hatch into giant frogs. Yun Luoha shared the frog eggs in the group, and they were quickly shared. I didn't expect you all wanted them. Yun Luoha was a little surprised. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, didn't you know that a player once went to Frog Island and brought back frog eggs that hatched into mutant golden frogs, which can be kept as pets? Yun Luoha, I see. If I had known, I would have brought back more. She was very busy and rarely checked the chat channel. Mu Zitong, TSK, the people from the Tianji Pavilion didn't include this information in the Frog Island intelligence summary. It seems the intelligence department isn't comprehensive enough. And frog eggs can be made into food. I heard someone used frog eggs and would ash to make preserved eggs. That works? Yun Luoha was surprised. Not to mention, these frog eggs were crystal clear and did resemble preserved eggs. Why not give it a try? Wood ash is easy to get, just burn some reeds. Si-Chi received the poison frogs Yun Luoha sent her and replied, these poison frogs only have the toxin on their skin. The rest of the body can be composted. I extract the toxin, or I give you the body. Yun Luoha, no need, keep it for yourself. Si-Chi had to get some benefit for helping extract the toxin. After sorting the frogs, she began to process other supplies. Put all the supplies this time into the supply box. Yun Luoha changed his supply classification method, sorting them by location. Supplies from Frog Island were put together in one box. Previously, supplies from Spider Island and Bat Island were also sorted by island. This made it easier to find, as each island had its own specialty. But there were also supply boxes for food and upgrade materials. Since the supply box didn't have a fresh-keeping function, the food was stored separately in the refrigerator. The refrigerator can keep food fresh for a week, but after a week, it will still spoil, so Yun Luoha had to process the food according to its expiration date. I got a lot of food today. Yun Luoha planned to cook more tonight, and since Robao had worked hard catching frogs today, she promised him a snack. First, prepare the snails. Take half a bucket of fresh snails, make half into dried snail meat, and the other half into sauce snails. Soak them in water for half an hour, then stir-fry with ginger and simmer with various seasonings. Simmer for another half an hour, sprinkle with chopped wild onions, and serve. She made a large pot of sauce snails, which can be divided into 5 portions. Yun Luoha gave 1 portion each to Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun. These are the snails you just caught today on Frog Island. They're so fragrant. Yes, let me give you a try. They don't have any special effects, but they taste great. 1 serving of snails only adds 10 stamina points, which isn't a lot, but they're delicious. The shells are filled with sauce, making them very addictive. They couldn't stop eating, sucking the snail meat with their mouths, sucking the sauce along with it, the aroma overwhelming. I just wanted to show my parents your cooking. Mu Zitong found some cilantro from somewhere, and handed a handful to Yun Luoha. Here's the cilantro. It definitely go great with the frog meat. Yun Luoha, okay, I was just about to make stir-fried bullfrog. The cilantro is perfect. Chung Xuening received the snail meat and returned some food to Yun Luohe. I just had dinner. I saved this snail meat for tomorrow morning. I found a bag of dried chilies and a winter melon when I opened the shells today. Take them. Yun Luohe's eyes lit up at the sight of the dried chilies. This is perfect for making dry pot bullfrog. First, fry the wild boar meat to remove the fat, then add the dried chilies and ginger. Stir-fry the frog meat, and the dry pot bullfrog will be full of life. Without chili peppers, she was worried the flavor wouldn't be enough. Now it's all right. Winter melon is also a good thing. The seeds can be processed and used as seeds. The bullfrog legs are used for dry pot bullfrog, but the frog bones shouldn't be wasted. Yun Luohe boiled the frog bones into a white broth, sprinkled it with a handful of water celery and chopped wild onions, and surprisingly, it had a pot of achievement food. Congratulations to the player for successfully making a power dish. Swamp thick soup. Reward, black pepper sauce X1. Swamp thick soup. A bowl of refreshing and fragrant soup, high in calories and nutrients. It increases 30 stamina points after consumption. Great. Another achievement unlocked. There were 10 servings of swamp thick soup in a pot. Yun Luohe narrowed her eyes, keeping half for herself and selling the rest at the trading center. The soup alone had such a potent effect. Wouldn't the dry pot bullfrog be even more amazing when it was ready? Yun Luohe could already smell the aroma. Meat bun, meow. How long will it take? It smells so good. Yun Luohe, almost there, just a few more minutes. Just seconds before the dry pot bullfrog was about to come out of the oven, the system prompt sounded. The reef has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations to the player who became one of the top 3 players in Area 2, first place, to upgrade the reef to level 6. Rewards: 1 team member card, 1 teleport card, 1 workbench upgrade card, 3 crystals, 5 obsidian, 1 barn blueprint, 2 luwak chickens, 2 jinding ducks, 1 greenhouse blueprint, 1 oil generator blueprint, 1 meat smoker blueprint. The rewards for first place are so many. Yun Luohe was dazzled. Reef level, level 6. Area, 1,500 square meters. Score, 130 points. Upgrade requirements: Obsidian X100, High-grade Hardwood X1000, Iron or X2000, Copper or X1000, Glass X1000, Reef score of 200. Chapter 69. Teleport card. Used to teleport to a friend's location, or to teleport a friend to your location. Workbench upgrade card. Upgrade any of the following workbenches: Tool bench, Heavy sewing machine forge, or Alchemy bench. These upgraded workbenches can produce more advanced items. Barn. Used to house livestock such as pigs, cattle, and sheep. Construction materials: 200 wood, 200 sea stone, 10 iron ingots, 500 fiber. Luwak chicken. Large in size, with delicious meat, fast growth, high quality, and easy to raise. They are docile, but have poor foraging skills and require hand feeding. Jinding duck. Strong and robust, lays many eggs, and is suitable for grazing. Greenhouse. Also known as a hothouse, this house provides both cold protection and heating, allowing for the cultivation of seasonal plants. Building materials: high temperature glass X100, high grade hardwood X100, iron or X100, sea stone X100, vertical planting rack X10. Oil generator. This machine converts oil producing crops into oil. Simply add the raw materials, and wait for a sufficient amount of time to produce cooking oil. Crafting materials: fiber X100, copper ingot X5, high-grade hardwood X10. Smoker. This machine is an automatic smoker. Simply place raw meat in the smoker, and wait for a sufficient amount of time to produce smoked meat. Crafting materials: iron ore X10, refined steel X2, ferrous metal scrap X5. Yun Luohe reviewed all the rewards and thought, my next goal is to quickly build the greenhouse and barn. Redwood and iron birch are both high-grade hardwoods, either will work. But she doesn't have much left. High-temperature glass doesn't have a recipe, so it can't be made yet. So the most urgent material to collect right now is obsidian. Upgrading only rewards a few pieces of obsidian, but a vertical planter alone requires 5. There's still a long way to go. As for the teleportation card, it's a valuable item, extremely useful for both support and escape. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Save it for later, as it can save lives. Yun Luohe gave the workbench upgrade card to the tool bench without a second thought. It's the item she uses the most. The upgraded tool bench has a slightly different look. Advanced tool bench. A more functional tool bench capable of crafting higher quality, more versatile tools, and the ability to freely change the appearance and color of items. It now features a drawing panel, allowing players to draw their desired item design. The tool bench will then generate the corresponding materials based on the design, and players simply need to add the materials. From now on, she won't need a blueprint to create anything she wants. She can design it herself. Having a blueprint is more reliable, and she can also change the color and style, adding her own designs. For example, if she made a cabinet, she could add a mirror to it, turning it into a dressing table, and even add 2 hooks for hanging things. After the upgrade, the reef had grown significantly larger. Yun Luoha initially thought the stone house hadn't changed much, just a little more spacious, until she noticed a staircase next to the living room, leading to a small attic and an open-air balcony. The vegetable patch had expanded, and the trees she planted had grown into saplings. A spacious area had been added nearby. Yun Luoha thought it would be just the right size for a barn and a chicken coop. The upgrade reward happened to include 2 chickens and 2 ducks, perfect for raising them and developing her livestock industry. She also had the blueprints for the barn. The materials needed for the barn were simple, but she didn't have any livestock to raise right now, so even if she built it, it would be useless. After exploring the reef, Yun Luoha returned to her room. It was getting late, and she still had some time left. She had to hurry and collect the trash. She couldn't sleep too late tonight, as she had to leave for the competition tomorrow morning, so she had to get up early to prepare. Wonton had caught 2 shells today, but she hadn't opened them yet. She had a lot to do. Yun Luoha opened the shells while taking out the trash. She tried to finish everything before midnight. Open the white pearl to obtain iron or X2, vegetable stand X1, broken blueprint X1, straw fruit basket X1, rock candy X1, torn glove X1, chip desk X1, hiking boot X1, chocolate X1. Open the golden pearl to obtain obsidian X1, parchment fragment X1, refined steel X2, thermostat blueprint X1, iron or X2, glass X2, potato chip X1, candied hawes X1, ferrous metal fragment X1, millet X1, grass seed X2. I didn't expect Wonton to be so lucky. Although he only caught 2 shells, he got a white pearl and a gold pearl. It was a pleasant surprise. From now on, I let Wonton help me with shell fishing. Yun Luoha looked at Wonton with satisfaction, not concealing his admiration. Wonton, you're amazing. You've done so much around the house. Wonton was thrilled to receive the praise. He spun a strand of spider silk and attached it to the beam, happily swinging back and forth, making adorable noises. Robao lay at her feet, meowing. Yun Luoha added, Robao is great too. You helped a lot on the island today. Kudos to you. Robao, meow, I did a lot of work. Yun Luoha, yes, you worked hard today. Tomorrow I take Wonton to the island. You can eat, drink, and rest at home. Robao thought about it, and thought it made sense. Yun Luoha opened the blueprints for the thermostat. She remembered that she needed this for the cellar. Thermostat maintains a constant indoor temperature by accurately detecting the ambient temperature and intelligently controlling heating or cooling to ensure a stable ambient temperature. Materials: bronze gears X2, obsidian X5, refined steel X3, copper or X10, iron or X10, ferrous metal scrap X10. Never mind. Even if I got the blueprints, it seemed I couldn't make it. Yun Luoha rubbed his temples. What are bronze gears? They're also used in the tidal windmill. She sent a message to Mu Zitong, asking him to keep an eye out for information about the bronze gears, and let her know as soon as he found any. Afterward, Yun Luoha took out the parchment fragments and the damaged blueprints. She planned to recycle them through the trash can. She had saved 3 parchment fragments, intending not to combine them, but to try recycling them through the trash can to see if she could get something better. Previously, combining 3 parchment fragments could yield an illustrated guide or atlas. Of course, there was also the possibility of poor results, yielding some useless blueprints, but one had to try to find out. Yun Luoha tossed them into the trash can. After the trash can absorbed the fragments, a book suddenly popped out. Yun Luoha quickly reached out and caught it. Wild Vegetable Encyclopedia contains illustrated descriptions of 100 wild edible vegetables. Reading it will increase your gathering experience by 20 points. It's indeed a good book. Open it, and you find detailed introductions to various wild vegetables. It's also great as bedtime reading. It's not thick, only 50 pages. Yun Luoha can finish it quickly with 10 minutes of reading before bed. However, Thinking about the island competition tomorrow, she decided to finish it tonight, as her gathering skill experience was just 1 point away from leveling up. Yunluoha first entered the daily trash can lottery, then washed up and lay in bed to read. Winning the lottery. Obtained, insecticide spray recipe. Insecticide spray quickly kills all common insects and also repels mutant insects. Required materials: 1 sulfur crystal, 100 milliliters acid rain, 1 lime. This is quite unusual. Acid rain can be used as an insecticide spray. Yunluoha had previously collected some acid rain for emergencies, but now it seemed she needed to stockpile more. She also makes some containers coated with acid-resistant coatings and stores some acid rain. Perhaps it would be useful elsewhere in the future. The next morning, Yunluoha woke early. Last night, after reading Wild Vegetable Encyclopedia, her gathering skills had leveled up. This upgrade gave her a new skill, the ability to quickly identify poisonous plants, which would appear with a red light. This allowed her to avoid contact with toxic medicinal plants while gathering, potentially causing poisoning. It was a pretty useful skill. She was now at level 4 in both cooking and planting. She had initially thought that after reaching level 4, level 5 would be a breeze, but a glance at the experience bar put her off. Occupational skills: cooking level 4, 522/2000, level 3 skill effect, heat control, never burn food, level 4 skill effect, portable grill, cook outdoors anytime, anywhere, gathering level 3, 502/2000, level 3 skill effect, plant resonance, displays nearby harvestable plants, level 4 skill effect, poison identification. Quickly identify poisonous plants, beast taming level 1, 89 out of 100, mining level 1, 67 out of 100, occupational skills below level 3 have no special effects, but beast taming is about to level up. Yunluoha estimated that this time on the island, she would definitely reach level 2. It was just after 7 o'clock when she woke up. Yun Tun had woven a spider web in the house last night, hung a strand of spider silk from it, and fell asleep in midair. Hearing Yunluoha getting up, it woke up immediately. It quickly slid down using the spider silk and landed on Yunluoha's shoulder, gently calling her name. Yunluoha was touched by her warmth early in the morning. She was about to have breakfast and prepare her supplies for the competition. At that moment, the system sent a message. The participating island for this wilderness survival competition has been selected, Ween Island. Just as Yunluoha expected, it seems that her having Mu Zitong distribute information about Ween Island for free worked. It must have attracted a lot of votes. As for how many people in other regions voted for Ween Island, it was unknown. Regardless, the result was what she wanted. A total of 872 people from all regions participated in this competition. The competition will be divided into 3 zones. Players in the same zone can meet each other, but players from different zones cannot meet. This competition will be based on a point system, and the player with the highest points will win. Once again, a reminder: the top 100 players in the points leaderboard will receive a summer survival gift pack, the top 10 will receive a summer gold gift pack, and first place will receive a mystery reward. All 3 rewards are cumulative, and the rewards from this tournament will determine your chances of gaining an advantage in the next season. Players can only bring 10 items onto the island. Multiple items of the same item will be counted as one item. The system will lock all inventory slots after the match begins, leaving only 10. Any items exceeding 10 will be randomly confiscated and non-refundable. The match will begin in 20 minutes, at which point all participating players will be teleported to Cure Island. Non-participating players can watch the survival progress of participating players through the live chat interface. After entering the game, the system will announce the rules for the points tournament. Yunluoha read the notice and immediately began checking her backpack. Limiting only 10 items meant she had to think carefully. The Night Stalker hunting knife and the upgraded bow were essential. If she could only bring 1 piece of armor, she'd have to consider whether to go with Pearl Scale armor or the Bat King breastplate. One increases defense and also has a damage-reflecting effect, and the other restores health. If she were to face other players, a fight would inevitably ensue. She was confident in her own abilities. If she were just dealing with players, the Bat King breastplate wouldn't be necessary. The Pearl Scale armor would be more practical. Bring a pet bag, a multi-purpose engineer's shovel, and a golden sickle. Forget food, it doesn't need to take up a slot. Bring a portable grill and build it once you get to the island. You need a tent made of acid-resistant tarpaulin. You'll be spending the night on the island, and acid rain will fall at night, which ordinary shelters won't be able to withstand. The island's main supplies are oil and fluorite, so you need a mining pickaxe, as well as barrels of oil. Chapter 70. To help players better understand the rules for carrying supplies, the competition email specifically details which items occupy slots, and which items can be carried on the person. Yun Luoha carefully studied the details, and discovered that armor and rings are wearable items, and do not occupy backpack slots, but the golden crocodile backpack does. There are also regulations for carrying pets. Pets placed in a bag count as supplies. Before leaving, she posted her planned supplies to the management trainee group chat to discuss them. Since almost all management trainees were participating in the competition, it was a good opportunity for everyone to discuss them together. And if they happened to meet each other during the competition, they could help each other. After the discussion, Yun Luoha immediately changed her mind. She ditched the golden sickle for a flint and steel. There was no need to waste so much time making a fire. Furthermore, Kirigakure Island was covered in fog and humidity, so rubbing sticks together to make fire was a no-go. Without fire, she couldn't make food or boil water. She had to bring the flint and steel. The golden sickle is used for harvesting fiber, so a hunting knife can be used instead. Besides, the fog on Kirigakure Island isn't poisonous, so there's no need for a gas mask. In wilderness survival, the most important thing isn't earning points, but ensuring your survival. With a few minutes left on the countdown, Yun Luoha finally decided on the items he'd bring. The Night Stalker's hunting knife can be used for melee defense or as a kitchen knife. The upgraded bow and arrow allows for long-range shooting and catching prey. Yun Luoha even coated it with frog venom. The pet bag. Put Yunten inside and release it for assistance when needed. A multifunctional engineer shovel, capable of not only digging dirt, but also clearing paths and felling trees. An acid-resistant and waterproof tent, for building a temporary shelter against nighttime acid rain. A refined steel oil drum, for storing oil. There was plenty of oil on the island, and she had to bring at least a large barrel back. To this end, Yun Luoha had made a 200L drum, using several barrels of refined steel. A portable grill for outdoor cooking. She also brought a recovery potion, a high-level potion made from energy essence that quickly restored her stamina and health. If she were injured or encountered danger on the island, drinking the recovery potion would quickly restore her combat capabilities. Given the intense fighting between players in this competition, Yun Luoha brought a teleportation card. It was a life-saving device in critical moments. In the last slot, Yun Luoha placed a steel pickaxe for mining. After all, fluorite was one of the target supplies this time. Welcome to Kirigakure Island. The wilderness survival competition has begun. Basic rules of the points-based competition. 1. Time limit. 72-hour survival challenge, with scoring from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. A real-time leaderboard will be released at 10 a.m. on the third day. 2. Safety system. Triggering a red alert, severe injuries, or life-threatening poisoning will result in forced withdrawal from the competition, with all points reset to 0. 3. Killing a player will plunder all of their points and supplies, and also enter the red list. Killing a red-listed player will earn you points. Yun Luoha stood in the forest, a thick white fog before her, making it impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. She must have been randomly teleported to the Kirigakure Island forest. According to the rules just mentioned, this competition is bound to be bloody. Killing players will allow players to loot supplies, and who knows how many more people will die. Yun Luoha placed her hunting knife where she could easily reach it. Since they had to survive here for 3 days, the most important thing was to find a water source and then build a shelter nearby. The obstructed vision made it difficult to quickly locate resources, so Yun Luoha released Yunten. Animals are much more sensitive to their environments than humans, so Yunten could explore the way first. The forest was mostly pine trees, with some other trees. Yun Luoha cut down trees while collecting pine resin and pine cones. Chopping down trees and gathering plants both increased experience points for the gathering skill and also increased her points. Without anything else to do, Yun Luoha simply cut down trees in the forest. Yunten went ahead to find a water source and would return to her when he found one. After landing on the island, her locked backpack was unlocked, allowing her to take back any supplies she collected, which can be used to build a shelter. Yun Luoha planned to collect some first, and then start building a shelter once he found a suitable location. While chopping wood, Yun Luoha also discovered a type of tea that grows on pine trees. The underside of the leaves has tiny silver hairs and a pleasant fragrance. Mist tea, a specialty tea of Mist Island. It contains a caffeine substitute and is refreshing, with a refreshing and sweet aftertaste. This is quite good. I make some tea later to warm myself up at night. The temperature difference between day and night on the island is significant, so drinking hot tea is definitely beneficial. However, the tea is not abundant. It only grows on a few pine trees. After chopping down about a dozen trees, Yunluoha paused, her stamina down by half. She now had to constantly monitor her stamina, not letting it drain too quickly, as no one knew what might happen next. As the match began, the players on the reef entered the live stream to watch the participating players' matches. All players saw the same perspective, with the system randomly selecting a player's primary perspective, but this would switch every hour. The upper right corner indicated the player's region and name. The first player selected was a female player from Region 3, Division 1. At this point, all the chat channels in all regions were buzzing with discussion of the match. This girl is quite capable. She found supplies right away, adding over 10 points. The fog is so thick, we can't see anything clearly. We're staying on this island for the night. We need to find shelter quickly. If it rains, we definitely catch a cold. Don't rush to gain points at first. It's better to get familiar with the environment first. When can we switch to the next perspective? This person doesn't seem very interesting. Yeah, it would be nice if I could choose which player to watch. I already sent a message to the system assistant, maybe it will work. While the players on the reef were very interested in the competition, they also had a lot to do, and couldn't watch the live stream all the time. Plus, the system switched perspectives every hour, and some players' perspectives were boring, so the audience's enthusiasm gradually waned. Until the perspective switched to Yu Qinjin from Area 1. The discussion heightened again. Yu Qinjin was a well-known figure in Area 1. He always topped the leaderboards, and he frequently shared his survival tips and island climbing experiences on the forums, earning him a large following. In this competition, every player in Area 1 wanted to see his perspective. When his turn finally came, everyone in Area 1 stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the livestream. Yu Qinjin was dropped into the depths of the canyon on Wuyin Island, shrouded year-round in a thick grayish-white fog, with visibility less than 5 meters. The situation was even worse than outside. But the rock walls at the bottom of the canyon were riddled with oil-seeping holes. The strong odor of oil filled the air. Light crude oil slowly trickled out through the cracks, leaving a stream covered in a black film. The water sources here were contaminated by oil, but the sight of oil everywhere was also enviable. That was oil. The audience erupted in excitement. But Yu Qinjin remained remarkably calm. He calmly squatted down, pulled an iron bucket from his backpack, and using the lid, emptied all the crude oil from the stream's surface. His points continued to rise. Just when everyone was thinking he was incredibly lucky, Yu Qinjin took a few steps outside, only to find himself at a dead end. Behind him lay the oil-soaked stream, ahead a deep muddy pit covered in asphalt, and above him a sheer cliff. Yu Qinjin had only a dozen square meters of space to stand on. No way. Teleported to such a horrible place? It seems like there's no way out. There's nothing but oil, not even water. The oil has contaminated the vegetation. Without food or water, how can we possibly survive 3 days? If only I had brought water and food. Do you think anyone brought water and food? They take up 2 slots, so you could only bring 1 item, and they all be eaten in 1 meal. Just now I thought he must have been incredibly lucky, but now it seems he's a bit unlucky. But getting out of here is a bit of a stretch. How do we get out? We're at the bottom of the valley, with rocky cliffs and cliffs above us. An hour passed quickly. Yu Qinjin's perspective shifted to the others. The players in Area 1 sighed. I thought the master would bring glory to our District 1 and win first place this time. Everyone knows Yu Qinjin has very low luck. It seems even great strength can't do anything about it. Forget it. I don't know when I'd be able to switch back to the master's perspective again. This match isn't very interesting anymore. Let's look at Su Mishing. We don't have just one Yu Qinjin in our district. Indeed, Su Mishing's perspective is probably quite interesting. She's got a ruthless style. She just go for it. I'm sure she kill everyone and grab points. Yunluoha had been thinking that with only a few hundred people on the entire island, even if it were divided into 3 zones, with 200 or 300 people in each, it should be easy to run into other players. So how come she had been chopping trees in the woods for ages and no one showed up? The next second, she heard a cry for help. It came from the front right, about 100 or 200 meters away. And it was a girl's voice. Since she heard it, Yunluoha decided to go over and take a look. However, after approaching, she didn't go directly over. The ground was thick with pine needles, making no sound when she stepped on it. She was quite careful, so she wasn't noticed. As she approached, Yun Luoha sensed something was amiss. She quietly climbed a tree and observed from above. She saw a girl in red, mired in the black mud. Her hands were constantly flailing, and her body was slowly sinking, looking very dangerous. Yun Luoha suddenly smiled. She noticed that no matter how the girl moved, the mud never seemed to reach her shoulders. It was like an adult pretending to drown in a children's swimming pool. Although, the performance was quite convincing. Yun Luoha waited for a moment, and soon saw the girl throw a rope, loop it around a large tree in the distance, and then climb out, pulling on the rope. The girl, who had been panicking, looked disappointed. "Why is there no one around here?" she muttered, crawling out of the mud and quickly leaving. Yun Luoha shook her head helplessly. If she had rushed over to save the person just now, the story of the farmer and the snake might have ended up like this. Chapter 71. Just now, Yun Luoha saw the girl's name, region, and points above her head. She had quite a few points, 134. Yun Luoha only had 89. Hiss! Yun Luoha had just come down from the tree when she heard Yuntin's voice. She paused and quickly noticed a spider silk thread stained on her clothes. The next second, Yuntin leaped into her arms. "Hee, I found it." "Yun Luoha, have you found water?" "Hiss, I take you there." Yuntin led the way, and quickly led Yun Luoha to a stream. While there was a source of water, it wasn't a suitable location for shelter. The terrain was too low, and next to it was a large patch of wild flax. There were many asphalt-covered rocks in the stream. Yun Luoha planned to harvest some flax here. Flax could be used to make linen cloth and rope. It wasn't a high-end commodity, but it had many uses. Harvesting flax also earns points, though the bonus is minimal. It's better than nothing. She asked Yuntin to help with the harvest while she went to check the stream for any edible fish or shrimp. But although the stream was clear, there wasn't a single fish. Yuntin used spider silk to bind a large bunch of flax, then retracted the silk to sever the flax in half. Yun Luoha only had to pick up the fallen flax. Yun Luoha's backpack had enough space for now. It had 25 slots, but only 13 were currently occupied, leaving one slot for the fluorite. Oil came in barrels anyway, so she could gather as many supplies as possible. It was a shame there were no bamboo trees nearby. Otherwise, bamboo tubes would have made great water storage containers. However, since no oil had been found yet, the oil barrel was empty, so she decided to use it to fill it with water. A 200L oil barrel could hold a large bucket, enough for drinking and even bathing. Since she probably wouldn't need much water in 3 days, Yun Luoha only filled half the barrel. After all, once the oil was found, the water would have to be discarded. Thinking for a moment, Yun Luoha took out another piece of pine wood and hollowed it out with her hunting knife, creating a solid wooden cup. It was a bit crude, but it was usable. She also cut the hollowed-out part into the right size to make a lid. Then Yun Luoha left with Yuntin. She couldn't stay here forever. Her points were too low. To earn more, she had to find more resources. They had been on the island for over 3 hours. They still hadn't found any food, which was a problem. There shouldn't be a shortage of food on Kirigakure Island, but she had been unlucky. Without any food, all I could do today was drink some mist-hidden tea to replenish my energy. The fog-filled canyon felt like a natural prison. Yu Qingjin was trapped here. Players who had previously seen his perspective assumed he would remain here until the end of the competition, or perhaps be eliminated midway due to lack of food and water. But if the system switched the live broadcast to Yu Qingjin's perspective again, everyone would be shocked, thinking they were watching an extreme sports documentary. Yu Qingjin spent 3 hours cutting the iron barrel into 6 curved steel pieces, dismantling the tent he had brought with him, and then breaking down the ropes. He then interwoven them with oil-soaked bark fibers to create an 8-meter-long climbing rope. Using steel plates and ropes, he began to climb upwards, step by step. Climbing out of such a deep cliff was no easy task. Yet Yu Qingjin persevered. But the closer he got to success, the more dangerous it became. After climbing a dozen meters, Yu Qingjin encountered a layer of oily rock. When his palms touched the slippery rock, he lost his balance. The slippery rock left him with no foothold or grip. He instantly lost his balance and plummeted. At the critical moment, he quickly unsheathed his Zen staff and, with all his strength, pounded it against the rock, forcing it into the wall. He then hung onto it, the metal rattling from the intense vibrations. Though Yu Qingjin remained calm, his heart was pounding wildly in his chest, almost leaping out of his mouth. He hung on the staff for a full 20 minutes before recovering. Yu Qingjin carefully tied the rope to his staff and climbed in a different direction. While it wasn't his intended route, it would have allowed him to avoid the leaking rock. After 5 hours of climbing, Yu Qingjin finally reached the summit. At this point, his stamina bar was down to just 12 points. He felt as if all his strength had been drained from him, and he had nothing to replenish it. He was already dehydrated from sweating profusely, and his breathing was very erratic. He rested for a moment, then tugged hard on the rope, freeing the staff from its position in the cliff face and pulling it back into his hand. When he finished, his score suddenly increased by 100 points. Yu Qingjin glanced at the suddenly increased score in the upper right corner, remaining expressionless. He put away his staff, surveyed his surroundings, and began searching for a way down the mountain. He had destroyed the barrels of oil, so the oil was gone, but thankfully, he had escaped the canyon bottom. Now it was time to earn points. Yun Luoha continued forward from the north side of the pine forest. Due to the thick fog, she had no sense of direction, and could only rely on her intuition. He encountered 2 players along the way, but they only exchanged glances from a distance before walking away. From a distance, Yun Luoha couldn't clearly see their zone or names, but their points were also in the double digits, similar to Yun Luoha's. In reality, no normal player would consider killing others in game to steal their points and resources. Furthermore, the competition had just begun. Even if they killed players now, the rewards would be too low, they would earn few points and even be marked as red. Might as well hurry and search for resources. With Yun Tun's help, Yun Luoha quickly found a spring at the foot of the northern mountain. This place, nestled against a vertical cliff, served as a natural defensive barrier. There were many bushes near the spring, making it quite secluded. Although it was an underground spring, the water, filtered through the sandstone, was clear and sweet. It was still flowing water, even drinkable. The only drawback was a nearby mud puddle, a humus-filled mud puddle with a rather unpleasant smell. Yun Luoha planned to continue uphill and find a flat spot on the hillside to set up shelter. It would be close to the spring, allowing her to access water at any time. She already had a large bucket of water in her backpack, so she wasn't really short of water. After ascending the mountain, Yun Luoha discovered a wild yam vine. The vine was incredibly long, reaching all the way to the top of the tree. She followed it to where the wild yams grew. This type of yam grows vertically into the ground, reaching up to a meter. Just digging up a piece would provide her with enough food for the day. Although the yams grew deep and were difficult to dig, Yun Luoha had an engineering shovel and could dig them all out in a short time. While she was digging, she asked Yun Tun to explore the area to see if there were any other goodies nearby. It would be great if they could catch a pheasant. Wrapping the wild yams and pheasants in leaves and mud sounded delicious. She hadn't eaten yet, and her energy was almost exhausted. 10 minutes later, Yun Luoha dug out a whole yam and weighed it in her hand. It weighed about 10 pounds. Such a large yam would be enough for her to eat for several meals. If there were no other food, she could probably survive the next 3 days on just wild yams. In short, the food problem was solved. Yun Luoha checked her points. She had just dug up 20 wild yams, which added 20 points. It seemed like obtaining special food was worth quite a bit, at least more than she gained from chopping down trees. Just then, Yun Luoha heard Wonton's cries. Something wasn't right. She quickly put her things in her backpack and hurried over to find Wonton. Wonton hadn't wandered far before Yun Luoha found him. It turned out that Wonton had gotten stuck in the resin secreted by the pine trees. This resin is sticky, and spiders can easily get stuck if they stumble across it. Thinking something had happened to it, Yun Luoha quickly went over and carefully scraped the resin off with her hunting knife. There was still a little bit of it stuck to Wonton's fur, but if she tried to remove it completely, she was afraid she'd tear at its fur. Be careful next time. There's a lot of this yellow stuff on pine trees. Yun Luoha had just finished speaking when Yunton spit out spider silk, rolled up the resin, and actually ate it. Hiss, this isn't tasty. Baby, you can't eat everything. Yun Luoha patted its head. Yunton made a cute sound. Eat it all, then you don't have to be afraid. Yun Luoha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You do have some truth to that. But don't eat this. I give you something better. Yun Luoha wanted to find fluorite for Yunton to try. Yunton liked minerals, including fluorite, iron ore, and blood crystal. Yunton lay obediently on Yun Luoha's shoulder. Okay. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yun Luoha. Hello, how are you? Hearing the stranger's voice immediately put Yun Luoha on alert, her expression agonizing. She hadn't noticed the person's presence at all. With her perceptive abilities, she would have noticed anyone's presence immediately. But the person was already 3 meters behind her, and she hadn't noticed. She took 2 steps back, gazing at the newcomer with a sharp gaze. District 1 Luin. Points, 129. This person's points were quite high, and the fact that he could get so close to her without being noticed made him no ordinary character. Lu Yin smiled at Yunluohe and asked, "Is this your pet? What a unique little spider. It looks a bit like the silverback spiders from Spider Island." Yunluohe's face remained expressionless, yet she was deeply surprised. "What's up?" "Lu Yin, nothing. I just happened to be passing by and saw him talking to his pet. How about we team up? We definitely get more points if we team up." Yunluohe, "No, I don't have any such plans." "Lu Yin, will you consider it? I already found quite a bit of food. If we cooperate, I can share some with you. You just need to protect me. Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. I'm weak, and my strength is very low." His eyes were sincere, but Yunluohe didn't change her mind. "No, leave now." Yunluohe didn't believe a word this man said. "Your strength is so low, and your points are higher than mine. You're so reckless as to want to cooperate with me. Aren't you afraid I just steal your points and supplies?" He claimed to have no ulterior motives, but Yunluohe didn't bother to guess what he was actually planning. However, the appearance of Lu Yin had made Yunluohe less confident in his perception trait. It seemed that traits had their weaknesses, and weren't always effective. Perhaps this person possessed some kind of trait that reduced his presence, making him unnoticeable. He had been to Spider Island, seen the silverback spider, and recognized that Wonton and the silverback spider were of the same descent, suggesting this person was quite powerful. Otherwise, how could he have escaped the perilous Spider Island unscathed? Wonton was a mutant silverback wolf spider, not exactly the same as the silverback spider, but they did share some similarities in appearance. Seeing him hesitate, Yunluohe sneered, "You better get out of here before I change my mind and try to steal your supplies." Hearing Yunluohe's harsh tone, Lu Yin's expression changed. He smiled, saying nothing more. "All right then." He glanced at Wonton again, then walked away angrily. Yunluohe stared at Lu Yin's back, watching him walk away before turning and leaving. It seemed there were many talented players among the contestants this time. Achieving a high ranking would be no easy task for her. Chapter 72. Night fell, and Yunluohe's shelter was complete. Due to limited materials and tools, she built a relatively simple shelter, but it still looked quite functional. First, she used pine wood to form the main beams and erected a triangular roof. She twisted flax into ropes and tied them to the tree trunks to secure it. The triangular roof prevented rainwater from accumulating, but it would flow down and make the surrounding area muddy. Therefore, Yunluohe constructed a simple waterproof platform out of wood and mud. In addition, she extended the eaves half a meter and dug a 20 centimeters deep drainage ditch underneath to prevent heavy rain. She found a large amount of asphalt and spread it on the roof, which was both waterproof and heat insulating. Then, Yunluohe unfolded the acid-resistant tarpaulin tent, disassembled it, and placed one piece on the roof. She made a mat with the other piece and placed it on the waterproof platform. She then spread a thick layer of flax on top, which served as a mattress. After the shelter was completed, Yunluohe's points instantly increased by 80. She gathered more dirt, built a clay stove, and started a fire with flint. As soon as the fire was lit, the sound of rain began to patter. Thankfully, Yunluohe had taken precautions, so the fire didn't go out. She was now tired and hungry, and finally able to sit down and roast yams. In addition to the yams, Yunluohe also found a nest of termite larvae and a wild rabbit. The termite larvae were discovered by Yunton. The nest contained hundreds of larvae, so densely packed that Yunluohe immediately ate them all. She caught the rabbit. She made a slipknot out of linen rope and a simple noose trap with some rotten wild fruits. And sure enough, a silly rabbit actually fell into her trap. Catching a hare adds 15 points. Finding a termite nest adds 10 points. Yunluohe's points have now reached 192. To catch more prey, she also built 2 larger traps. She dug 2 deep pits near the woods and inserted wooden spikes into them. She used a hunting knife to sharpen the pine wood into very thin points. She covered the pits with branches, bark, and leaves as camouflage, and placed 2 peeled yams on the branches. This way, any passing wild animals might be attracted to the yams and go to eat them. If they tried to grab the yams, they would fall into the trap. Yunluohe planned to check the traps tomorrow morning. She might find something unexpected. Termite larvae are milky white and light yellow in color, and don't smell at all. Yunluohe had seen people eating termites raw on survival shows before, but she didn't want to eat them raw, so she decided to roast them. She strung the termites together on a branch and roasted them on a rock. If they were put directly into the fire, they would probably burn quickly. Using the rock would slow things down, but it might taste a little better. After all, they were already starving. She had already wrapped the yams in leaves and dirt, and placed them in the stove. They should be ready in 20 minutes. As for the rabbit, it was a bit tricky to deal with right now. Yun Luoha didn't want to dirty the shelter, so she tied it up and hung it on a tree. She would kill it tomorrow, and bury the entrails somewhere else. If the place was filled with the smell of blood, it would easily attract wild animals and insects at night. When surviving in the wild, keeping the area around the shelter clean and hygienic was crucial. The yams and termites would be enough for tonight, and the rabbit would be enough for tomorrow's meal. Soon, the termites were roasted. The roasted termite larvae were crispy on the outside, yet soft and juicy on the inside. They were surprisingly delicious and delicate. If Yun Luoha hadn't known what they were, he would have enjoyed them immensely. A large number of players sent messages to the system assistant, requesting the system to enable the ability to switch between live viewpoints. Players only wanted to see the perspectives of the contestants they wanted to watch. By evening, the system had finally adjusted the live broadcast method. Players on the reef could now self-check the perspectives of the contestants they wanted to watch. Of course, the players in each zone were most eager to see the top players on the leaderboard, to see what their strengths were. Tens of thousands of people suddenly flocked to Yun Luoha's live broadcast room, all players from Zone 2. Are termites so delicious? Why do I see Yun Luoha eating them with such relish? Look, I'm hungry. I have 2 cucumbers to calm my nerves. You know what? Yun Luoha built a pretty good shelter. No wonder she gained so many points. I just checked on Wu Jing. He was so lucky. He found a cave to take shelter from the rain without even having to build a shelter. That's no use. I checked too. His points are so low, only 100, while Yun Luoha's almost 200. I want to see how the high-level players in other districts are doing. The top player in our district has over 200 points, but I saw someone just before him with almost 300. Is he that impressive? I searched for his name. The flickering firelight illuminated Yun Luoha's beautiful, bright face. She had just finished a meal of roasted yams and termite larvae. Despite the wind and heavy rain, she felt warm after her meal, not feeling the chill at all. Yun Luoha was about to make some green tea with the bamboo he found that afternoon. After all, it was still early, and it seemed a bit premature to just go to bed. But it was raining, so there was nothing he could do. Visibility was even lower at night, and going out in the rain to search for supplies would easily lead to catching a cold. Most likely, he'd just stay here and hide. Break tea by the fire, listen to the rain. There seemed to be something quite romantic about this wilderness survival. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of peace, he suddenly heard the howl of a wolf. The howl pierced the silence of the rainy night, one after another, rising and falling, and it looked like there was more than one wolf. Yun Luoha's expression changed. Wonton, who had been lying obediently on her, began hissing constantly, as if a little anxious. Yun Luoha gently soothed him. It's okay, I be fine. I'm not afraid. Wonton finally calmed down and said softly, I protect you. Okay, I know Wonton is the most powerful. We kill them all later. Yun Luoha was already thinking about how to prepare the wolf meat. She had never eaten wolf meat before. Before the wolves arrived, she had to make some preparations. Yun Luoha stood up and acted quickly. The traps they had set earlier might be useful, but with so many wolves, 2 deep pits would definitely not be enough. She had Wonton use spider silk to set traps around the shelter. Wonton's silk was strong and sticky, and in the dark, rainy night, it acted like an invisible blockade. There was no time to dig pits, but some spikes would be enough. Yun Luoha found some branches, sharpened them, and placed them along the edge of the spider silk trap. As long as a wolf stepped into it, it would be entangled by the spider silk and surrounded by the spikes. In the distance, players' cries for help and screams continued to echo. It seemed likely someone had been attacked by the wolves. Yun Luoha hurried, and after more than 10 minutes, she had rearranged the trap. She built 2 more fires, coated sticks with resin, and made several resin torches, which she placed in her backpack for future use. The wolf howls grew closer. Suddenly Yunton let out a low hiss. It could sense any spider silk it touched. It was coming. Through the mist, she saw a massive black wolf standing not far away. Although the black wolf was entangled in the thin, tough spider silk, the silk did little to harm it. The black wolves froze for a moment, then rushed forward. 2 of them stepped on Yun Luoha's trap, screaming in agony. The injured black wolf struggled and rolled on the ground, further enraging the remaining black wolves. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they glared at Yun Luoha. However, they couldn't approach Yun Luoha from the front, as more spider silk continued to spray, tightly entangling their legs. This was Yun Luoha's order to Yun Tun. If anything came in, they should quickly spin silk to trap the intruder. Several black wolves struggled desperately. Yun Luoha didn't hesitate, charging forward. Her hunting knife flashed a cold light in the darkness, stabbing the black wolf's neck. She could still see within 5 meters, and even if she couldn't, with her perception and Yun Tun's guidance, she could quickly locate the black wolf. The black wolf let out a scream, fell to the ground, and after struggling a few times, it was still motionless. Yun Luoha had infused her hunting knife with frog poison, instantly paralyzing the black wolf. This was the first time the stalker's hunting knife was used to kill prey. Blood spurted out, arcing through the air. Yun Luoha's face was wet with rain, her expression cold, yet she gently said to Wonton, "Wonton, baby, you did a great job." Wonton, thrilled by the praise, jumped on Yun Luoha and continued to spin spider silk with all his might. Soon, 2 more black wolves fell to the ground. Killing a black wolf earned 30 points, and wolf meat and pelt. Yun Luoha became even more enthusiastic. The other wolves, enraged by the sudden attack, frantically bit through the spider silk with their teeth and pounced on Yun Luoha. These wolves had been on Mist Island since birth, and were accustomed to the island's fog. The thick fog had no effect on them, instead providing a better shield for their movements. Along the way, they relied on the fog's protection to bite and kill many players. Several black wolves simultaneously leaped at Yun Luoha, their jaws opened, attempting to rip every shred of flesh from her body. Yun Tun hurriedly spun silk, using it to restrain the wolves, preventing them from approaching Yun Luoha. It had just promised to protect her. A few clever black wolves circumvented her and approached from the other side, hoping to catch her off guard and attack her from behind, but Yun Luoha's reaction speed was too fast. Often, just as they opened their jaws and were about to bite, Yun Luoha stabbed them with her hunting knife. In the rain and fog, Yun Luoha dodged nimbly. The unique design of the hunting knife in her hand made it invisible, making it completely unnoticed by the wolves. After several black wolves fell, the remaining wolves, with the strongest and most ferocious at their center, surrounded Yun Luoha. They dared not act rashly again, instead surrounding Yun Luoha and preparing to attack in droves. However, Yun Luoha would not give them this opportunity. Until now, these wolves had always taken the initiative. Now it was her turn to take the initiative. The cold rain lashed her body, and she knew she couldn't stand it any longer. Catching a cold would be troublesome. She pulled her bow and arrow from her backpack, aimed at the strongest wolf, and unleashed a single arrow in less than 5 seconds. Even if one arrow missed, 2 would have struck the black wolf, one piercing its back and one through its abdomen. Without stopping for a moment, she grasped her hunting knife and rushed forward, brandishing it in the rainy night, each strike bringing her full force. Yun Luoha knew she couldn't hold back. Even a second's delay could leave her vulnerable. Finally, Yun Luoha stood panting, staring at the wolf carcass on the ground. She waited for more than 10 seconds, then, after using her scanning eye to confirm that there were no other dangers nearby, collapsed heavily to the ground. She was exhausted. Besides the wolf meat and pelts scattered across the ground, she had also earned 200 points. The audience watching Yun Luoha's livestream were all stunned. No one had expected Yun Luoha to escape unscathed from the siege of so many wolves, even directly killing all of them. Even if she collapsed after killing the last one, it was still astonishing enough. So strong. Deserving of being the top dog in our district. Is it speechless? 666. What a powerful killer. His power is off the charts. Is that spider her pet? It seems powerful too. I can't understand what it's saying, but it looks so well behaved. Compared to Wu Jing and Yun Luoha, she's a complete wimp. She relied on pure luck. That's true strength. I declare Yun Luoha my goddess from now on. Yun Luoha was soaking wet. Fortunately, she was wearing a waterproof jacket, but having her hair completely soaked wasn't pleasant either. She wrung it out and sat by the fire to warm herself up quickly. The tea she just made was almost gone before she could even drink it. Luckily, the battle was over quickly, or the last bit of tea would be gone. Yun Luoha warmed her hands with the tea, then drank it down in one gulp. Once it was no longer so hot. After downing a cup of mist-hidden tea, she felt instantly warmed. She even recovered half her stamina points. I hadn't known this tea had such benefits before. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up. It wasn't much tea, but it was enough for several drinks. She could just make a few cups and keep them in her backpack, ready to drink whenever she wanted. Looks like she need to make a few more bamboo cups. Suddenly, Yun Luoha heard a strange noise not far away. Ton immediately chimed in, "His. Something's touching my spider silk." Yun Luoha frowned, feeling as if she were being watched. She quickly stood up and looked around, but the thick fog swirled in the darkness, obscuring everything. Even with her scanning eyes, she couldn't see anyone. But the feeling quickly faded. It was as if it had just been an illusion. Yun Luoha didn't believe her feeling was wrong. And Yun Tun's spider silk had also been disturbed. It seemed like she would need to set more of the traps that had just been destroyed by the wolves. Ton, put some more spider silk around later. Maybe I won't get a good night's sleep tonight, Yun Luoha thought. Lu Yin had already wandered off. After being discovered, he left without hesitation. After all, tonight wasn't the right time to take action. He had been hiding in the trees, watching Yun Luoha's entire slaughter of the wolves. He had drawn the wolves, intending to kill Yun Luoha with a borrowed knife, wait for the wolves to finish him off, then strike out himself, or wait until Yun Luoha was near death before stepping in to help. But the wolves had ended up becoming Yun Luoha's tool for racking up points. He hadn't succeeded in killing Yun Luoha with a borrowed knife, but had instead resorted to offering sacrifices to a Buddha. But Lu Yin wasn't angry. This was a good thing. The more points Yun Luoha earned, the more valuable he became. A glint of greed flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. That spider was more formidable than he had imagined. With only 2 days left, he had to hurry. Chapter 73. The next morning, the rain stopped, and sunlight filtered through the leaves. Under the dappled shadows of the trees, Ton let out a cheerful cry. Yun Luoha was preparing the wolf meat by the pond, and Ton hopped around beside her. "Baby, I grill some meat later, and find you something to eat. Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. I eat anything." Ton was very well behaved. Yun Luoha smiled and jokingly said, "You eat everything, so do you eat dirt?" Ton immediately stopped and lay on the ground. "I can eat dirt, but it's not tasty." Yun Luoha laughed until her stomach ached. This child was truly naive. "You really want to eat it? Don't eat it. I take you to find something delicious later." Ton, "Okay." She washed the wolf meat, cut it into small pieces, strung it onto bamboo skewers, and took it back to the shelter to prepare the barbecue. Yun Luoha had marked numerous areas around the shelter, so she could spot anyone coming. After returning, she checked to make sure no one had been there before rekindling the fire and setting up the grill. She had some leftover yams from yesterday, and after warming them up over the charcoal this morning, they were ready to eat. She ate the yams while grilling the meat. She kept the fire going strong, the fat sizzling in the heat, and the meat visibly changed color, from red to a burnt golden brown. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. With her level 4 cooking skill, Yun Luoha could now create a delicious barbecue even without seasoning. The barbecue was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making it incredibly appetizing. The crispy exterior revealed a juicy, succulent interior, a rich tapestry of flavors that collided in her mouth. The aroma of the charcoal fire blended perfectly with the flavor of the meat, making every bite deeply satisfying. Yun Luoha ate barbecued meat with yam. The sweet, yet not greasy, yam paired surprisingly well with the meat. She ate quickly, making the viewers watching her live stream drool. "Who's such a nice person eating barbecue so early in the morning? I want barbecue too. It looks delicious. Never mind. I just have grilled fish for breakfast. Fish is meat too. Those are the conditions on the reef. But I don't envy the people on the island. They paid for all that meat with their lives. If I were there, I either eat meat or get eaten by wolves. I'm just wondering if I can sell some barbecue when I get back." Yun Luoha planned to go prospecting for fluorite and oil today. According to intelligence, the fluorite veins are located in the eastern hinterland of Kiridakure Island and require deep exploration to find. And every rain washes away new deposits. It rained so hard last night. I should be able to find something today. She planned to cross the mountain and follow the stream eastward. As for oil, she would first find fluorite in the northeast. If the journey wasn't far, she would try to get back here tonight. She wouldn't have time to rebuild the shelter. She definitely couldn't do without a shelter. The rain had been heavy tonight. She had only warmed up after drinking tea last night, but if the rain lasted too long, the mist-hidden tea might not be much use. Before setting off, Yun Luoha had redisguised the shelter and taken away all the items she had brought, leaving it with only an empty shell. After crossing the mountain, they hadn't gone far when Yun Luoha encountered 2 more groups of people. They seemed to have formed a temporary group. One group consisted of 3 people, all with low scores, generally around 100. Seeing Yun Luoha's high score, they simply looked shocked. One of the girls approached Yun Luoha to inquire about the situation. Seeing they meant no harm, Yunluoha answered. She even traded a piece of wolf meat for some wild fruit. She had killed 7 wolves yesterday, and now had over 300 pieces of wolf meat in her backpack, more than she could possibly eat. The group was thrilled to exchange 1 piece of wolf meat for 5 wild fruits. The other group was a 4-person team, with an average score of 150, making them a bit stronger. Seeing Yunluoha alone, they tried to steal her supplies. They told her to leave the supplies behind, and they could leave. They had no intention of killing her. Yunluoha looked at the 4 of them, and said with a smile, "You can't take my stuff. How about you 4 keep the supplies?" Yunluoha's arrogance inflamed the men. "Don't be ungrateful. We're lucky we didn't kill you. Do you really think we wouldn't dare do anything to you? Do you think you can defeat the 4 of us alone? If you don't want to be marked as a red card, you have to leave your life and supplies behind. Stop wasting your time with her. I don't hit women, but I tie her up first." Yunluoha smiled. "You don't dare to be marked as a red card, but I do. I wonder how many points 4 of us can earn." Her tone was disdainful, as if she completely disregarded the 4 men. She could tell at a glance how strong these men were. After all, her perception skills didn't give her any warning of danger, which showed how weak they were. "I don't know why, but seeing Yunluoha so arrogant, I feel a little refreshed. As expected of us from District 2. So arrogant. Stop talking nonsense, just go for it. It's just 4 people. I believe Yunluoha can defeat them. These 4 people all have 150 points, so they're not weak. No matter how powerful Yunluoha is, she can't take on 4 alone. I killed 7 wolves yesterday, so why am I afraid of 4 people? How can humans be the same as wolves? Some people are even worse than wolves. What are you arguing about?" We see. A few minutes later, Yunluoha stomped on the face of the man who had threatened to tie her up, smearing the mud from her feet all over his face. The man was already bruised and swollen, and Yunluoha didn't even use her own weapons. The other 3 men lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Yunluoha's karate skills were very strong, and she could have taken down these weaklings even with her bare hands. She had no intention of killing them, but since they wanted to steal her supplies, she had to keep her own. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Just then Yuntun, who had been exploring the area, returned. Yunluoha had him tie them up with spider silk and hang them from a book. They were told to dump out all the supplies they had. At first, they were hesitant, only taking out a small amount. Yunluoha only needed to look at their points to know they definitely had more than that. The dishonest ones received another beating. Half an hour later, Yunluoha had collected all the supplies she could find from the ground. By then, her backpack was completely full. The 4 of them had quite a bit of supplies combined. Over 1,000 pieces of wood, 300 pieces of pine resin, over 100 pieces of flint, some wild vegetables and fruits, a dozen fluorescent ferns, 10 pieces of oil moss, and a small barrel of oil. Fluorescent fern grows in the damp, dark areas of mines. Its leaves contain fluorescent cells that emit a faint blue light when touched. It can be made into vegetable soup using the cooking skill, improving night vision. Oil moss, a dark green, velvety moss that clings to oily rock surfaces, extruding the oil that acts as tinder, making it highly flammable. After drying, it can be made into moss bandages to help stop bleeding. Not bad, not bad. The supplies delivered to her doorstep were a real bonus. Yunluoha was in a good mood. She washed a wild fruit by the stream on the way, and ate it as she continued on her journey. There were indeed a lot of supplies on Kiridakure Island. While washing fruit earlier, she found a medicinal moss on the trunk of a pine tree by the stream. High-grade medicinal moss can be used to make hemostatic and antipyretic drugs. However, there wasn't much available. This kind of good stuff will be very useful in the future. Even if you don't have the means to make medicine, applying it to a wound temporarily will probably stop the bleeding. Next time you see a pine tree, take a closer look. Mist in the high tea also grows on pine trees. This island is full of pine trees, so it's easy to overlook other supplies nestled within them. With Yuntun scouting ahead, Yunluoha quickly found clues to the fluorite deposit. She walked about 2 kilometers, climbed a mountain, and at the foot of another, she saw exposed fluorite glittering in the sunlight. She dug up the entire area, but only found a few. It's likely these fluorite fragments were simply washed here by rain. But this also proves that there's definitely a fluorite deposit nearby. Intact fluorite is a bluish-purple cubic crystal, but some are also broken. This stone is only slightly harder than glass, but it shatters easily. It's beautiful in the sunlight, similar to blue crystal. Yun Luoha asked Yuntin to search the area carefully to see if he could find any more stones of this color. This was the heart of Kirigakure Island, so the fog was even thicker. The air was thick with moisture, and every breath felt exceptionally cold. My field of vision was also narrower, only allowing me to see clearly about 5 meters. Chapter 74. 2 hours later, Yun Luoha finally found the fluorite cave. The cave entrance was well hidden, and outside it grew poisonous weeds. These weeds looked ordinary, with small lavender flowers, but they were extremely poisonous, poisoning even the slightest touch. If Yun Luoha hadn't upgraded her gathering skills, allowing her to identify poisonous weeds, she would have encountered them upon entering the cave. She saw a warning red glow on these weeds, so she used a shovel to clear all the vegetation at the cave entrance before entering. The cave was small, requiring a hunched position to crawl through, making it difficult to even stand upright. It was Yun Tun who discovered the abundance of fluorite within. Yun Luoha certainly wouldn't have found it herself. Once inside, she quickly saw the countless fluorite stones within. The inner walls of the mine were studded with blue-purple fluorite, like a sky full of stars. Fluorite leaves a faint fluorescence when it comes into contact with the skin. The marks on Yun Luoha's hands haven't faded yet, but once in a dark place like this, her hands glow conspicuously. It seems this property of fluorite could be used as a marking, or perhaps to place some near the shelter for lighting. But for now, it's better to hurry and mine for fluorite. When the number of fluorite in Yun Luoha's backpack exceeded 100, her points also exceeded 500. It seems fluorite adds quite a lot of points. There are only a little over 100 pieces of fluorite in this fluorite mine, and Yun Luoha has already mined most of them. She planned to knock down the few remaining pieces and then leave. She didn't know how many points others had. The ranking list wouldn't be announced until the morning of the third day, so Yun Luoha wasn't sure where she would rank. Just as Yun Luoha was about to leave, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She clung to the stone wall. A wave of nausea washed over her. Her face turned grim, and soon she vomited. Oh no! She seemed to be poisoned. Yun Luoha checked her personal information, and sure enough, her health had dropped by 30 points without her noticing. It was still slowly dropping, and she was showing signs of poisoning. Yun Luoha didn't bother to find the cause, and quickly exited the cave. Even after leaving the mine, Yun Luoha still felt uncomfortable. She gasped for air, breathing in the fresh air. Thinking back, she seemed to have smelled a sour odor while she was inside. Hydrogen sulfide gas must have accumulated at the bottom of the fluorite mine, and she inhaled too much, causing the poisoning. This gas has no noticeable odor at high concentrations, but has a strong odor of rotten eggs at low concentrations. No wonder she smelled something foul at first, thinking it was an animal defecating in the cave. She'd been in the mine for 2 hours, inhaling an untold amount of hydrogen sulfide. This gas was highly toxic. If she had waited any longer, she might have died. Inhaling high concentrations of hydrogen sulfide can be quickly fatal, and even low concentrations are toxic. Yun Luoha had been expending energy mining, which had accelerated her inhalation of the toxic gas. Now her health and stamina were very low. Yun Luoha quickly took out her mist-hidden tea and drank a sip to restore her stamina. However, to restore her health, she could only rely on a recovery potion. But she only had 1 bottle, and if she drank it now, it would be gone. She wanted to save it for when she was in danger. So Yun Luoha hesitated. Yuntin noticed something wasn't right with Yun Luoha, and was worried. Hee, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? It had just eaten a few fluorite stones, and its belly was full. Its body was covered in fluorite dust, emitting a faint glow. Seeing Yun Luoha sitting on the ground, it assumed she was just too tired and hungry from not eating. I go get you something to eat. Yun Luoha hurriedly called out to it, weakly saying, No, wait a minute. Yun Luoha was in a very bad state, and Yuntin couldn't get away. With him around, she felt a little more at ease. Yuntin quickly stopped and jumped into Yun Luoha's arms. What's wrong? Yun Luoha's condition was so bad that she felt increasingly unwell, as if she could barely open her eyes. She also had a headache and a cough. She couldn't take it any longer. Yun Luoha didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately took out the recovery potion and drank it all in one gulp. It was still early, but Yun Luoha's condition was far from good. It looked like there was nothing she could do today. She could only go back and rest. If she felt better, she could go look for oil. If not, she'd better wait until she recovered. It seemed that her perception trait couldn't predict all dangers. For example, the toxic gas in the cave might be a special hazard, and she hadn't brought a gas mask this time, so she was exposed without warning. But at least she had gained something, So much fluorite, and a lot of points. After Yunluoha recovered, her head still hurt. The recovery potion only restored her stamina and health, but it couldn't help her detoxify. Her body was still poisoned. She took some rosin from her backpack and tore a piece of cloth from her clothes. She smeared the rosin on the cloth to create a simple breathing filter, covering her mouth and nose to filter the air. Her nose wasn't working properly, and everything she smelled strange. The data on her personal information wasn't optimistic. HP, 58 out of 100, weak, poisoned, stamina, 35 out of 100, badly able to move, her vision was blurry, and she couldn't stop crying. The fog was already blurry, and now it was even worse. We have to go back, Yunluoha whispered to Yuntun. Yuntun, okay, let's go back and eat. It still thought Yunluoha was hungry. Yunluoha forced a smile, and didn't explain too much. On the way back, she walked slowly, not only because she was feeling unwell, but also because she was looking for something to detoxify herself. Although hydrogen sulfide poisoning was serious, it wasn't completely untreatable. Yunluoha had learned first aid methods, and if things didn't work, she would have to resort to bloodletting to detoxify. In the morning, Yunluoha had been able to fight 4 opponents alone, snatching up a lot of supplies. Her points were steadily increasing, and she had even found a fluorite mine. The players in Area 2 all thought she had a good chance of placing. But now, she had suddenly been poisoned. Many viewers watching the live stream were worried she wouldn't be able to hold on, that the system would detect her inability to continue the competition and send her back to the reef. Yunluoha herself was worried, so she kept an eye on her condition the entire way. Seeing that the poisoning hadn't subsided, she had a foreboding feeling. They happened to pass by a spring. It was a sulfur spring, and the water was undrinkable. But Yunluoha had an idea. She quickly walked over to the spring and began to guzzle it. The color of the water was clearly not drinkable. The audience thought Yunluoha had been poisoned too deeply and had gone insane. Is Yunluoha crazy? You can't drink this water? Drinking sulfur water? Absolutely. She doesn't want to play anymore. Is she hallucinating from the poison? It's a bit scary. I feel like she's already here. What a shame. I thought she was a seeded player. Looks like bad luck won't do her any good. Oh well, forget it. I just go watch the European Emperor Association's live stream. I'm leaving too. I'm going to watch Du Wentian's live stream. She's got a lot of points too. She was incredibly lucky to have found a hot spring and even oil. Yunluoha drank a lot of sulfur water to stimulate her vomiting reflex and expel toxins from her stomach. After vomiting for a long time, almost vomiting stomach acid, she steeled herself, took out her hunting knife, and cut her finger. Instantly, blood flowed out, dripping into the water and creating ripples. The viewers in the live stream thought she was crazy, even resorting to self-harm. Yunluoha bled 10 milliliters before wrapping her finger with moss to stop the bleeding. This method was a folk remedy used by backward tribes long ago to deal with gas poisoning. It looked scary, but it was effective. After she bled, the poisoning finally subsided. Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief. This way, her health and stamina would slowly recover. At least, she wouldn't be eliminated and still had a chance to continue the competition. She sat down by the spring to rest for a moment before continuing her journey back. As they neared the shelter, Yunluoha suddenly sensed a dangerous aura ahead. She frowned and paused to carefully observe her surroundings. The forest was quiet, but the silence seemed even more eerie. Yunluoha whispered a few words of advice to Yuntun. She didn't continue forward, but found a secluded spot nearby, sat down cross-legged, and rested. She opened her backpack, pulled out a few pieces of roasted meat, and wolfed them down, hoping to quickly replenish her strength. She also drank a cup of mist-hidden tea. The bleeding on her finger had stopped. Aside from dizziness and nausea, she felt no other discomfort. If danger truly arose, she would still be able to fight. Yuntun quietly returned to the shelter. Yunluoha sent it to check if the traps she had left before leaving had been triggered and if the markings had been touched. Yuntun was small and agile, making it difficult to detect. She sensed a dangerous aura, and her first reaction was that the shelter might be occupied. If there were too many people, Yunluoha might abandon it. But if there were only 1 or 2 people, she could still reclaim it. She sent Yuntun to investigate first and report the situation, and then she would make her next plan. Wonton noticed that the spider silk it had left near the shelter had broken down considerably. It hissed in frustration. While the shelter was deserted, a strange scent lingered, and it was nearby. So it followed the scent, searching for the intruder. Wonton's nose was sharp, and it immediately spotted a person perched on a large tree near the shelter. Wonton immediately released its spider silk, spraying out several long, thin strands of silvery silk, attempting to bind the person. But before the silk could reach the person, it was severed by a large, cold, gleaming sword. The next second, Wonton was engulfed by a web of fine, dense branches and vines. Wonton tried to escape, but was entangled in tiny branches, his body held tightly in place, unable to move. "Is this the little spider you were looking for?" Su Mishing smiled, looking at the man behind him. "It looks ordinary." When Wonton realized he couldn't break free, he cried out anxiously. Hiss! Although the sound wasn't loud, Yunluohe, who had formed a contract with it, could sense it immediately. Yunluohe, who was resting, suddenly opened her eyes, her expression changing. She had sensed that Yuntun was in danger. She immediately stood up, checked herself, and after confirming that nothing serious was wrong, she rushed over. She hadn't expected Yuntun to be in danger so soon after returning to check. Chapter 75. Many thoughts raced through Yunluohe's mind. Something was wrong. It should be easy for Yuntun to escape. It could just spin some silk and fly away. How could it be trapped? No one would target a small spider, would they? No matter what, she couldn't abandon Yuntun. She had to rescue it. Yunluohe rushed to where Yuntun was. Even before Yunluohe returned, many traps had been set around the shelter, waiting for her return. If Yuntun hadn't returned first, the traps would have been set on Yunluohe. When Yunluohe arrived, she happened to see Su Mishing picking up Yuntun from the vines and examining her closely. "Little spider, take a closer look. You're quite pretty. You seem to glow." Su Mishing's face was filled with a bright smile. She wore a dark green windbreaker, blending seamlessly with the vines behind her. Yunluohe stood still at a distance, bow drawn, aiming at Su Mishing. "Put my pet down." Her tone was cold and unquestionable. Su Mishing was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the suddenly appearing Yunluohe. She stared at Yunluohe's face, her smile widening. "Wow! I love destroying beautiful things. This little guy is your pet. So interesting." When Yuntun saw Yunluohe, he cried out excitedly, "Hee, be careful! I've been caught and can't move." Yuntun's voice was still so soft and endearing, warming Yunluohe's heart. "I say again, put my pet down." "Oh, if you don't put it down, so what? Are you going to shoot me to death with your arrow?" Su Mishing blinked with a smile. "Actually, I'm not interested in this little spider. It's just that someone else wants it." "Others?" Yunluohe frowned. "But I'm very satisfied with this cooperation. You're indeed a good prey." Su Mishing looked at the points above Yunluohe's head. Over 500 points, not bad. Su Mishing already had over 800 points, and as a red name player, she had already killed 2 people. But the 2 she killed only had over 100 points, not very powerful. Now that she saw the high points, she was even more excited. Looks like she can have some fun. Suddenly, the vines behind her twisted together and whipped towards the hiding place. "What? Are you still hiding?" Just as she finished speaking, Lu Yin emerged from behind a pine tree. "Can't you handle this on your own? Do you need my help?" Su Mishing's expression turned cold. "I'm just collaborating with you, not working for you." Lu Yin shrugged, feeling a chill run down her spine. Yunluohe understood the moment she saw him. It seemed this man was behind all this. He'd been obsessed with Yuntun since he first saw her in Yuntun. Yunluohe no longer hesitated, aiming her bow and arrow at Su Mishing. With a few whooshes, the arrow flew straight toward Su Mishing, but suddenly stopped mid-air. Several vines entangled the arrow, intercepting it mid-flight. Su Mishing's trait is plant spirit, capable of sensing and promoting plant growth. Her pet is a ghost face vine. After the contract, her trait was instantly awakened. Her own ability is to increase the ghost face vine's movement speed by 25%, allowing her to change form and freely control it. In effect, the ghost face vine is both her pet and her weapon. Lu Yin stood beside Su Mishing, holding a large knife. "Yunluohe, you better surrender. You can't defeat the 2 of us alone, and you don't have any pets to help you now." "Yunluohe, really? I feel like I'm more than capable of handling you 2. Release my spider, or you won't be able to escape." "Lu Yin, I'm determined to take your spider. I advise you to beg for mercy now to save yourself some suffering." He watched Yunluohe slaughter the wolves. Yunluohe was only powerful because of her superior fighting skills, and the wolf spider support. She didn't really have any special moves. Now that he had Su Mishing's help, he wasn't afraid of Yunluohe at all. "Su Mishing, stop wasting time with her. She's not going to survive anyway. As agreed, the points and supplies are mine, and this spider is yours." I kill her first, and I give you the spider later. Luin, I'm a man of my word. He slowly stepped forward with the knife. Yunluohe drew her bow and aimed at Su Mishing, her eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Su Mishing crossed her arms over her chest. Do you think you can hurt me? Don't waste your arrows. Really? If I can't hurt you, I definitely hurt this vine. She aimed again at the base of the vine. However, Su Mishing's ghost face vine surged like a surging green tide. The thick vines intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier at the base in the blink of an eye. Naive. You think you can shoot through my ghost face vine? Su Mishing's face was smug, as if she believed she had already won the battle. Yunluohe didn't panic when the ghost face vine blocked the arrow. Her target wasn't Su Mishing or the ghost face vine in the first place, and she had only been testing them. After confirming the ghost face vine's ability to rapidly transform, she immediately adjusted her plan, aiming her arrows again at Su Mishing's shoulders. She fired several arrows, each one failing, but it also angered Su Mishing. Su Mishing looked at Luin. Why are you still standing there? Attack! Luin brandished his sword and charged towards Yunluohe. Su Mishing also controlled the ghost face vine and followed closely behind Luin, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Yunluohe at any moment. To them, Yunluohe was already meat on the chopping board, a cooked duck. Ending her life would be easy. But just as Luin was about to reach Yunluohe took a few steps back at a breakneck speed, releasing the bowstring, and the arrow shot straight at Su Mishing. Su Mishing quickly used the ghost face vine to block the arrow, but Yunluohe had anticipated it. The moment the arrow was released, she suddenly rushed forward, dagger in hand, closing in on Su Mishing and engaging her in close combat. With Su Mishing's ghost face vine, ranged attacks were completely useless. While Yunluohe wouldn't gain any advantage in close combat, at least she had a chance. Because of the ghost face vine shield in front of her, Su Mishing couldn't even see Yunluohe rushing towards her. Su Mishing was overconfident and underestimated her opponent, and the ghost face vine, accustomed to her commands, had no self-awareness and simply followed her instructions. Yunluohe suddenly changed direction, and Su Mishing didn't react, so the ghost face vine's defense couldn't keep up. At this point, Su Mishing had no defense behind her. Seizing this opportunity, Yunluohe slashed Su Mishing's arm with her hunting knife. Ah! Su Mishing screamed in agony, and blood immediately flowed from her arm. The ghost face vine also briefly lost control due to its owner's injury, its vines going berserk. Yunluohe seized the opportunity to stab the ghost face vine's base with her hunting knife. Her aim was clear, and she thrust with great force, piercing the vine's weak spot. The ghost face vine writhed in pain. Su Mishing, also aware of the ghost face vine's serious injuries due to her bonded connection with it, was furious. Okay, it seems you're smarter than I thought. She looked at Luin. If you don't show some strength, once I dealt with her, you'd be next. Lu Yin's face paled. Got it. He activated his special skill. Concealment. This skill had allowed him to evade Yunluohe's perception and remain close to her. However, it could only be activated once a day. It wasn't complete invisibility, it simply concealed his presence, allowing him to remain undetected and reappear unexpectedly. And this skill had a time limit. Luin wouldn't use it easily. Lu Yin's figure suddenly blurred, and Yunluohe lost sight of him. In the white mist, both Luin and Su Mishing vanished. But Yunluohe could sense Yun Tun's direction. Yun Tun was in Su Mishing's hand, so Su Mishing was just to her right and in front. Yunluohe rushed over and quickly found her target. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could determine Su Mishing's position through her perception and her tacit understanding with Yun Tun. The ghost face vine was severed by the hunting knife, and Yunluohe had already appeared before her. It was too late to let the ghost face vine defend her. Su Mishing gasped, having never expected this to be discovered. But she quickly realized it was the spider. She frowned, a murderous intent rising in her. If she hadn't promised Luin to give the spider to him, she would have let the ghost-faced vine strangle it. But in the few seconds Su Mishing was distracted, Yunluohe had already snuck up behind her. Distraction isn't a good thing. Yunluohe held her hunting knife to Su Mishing's neck. Her voice startled Su Mishing. Put the knife away, unless you don't want this little spider dead. Wonton was entangled in the ghost-faced vines, and through the gaps between them, she could see him moving around. Yunluohe said in a deep voice, let it go. Okay, but with a knife at my neck, if I get nervous, I might accidentally crush it. Su Mishing twitched. Yunluohe gently applied force, and the sharp dagger sliced through Su Mishing's skin. I said, let it go or you be buried with it. Su Mixing's laughter was completely gone. She cursed inwardly. Where has that damn Lu Yin been hiding? The pain in her neck told her Yun Luoha was serious. Su Mixing gritted her teeth and said, I release your pet, and you remove the dagger, or we die together. Yun Luoha, you have no right to negotiate with me now. Really? Then let's die together. Su Mixing was also worried that if she released the spider, Yun Luoha would not let her go either. She manipulated the ghost face vine to gradually shrink the vines that were encircling Yuntun. Yun Luoha, you dare. With just a little more force, Yuntun's body would be crushed. If you dare, I dare. One last time, do you want to let her go too? Yun Luoha knew that if she let Su Mixing go this time, it would be difficult to control her next time. However, Yuntun couldn't be hurt. She scowled, okay, you better not try any tricks. Su Mixing snorted, don't worry, this spider is nothing compared to my life. The two of them counted down simultaneously. 3, 2, 1, and then they let go together. They were both cautious, so neither of them cheated. After being released, Yuntun immediately spit out spider silk, which clung to Yun Luoha's clothes and pounced on her. After Su Mixing freed himself, he immediately distanced himself from Yun Luoha. Yuntun nudged Yun Luoha's chest. I knew he would come to save me. It was my stupidity that got me caught. I won't do that again next time. Yun Luoha, it's okay. I'm glad you're okay. Yun Luoha reached out and touched Yuntun. A chill washed over Yun Luoha, and she felt something was amiss. She quickly dodged, but she was still a step too late. Lu Yin had been lurking for a long time, finally finding his opportunity. He slashed with his sword, striking Yun Luoha's back. Yun Luoha's face paled, and she stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. If she hadn't been wearing pearl scale armor, she would have been half dead by now. But fortunately, the pearl scale armor provided strong defense and counterattack. When Lu Yin struck her, he himself wasn't doing well either. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he looked at Yun Luoha in disbelief. How is this possible? It was clearly his sword that struck Yun Luoha, so why was he spitting blood? Yun Luoha's back was in excruciating pain. The scale armor had cracked where it had been struck, and blood oozed from the wound. She was seriously injured, but she persevered, acting as if nothing had happened. She used her hunting knife to pierce Lu Yin's abdomen. She was about to kill Lu Yin outright, but the next second, two thick vines whizzed over, swept him up, and carried him away. Yun Luoha knelt on one knee, her hunting knife stuck in the ground. Sweat broke out on her forehead, making Yuntun extremely anxious. Through gritted teeth, she said to Yuntun, it's okay, don't worry. She pulled high-grade medicinal moss from her backpack, lifted her clothes, and rubbed it onto the wound on her back. The moment the moss was applied, Yun Luoha shuddered with pain. Oh my god, the instructions said it would stop the bleeding, but it didn't say it would hurt this much. Her hands trembled as she continued to apply the remaining medicinal moss to the wound. Although it hurt, the bleeding had stopped. Even on the other side, Lu Yin, panting, thanked Su Mixing. Thanks. If it weren't for you, I would. He didn't finish his words, his pupils suddenly dilating. Su Mixing raised an eyebrow. Who said I was saving you? She curled her lips into a brilliant smile. I just didn't want to waste your points. After all, we're partners. You'd be better off giving them to me than to her, don't you think? Her voice was incredibly cruel. You? Lu Yin glared at Su Mixing indignantly. His stomach had been pierced by the sharp vine, and he was near death. Su Mixing, don't blame me. It's your fault you're so useless, unable to do anything right. I won't need you anymore. Chapter 76. Yun Luoha knew Su Mixing was still nearby, always looking for an opportunity to attack her. She endured the excruciating pain in her back, and slowly stood up, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. This injury was the most serious she had suffered since entering the game. She had lost a lot of blood, and her health was only at 40. Now, just breathing could make her feel the stinging pain from the wound. It was bad, she was still conscious. Yun Luoha's 5 senses were also extremely sharp at this moment. She had to focus all her attention on finding Su Mixing first. Yun Luoha whispered to Yuntun, Yuntun, can you still spin silk? Yuntun had spun too much silk today, and she didn't know if it could keep up. She pulled a few whole pieces of fluorite from her backpack. Eat some more of this. Yes, I can. Yuntun had consumed a lot of fluorite, and still had strength. Eat some more. Yun Luoha's voice grew weak. Wonton, hee, eat too. Yun Luoha still had some stamina points, but her health was steadily decreasing. If she could find a place to rest, she'd probably be fine, but that woman from earlier wouldn't let her go. She could sense she was still nearby, lurking around. This battle had to be resolved quickly. If it dragged on, she'd be dead. Yunluohe gritted her teeth and used her scanning eye to scan the surroundings. This was extremely exhausting, but there was no other way now. Found it. Yunluohe looked towards a pine tree at 3 o'clock. Su Mixing was sitting on the trunk, eating to recover his strength. Yunluohe took out her bow and arrows, and checked the remaining bolts. 10 arrows left, should be enough. She drew her bow and fired, firing 5 times in a row. Each time she pulled a bow, she ripped the wound, causing it to burst open. Her teeth chattered with pain. Only one of the 5 arrows hit her target. The other 4 either missed or were blocked by her ghost-face vines. The only one that hit only grazed her calf. Su Mixing approached slowly, a ghost-faced vine shielded her side. She sneered, "It seems your ability to find me through the air is a trait of yours, isn't it?" Although the wound on her calf was still bleeding, Su Mixing remained unfazed. "Su Mixing, you completely pissed me off, you know? I was going to leave you with an intact corpse, but now I changed my mind. I want you to use me as fertilizer for my ghost-faced vines." "Using corpses as fertilizer? No wonder you and your pet smell so bad," Yunluohe replied flatly. Su Mixing's expression changed, then he smiled again the next moment. "You're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if I let you talk tough for a bit." "Yunluohe, really? My mouth isn't as tough as my knife. Do you want to try?" With that, she dodged and appeared at Su Mixing's side at breakneck speed. The hunting knife grazed her cheek, severing a large clump of hair. Su Mixing seemed to value her long hair, and seeing it severed, her expression became ferocious. "You're courting death." She caused the ghost-faced vine to transform into dozens of sharp vines, piercing Yunluohe. Yunluohe dodged quickly, the pain numbing her body. She could only desperately use her perception and unleash her powerful reflexes, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to dodge the onslaught of so many vines. Yunten was also frantically spinning spider silk to help her fend off the ghost-faced vine's attacks. Its silk was repeatedly broken, but it continued to spin, determined to help Yunluohe. Su Mixing, disliking Yunten's obstruction, once again controlled the ghost-faced vine and pounced on Yunten. The ghost-faced vine bared its fangs and claws, moving at breakneck speed, instantly enveloping Yunten. "Yunten!" Yunluohe was terrified. She wanted to put Yunten in her pet bag, then pretend to escape, finding a chance to hide the bag. At least that way, even if she died, Yunten wouldn't fall into this woman's hands. Yunten could sense Yunluohe's thoughts and felt a little sad. It felt that it was because it was too weak that Yunluohe had been injured. Other pets were so strong. Why couldn't it be so strong? Yunten's eyes suddenly turned red, and he raised his head and let out a piercing sound. Seeing this, Yunluohe thought Yunten was injured and immediately rushed to save him. Her arms were lashed several times by the ghost-faced vine, leaving bloody marks. However, Yunluohe also managed to cut several vines with her hunting knife. The ghost-faced vine twitched in pain. Su Mixing looked at the ghost-faced vine with heartache. With so many vines broken this time, it would take a lot of fertilizer to grow it back. "Kill her!" Su Mixing issued an ultimatum. At this point, Yunluohe was already at the end of her strength, relying on her last bit of willpower to persevere. At this critical moment, an unprecedented power suddenly erupted within her. Suddenly, a strange heat surged through her. Upgrade your perception skill, gaining the ability of clairvoyance. Clairvoyance explodes into incredibly sharp perception in an extremely short period of time, allowing you to predict enemy attacks and dodge or defend in advance. Yunluohe was filled with both surprise and delight. In this critical moment, her perception skills had been upgraded. Her perception had become incredibly sharp. She could clearly sense the subtle sounds of the ghost-faced vine twitching the air, and the energy fluctuations Su Mixing was manipulating the ghost-faced vine were also perceptible to her. Not only that, she also saw several glimmering energy weaknesses on the ghost-faced vine, those vital points. It was as if everything in the world had slowed down tremendously. Or perhaps it wasn't something else that had slowed down, but rather her own speed. Wonton also transformed, its small body erupting with intense energy fluctuations. It spit out countless strands of spider silk, spraying them at the ghost-faced vine. Hundreds of them entangled the vine, pulling it towards it with force. Then Yunten bit down on it. As Yunluohe and Su Mixing watched in amazement, Yunten bit through the tough ghost-faced vine and devoured it bite by bite. It made a crunching sound as it chewed. The ghost-faced vines twisted wildly, its roots twitching. Su Mixing's face darkened, her face filled with worry and fear. If this continued, the ghost-faced vine would be completely devoured. She hurriedly instructed the ghost-faced vine to gather the remaining vines, But Yunton opened its tiny mouth and unleashed a breathtaking suction, swallowing the ghost-faced vine bit by bit. The ghost-faced vine struggled desperately, determined not to let its vines be eaten, but its roots. It immediately abandoned its attack and shrank into a thin branch, attempting to hide. But Yun Luoha wouldn't let it escape. With incredible speed, she grabbed the ghost-faced vine. After devouring so many vines, Yunton's body continued to grow. Its originally small form gradually became more robust, and its markings became increasingly vibrant and eye-catching. Yun Luoha didn't even need to check his pet's information to know Yunton had upgraded. Its body now shimmered with a strange metallic sheen, and the spider silk it spun had unexpectedly turned green. The spider silk had acquired the power of the ghost-faced vine, capable of varying thickness and length at will, and could instantly be woven into a spider silk shield, protecting Yun Luoha just as the ghost-faced vine had protected Su Misheng. Not only that, Yunton's speed and strength had also increased dramatically. It spun spider silk, cooperating with Yun Luoha to entangle the ghost-faced vine as it attempted to escape. After the upgrade, the bond between pet and owner deepened, their minds completely connected. Yunton could even sense Yun Luoha's every thought. Yun Luoha could also sense Yunton's emotions. Su Misheng panicked, controlling the ghost-faced vine, hoping it would restrain Yun Luoha and Yunton so he could escape first. But the ghost-faced vine was now completely controlled. Far from restraining it, it had lost the ability to struggle. Yun Luoha plunged his hunting knife into the ghost-faced vine's base and stabbed it several times. The ghost-faced vine immediately began to ooze green juice, its branches twitching violently, its leaves instantly withering. Seeing her pet near death, Su Misheng's face paled, but she knew that without the ghost-faced vine, she was no match for Yun Luoha. She gritted her teeth and tried to quietly escape. But Yun Luoha had already guessed her plan. Yun Tun, in tune with her, formed a barrier of spider silk, blocking her path. Su Misheng's face darkened as she drew her weapon, a long green whip, and lashed at Yun Luoha frantically. But Yun Luoha's speed was so astonishing that she couldn't even reach him with her whip. Yun Luoha grabbed the whip with his backhand and, using it as a springboard, leaped in front of Su Misheng. Without your pet, you're nothing but a waste. Yun Luoha sneered at Su Misheng. Now your pet has become food for my baby, so you should die too. Don't kill me. Su Misheng finally felt fear. I can give all our supplies. The hunting knife in Yun Luoha's hand flashed with a cold gleam, and he stabbed Su Misheng without hesitation. Before Su Misheng could finish his words, he let out a scream and fell in a pool of blood. Victory or defeat was already decided, and Yun Luoha didn't even bother to listen to any pleas for mercy. Kill player Su Misheng, and claim all of his points and supplies. At this moment, the chat channels of both Districts 1 and 2 erupted in chaos. Su Misheng in District 1 was dead, killed by Yun Luoha in District 2. Su Misheng had always been incredibly famous in District 1. She flaunted her prowess, and boasted not only strength, but also her own team, each comprised of high-level players. During this tournament, Su Misheng even threatened to kill Yu Qingjin if she encountered him. And yet she died. And it was a comeback from a disadvantageous position. When Yun Luoha and Yun Tun reversed the situation and successfully killed Su Misheng, the players in District 1 were stunned. Yun Luoha had been critically injured and near death, but at the last moment, she and her pet rallied to instantly defeat Su Misheng and the ghost-faced vine. How is this possible? That woman was so seriously injured. How could she still win? That spider ate the ghost-faced vine. What kind of spider is that? This is unbelievable. Her strength is simply unbelievable. Su Misheng is dead, and her live stream view is gone too. That woman was Yun Luoha. Go check her live stream view. If Su Misheng dies, all her points will be transferred to Yun Luoha. Doesn't that mean she get over 1,000 points straight away? And there are bonus points for killing red-named players. How ridiculous. Could this person have instantly become first place? You know what? It's possible. However, Yun Luoha's stamina points were depleted from the continuous fighting, and she was bleeding profusely. With only 10 health points left, her vision went black, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground. This made Yun Tun extremely anxious. Besides, it was already getting dark, and night was about to fall. Yun Tun hurriedly wrapped her in spider silk and laboriously dragged her back to the shelter. Shortly after returning to the shelter, heavy rain began to fall, icy water pelting the shelter. However, Yun Luoha hadn't laid out a tarp, and the acid rain quickly corroded the roof. She didn't react even when pieces of wood fell on her. The rain grew heavier. Yun Luoha lay inside, shivering with cold. Wonton frantically circled around her. It quickly fashioned a shield of spider silk to shield Yun Luoha from the acid rain. The rain was blocked, but Yun Luoha continued to shiver. Wonton, remembering how Yun Luoha had built a fire, guessed she needed warmth. But she was just a spider, she couldn't build a fire. Wonton cried out in panic. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? He is dying. Wonton was like a spider on the hot frying pan. It knew it had to build a fire, otherwise Yun Luoha might not wake up. It frantically spun silk, making 2 silk blankets to cover Yun Luoha. Then it left the shelter, looking for help. Even if it can't communicate, it can still forcibly bind people. Yu Qingjin crawled out of the cave in a panic. He was covered in a mixture of dirt and blood. Although the blood wasn't his, he looked miserable. Yu Qingjin is truly unlucky. It's not pleasant to watch him from that perspective. Yeah, he finally managed to crawl out of the canyon bottom, only to fall back into a cave filled with poisonous insects. But he's certainly strong. Even so, he's already earned nearly 1,000 points. He's killed thousands of poisonous insects and earned a ton of points. It's true that Su Mishing is dead, but at least we still have Yu Qingjin in our district. I just saw Yun Luoha's livestream. I think Yun Luoha is almost dead too. What a shame. So many points are gone. What happens to her supplies? Will they just end up in boxes on the ground? Oh my god, look to the right. Is that the spider? It seems so. Why is it here? The audience had all seen the spider, and Yu Qingjin naturally noticed it too. After searching for a long time, Yunton finally found the person. Excitedly, he leaped over and wrapped his silk around Yu Qingjin's sleeve. Yu Qingjin, eh? He looked down in confusion at the strange little spider that had suddenly appeared. Because Yunton had consumed too much fluorite, his body glowed at night. Small green vines sprouted from his body, his back had silver markings, and his tail had the color of red blood crystal. However, having been to Spider Island before, Yu Qingjin could still identify Yunton's main features with the silverback wolf spiders there. That day, after Yun Luoha left, he stayed overnight on Spider Island and entered the silverback wolf spider's nest, where he found numerous cocoons. He cut open all of them and obtained many rare supplies, but in doing so, he was attacked by tens of thousands of silverback spiders. After narrowly escaping, he obtained the silverback wolf spider's inheritance treasure chest. Inside it was an illustrated manual, documenting the ancient silverback wolf spider's breeding methods. And the spider before him seemed to be a variant of the silverback wolf spider. It seemed to have mutated into a form not mentioned in the illustrated manual. Yu Qingjin became interested and examined Wonton closely. Wonton eagerly tugged at Yu Qingjin, trying to take him to Yun Luoha. Yu Qingjin, where are you taking me? He discovered Wonton's intention. Wonton, hiss! Hiss! Yu Qingjin, I don't understand. Wonton, hiss! The audience watched this exchange between man and spider, feeling anxious for them. However, Yu Qingjin didn't resist. Since the spider wanted to take him, he decided to go along and see for himself. He still didn't have a pet, but he did have 2 pet contracts. He just hadn't found a suitable pet, so Yu Qingjin wasn't too keen on signing. He was rather picky, yet felt that pet ownership was a serious matter, not something to be taken lightly. He had to find one he liked. This mutant wolf spider, while not entirely to his liking, seemed to like its appearance. Perhaps this was his chance. Now that fate had arrived, a contract with this little spider seemed like a good idea. According to the illustrated guide, when a mutant wolf spider reached its final stage, its power would become formidable. The night was dark, foggy, and rainy, so Yu Qingjin couldn't walk very fast. However, sensing the spider's eagerness, he quickened his pace. But Yunton, still annoyed by Yu Qingjin's slow pace, kept dragging him along. Yu Qingjin, I know you're anxious, but wait. Yunton, hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 77. Amidst a torrential downpour, Yunton dragged Yu Qingjin's trousers through the mud. Yunton's body flickered in the darkness. Its 8 legs drummed rapidly on the ground, tangling Yu Qingjin with spider silk, attempting to drag him faster. Hiss. Yunton suddenly stopped, pointed its forelimbs at the collapsed shelter in the distance, and spit out spider silk, wrapping around Yu Qingjin's wrist and pulling hard. Yu Qingjin helplessly said, My clothes are going to tear. Yunton's tentacles flared wildly, forcibly dragging him to Yun Luoha's side. The dilapidated shelter was now reduced to a few rotten pieces of wood. The smell of blood mixed with the corrosive smell of acid rain hit him. Seeing Yun Luoha, wrapped in spider silk, Yu Qingjin was stunned. If it weren't for the name on her head, Yun Luoha would have never recognized her as the person he had met on Spider Island. Yunluohe was entangled in snow-white spider silk, with only her nose and mouth visible. She lay motionless, a bit like a cocoon after death. Wonton leaped onto Yunluohe, barking non-stop. Yu Qinjin couldn't figure out the spider's purpose in bringing him here. It seemed he had misunderstood her earlier. Yu Qinjin, what do you want me to do? Wonton hissed for a long time, but Yu Qinjin couldn't understand. It bit through the silk, exposing Yunluohe's back and making anxious cries. Yunluohe's back was covered in blood, soaking through her clothes. She looked miserable. Even though she had such high points, her name was still red. She must have been through a fierce battle. Wonton suddenly leaped onto his shoulder, its claws pointing at the wound on her back. Yu Qinjin squatted down to check on the unconscious Yunluohe, and found a deep laceration on her back that was visible to the bone. Black blood was oozing out of her. Her body temperature was abnormally low and her lips were pale. If it weren't for her weak heartbeat and breathing, Yu Qinjin would have thought she was dead. Hiss! Save her! Wonton tugged hard at Yu Qinjin's clothes. Yu Qinjin seemed to understand. Do you want my help? Hiss! Yu Qinjin, apparently she is your master? He continued to examine Yunluohe's condition, and found several wounds on her arms. The flesh was torn, and the dark purple skin was swollen. Poisoning, hypothermia, and wound infection. If not treated within 3 hours, she will definitely die. Yu Qinjin was a little surprised. What could have happened to Yunluohe to cause such serious injuries? Wonton, stop talking nonsense. Save her! Yunluohe's breathing was weak and her condition was critical. Wonton was afraid she might die. Yu Qinjin pulled some dry branches and wood from his backpack and, with a flint and steel he carried, struggled to start a fire. Soon, the flames leaped up, dispelling some of the chill and darkness. He first pricked Yunluohe's arm with silver needles to expel the toxins. Then he took Yunluohe's hand and felt her pulse. The chat room in District 1 was bustling with activity. Family? Yu Qinjin was actually called by Spider to rescue Yunluohe. Incredible! No one could have imagined this would happen. Yu Qinjin is truly a gentleman. Seeing Yunluohe's accumulated points, he was willing to save her. Yeah, if it were someone else, they might have taken advantage of Yunluohe's situation and killed her, taking the points and supplies and running away. That's why they say Yu Qinjin is the god of District 1. Not only is he powerful, but he's also a man of great character. The chat room in District 2 was also discussing this matter. They all memorized Yu Qinjin's name. Just seriously injured by Su Mishing from Area 1, and now rescued by a player from Area 1, what a coincidence. It seems there are still good people in Area 1. Don't be too happy. Yunluohe hasn't woken up yet. Who knows if he knows he's live streaming and is just acting? What's the point of pretending? Even if he kills Yunluohe right now, will there be any consequences? I think so too. What's the point of pretending? It's a waste of effort. All I can say is that Yunluohe's pet found a good person. If it were me, I wouldn't necessarily save him. That's over 1,000 points, countless supplies, and this spider pet. After an unknown amount of time, Yunluohe's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She ached all over, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Yu Qinjin holding a thin needle and burning it over a fire. She was startled, her pupils dilated. You're awake, Yu Qinjin said calmly. It's you? Why are you here? Yu Qinjin, your pet brought me here. It must have been worried about you, so it came to me to save you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yunluohe looked down and saw Yunton sprawled on her stomach. Hiss, hee hee, you're finally awake. Woohoo! Yunton was terribly anxious. Hold still. Your wounds are all open. I'm going to sew you up. So? Yunluohe was a little surprised. Yu Qinjin picked up a thin strand of spider silk. I just sharpened a fine needle and used the spider silk as thread. I can sew the wound on your back together. Don't worry, it'd be quick and won't hurt. Yunluohe wasn't worried about the pain, but judging by Yu Qinjin's expert hand gestures, he probably had experience. Yu Qinjin assumed she was reluctant and explained, the wound is too severe. Hemostatics are useless, so it has to be sutured. Well, thank you very much. Yu Qinjin helped Yunluohe to her feet, and told her to lean against the stone wall with her back to him, so she wouldn't move. He moved swiftly, his right hand wielding needle and thread, and in just a minute, he had stitched up the centipede-like wound. The wound on your back isn't poisonous, but the wound on your arm is. It's a slow-acting poison that won't take effect for 2 hours. I just detoxified you, but it wasn't completely cleared. I have a snake gall bladder here. Eating it will help detoxify it. After saying this, Yu Qingjin pulled the gallbladder from his backpack and handed it to Yunluohe. Yunluohe hesitated for a few seconds before pulling out a few pieces of barbecued meat from her backpack. Then I trade you some meat. It give you some extra stamina. Yu Qingjin nodded, okay. Yunluohe swallowed the reeking, fishy snake gallbladder in one gulp. Surprisingly, she didn't feel sick at all. Instead, she felt a refreshing, soothing sensation. She soon felt much better. Opening her personal information, the negative poisoning status had disappeared. It seemed the snake gallbladder Yu Qingjin had given her was truly a valuable asset. Yunluohe felt a surge of gratitude. This was a life-saving favor, and a few pieces of meat certainly wouldn't be enough to repay her. She had a strong recovery ability, and was now able to stand. She looked around and pulled out an acid-resistant waterproof sheet from her backpack. She spread it over the sheet to protect against the acid rain, creating a simple shelter. Yu Qingjin was also soaked. Yuntan had made several waterproof spider silk sheets from spider silk to protect Yunluohe from the acid rain. Yu Qingjin continued to get drenched, but Yuntan didn't care. Although Yu Qingjin was the one it summoned to save his life. Yunluohe, come here and take shelter from the rain. Don't catch a cold. Yu Qingjin smiled calmly, no. He had a strong constitution, and had never caught a cold since he was a child. Then don't keep getting wet. Isn't it uncomfortable? Yu Qingjin, it's okay. You're still seriously injured. You should get some rest. It was getting late. It was 3 in the morning. He could still sleep a little longer. Yunluohe, I'm much better now. Let's put it this way. You saved me, and I don't know what you need. Just tell me what you want. If I have it, I give it to you. Or you can ask for it, as long as I can do it. Yu Qingjin thought for a moment, then looked at Wonton. That's what you brought back from Spider Island, right? A mutant of the silverback wolf spider. Yunluohe didn't hide it. After all, they had taken the treasure chest together. Yes, the spider eggs in that ancient amber have hatched. It's from that amber. Yu Qingjin hadn't expected something so fossilized to hatch could actually hatch. Yunluohe, it's my pet. I already contracted it, and I won't give it to anyone else. Yu Qingjin, I'm quite interested in it, but don't worry, I don't want it. Then you are? Since Yu Qingjin mentioned Wonton, there must be a reason. Yu Qingjin, when it lays eggs, I hope you can leave me a mutant wolf spider if we ever meet again. Yunluohe was a little embarrassed, but I don't know if it's a male or female. Yu Qingjin, she's a female, and she can reproduce asexually without a male. You just have to wait until she reaches level 8. Yunluohe, how do you know so much? Yu Qingjin, if you agree, I can help you level it up faster. Yunluohe opened Wonton's information. He discovered that Wonton had already reached level 3 without him noticing. It had actually leveled up twice in a row. Mutated wolf spider, name, unknown. Appearance, growth stage. The carapace turns from off-white to light green. Small green vines grow from its legs. Climbing speed increased by 20%. Silver markings appear on its back, and its fangs evolve into a double-toothed structure. Personality, fierce, picky, loyal. Combat power, it has enormous potential, with each level up resulting in significant improvements in all aspects. Basic skill 1, devour. By devouring various substances, it alters its body's performance and improves its stats. Level up. Multi-substance devourer. Its fangs evolve into a double-toothed structure, and its bites trigger a bleeding effect. Skill 2, silk sling. Sprays silk towards a target for rapid travel, up to 30 meters. It can launch 2 consecutive slings in a short period of time. As the level increases, its silk storage increases, the number of slings increases, and the silk's toughness increases accordingly. Upgrade. Web entanglement. Sprays sticky webs that bind the target for 3 seconds. New skill, venom spray. Inflicts splash poison to targets in a straight line, with a range of 3 meters. Vine symbiosis. Transforms the web's form, allowing the vines to freely change thickness and length. Thorn web. The web is spiked with thorns, dealing piercing damage. Wonton has gained several new skills, and his previous ones have been upgraded. His power has increased significantly, and even his bond with her has increased, now reaching 80 points. The benefit of deepening the bond is a stronger mental connection between the two. Once the bond exceeds 100 points, the owner and pet can not only share each other's emotions and thoughts, but also transfer some abilities. It seems this truly was a blessing in disguise. Yunluohe himself had also made breakthroughs in his perception, and his taming skills had also been upgraded. How are you going to help it level up? Yu Qingjin, I found a guide on the mutant wolf spider on Spider Island. It lists all the wolf spider's skills and upgrades at each level, as well as detailed feeding and training instructions. It even lists the wolf spider's weaknesses and counters, but there's no need to share all of this with Yunluohe. For Yu Qingjin, with this guide, the most suitable pet for him was actually the wolf spider. However, the wolf spider eggs he brought back from Spider Island weren't mutant wolf spider eggs, but ordinary silverback spider eggs. Even if they hatched, they wouldn't have such great potential. They would only level up to level 7 before stagnating, unlike the mutant wolf spider, which could reach level 10. Yunluohe's eyes lit up when she heard about this guide. This was very important information for her. If Yuntin agrees, it won't be difficult to give Yu Qingjin one of her spider eggs when she lays them. While having more mutant wolf spiders will certainly make her stronger, it might be difficult to raise Yuntin to level 8 without a method. Even if it were possible, it would certainly take time and effort to figure out how to raise them, which would be a waste of time. If we could master the breeding methods for mutant wolf spiders, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? This deal is definitely worth it. It's a win-win for both parties. Not to mention, Yu Qingjin is her savior. Yunluohe looked at Yuntin. Baby Yuntin, did you hear what he just said? If you give birth to a spiderling, would you be willing to give him one? Yuntin was still a little spider herself, and didn't quite understand the meaning of giving birth to a baby. It jumped, looking at Yunluohe, and then at Yu Qingjin. Yu Qingjin had saved Yunluohe, so it didn't seem to matter if it gave him a few goodies. He didn't have anything else to give him, but a baby of its own should be a good thing. After thinking for a moment, Yuntin agreed. Yunluohe, okay, it agreed too. I promise you, if it gives birth to a mutant wolf spider in the future, I leave one for you. I give it to you when we meet again. Yu Qingjin, okay, then it's settled. So before then, he would only contract one pet at most, leaving a spot for the mutant wolf spider. Yunluohe, but that's for the future. Is there anything else you need right now? Like supplies or anything else? In her opinion, Yu Qingjin had traded the wolf spider with her in exchange for information from the wolf spider encyclopedia. But she still hadn't been able to repay him for saving her life. And Yunluohe couldn't guarantee that the wonton would lay eggs. Yu Qingjin, not yet. He didn't want anything right now. Saving Yunluohe was a piece of cake. He wasn't the type to take advantage of someone's misfortune. But, Yu Qingjin, if you really feel bad, then give me some vegetarian food. I don't eat meat. Yunluohe looked at his staff, his clothes, and then at his head. His hair was very short, as if it had only grown since he entered the game. Are you a monk? Yu Qingjin smiled. No, I was a lay disciple before I entered the game. But I don't eat meat either, only vegetarian food. Yunluohe, you can't eat only vegetarian food in the game. While vegetarian food can increase stamina, meat adds more and has other buffs. You can't be picky. Yu Qingjin, I'm just trying to stay true to my original intention. I'm not incapable of making compromises when necessary. If not eating truly meant death, he still eat. Yunluohe, I see. I happen to have some yams here. I roast them for you. Yunluohe stood up and set up his portable grill, placing the yams on it to roast. He then added a little hot water to brew some mist-hidden tea. When the tea was ready, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Yunluohe looked at Yu Qingjin. Do you have a cup? I share some with you. Yu Qingjin pulled out a bamboo cup, the same model as Yunluohe's, from his backpack. Yunluohe smiled and poured him half the tea. Try it. It's not bad. Yu Qingjin sniffed it, and the aroma was pervasive. He knew it was good tea. He took a sip. It's really good. This mist-hidden tea has many health benefits. He really likes it. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on the third day of the competition. The real-time standings appeared on every player's screen. Whether they were competing on Mist-Hidden Island or on the reef, they could all see the leaderboard. The leaderboard showed the players' names, regions, points, and even their coordinates. Even the coordinates were marked, guiding players into a points-based battle. Killing a player granted them all their points. If the player they killed happened to be a red-named player, they would receive an additional 200 points as a reward. You know, chopping down 100 trees might not even earn you 200 points. With only one day left, all the contestants were on edge. Especially the top 10 players. Top 10 real-time points. 1. 2 Shui, Zone 3, 1680 points, coordinates, X14, Y10 2. Kaid, Zone 6, 1520 points, coordinates, X8, Y3 3. Yunluohe, District 2, 1390 points, coordinates, X11, Y9 4. Jingyue, District 7, 1210 points, coordinates, x39, y15 5. Yuhengjiang, District 5, 1105 points, coordinates, x2, y19 6. Yuqingjin, District 1, 1100 points, coordinates, x11, y9 7. Baipa, District 4, 1010 points, coordinates, x20, y19 8. Yuguiyuan, District 6, 1002 points, coordinates, x28, y16 9. Duwantian, District 2, 999 points, coordinates, x9, y35 10. Wuluichi, District 9, 985 points, coordinates, x18, y17, coordinates can be found on the map. The location of each player on the leaderboard is marked using plane coordinates. This makes finding these 10 people very easy. The names of the red-named players were also highlighted. Except for Yuqingjin, Baipa, and Duwantian, all the others were red-named. After reviewing all the information on the leaderboard, Yunluohe looked at Yuqingjin, who was not far away. The two had been together since last night. This morning, Yuqingjin asked her to take him to find Wen Ti, so their coordinates were the same. Anyone with a keen eye would surely notice this. Anyone who kills any of the 10 players on the leaderboard will steal their points and instantly become the top player. So, today could be considered a hunting moment for the players on the leaderboard. The system is targeting the top 10 with genuine malice. But we can't blame the system entirely. If everyone were content with the status quo and relied on their strength to earn points, they wouldn't be killing each other. But the problem is, not everyone can do that. Furthermore, some players' points are entirely plundered from other players. At this moment, the chat channels in areas 1 and 2 were all watching the live broadcast from either Yunluohe or Yuqingjin's perspective. I bet you 50 cents that other players will come knocking soon. After all, the leaderboard clearly marks the positions. Will Yunluohe and Yuqingjin team up? Together, they might dominate the leaderboard. Is Yunluohe's injury fully healed? Was he injured so badly yesterday? Can he still fight today? It's definitely going to be another fierce battle today. Honestly, I think teaming up now is the best option. Yunluohe looked at Yuqingjin. We found the Wen Ti. Now I'm planning on looking for oil. What are your plans? Yuqingjin thought about how he originally come from an oil field. If it weren't for his escape, he'd have a barrel of oil by now. The best way to find oil now was to return to where he'd been dropped. It was absolutely safe there. He could even wait there until the match was over and then be teleported back to the reef. Yunluohe, we're at the same coordinates. We'd probably be discovered soon. We either split up now or form a team. Yuqingjin said calmly, let's team up. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so we can go together so we can have some support. Yunluohe smiled at his words. Thank you for your consideration. Yuqingjin nodded slightly. Not really, but we can cooperate. Besides, you have the little spider to help you, and it's quite powerful. Wonton's current strength is indeed extraordinary. In that case, let's go find oil together. I found fluorite. If you need it, I give you half. Yuqingjin thought for a moment. No, I have fluorite too. He had also found some fluorite in the poisonous insect cave he had fallen into. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Just then, Wonton suddenly jumped from Yunluohe's shoulder and hissed in the distance. Someone's coming. Yunluohe's expression changed, sensing a dangerous aura from 2 directions. Yuqingjin, where? He hadn't heard a sound at all. If someone was approaching nearby, he would have heard it too. Yunluohe, I forgot to tell you, my special ability is perception. After awakening, I can sense danger in advance, and my 5 senses are quite sharp. She said this because she wanted to know what Yuqingjin's special ability was, so they could get to know each other better and work together better. Yuqingjin, I see, my special ability is resilience. He thought for a moment, then spoke briefly. My physical strength is exceptional, and I have the ability to self-repair. I'm quite strong physically. Yunluohe nodded. This special ability was quite strong. Being physically strong was completely different from her perception special ability. But using one's body as a weapon offered great potential for improvement. Yunluohe examined his body, but couldn't see much through his clothes. I knew it, someone actually showed up. I wonder if it's someone from the leaderboard looking for us. They're definitely after Yunluohe and Yuqingjin's points. This is going to be a good show. But don't you think it's strange? Why would someone pick on someone so easily? They knew there were only 2 of them, yet they still came over? That's true. Why didn't they go find the lone one? Yun Luohe and Yu Qinjin's coordinates are clearly the same. Could someone have missed that? Oh my god, why is it Du Ruantian? I was watching Du Ruantian's live stream. She's being chased. I guess she's looking for Yun Luohe's help. Chapter 78. Du Ruantian ran desperately, knowing she would be dead if caught. As soon as the leaderboards appeared, she was being targeted. She had no choice but to flee to Yun Luohe, who was closer. Yun Luohe was the only person she knew on the leaderboard. Although she wasn't sure if Yun Luohe would save her, she had no choice but to try. Luckily, they were in the same competition zone. When they were caught, Du Ruantian also saw Yun Luohe. She frantically called for help. Yun Luohe, save me! She accidentally fell to the ground, the person behind her only a dozen meters away. Her face instantly turned pale. An arrow whizzed by and landed at Du Ruantian's feet, blocking the pursuers behind her. Yun Luohe hadn't expected the person to be Du Ruantian. Seeing her being chased, she shot an arrow to help her without hesitation. Du Ruantian quickly got up and ran to Yun Luohe's side. Thank you very much. I'm being hunted by this guy. Please help me. I give you half of my supplies. Yun Luohe looked at Yu Qinjin and asked, she's in the same district as me. What do you think? Since she and Yu Qinjin had already agreed to cooperate, she naturally had to ask his opinion on whether to help. Yu Qinjin, it doesn't matter. It's up to you. Yun Luohe, then let's team up with her. She thought for a moment, then said to Du Ruantian, 2 people will protect you. If you give me more supplies, I join him as your bodyguard. Du Ruantian had originally only wanted Yun Luohe's help, but now that she had an additional expert to join her, she readily agreed. Okay, I give you 3/5 of the supplies. Compared to supplies, her life was, of course, more important. She was also worried that Yun Luohe wouldn't be able to fight on her own. Now that Yu Qinjin was with her, she felt more reassured. Yun Luohe also had Du Ruantian join the team because of her high luck. With her around, their chances of finding supplies increased. After all, Yun Luohe and Yu Qinjin were both unlucky. She heard Yu Qinjin tell her story of how he was thrown deep into a canyon upon arriving on the island, and after finally climbing out, he fell into a poisonous insect den. He was even more unlucky than her. 2 unlucky people together were bound to encounter some bad things, so having Du Ruantian, the lucky one, join them was definitely beneficial. They could also get a lot of supplies, so why not? After the 3 of them decided to team up, Yun Luohe and Yu Qinjin teamed up to eliminate the 2 players who were chasing Du Ruantian. These 2 players weren't even top players on the leaderboard. They simply happened to be right next to Du Ruantian and saw her coordinates and went looking for her. This also shows that Du Ruantian's fighting power is truly lacking. 2 minions could force her to flee. Yun Luohe didn't kill the 2 players chasing Du Ruantian. Instead, she asked them to retrieve all their supplies, which they then divided equally among the 3 of them. Yun Luohe still preferred not to kill unless absolutely necessary. After reaching safety, the 3 of them chatted as they walked. Originally, Yun Luohe had planned to go directly to the canyon where Yu Qinjin had been to collect oil, and then stay there until the end of the match. However, it was deep in the canyon, making it difficult to descend. Besides that, she and Yu Qinjin didn't know where else to find oil. But now Du Ruantian has provided information about the oil. There's oil near these coordinates. If those 2 hadn't been chasing me just now, I would have already dug it up. Yun Luohe, are you sure? Well, my pet has a very keen sense of smell. It led me there, and I used a detector to confirm that there's oil there. You also brought a detector? Yes, because I know there's oil on Win Island, I brought an oil detector with me this time. Since there's a double guarantee, it should be correct. Let's go check it out. After saying this, Yun Luohe opened the leaderboard and checked the real-time coordinates of other players. He discovered that several players on the leaderboard were very close to their location, only about 500 meters away. And the distance was getting closer and closer. There were only 2 possibilities: either those people were coming for them, or their destination was the same place. Yun Luohe shared this discovery with Du Ruantian and Yu Qinjin. Should we hide and wait and see, or go directly? Confront head-on or hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity. Each option has its own advantages. Yu Qinjin, if you ask me, I suggest going straight in, grabbing the resources first, and then occupying the best position. Hiding in the shadows might offer a chance to reap the benefits, but if more and more people gather and a chaotic battle ensues, we only be tied down. It's better to take advantage of Du Ruantian's strengths, and quickly go over, and seize the oil resources for ourselves. Besides, there's no certainty whether those people even know there's oil here. Yun Luohe nodded. Okay, then we need to hurry. She looked at Duwantian. Let your pet out, and let it lead the way. Duwantian nodded, took out the pet's bag, and released the pet. It was a bloodhound. Its fur tan and still looking like a puppy, very clever and adorable. It was unknown how long Duwantian had kept it. Dudu, take us to that stinky thing. Duwantian patted the hound's head. The smell of oil was pungent, and hounds, with their keen noses, could easily detect it. The hound licked Duwantian's palm, made a cheerful sound, and then trotted off. We just need to follow it. Yunluoha thought to herself, this hound makes a great pet. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, coupled with her constant staring at the hound, Wonton barked in protest, hee, don't you like Wonton? Is Wonton bad? Yunluoha smiled, Wonton is the best. Of course I like Wonton the most. Wonton, hiss, I can find what he wants too. I go find it now. My nose is pretty good. Yunluoha, okay, follow me. Let's see who finds it first. Duwantian was surprised to see that Yunluoha's pet was actually a spider. This spider looked so unique. Duwantian was a little scared of Wonton. It looked quite scary. Yunluoha, don't worry, it won't bite you. It has a very good personality. Wonton did look quite strange now, with several colors on its body, and its claws and fangs had grown considerably. It was understandable that Duwantian was afraid. After all, only Yunluoha could hear its soft, adorable voice. Duwantian nodded, quietly examining Yunluoha and Yuqinjin. This was her first time meeting Yunluoha. She had been very curious about him before, and upon meeting him, he was just as she had imagined him to be, heroic, beautiful, and handsome. He perfectly matched her expectations of a female warrior. If only she could become this powerful. Duwantian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that her martial arts skills were so poor, relying entirely on luck. After returning, she would have to work harder on her physical training. If only Yunluoha would be willing to teach her. If she asked Yunluoha to be her teacher, she didn't know how much supplies she would have to provide. However, no matter how much she asked for, as long as she was willing to teach, Duwantian would find a way to provide it. The three of them followed the bloodhound through the dense forest. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, and the sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting patches of light. After the rain, the sun was so bright, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth. The pine trees were covered with pine resin, and there were many unknown plants. Normally, Yunluoha would have stopped to inspect the plants on the tree and collect them, but now, he didn't have the time. The occasional chirping of insects and birds echoed in the distance, and Yunluoha could even sense the presence of someone. But the distance was too far, and the other party hadn't yet noticed them. Suddenly, the hounds ahead stopped and barked furiously at a bush. Wonton also hissed continuously, circling above the bushes. Hee, I found it. I smelled it too. Wonton had only just now noticed it, but the bloodhounds could find this place based on a slight scent, indicating that there was still a certain difference in their sense of smell. Duwantian hurried forward, soothing him. Dudu, what's wrong? Did you find it? Yuqinjin frowned, gripping his weapon warily, as he scanned the surroundings. Be careful. Yunluoha also drew her hunting knife from her waist. Her eyes were sharp. There seems to be a dangerous aura. Duwantian squatted down and retrieved her oil detector. She drilled the detector into the ground and examined it for a moment. Yes, it's right here. Dudu, keep searching. The bloodhound sniffed around for a moment, then suddenly ran off into a bush. Woof woof. The three hurried after it. Duwantian pushed aside the bushes. There's a cave here. The oil must be inside. Yuqinjin, indeed, I can smell a pungent odor. Yunluoha nodded. I smell it too. It's definitely oil, Duwantian said excitedly. Let's go in. Yunluoha, however, held her back and frowned. This cave looks a little eerie. I have a feeling there's something down there. Yuqinjin pondered for a moment. I better go down and explore the way. He then pulled a rope from his backpack, tied one end to a nearby tree, and tied the other around his waist. I go with you, Yunluoha said, preparing to follow. Duwantian was a little anxious. What about me? I want to go down too. Yunluoha glanced back at her and thought for a moment. You stay up there. If anything happens, pull the rope to notify us. What if someone comes? I can't fight them alone. Duwantian said embarrassedly. If someone comes after they go down, Duwantian wouldn't be safe up there alone. Besides, there might be a treasure chest down there. It would be better for Duwantian to follow. Okay, you go down too. Follow Yuqinjin, I cover you. Duwantian breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. The three of them slowly descended along the ropes one after another. The cave was dark and damp, its walls covered in moss, and extremely slippery. But after a while, they still hadn't reached the bottom. They hadn't expected the cave to be so deep, and the ropes were clearly not long enough. Yu Qingjin had just made a set of climbing gear. Wait a minute, I go down and see how long it will take to get to the bottom. Yu Qingjin, holding a torch in his mouth, slowly climbed down. A single mistake could lead to a fall, so he was extremely cautious. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Duwantian's hands were sore, and she had a hard time holding onto the rope. She asked softly, "Why is he silent? Is he okay?" Yunluohe, no sound actually means he's okay. Soon, Yu Qingjin's voice rang out from below. "There's about 20 meters down. Have Yuntin spin some spider silk, and you can just grab it and get down." Yunluohe breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered Yuntin to spin the silk. 20 meters of spider silk should be enough. Any longer would be too much. Luckily, I brought Yuntin with me this time. He proved so helpful at the crucial moment. Yunluohe, Wuntin baby, thanks to you. Wuntin was delighted to receive the compliment. Duwantian went down first. Yunluohe suddenly heard movement from above and whispered to Yuntin, "Baby, go up and bite the rope off. Don't let anyone see you." If anyone found the cave, we couldn't leave them a rope to get down. This was a competition, and the other players might not have ropes. After descending a little further, Yunluohe finally landed on solid ground. With the resin torches in hand, they illuminated the cave floor. They discovered a vast underground cavern. Stalactites of various shapes dangled from the ceiling and walls, and pools of black, viscous liquid lay on the ground. The pungent, garlicky smell was nauseating. All the players in Area 2 were watching the livestream. Although the three players had the same viewpoint, most were watching Yunluohe's perspective. "This is so exciting! They actually found oil. This cave looks dangerous. Maybe something's hiding inside. See, they only found oil if Duwantian joined them. A lucky guy is still very useful in a critical moment. That's funny. Without Yunluohe, Duwantian would have died. But even without Duwantian, Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin could still have found oil. Why do you guys from the Lucky Guy Association like to show off so much? Yunluohe is clearly more powerful. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell. The oil environment on Mist Island is extremely unique. In this underground cave, oil is distributed randomly on the ground, forming pools of oil. This unrefined oil exudes a strong, pungent odor that not only irritates the nose, but also makes breathing difficult. The surrounding stalactites, eroded by oil over time, have a thin film of oil coating their surfaces, which shimmers eerily under the light. Will this oil smell be toxic if I smell it for too long? Yunluohe was already feeling unwell. Yu Qingjin, breathing high concentrations of oil is toxic. We better hurry. Yunluohe wet a spider silk cloth and handed it to Duwantian and Yu Qingjin. Cover your mouths and noses with this for now. It should make you feel better. Let's hurry and collect the oil. Just then, they heard a strange sound coming from deep within the cave, like the low growl of some large creature. What's that sound? Duwantian asked in surprise. Yunluohe gripped his hunting knife warily. I think there's a beast in this cave. Yu Qingjin, you guys collect the oil here first. I go over and take a look. Yunluohe, I go with you. Yu Qingjin, no, the two of you can collect the oil faster. He walked cautiously toward the sound. Although the oil reserves were plentiful, collecting it was extremely difficult because the ground was slippery, and the oil was so viscous that ordinary tools wouldn't work. But Duwantian was prepared. She pulled some metal sheets and a thin tube from her backpack. This is a simple collector. It can suck up the oil, Duwantian said, inserting a metal sheet into the oil. Then, she connected one end of the tube to the sheet and handed the other end to Yunluohe. Suck it up. Yunluohe took the tube and took a deep breath, afraid to use too much force for fear of getting it in her mouth. But she soon discovered that the collector worked quite well. With a gentle suction, the black oil slowly flowed up the tube. As long as she controlled the pressure, she wouldn't get it in her mouth. It worked! Duwantian shouted excitedly. Yunluohe took out an iron bucket and began to suck the oil into it, bit by bit. Duwantian also prepared a container and quickly joined Yunluohe. Yu Qingjin had reached the end of the cave. A huge dark shadow was moving slowly inside. As the distance grew closer, Yu Qingjin finally saw the shadow's true form. It was a massive mutant lizard, more than 2 men tall, covered in sharp scales. Its red eyes gleamed with bloodthirstiness in the darkness. It was pitch black, and the moment it opened its mouth, a cloying stench emanated. Yu Qingjin nearly passed out from the odor. Thankfully, he had the spider silk cloth Yin Luohe had just given him. He covered his mouth and nose, daring not to breathe. Yu Qingjin didn't dare deal with such a large lizard alone. He stared at the lizard for 2 seconds, then pulled the barbecue Yin Luohe had given him from his backpack and tossed it over. The lizard froze for a moment, sniffing the barbecue at its feet. It seemed to be experiencing this kind of food for the first time. It grabbed it with its claws, put it in its mouth, and chewed twice. Its blood-red eyes shone brighter, like 2 rubies. Seeing it devour it, Yu Qingjin took out another piece of meat and tossed it over. The giant lizard seemed satisfied, picking it up and continuing to eat. But the meat was too small for it, so it devoured it quickly. Soon, Yu Qingjin had thrown all the meat in his backpack. He still had a little roasted yam left, which he tossed over as well. But the lizard simply sniffed the yam and kicked it away in disgust. Yu Qingjin, Okay, picky eater, only eats meat, huh? The players watching the live stream in Area 1 commented on this. This lizard and Yu Qingjin are a perfect match. One loves meat, the other is a vegetarian. That's hilarious. A lizard being picky doesn't seem so scary anymore. Don't be ridiculous. This lizard is a carnivore, and will eat people. A lizard this big, I wonder if the 3 of them can handle it. It looks like a dinosaur, so terrifying. Do you think it looks a bit like a Komodo lizard, only with red eyes? It must have mutated from the oil underground. Soon, the giant lizard began to growl in frustration. Yu Qingjin suspected it was angry because he wasn't giving it meat. So he charged at the mutant lizard. But no matter how hard he hacked, the lizard's hide was as thick as steel, making it impossible to cut through. Until he found its weak spot, he couldn't hurt it at all. However, Yu Qingjin was incredibly skilled, and the giant lizard was rather clumsy. Despite its immense strength, it didn't touch Yu Qingjin. Hearing the loud noise, Yin Luohe stopped, asked Du Ruantian to continue collecting oil, and quickly ran over to help. What kind of monster is this? Yin Luohe exclaimed. The mutant lizard's attack power was extremely strong, and every swing of its claws whipped up a gust of wind. But Yu Qingjin and Yin Luohe worked in perfect harmony, and for a moment, they held their own. Yu Qingjin, it looks like a giant lizard. This is probably its territory. Can you spot its weak spot? Yin Luohe quickly used his scanning eye to examine the giant lizard. The head is the only weak spot. The rest of the body is indestructible. That's a problem. Yu Qingjin hesitated, but it seems to love your grilled meat. Do you have any left? Yin Luohe, She pulled a few pieces of grilled meat from her backpack. Are you talking about this? Yes, throw it to it and it eat it. Though surprised, Yin Luohe still threw a piece. The lizard actually stopped to pick up the meat. Probably confident in its own flesh and knowing no one could harm it, it ignored Yin Luohe and Yu Qingjin's attacks. Yin Luohe saw this and threw 10 pieces of meat at them. The giant lizard froze, looking at the pile of meat, a bit bewildered. It suddenly let out a sharp cry, then patted the ground with its front paws, gathered the meat together, scooped it up, and turned to walk away. Yin Luohe, ? Yu Qingjin, What does this mean? Send it off with meat? The players in the live stream were stunned. No way, is it solved just like that? Yu Qingjin didn't solve it because he didn't give enough meat. He was so stingy, and only gave 2 pieces of meat. No wonder he's angry. Yin Luohe was really generous. He gave 10 pieces of meat. The lizard must be so happy. Lizard, she gave too much. Great. I learned my lesson. I bring meat with me next time. Next time I go to Mist Island, I can collect oil here too. Just give the lizard meat. If everyone gives meat, the lizard's appetite will be whetted. After dealing with the lizard, the 3 of them began collecting oil together. Just when they were almost done, they heard a loud sound of footsteps from above the cave. Is someone coming? Du Ruantian asked softly. Yin Luohe nodded, but they probably won't come down so soon. Yu Qingjin, no rush, fill the bucket first. Yin Luohe agreed, we still have time. Once it's full, we can find somewhere to hide. Du Ruantian, but what will we do if someone comes down? Yin Luohe smiled, don't worry, we don't need to do anything. The lizard should finish 10 pieces of meat quickly. Du Ruantian didn't understand, but since neither Yin Luohe nor Yu Qingjin seemed too worried, she calmed down. Finally down. Damn, why is it so deep in here? Be careful. The coordinates for those guys are right here. They're probably in the cave too. There's a smell of oil in here. Are we too late? They might have taken the oil. The coordinates tell us it's still in there. Even if they did, we just have to kill them, and all the points and supplies are ours. Kite and Yu Guiyuan were both from District 6. After seeing Kite's coordinates, Yu Guiyuan went to find him. The two knew each other and decided to join forces immediately. To help Kite take first place, the two decided to attack the nearest player, but soon discovered that Yunluo, Yu Qingjin, and Du Ruantian had the same coordinates. Guessing there must be something valuable there, they hurried over. Chapter 79. Just as Kite and Yu Guiyuan were slowly descending the rope, Yunluo and the other two had already finished collecting the oil. They were about to find a place to hide when the bloodhound suddenly chirped. Du Ruantian pointed in a direction. Dudu said, "There's a passage over there." Yunluo and Yu Qingjin exchanged glances. That was the direction the giant lizard had just left. "Are you sure it's that way?" Du Ruantian. "Yeah, Dudu said he smelled fresh air over there." "I think there's an exit." Yunluo. "Then let's go." Soon, they came upon a massive cave, but the stench inside was even more overwhelming. Perhaps the lizard ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in the cave. They spotted numerous large footprints on the ground, alongside crushed stones and broken stalactites. Suppressing the discomfort, they entered and soon heard the lizard chewing, seemingly enjoying its meal. The arrival of Yunluo and his companions caught the giant lizard's attention. It seemed to recognize Yunluo and Yu Qingjin. After all, they had just fed it. However, it gave Du Ruantian a hostile look. Seeing it was only attacking Du Ruantian, Yunluo quickly pulled 2 pieces of barbecue from his backpack and had Du Ruantian toss them to it. As expected, after receiving the food, the giant lizard's hostility toward Du Ruantian subsided. Though its teeth were still bared, it was clearly in a good mood. It opened its mouth wide at the 3 of them, emitting a foul stench. Yunluo quickly covered his mouth and nose. "Let's go! We should be fine until it finishes eating." The bloodhound led the way. A narrow passage appeared before them, but at its entrance lay several piles of black, stinking matter, their stench making them question life itself. The passage lay directly behind these piles, leaving them no choice but to walk through them. Yu Qingjin led the way, followed closely by Du Ruantian, and Yunluo covered the rear. But just as Yunluo was about to slip through, she suddenly noticed something glowing beneath a pool of feces in the corner, just behind the giant lizard. She paused. Wait a moment. She glanced back hesitantly at the giant lizard, but seeing it still absorbed in its food, she bravely walked over and used her shovel to scrape the contents off the glowing object. Underneath lay a golden chest. Could this be a treasure cave? Yunluo quickly stuffed the chest into her backpack, but her movements startled the giant lizard. The giant lizard, upon seeing Yunluo taking its belongings, roared in anger, its maw wide open, and blew a foul stench at Yunluo, nearly choking her to death. She hurried into the passage. The giant lizard lashed out with its tail in anger, striking the entrance. If Yunluo had been a step slower, she would have been struck. The blow would have damaged even her armor. Yunluo didn't dare look back. "Hurry up. I just found a treasure chest. I open it after we get out." The giant lizard was too big to fit into the passage. It could only stick its head in, but its body was stuck outside. It barked a few times, venting its anger, and then fell silent. Yunluo was eager to get out and open the chest. She had no idea what goodies might be inside. She could also ask Du Ruantian to open it, which would surely yield better equipment. After all, relying on Yunluo and Yu Qingjin to open the chest was a bit of a burden. Once inside the tunnel, the stench was less intense, and they could even feel the breeze blowing from the other side. However, the 3 of them didn't dare use torches because the tunnel was too narrow. The torchlight could easily touch the stone wall, potentially igniting any oil. Just as they were about to exit the tunnel, they heard a low roar behind them. It seemed the people entering later had engaged the giant lizard. But that wasn't Yunluo and the others' concern. They had already seen light. Outside the cave was a waterfall, beneath which a mass of fluorite shimmered in the sunlight. It looked like this was a fluorite deposit, and the impact of the waterfall had exposed it. Yunluo couldn't help but smile. It seemed they were quite lucky this time. Perhaps it had something to do with Du Ruantian. If it weren't for the bloodhounds, they might not have found this passage. It would soon be dark, and the competition still had more than a dozen hours to go. The 3 of them were still in the top 10 of the leaderboard. But the top 10 were constantly changing, and 2 names were missing, likely having been killed. They weren't completely safe until the very last moment. After all, the coordinates of the top 10 were visible to everyone. Yunluo suggested, "Let's go down and find a place to rest, eat, and regain our strength." Descending the cave was quite dangerous, as the entrance was perched on a cliff. Luckily, there was a large rock at the entrance, which they could tie with a rope to and slowly climb down. However, they would still have to withstand the impact of the waterfall. It wasn't a problem for Yunluohe and Yu Chenjin, but Du Ruantian was more troubled. But she still mustered up the courage to go down with him. Yu Chenjin went first, Du Ruantian second. Yunluohe had Yu Chenjin go down and then meet him. If Du Ruantian lost her grip on the rope and fell halfway down, she would be stopped to prevent her from being swept away by the rushing water. There was a river below. As long as she wasn't swept away, she wouldn't die even if she fell. Otherwise, Du Ruantian wouldn't dare try it. Yu Chenjin showed Du Ruantian how to get down, deliberately slowing down, so she could see how he did it. But when it was Du Ruantian's turn, she was still incredibly nervous. Halfway down, she felt numb. The force of the waterfall was so strong that it felt like her body was being pounded by a powerful force, splashing with water, making it impossible for her to concentrate. Her hands were stiff. She remembered the steps, but she couldn't control her body. I thought I'd get halfway down at worst, but after only 2 meters, Du Ruantian gave up. Luckily, Yunluohe had been prepared. Before Du Ruantian descended, he tied her waist with a wonton spider silk rope. Seeing her hand slip, he quickly pulled the rope upwards. Du Ruantian fell midair, then was lowered down by Yunluohe, bit by bit. Yunluohe was strong, but he couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, Yu Chenjin came to her rescue. Du Ruantian finally made it to the bottom of the waterfall without any danger. Yunluohe also quickly climbed down. Du Ruantian, thanks to you all, otherwise I wouldn't have survived. Yunluohe, it's no big deal. I promise to protect you. I'm going to keep my promise. Du Ruantian gratefully took her hand. Okay, let's get ready to open the treasure chest and see what's inside. Du Ruantian, well, you guys can choose what's inside the treasure chest later. I can take less. Yunluohe, then we be open, but you have to do the opening of the treasure chest. Du Ruantian, okay, leave it to me. Yu Chenjin asked curiously, is her luck high? Yunluohe, higher than the two of us combined. Yu Chenjin, that's normal. Our combined luck wouldn't even reach the passing line. Yunluohe, Du Ruantian asked in surprise, is your luck really that low? Yunluohe shrugged yes. The three of them found a dry place and lit a fire. They were all soaking wet and needed to dry off first. After sitting down, Yunluohe took out the treasure chest. The golden treasure chest was covered in giant lizard feces, smelling and filthy. But no one cared. Du Ruantian reached out and opened the treasure chest. She washed her hands later anyway. Opening the Mist Island treasure chest. Receiving, Mist Island map X1, 100 olive oil, 100 fluorite X100, 2 crystals X1, 1 pet bag X1, 1 Mist Island tea seed X1, 1 designated landing token X1, 1 long-lasting fluorescent powder formula X1. The supplies in the treasure chest were all very useful. Du Ruantian let Yunluohe choose first. Naturally, Yunluohe didn't hesitate and took 100 olive oil. She hadn't collected much in the cave, and she had to share it with Yu Chenjin. 100 olive oil was very useful, and she wanted it more than anything else. Yu Chenjin took the landing token. Du Ruantian chose the fluorescent powder formula. Yunluohe also picked the mist hidden tea seeds. Mist hidden tea is a good thing. It would be great if it could be mass-produced in the future. After the three of them had 2 rounds of selection, they were left with the Mist Hidden Island map and a pet bag. Yunluohe took the bag and gave the map to Yu Chenjin. The competition was almost over, and the map was of little use. After all, they wouldn't risk running around after dark. There was so much fluorite to be found here that they could just find a safe place to wait out the competition. As for chasing other players for first place, none of them had any plans. For now, the most important thing was for the three of them to stay together and ensure their own safety. As long as they could return to the reef alive, their gains on Mist Hidden Island would already be great. But even if they hadn't intended to engage in combat, they couldn't stop someone from coming their way. Yunluohe suddenly sensed a strong murderous aura coming from underground. She immediately pulled Du Ruantian away, and Yu Chenjin leaped back upon seeing this. The next second, the ground shook violently without warning. A great pangolin emerged from the ground, its eyes ablaze. Its scales shot out like flaming darts, hurling themselves at the three of them. Yunluohe reacted quickly, swiftly unsheathing spider silk and weaving a protective net in the air. He shouted, "Be careful." Yu Chenjin held his staff horizontally. The scales were so sharp that they even sliced through Yuntin's spider silk shield, but thankfully, Yunluohe protected Du Ruantian, and both of them were safe. Yu Qingjin used his staff to block the attack of the scales. The scales made a sharp buzzing sound as they hit the staff, then fell to the ground. Who is it? Yunluohe glanced around coldly. She knew this pangolin must have an owner. Stop hiding. Come out. As soon as Yunluohe finished speaking, she saw a woman leap down from the tree. She wore a white top and black pants, her hair tied in 2 braids. Her features were delicate, and a smile played on her lips. I just arrived and saw you opening a treasure chest. Looks like you had a good harvest. The name and points above her head stood out prominently. Tushue. District 3, 2,677 points. First place already has such a high score. The rapid increase in points is likely due to her killing a lot of players. It was only a little over 1,000 at 10 in the morning, and so quickly she gained 1,000 points. This rate is a bit exaggerated. But it also shows how powerful this person is. And from what she said, she came here on her own initiative. The 3 of you are good too. It saves me from having to search for each one individually. After I kill you 3, I can rest. Tushue stared at the points above their heads. Who should I kill first? She smiled harmlessly, but her words were chilling. Chapter 80. Her gaze fell on Yu Qingjin. I kill you first. As she moved, the pangolin beside her, as if receiving a command, suddenly erupted in scales, its body ablaze with flames, and it quickly rushed towards Yu Qingjin. Yu Qingjin was forced back several steps by the pangolin's momentum, and his scales collided with the staff, sending sparks flying. The sparks burned holes in his clothes. Yunluohe hurried to help. Yun Tun wrapped spider silk around the pangolin, restricting its movement. The pangolin immediately struggled, but Yun Tun transformed the spider silk into silver vines as thick as his arm, binding the pangolin tightly. Tushue looked at Yunluohe and spoke calmly. Don't worry, it's your turn soon, and I won't let you go. The pangolin shook its body violently, and its scales, swirling with blazing flames, severed the vines. Then, like a dense stream of darts, they rained down upon Yunluohe and the other 2. The scales were like branding irons, slicing through the orange light and shadows, scorching anyone who touched them. The spider silk, though severed, spun back into a shield, shielding Yunluohe. With Wonton's protection, Yunluohe didn't have to worry about the pangolin. But she felt a certain unease. If she had only this one pet, she wouldn't be so confident. Could there be accomplices hiding in the shadows? She thought she could take on 3 of them alone with just one pet. Just as the 3 of them were fending off the pangolin's attacks, a subtle rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A gigantic carnivorous plant quietly emerged, its thick vines swirling with a strong, rancid stench. If Yunluohe hadn't smelled the scent and sounded a warning, Duruantian would have been engulfed by the piranha plant. Seeing such a large, ugly, rose-red flower appear behind her, Duruantian cried out in terror. Hearing her panicked cry, her hound barked sharply at the piranha plant. Duruantian quickly hugged the hound and held it behind her, fearing her pet would be devoured by the piranha plant. The piranha plant's leaves swiftly snarled from behind, and its vines attacked. Dozens of vines swept over. Yu Qingjin used his Zen staff to block the vines, but the force forced him back repeatedly. Yunluohe's arm was also entangled, and he struggled to free himself. At this moment, the 3 of them were attacked from both sides, scrambling. Yunluohe looked at Tushue, who appeared relaxed and content, completely oblivious to them. It seemed that the pangolin and the piranha plant were both her pets. A single fire-type animal pet and a single wood-type plant pet were enough to overpower the 3 of them. Tushue herself hadn't even made a move yet, but it was clear she was truly formidable. No wonder she dared to pick on anyone, even if it meant 3 people. But Yunluohe wasn't a pushover. Did he expect to take them all down with just these 2 pets? Yunluohe activated his scanning eye. He quickly discovered something amiss with the pangolin and the piranha plant's anatomy. There was a glowing object in the middle of their bodies that looked vaguely familiar. Yunluohe frowned. It was a symbiotic crystal. They actually had symbiotic crystals in their bodies, and the energy from the symbiotic crystals seemed to be constantly flowing throughout their bodies, like a power source. While fending off the attacks of the pangolin and the piranha plant, Yunluohe smiled and said to Tushue, "Do you think you can kill us with just 2 of these things? Wouldn't it be enough to just destroy the symbiotic crystals in their bodies?" Upon hearing Yunluohe's words, Tushue's expression changed slightly, her smile slowly fading. She stared at Yunluohe, wondering how she discovered the secret of her 2 puppets. But she wasn't stupid. If Yunluohe could destroy the symbiotic crystal, why bother with her? Couldn't she just attack directly? Oh, then try it. With that, she urged the pangolin and the piranha plant to intensify their attack. Yun Luoha tried to use her scanning eye to identify the pangolin and the piranha plant's weaknesses, but found no obvious weak spots. Furthermore, the symbiotic crystal wasn't just a means of transporting energy, it was also Tu Shui's central control mechanism. A subtle energy flowed from Tu Shui to the pangolin and the piranha plant. It seemed the only way to eliminate this troublesome Tu Shui was to destroy the symbiotic crystal. It was a shame that Seiichi hadn't previously researched the symbiotic crystal's weaknesses. Instead, she focused solely on developing its capabilities, and hadn't considered other possibilities. So the symbiotic crystal had this potential. I have to tell Seiichi when I get back, and have her start a new experiment. But now isn't the time to dwell on that. Yun Luoha began a fierce attack on the symbiotic crystal, and told Yu Qinjin to deal with Tu Shui. Since these two creatures were following Tu Shui's orders, if Tu Shui couldn't issue commands, they would become mindless shells, making them much easier to deal with. Du Wantian didn't just stand by and watch. She switched the bloodhound into combat mode, and it suddenly grew larger. It had been a kneeling puppy before, but in the blink of an eye, it had grown to a massive 1.8 meters. It was afraid of fire, so it had to hide from the pangolin and deal with the carnivorous plant. It latched onto the vines of the piranha plant, relieving Yun Luoha of much of the pressure. Wonton, unwilling to be outdone, joined the hound in biting the plant. What made Wonton even more impressive was that while the hound merely bit, Wonton devoured the plant directly. It first bit, then swallowed the vines and leaves of the piranha plant piece by piece. The hound followed suit, but he didn't like the taste and spit out everything he bit. The once lush and leafy piranha plant was quickly stripped bare by the two of them, trembling a few times, as if frightened. Tu Shui, who could sense the piranha plant's condition, turned back to see its horrible state and immediately called it back. But now it was no longer possible to leave. Wonton wrapped spider silk around the piranha plant's neck, the stem. The hound bit its base, and tore off a vine for Wonton to eat. Wonton swallowed it whole, not resisting, and even attempted to eat the petals. Tu Shui, having to contend with Yu Qinjin's swift attacks while also keeping an eye on the battle, was truly overwhelmed. Her expression was no longer as relaxed as it had been at the beginning. She glared at Yu Qinjin before her with a sneer. She swung her long whip, entangling the staff in Yu Qinjin's hand. Then, swiftly, she approached the piranha plant and grasped one of its vines. Countless threads of light emanated from her hand. With her movements, the piranha plant seemed to be infused with new vitality, its already sturdy vines instantly expanding several times over. Like a giant python dancing freely in the air, the vines secreted a large amount of corrosive mucus, which dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound. With a clang, the ground was instantly corroded, leaving small pits. At the same time, the piranha plant opened its maw and lunged towards Yun Luoha and the two pets. However, Yu Qinjin seized the opportunity, gripping the staff tightly in both hands, raising it high and smashing it towards Tu Shui. The staff was about to strike Tu Shui from behind. Even if she had reacted, it was clear she couldn't dodge it. Everyone thought it would at least injure her, but suddenly, a massive tentacle emerged from the water not far away and blocked the staff for Tu Shui. The tentacle took all the damage and broke off onto the ground, still twisting. With a dull thud, the octopus hidden behind the waterfall finally emerged. Its massive tentacles, carrying a powerful torrent of water, roared down from overhead like a series of stout water dragons. Very good. I didn't expect you to require 3 puppets. All 3 of you must die. Tu Shui stepped back, her face pale. If that blow had landed on her, she would have been in grave danger. The octopus suddenly appeared, 7 tentacles remaining. It used one of its sturdy tentacles to quickly form a barrier on the ground, separating the crowd from Tu Shui. Soon, the pangolin and the piranha plant were also summoned and arrived in front of Tu Shui, lining up with the octopus. It seemed that this was Tu Shui's complete killer move. The 3 puppets each contained a complete set of symbiotic crystals, 1 for fire, 1 for wood, and 1 for water. No wonder they were so rampant. Yun Luoha's face darkened. He stood with Yu Qinjin, and the two exchanged glances, knowing they had to bring their full strength to bear. They shielded Du Wantian behind them, telling her to be careful and run if things got awry. Du Wantian bit her lip, blaming herself for not being able to help. She racked her brains, thinking of something she could do. The bloodhound stood at her feet, its neck raised, and it let out a low growl. Soon, the 3 puppets attacked simultaneously. Yun Luoha and Yu Qinjin, working in perfect harmony, were able to withstand the attack. But time passed, and darkness fell. Unable to see clearly around them was a serious problem for Yun Luoha and Yu Qinjin. Du Wantian quickly took out all the fluorite in her backpack and lit several resin torches, stabbing them into the ground. However, Yunluohe and Yu Qinjin's stamina was always limited. They were almost depleted by now, but the three puppets had no stamina issues at all. I see how long you can hold out. Tu Shui wasn't in a hurry. She just had to deal with the three of them before the end of the match. There was still time. These two men were quite strong and must be quite powerful. She didn't need to look for anyone else. In just another hour, their stamina points should be depleted. Tu Shui's lips curled up. Although this time's opponent was a bit tough, she still managed to win. This competition had given her the opportunity to defeat several strong players, and she had carefully selected all their supplies. This time, her strength would be greatly improved. If she sold the supplies, she might be able to reach level 7 quickly. She had to find a way to make a few more puppets. Once she had all the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, she would be invincible in the entire game. Tu Shui's smugness grew. Yunluohe's stamina was running low. She couldn't continue like this. Yu Qinjin probably couldn't hold out much longer. After all, their stamina points were about the same. And the 3 puppets were still attacking. Were all 3 of them going to die here? She was terrified, her mind racing, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Just as Yunluohe had a flash of inspiration, Du Wantian also had an idea. Du Wantian pulled oil from her backpack. Yunluohe quickly dodged to Yu Qinjin's side. The 3 puppets are in a mutually beneficial and mutually destructive relationship. Fire overcomes wood, water overcomes fire. Let's draw their attacks towards each other, instead of dealing with them separately. To reduce the pressure, they and their pets had previously restrained the 3 puppets separately. Du Wantian realized that using oil to deal with the 3 puppets wouldn't be a problem. After all, the piranha plant was definitely afraid of fire. Du Wantian took the oil from her backpack and poured it on the piranha plant. Then she quickly lit the torch and threw it over. Instantly, a raging fire erupted, scorching the vines and stems of the piranha plant, causing them to curl and shrivel. Although the octopus was afraid of fire, it could extinguish it with water, so the oil should focus on the piranha plant. However, they could still use fire to frighten it and induce it to spray water. They took out torches and repeatedly provoked the octopus, enraged, and it unleashed a torrent of water. While the octopus was stunned by the flames and slowed down, Yunluohe had Yunsen wrap spider silk around its tentacles and pull it toward the burning piranha plant. The chain reaction of water extinguishing fire, wood absorbing water, and fire burning wood was instantly triggered. Yunluohe and Yu Qinjin exchanged glances and simultaneously exerted their strength. Yu Qinjin swung his Zen staff, striking the octopus's tentacles hard. Yunluohe, seizing the perfect moment, stabbed the octopus's eyes with his hunting knife. Du Wantian was also busy, directing the bloodhounds to harass the pangolin, preventing it from attacking with full force. Chapter 81. Yunluohe thrust his hunting knife forward, piercing one of the octopus's eyes. The octopus let out a shrill cry, and a large amount of black liquid gushed out from the wound. It was unclear whether it was ink or blood, but it stained the grass black. After being stabbed in the eye, the octopus twisted its body in pain, its tentacles flailing wildly. It began to attack indiscriminately, uprooting the surrounding trees, and even Tu Shui was nearly tossed away by its tentacles. Yu Qinjin swung his Zen staff like a torrential rain, striking the octopus's other eye. With a dull thud, the octopus's eye was also successfully injured. The blinded octopus became even more frantic, its tentacles flailing in all directions, affecting the pangolin and the carnivorous plant. Meanwhile, Du Wantian ignited the remaining oil and threw the burning torch at the octopus's other tentacle. The fire spread rapidly, forcing the octopus to retract its tentacles, but it still attempted to extinguish the flames with a stream of water. Yunluohe seized this opportunity and used spider silk to connect the octopus's tentacles to the burning piranha plant. The piranha plant's vines were charred black by the flames. As the octopus's water extinguished the flames, the remains of the piranha plant emitted a pungent, corrosive gas. Thankfully, Yunluohe alerted them before the poisonous gas could spread, and the 3 of them quickly covered their mouths and noses and took cover. Tu Shui, seeing the situation was dire, her previously relaxed expression darkened. She produced a device made of symbiotic crystal and, mumbling something, a powerful force surged from her hands, infusing the symbiotic crystals within the octopus and pangolin. The piranha plant was already paralyzed, so Tu Shui ignored it. The octopus and pangolin were infused with new vitality, their bodies glowing brightly. Yunluohe saw the symbiotic crystals within their bodies blazing brightly. It was likely that Tu Shui had just used a device to stimulate the symbiotic crystals within them, allowing them to burst forth with even greater combat power in a short period of time. But this had its drawbacks. It would accelerate the burning of the symbiotic crystals, making their energy unstable, and the puppets would eventually lose control. But as long as Tu Shui maintained contact with the puppets, they would remain under her control. And Yunluohe and the others wouldn't be able to wait until that time came. Their strength would likely be exhausted before the puppets lost control. "Let's fight." Yunluohe looked at Yu Qingjin and said in a deep voice, "Cover me." Yu Qingjin's heart trembled, and he nodded gently. He stood before her, protecting her and blocking all the puppets' attacks with his Zen staff. Yunluohe's figure flashed, rushing towards Tu Shui like a bolt of black lightning. Tu Shui sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Yunluohe's hunting knife, wielding a fierce momentum, lunged directly at Tu Shui. At first, Tu Shui thought she was aiming for her vitals. Tu Shui quickly broke her whip into 3 pieces, and used them to block Yunluohe's knife. Unbeknownst to her, Yunluohe was only feinting. Her true target was the symbiotic crystal in Tu Shui's hand. With a crisp crack, the tip of the hunting knife struck the symbiotic crystal's control mechanism. A crack appeared in the center of the mechanism, shattering it in two. The glow of the 2 puppets, now deactivated, gradually dimmed. The previous force stimulation had caused their energy to surge, and now that energy was surging through their bodies, completely disorienting them. Yu Qingjin breathed a sigh of relief. He only had 5 stamina points left, and he was already struggling. If he continued to waste them, he would faint in less than 10 minutes. Thankfully, it was over. Meanwhile, Yunluohe looked at Tu Shui and said coldly, "It's over." Tu Shui, impossible. She refused to accept defeat, and a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, Tu Shui's figure flashed, her hand darting into her bosom. Then, several cold beams shot towards Yunluohe. The silver needles, laced with poison, reflected a cold light in the darkness. At such close range, Yunluohe couldn't possibly dodge them. But Yunluohe had sensed the moment Tu Shui raised her hidden weapon. She reacted incredibly quickly. The moment Tu Shui launched her weapon, her body instinctively dodged to the side, simultaneously swinging her hunting knife to deflect most of the hidden weapon. 2 of the silver needles were blocked by Yun Tun's spider silk. Yun Tun's duty was to protect Yunluohe, so when Yunluohe rushed toward Tu Shui, it ignored Yu Qingjin and followed Yunluohe. "It seems you run out of tricks," Yunluohe said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain as he advanced on Tu Shui. Tu Shui's heart sank when his hidden weapon failed, but sitting still and waiting for death was out of the question. What else could he do? Tu Shui took a deep breath, then suddenly changed his expression. The arrogance and dominance on his face vanished, leaving only flattery. "Don't kill me! I can give you all the symbiotic crystals and the secrets of puppetry if you just let me go." Yunluohe, "Oh? Is that how you beg?" Tu Shui bit her lip, her eyes widening, and then knelt on the ground. "Please don't kill me. I agree to any request you make. I give you all the supplies." Yunluohe smiled. "You're quite adaptable. That's not what you said just now." Seeing she didn't refuse, Tu Shui thought she had a chance and said eagerly, "Don't you want puppetry? Once you learn puppetry, you can control multiple puppets like me and turn them into deadly weapons. The core of a puppet is the symbiotic crystal. They're not just a source of energy, they also form a spiritual connection with their masters. Once you master puppetry, you can make the puppets completely obedient." Before she finished her words, Yunluohe suddenly stepped forward, his hunting knife slashing in an arc, slashing directly at Tu Shui's neck. Blood splattered. Tu Shui's eyes widened, her face filled with shock, and she fell uncontrollably. A blackened silver needle fell from her sleeve. This scene was clearly displayed to the audience through the live broadcast. The chat channels in zones 1, 2, and 3 were instantly abuzz with messages streaming like a tidal wave. Zone 1. What was that puppetry secret Tu Shui mentioned at the end? Did Yunluohe really miss it? How cool! Yunluohe completely stole Yu Qingjin's limelight. Tu Shui's pleading was hilarious. She was so arrogant before, she deserved it. Yunluohe took Tu Shui's points, securing first place by a huge margin. What a shame Yu Qingjin is just a laborer. Zone 3. This is so exciting. Who could have imagined Tu Shui would end up being the one to take the blame? Did Tu Shui really die just like that? Damn! I thought Tu Shui had secured first place. How could this happen? She's really dead. Her livestream camera is gone. You can only search for Yunluohe's camera in Zone 2. Zone 2. This wave of kills instantly cements Yunluohe's first place. So powerful. Yunluohe killed without hesitation. I was shocked. I thought she spared Tu Shue's life for the sake of puppetry. Only a fool would let her live. Her points are so high. If she keeps her alive, she'd definitely take first place. What puppetry? Who knows if what she said is true? Just kill her to eliminate future troubles, and take the generous first place reward. Isn't it better to just kill her? That's true. Killing her is so satisfying. I was almost pissed off watching Tu Shue act so arrogantly earlier. After Tu Shue's death, Yunluo's points rose to over 4,000. She was undoubtedly first place. Unless she was killed, no one could surpass her in such a short time. Tu Shue's supplies fell to the ground, becoming Yunluo's property. But she had too much stuff. Yunluo's backpack simply couldn't hold it all. She hadn't killed the enemy alone, so she took the points. So naturally, she had to share the supplies with Yu Qingjin and Du Ruantian. Yunluo took out Tu Shue's supplies and showed them to them. The larger items were divided into 3 equal parts. The only good items were set aside for later selection. The next day at 10 o'clock, the competition finally ended. Yunluo finished the calculations and returned to the reef. Her first place was undeniable, and it had been a sure thing since she killed Tu Shue. Du Ruantian was 10th. Yu Qingjin was 5th. All 3 were in the top 10. Before they parted ways, Du Ruantian distributed the supplies she had promised to Yunluo and Yu Qingjin. Du Ruantian and Yunluo were in the same zone and could still keep in touch. However, Yu Qingjin was a Zone 1 player, so it might be difficult for them to meet in the future. Yu Qingjin told Yunluo that he would find a way to visit Volcano Island in 5 days. If she was free then, they could officially team up. Volcano Island was also an island Yunluo had always wanted to visit. Furthermore, it was a 4-season island, with a high risk factor and abundant resources. Partnering with Yu Qingjin was a good option. She agreed to go if nothing else mattered. From Tu Shue's supplies, Yunluo chose the shriveled seeds of the piranha plant, the broken crystal device, and the water element crystal core. The piranha plant seeds were one of the remnants left after the piranha plant's body was incinerated. There was also a wood element crystal core, which Yu Qingjin took. The broken symbiotic crystal device was the one Yunluo had shattered with her hunting knife. The water element crystal core was obtained from an octopus. They each received one of the 3 crystal cores. The fire elemental core from the pangolin was given to Du Ruantian. The pangolin survived, and Yunluo already had 2 pets. She had no interest in the pangolin, and Yu Qingjin didn't want it either, so she gave it to Du Ruantian. The octopus was half dead, and Yunluo considered taking it back and putting it in the fish pond. After all, she had chosen a water elemental core, which might be useful in the future. As for Tu Shue's weapon, the long whip, Yunluo took it back and planned to give it to Cheng Xuening. The hidden poison needle was given to Du Ruantian. Yunluo also selected life essence from the supplies, a high-level medicine that quickly restores health. She didn't choose too many supplies because all the points were given to her. She only took what she wanted, leaving most of the remaining supplies to share. Du Ruantian felt she hadn't contributed much, so it wasn't appropriate to take too much, so she took a few as a token of appreciation. Finally, Tu Shue gave most of the oil and fluorite to Yu Qingjin, while Yunluo and Du Ruantian split a quarter. The first thing Yunluo did upon returning to the reef was to sort out their haul. There was so much stuff, she hadn't expected such a large haul from this trip to Mist Hidden Island. Oil X167L, fluorite X298, pinewood X1881, rosin X598, flint X128, mist tea seed X1, pet bag X1, mist tea X4, fluorescent fern X19, oil moss X9, wild garland chrysanthemum X5, mist honeysuckle X8, wild jujube X18, wild pear X8, life essence X1, python whip X1, piranha plant seed X1, broken symbiotic crystal device X1, dying giant octopus X1, water elemental crystal core X1. Reward for first place in the wilderness survival competition. Obsidian X50, elemental warning tower blueprint X1, mist island landing token X1, oil X50L, fluorite X100, mist island pine X10, moss bandage recipe X1, oil first aid salve recipe X1, fluorite navigation disc blueprint X1, anti-fatigue tea recipe X1. Elemental warning tower provides disaster warning and defense capabilities. Using crystal cores of different elements will provide different effects. Required materials: elemental crystal core X1, obsidian X20, iron ore X100, volcanic ash X50, high-grade hardwood X50. Mist island landing token. Use this to reach Mist Island in any season. Kirigakure Pine. Kirigakure Island's specialty pine tree. Kirigakure Island's unique plants will randomly grow on the pine, including Kirigakure tea, high-grade medicinal moss, and oil moss. Petroleum First Aid Ointment. Apply to the armpit/groin of those suffering from heat stroke to reduce heat by absorbing the volatile oil. Ingredients: 50 milliliters of refined petroleum, 15 g of sulfur lichen powder, 5 g of reed ash. Stir over low heat until thick, then cool to form a paste. Fluorite navigation disc. A circular fluorite disc engraved with radial patterns. This increases visibility in fog to 20 meters. Materials: fluorite X20, obsidian X10, pearl X10, fluorescent fern X10. Anti-fatigue tea. Quickly increases stamina upon consumption. Side effect: after the effects wear off, you need to get enough sleep immediately to avoid excessive fatigue. Materials: mist hidden tea X1, coffee beans X10, honey X2 ml, purified water X 100 ml. These diagrams and recipes are all very practical. Yunluoha only needed to take a quick look to know that this time she hit the jackpot. After 3 days away, Yunluoha finally returned. Robao was so excited to see her that he meowed non-stop and rubbed against her legs. What's wrong? Have you been home alone these past few days? Has anything happened? Robao: meow, I'm out of food. Yunluoha: I knew you'd say that. I left so much food for you, and you ate it so quickly. Look at your belly. Robao's belly was drooping with a large piece of flesh, and it was obvious that he'd eaten a lot. Robao: meow. We killed so many fish, and made them all into dried salted fish. Really? You know how to make salted fish? Robao: I just threw them in there. It pointed at the dryer. What about the dried fish? Yunluoha asked. Robao: of course I ate them. Yunluoha: you seem quite proud of yourself. So many fish monsters were made into dried fish. No wonder you're so fat. She shook her head helplessly, and turned to go to the chicken coop. She was worried about her chickens this time on the island. As soon as she entered the coop, she heard the crowing of chickens. The chicks had all grown up. The chicks that were once bare with only a few downy feathers had all become adorable little yellow chickens. They clucked adorably at the sight of Yunluoha. She had left them 3 days' worth of food before she left, but it had all been eaten. It seemed she miscalculated, and the food supply was quite low. Most of the food had probably been eaten by the 2 pheasants and 2 jinning ducks. The chicks were starving, but the pheasants and ducks had grown fat. Yunluoha hurried to prepare food for the chicks. The chicks were growing up, so they could eat some millet. As for the pheasants, they would be fed earthworms. The ducks also ate earthworms, and they could also be fed some vegetables. Oh, the vegetables in the garden needed to be harvested. Yunluoha was feeling overwhelmed. There was no rest for her today. She had a lot of work to do. The trees she planted on the reef had also sprouted, a row of saplings thriving, a joy to watch. Yunluoha approached the earthworm breeding box, her eyes wide open. Why are the earthworms bursting out of the box? Dense swarms of earthworms burrowed in the fertile soil, many twisted together. And they were so long and fat, they looked terrifying. They looked like giant earthworms. Yunluoha grabbed a handful and dangled them from her finger. She hurried to the chicken coop and tossed the earthworms onto the ground. The hen jumped over, pecked at a fat worm, and devoured it in a few bites. The chicks also came over, chirping excitedly, and then pecked at the ground, sharing a single earthworm among several chicks. Yunluoha said, eat, eat, eat more, so you can grow up quickly. She looked at the hen and the duck. Eat your fill, and you lay eggs sooner. After feeding the chickens and ducks, Yunluoha returned to the fish pond. She was immediately struck by the nearly overflowing fish in the pond. All the fish eggs had turned into fry. In just 3 days, there were already hundreds of small fish, and some frog eggs had already hatched. It seemed necessary to build 2 more ponds immediately, otherwise the fish would crowd them out as they grew. And the tadpoles had already grown their hind legs. They would probably turn into frogs in a few days, so they had to be kept separate from the fish. If they could find a way to grow some lotus flowers in the pond, it would be a nice change. Yunluoha quickly went to get the materials for the fish pond and continued working on it nearby. Then it was time to harvest the vegetables. The vegetable fields were a vibrant riot of color, with all sorts of fruits and vegetables ripe. The strawberries were vibrant red and juicy. The watermelons were about the size of soccer balls, and at a glance, there were 7 or 8 of them. Tomatoes hung heavy from the branches, and the cucumbers had produced large fruit. However, Yunluoha had forgotten to build a rack, So the cucumbers, unhung, fell to the ground, some already rotting. Hearing the pain, Yun Luoha hurried to harvest. Besides these, there were also potatoes and sweet potatoes, which needed to be dug up. The cabbages had already grown enormous. If they weren't harvested soon, they would become stale. Luckily, Yun Luoha had Robao and Wonton to help. The two pets toiled in the vegetable patch for over 2 hours before they finally finished harvesting. Looking back, the apple tree was also bearing fruit. Yun Luoha said, "Looks like I won't be done today. Let's get something to eat first." Before she could pause, another system notification came. Countdown to spring. Chapter 82. 3 days remain until spring, and summer is about to arrive. In 3 days, the limited edition spring plants will wither. Players, please pay attention to your crop planting schedule. The limited edition spring event will end on the last night of spring, and the results will be announced on the first day of summer. Participants, please continue to work hard. The 29th is Lucky Day, when a large number of island landing tokens and diving cards will be distributed, increasing the number of shell harvests and the maximum stamina. Spring disasters will escalate in the final 3 days. Players, please take precautions. In 3 days, veteran players who have not reached level 6 will be eliminated, and new players who have not reached level 5 will be eliminated. If there are more than 2 survivors on a reef, the main reef must reach level 6, and all players must master a skill at least level 2. Otherwise, the reef must be split. After the end of spring, each zone will begin a ranking of the number of survivors. The zone with the most survivors will receive a zone-wide reward. The system notification sounded, and Yun Luoha opened the chat channel. Everyone had been discussing the results of the wilderness survival competition, but the announcement brought a wave of complaints. Spring is over, and we don't know what disaster summer will bring. I'm used to acid rain. It's annoying, but at least I have a way to deal with it. Yeah, I just gotten used to it, but it's almost over. Who knows what's going to happen next? The spring disasters are going to escalate. Help! I can't hold on any longer. I should figure out how to reach level 6 quickly. There are only 3 days left. Alas, even though new players have a novice protection period, I'm toiling away like oxen every day just to catch up with veteran players. Let's talk about something happy. Our District 2 team has made a name for themselves this time. Yun Luoha took first place. What a joyful occasion. Yun Luoha received many congratulatory messages from friends. She had been busy and hadn't had time to reply, but now she finally found the time to respond to them one by one. Mu Zitong didn't place in the competition, but his bloodthirst trait had improved again, gaining a new skill. This was all thanks to the soul-drinking twin blades. When his opponent was underestimating him, he feigned death and stabbed them with the soul-drinking twin blades, sucking their blood. He then achieved a counterkill, instantly unlocking a new achievement for the bloodthirst trait and learning the Berserk skill. After activating Berserk, you experience a 2-second surge in strength and a 10% increase in lifespan. However, this skill has a drawback. Each use causes you to enter the bloodthirst backlash state, weakening you and causing you to continuously lose health. If you can't kill your opponent directly, it's best not to activate it, as it will only lead to your own death. But if it truly was a life-or-death situation, he had no choice but to activate it. Mu Zitong narrowly escaped death, and found a place to hide for a day and a night before recovering. He didn't gain any points during that day and night, otherwise he might have even made it into the top 100. However, he had taken all of the enemy's supplies, which was a small gain. After returning, Mu Zitong had dinner with his family before quickly contacting Yun Luoha. Seeing Yun Luoha take first place in the competition, he was happier than anyone else. But now, he not only had to worry about leveling up himself, but also had to hurry up to help his parents improve their skills. 3 people lived on his reef. Although his parents had learned skills, their skill levels were all at level 1. He had to find a way to help them level up quickly in the next 3 days. The other players, who had merged reefs, were also having a headache. They thought merging reefs together to upgrade them was an advantage, but it turned out there were so many things waiting to be done. 3 days after the competition, the supplies submitted by the Mutual Aid Association were temporarily placed with the team leader in charge of sorting the supplies. As soon as the competition ended, the team leader contacted Mu Zitong and asked if he wanted the supplies delivered immediately. Before Yun Luoha responded, Mu Zitong collected half of the supplies and put them in his own supply box. Even though he only took half, there were still over 1,000 supplies, filling all his supply boxes. Sister Yun, can I send you the supplies now? It's a bit much, probably over 2,000. I sort them all and distribute them to you. Yunluo sighed at this. Having too much supplies can be a problem. Over 2,000 supplies, she never know when to dispose of them, but this was fine. With so many supplies, she quickly used the trash can to upgrade them. Then, combined with the supplies she brought back, she should be able to help everyone in the management trainee group reach level 6. The remaining supplies would be distributed to the Mutual Aid Association group for everyone to redeem. The region with the most survivors would receive a region-wide reward. While she wasn't sure about the survival rate in Region 2, she was determined to ensure that all players in the Mutual Aid Association survived. After chatting with Mu Zitong, Yunluo gave the python whip she had brought back to Cheng Xuening. Cheng Xuening happened to be without a suitable weapon, and Yunluo thought this whip was a good choice for her. Cheng Xuening naturally wouldn't take Yunluo's things for nothing. It just so happened that she had found some unique tree species on Mist Hidden Island and gave them all to Yunluo. They were Rust chinensis, chestnut, and birch species. Cheng Xuening was able to find these species thanks to the tree monkeys she brought with her to Kirigakure Island. The monkeys were always quick at finding seeds from various trees and loved collecting them. Besides the seeds, they were also very skilled at foraging for food. Everything Cheng Xuening ate on the island was found by the monkeys. There were also some wild herbs and seasonings. Cheng Xuening also gave them to Yunluo. These included wild basil leaves, wild chili peppers, wild celery, and a lot of dandelions. While these weren't as valuable as the long whip, they were exactly what Yunluo needed. The tree planting activity was drawing to a close. She planned to plant a few dozen more trees today, and not plant any more for the next 2 days. After today, there were only 2 days left, and even if she planted more, they wouldn't grow by the end of the activity. 2 days was just enough time for the seeds to germinate, which might even increase her score a bit. Yunluo first planted the seeds of the mist-hidden pine, then planted many more common pine trees. It wasn't until dark that she finally finished her farm work and returned home to rest. She had a little work left, which she handed over to Yunten. Yunten was very clever. It watched Yunluo work, learning everything after just one observation. Seeing Yunluo tired, it rushed to help. If it weren't for it, Yunluo would probably have been busy until 10 o'clock in the evening. Now she planned to make something to eat. She planned to use the herbs and seasonings she had received from Cheng Xuening to prepare some meat. The meats she had left the most were fish and crocodile, with plenty of frog meat. Spring was almost over, and she wasn't sure how well these meats would store in the summer. It would be best if she could process all the fish and meat in these 3 days. After all, it wouldn't be possible to keep all of them in her backpack and take up space. It's best to process the food first to extend its shelf life, then quickly find a way to build a cellar. With a cellar, storing food will be much more convenient. The cellar has a constant temperature system, so there's no need to worry about food spoiling quickly. After all, summer disasters naturally bring to mind the heat. Additionally, there are already some clues that suggest summer will be very hot. For example, the recipe for the newly acquired petroleum first aid ointment is used to treat heat stroke and cool players down. First, spread the crocodile meat evenly with chopped basil leaves, then rub it with salt. Marinate for half an hour to infuse the flavor, then pan fry and add chili peppers for a fragrant aroma. She also added potatoes to the stew. The plump and tender crocodile meat and potatoes were stewed until tender, the potatoes were soft and chewy, and the broth coated the crocodile meat, leaving a lingering fragrance. Eating more crocodile meat permanently increases strength, making it a highly coveted ingredient for players. After finishing a bowl of fragrant and spicy crocodile meat and potato stew, Yunluo herself was ravenous. Spicy crocodile meat, gold quality. This exquisite crocodile meat, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, paired with soft, glutinous potatoes, is incredibly delicious. Consuming it increases your stamina by 50 points. Consuming 10 bowls increases your stamina by 1 point, and through dietary supplements, you can increase your stamina by up to 10 points. Previously, there was only a chance of increasing your stamina, but now, consuming 10 bowls will increase it. Although the maximum increase is only 10 points, remember that the average player's stamina is only 40. A 10-point increase would allow a player who couldn't even open a bottle cap to lift 30 kilograms of rice with one hand. Yunluo ate a bowl himself, and then shared one with Robao. Yunten refused to eat these, so Yunluo brought it blood crystals and fluorite, allowing it to eat as much as it wanted. In fact, after the last battle with Tushua, Yunluo had once again entertained the idea of letting Yunten eat the symbiotic crystal. But she decided to let Siqi study it first. The uses of the symbiotic crystal hadn't been fully explored yet. She wrote down the details of her battle with Tushua and all the information about puppets, and sent it to Si-Chi, asking her to pursue research in this direction. It wasn't that Yunluohe wasn't interested in puppetry, but she didn't trust Tushua. Sparing her life was out of the question. Yunluohe also disdained to betray her by tricking her into revealing the secrets of puppetry and then killing her. Besides, even if she did, it wouldn't necessarily be true. It would be better to just kill her directly. As for puppetry, if it was learned in the game, it couldn't be Tushua alone. If she was the only one who knew it, then even if she told Yunluohe, it would be useless. Yunluohe also considered the possibility that Tushua's special ability might be related to puppet manipulation. Anyway, she already had wontons and meat buns, and she wouldn't turn them into puppets, so learning puppetry didn't matter. She cooked 2 large pots of spicy crocodile meat. One pot made 5 small portions. Then she stir-fried 2 pots of spicy frog. The spicy frog was even more fragrant than the spicy crocodile and incredibly addictive. Even after she finished her meal, she didn't forget her friends. She divided the spicy frog into 10 portions, giving a bowl each to several of her close friends and a portion to all the management trainees. Then she used the spicy frog broth to make several bowls of noodles. The broth alone was delicious with the noodles. The chili peppers were brightly colored and had a sharp, spicy flavor. The wild chili peppers were spicier than many she tasted before. She saved some chili peppers for seeds, intending to quickly cultivate them. Chili peppers can be grown in the summer, not just in spring. With chili peppers, she could unlock more recipes. It was still early, so Yunluohe planned to process some more fish. Pickled fish, cured fish, canned fish. You can also use fish broth to make fish jelly, which is similar to pork skin jelly. It's also delicious eaten cold. In the summer, freeze it in the refrigerator and eat it when it's warm. Just thinking about the taste is delicious. Chapter 83. Ro Bao had collected 8 shells in the past 3 days, all of which he had placed in the house, awaiting Yunluohe's return. Adding the 3 he had caught today, Yunluohe had opened 11 shells in one sitting. From them emerged a vast array of daily necessities and supplies, as well as various junk. The most important blueprint was for tempered glass. Tempered glass is one of the primary materials for building a cellar. Yunluohe quickly took out the blueprint to examine it. It turned out that the material for tempered glass was obsidian. Simply add fine steel to the obsidian, and fuse it with ordinary glass in a furnace to create tempered glass. With all the materials in hand, Yunluohe quickly began crafting. 1 piece of obsidian could produce 5 pieces of tempered glass. Building the cellar required 50 pieces of tempered glass, which meant 10 pieces of obsidian. If it hadn't been for the 50 obsidian prize from this competition, Yunluohe would have been reluctant to use it. But a cellar is essential. The task of taking out the trash has now been assigned to Wonton and Ro Bao. They form an assembly line. Wonton uses spider silk to retrieve trash from the supply box, while Ro Bao disposes of it in the trash can. With the cat and spider working together, Yunluohe can focus on other tasks. This time, Mu Zitong helped her collect a lot of parchment fragments. There are 10 fragments in total, and Yunluohe needs to figure out what to do with them. Should she combine the 3 fragments directly into a complete blueprint, or use the trash can to add other items for upgrading and conversion? Each method has its own advantages. The 3 parchment fragments can yield a planting guide or a special illustrated guide. Placing it in the trash can to upgrade might yield a skill-related book, increasing skill proficiency. Yunluohe planned to combine 6 fragments directly, and for the other 5, add something else and place it in the trash can to turn waste into treasure. After clicking combine, a white light enveloped the parchment fragments. Chicken farming secrets. Beekeeper, ecological beekeeping. 2 breeding guides appeared in her hands. Yunluohe's eyes lit up. She happened to know nothing about raising chickens or bees, so now was a chance to learn. Yunluohe immediately opened Chicken Farming Secrets. The atlas consisted of only a few pages. The first page explained how to make improved chicken feed, which would increase egg production and help chickens grow quickly and healthily. Different chickens are suited to different feeds, and chicks and adult chickens also require different feeds. The following pages explained how to upgrade the chicken coop and how to utilize various products from the chickens. The information on chicken feed alone was incredibly helpful to Yunluohe. The above describes 2 methods for making chicken feed. Earthworm protein powder, dry and crush earthworms, mix with 30% grain flour, corn or wheat, and add 5% lean tea dregs to make pelleted feed. This feed is rich in protein. Fermented feed, mix earthworm mucus with crushed grains and yogurt, then seal and ferment for 72 hours. This produces active enzymes, which can boost the chicken's immunity. The recipe clearly outlines the various proportions. Although Yunlua currently lacks grains and yogurt, these can be grown and purchased at the trading center. The following content is more complex. Upgrading the chicken coop requires a lot of equipment, including an automatic egg collector and a fluoride thermostat. Another beekeeping atlas explains how to increase pollination and honey production, as well as several beehive construction methods. Where is the best place to place a beehive? How to attract wild bee colonies with honey. There's also information on beehive improvements, including materials for making heat-resistant and low-temperature hives. How to substitute nectar sources when there are no flowers outdoors. The atlas describes two simplest methods: planting wild chrysanthemum, a drought-resistant nectar source, and creating a wetland to cultivate lotus, a highly suitable nectar source with abundant honey production. Also, you can make a honeydew collector, hung from a tree, to collect the honeydew secreted by aphids, but this method is more difficult to implement. Yunlua was very satisfied with both atlases. Next, she found some torn blueprints, and planned to combine them with the parchment fragments to create a double puzzle. To see what she could create, she tossed in 2 pieces of parchment and a torn blueprint. Trash to treasure, upgrade successful. Yunlua obtained a special blueprint. Mushroom cultivation stump. Mushroom cultivation stump. This can be used to cultivate various mushrooms using different spores. The stump must be left in the wild to produce mushrooms, and mushrooms will sprout the morning after every rain. Materials: 2 pine logs, 10 spores, 5 L-mist hidden tea extract. Spores can be obtained from mushrooms, or the entire cap can be used instead. Yunlua had previously saved some special mushrooms, brought back from Swamp Island. Only one was left, and she thought they would be hard to come by. Now, she's discovered how to cultivate them. Although it was only a blueprint, not as comprehensive as the atlas, it was what Yunlua needed. There were still 2 parchment fragments left. Yunlua decided to keep them, feeling it was safer to use 3. After processing the trash collected today, Yunlua began the lottery. 3 days away from the reef had wasted the daily draws for the trash can, so I couldn't forget today. Lucky draw successful. Received: Vertical Earthworm Breeding Tower Blueprint X1. Vertical Earthworm Breeding Tower. Capable of accommodating 50,000 mutant earthworms, it occupies a small footprint and can process over 1,000 kilograms of organic waste daily. It can cultivate giant mutant earthworms, increasing soil regeneration efficiency by 30%, and automatically producing earthworm fluid and earthworm feces. Special features: the drawer shelves are equipped with a temperature control system, sliding out to a cool area in summer and into a geothermal area in winter. Materials: 500 pine wood, 20 high temperature glass, 20 tempered glass, 30 L petroleum, 50 volcanic ash, 2 ferrous metal fragments, 30 fluorescent ferns, 5 symbiotic crystal fragments, 50 bamboo tubes. This blueprint is quite interesting. I didn't expect earthworms could be raised this way. It's so advanced. If I could build an earthworm breeding tower, I never have to worry about running out of food for any number of chickens. Earthworms also have a significant impact on soil transformation. All the farmland on the reef has now been transformed into high-quality land, all thanks to the earthworms she raised. If I want to expand my farmland further, I definitely need more earthworms. And as the chicken farming guide mentioned earlier says, earthworms can be made into high-quality chicken feed, so the more the better. However, the materials required are quite demanding, requiring many rare commodities. It seems I really need to make time to visit the volcanic island soon. Many blueprints now require volcanic ash, such as the bread kiln and the guard tower. Waking up the next day, Yunlua began by making whatever she could. She set aside some of the large amount of fluorite and oil she brought back for backup. She then divided 100 liters of oil into storage tanks. Sichi had made several of these, using special waterproof and fireproof materials. She shared them with the group chat so everyone could have them. She also took out 10 liters of oil to make first aid ointment. Although summer hadn't arrived yet, she had some on hand as a backup. She only made 50 ointments out of 10 liters. She had planted the mist pine in the leeward area on the north side of the reef. Due to the pine's unique growth characteristics, planting it there would help the mist tea grow faster. She placed the broken symbiotic crystal device in the trash can and repaired it, resulting in a smaller version. While not as large as the previous one, it was at least complete, though presumably less effective. She gave it, along with the water element crystal core and the giant octopus, to Sichi, asking her to quickly research how the device could transmit energy and simultaneously test the compatibility of the giant octopus with the water element crystal core. If the octopus wasn't enough and other marine life was needed, Yunluohe would find a way to capture them for her. Siqi was intrigued by the items, and immediately put down her work to begin formulating a plan. She had been researching the symbiotic crystal for a long time, but hadn't made any breakthroughs and had stalled. Now that Yunluohe had provided a new direction, she was truly delighted. She put the wild pears and dates she brought back into a jam bucket and a dryer, respectively, to make jam and dried fruit. Yunluohe gave the oil moss and high-grade medicinal moss, along with a recipe, to Siqi, asking her to make a hemostatic bandage. Many players injured on Mist-Hidden Island returned to the reefs in search of hemostatic medicine. Yunluohe happened to have the recipe, but since she didn't have the alchemy skill yet, she simply gave it to Siqi to make. It would also help Siqi quickly upgrade her alchemy skills. Actually, if Yunluohe wanted to learn alchemy, she could exchange it for a skill book if she provided enough materials. However, she was currently focusing on cooking and gathering, and her mining skill had only reached level 2, so she simply didn't have the time and energy to master every skill. Trying to do everything well often leads to failing at everything. Once she had both cooking and gathering at level 5 or above, she would consider learning more skills. The tempered glass was already finished, and today she planned to finish building the cellar. The bronze gears she was originally missing were 2 broken ones she found while opening shells yesterday. Yunluohe used bronze gears and refined steel, discarding them in a trash can to create a new treasure. She obtained a complete bronze gear, leaving the only remaining material for the thermostat with copper ore. Yunluohe had previously obtained copper ore by throwing soaked batteries into the trash, so she urgently needed to follow suit. She quickly gathered the copper ore. She placed the materials and blueprints on the workbench. The screen displayed the thermostat's true appearance and a countdown to completion. Half an hour later, the thermostat was complete. Yunluohe took it to the cellar construction site. The cellar would take 10 hours to build, and the final details wouldn't be revealed until that evening. Yunluohe began gathering materials for the greenhouse. 10 vertical planting racks would require 50 obsidian. Yunluohe had just finished making tempered glass yesterday, using up 10 of them, so she still needed a few more obsidian. She planned to trade some items. She listed some gold-quality food, hemostatic bandages, and petroleum first aid ointment on the trading platform, asking for obsidian or high-temperature glass. Then she contacted Mu Zitong and asked if anyone within the Mutual Aid Association could trade for obsidian. Then she contacted Lin Zhu and Du Ruantian. They were sure to have some obsidian. If she brought in materials they were satisfied with, she should be able to exchange for some. But Yunluohe didn't have time to tell them. The items she had just posted on the trading platform were sold out. In total, she got 5 obsidian and 5 pieces of high-temperature glass. Building the greenhouse required 100 pieces of high-temperature glass. Since this person could offer them, perhaps he could make high-temperature glass. Yunluohe opened the other person's message to check. I discovered this person was from the European Emperor Association. It was written on their profile. Players from the European Emperor Association are now marked in their profiles. Yunluohe thought for a moment and decided to go find Du Ruantian. Last time on Kirigakure Island, she and Du Ruantian had been through thick and thin together, and their relationship had grown even closer. Du Ruantian had been in touch with her for the past 2 days, but they were both busy and had no time to chat, so they only exchanged useful information. Yunluohe, can I buy you some high-temperature glass? I need 100 pieces. Du Ruantian, you want so much to build a greenhouse, right? Yunluohe, yes. Du Ruantian, the association does have people who can make high-temperature glass, but we're short on resources. We can only make 200 pieces a day, and everyone in the association is waiting to share. I can help you find a solution, but 100 is too much, and I probably have to wait a few days. Yunluohe, as long as I can buy it, it's fine. How many days will it take? What materials do you need? High-temperature glass requires obsidian and sulfur crystals. You have to trade for obsidian, because we can only make it if we provide the raw materials. Obsidian isn't in short supply right now, but I have plenty of sulfur crystals, so you don't need to pay. This was Yunluohe's idea. How much obsidian does it take to make 100 pieces of high-temperature glass? I won't ask for much from you. I need 50 obsidian to make it myself. Just give me 50. As for the sulfur crystals, if you have them, give them to me. If not, trade them for other materials. I have someone from the association make them. The compensation is iron ore. Yunluohe had exactly 50 obsidian. It seems I have to continue collecting obsidian to build the greenhouse. Okay, I give you half the obsidian first. Once you gathered 100 pieces of high-temperature glass, we trade again. I give you the rest then. Okay. The two signed an agreement through the trading center, and Du Ruantian promised to give it to her within 5 days. Yun Luoha stood by the reef, looking at the oyster farming nets placed on the edge. There were already thousands of oysters in the hundreds of nets. 10 of these nets housed mutant pearl oysters. They produced pearls every day. Yun Luoha went to the nets where the pearl oysters were placed to collect the pearls. At the same time, she was worried about something. Summer was about to arrive. The ideal water temperature for oysters is 10 to 25 degrees Celsius. Summer temperatures are definitely higher than this. Once the water temperature rises above 30 degrees Celsius, oysters cannot survive. Those thousands of oysters might die. Yun Luoha didn't know how to solve the problem. She sighed. Why don't we get rid of all these oysters in the next couple of days? The oyster meat can be dried and preserved, and the shells can be recycled or calcined. Otherwise, when summer arrives, all the oysters will die and become inedible. If we cultivate the oysters in a pond and control the water temperature, perhaps we can keep them alive. However, in that case, the water temperature would need to be controlled, and sunshades would be necessary. Chapter 84. Today is a lucky day, and many players are using diving cards to dig for upgrades. The Mutual Aid Association has also organized a diving team to go underwater, using 20 advanced diving cards, intending to spend the entire day. The diving team members are either proficient in water or have learned mining skills. They also receive special training in underwater combat techniques before going underwater. Combined with the information Yun Luoha provided about the underwater ruins, the diving team's purpose for this expedition is to search for them. Even if they can't find the ruins, the seabed is rich in resources. Coral, sea stones, and sand are countless. On a lucky day, they can still obtain a wealth of materials. If 1 or 2 people can find the ruins, they will surely gain even more benefits. If Yun Luoha weren't so busy and had plenty of other things to do, she would have liked to go underwater herself. But her most urgent task now is to prepare for the coming summer. At night, purple-red acid rain fell from the sky. The temperature also grew sweltering. After being exposed to acid rain, the seaweed on the reef turns purple-red. It's not only more aggressive, but also more resilient, making it difficult to deal with ordinary weapons. While players have to spend a lot of time dealing with the seaweed, it's not entirely without benefits. This purple-red seaweed is endless, growing continuously overnight. When cut, it drops upgrade materials and seaweed powder. If a player spends a whole night dealing with this seaweed, they can obtain at least hundreds of upgrade materials. This just meets the needs of some players. However, this means they don't have time to sleep and replenish their stamina. For a moment, the trading center was flooded with requests for food that would increase stamina points. The cellar had already been built. Yun Luoha immediately went to the cellar to inspect it. The cellar was a spiral tunnel structure, descending level by level. The space was vast, but it was pitch black, with no lighting. Yun Luoha could see clearly with a fluorite lantern. He would make a few more, and hang them on the tunnel walls later. At the bottom, he could see the cellar had 3 sections. The low-temperature storage shelves, like refrigerators, could maintain a temperature of -5 degrees Celsius when opened. Perishable meat could be stored here, but this required the use of ice crystals. The shelves contained 10 ice crystals, enough to last for 5 days. This meant that if the shelves were open, 2 ice crystals would be used each day. It was best to keep them closed for now, and open them when needed. The temperature in the cellar wasn't very high to begin with. The other area is the constant humidity zone, which can maintain a 65% humidity. This doesn't require any special crystals. All you need to do is add 10 L of purified water to the humidifier daily. That's easy. This area is suitable for storing items that are sensitive to drying, such as seeds, medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables. The final area is the fermentation zone. This is where you can make wine, cheese, yogurt, or pickled eggs. Yun Luoha brought the smoked fish and fresh meat here to store, along with some medicinal herbs, seeds, and other items. Until midnight, Yun Luoha was still processing oysters, making dried oysters and seafood soup. The seafood soup is primarily made with oysters and fish fillets, with a little bit of greens added. It's nutritious and boosts stamina. A single pot takes only 20 minutes to cook, and the pot can be divided into 15 portions. Each portion adds 15 stamina points. While the addition isn't much, it's still a big seller. Yun Luoha immediately put 100 servings of seafood soup on the shelves, earning a good amount of supplies. She checked her cooking skill experience bar. She was still over 200 experience points away from reaching level 5. It seemed she would soon become a professional chef. She ground the dried oysters into a powder, which could also be used as a seasoning substitute for chicken essence. She had already started raising chili seeds, and once the greenhouse was built, they could be planted. Until she was certain of the summer disaster, she didn't plan to plant any crops. While cooking, Yunluoha built 20 drying machines and mobilized the players in the association to harvest and dry the oysters. Fresh oysters only have a shelf life of a few days, but dried oysters can be kept for 2 months. Boil dried oysters in a broth with some vegetables and noodles for a delicious bowl of seafood noodles. Even without cooking skills, this dish is easy to make. In case of summer food shortages, dried oysters make a great food reserve. If you can't finish all the oysters yourself, you can sell them. With 2 days left, Yunluoha will try to harvest all the oysters. As for the pearl oysters, she plans to try raising them in the fish pond. So she needs to build 2 more fish ponds and renovate them. Build a few sunshades and cooling systems. Wonton and Robao collaborated to harvest the purple-red seaweed from the reefs, yielding a large amount of upgrade materials. Yunluoha didn't keep any for herself, giving it all to Mu Zitong. Guild members can exchange ordinary trash for 1 basic upgrade material, such as wood, seastone, sand. Or, they can exchange parchment fragments and damaged blueprints for 5 advanced upgrade materials. Special items, like obsidian, copper ore, and ferrous metal fragments can be exchanged for at least 30 high-level upgrade materials. You can exchange them for any quantity by simply contacting the team leader responsible for exchange. This allows Yunluoha to collect a large amount of junk and special items, and also help guild members level up. However, it's impossible for Yunluoha alone to help all members. To overcome this crisis, the entire Mutual Aid Association has united. Players who have reached level 6 are expected to trade at least half of their upgrade materials. In addition, the daily earnings from the Tianji Pavilion will also be used to exchange materials for guild members. Yunluoha has organized the several atlases he has obtained and plans to establish a group called the Skill Exchange Market. Players with more than 2 atlases can apply to join the group. In the group, players can exchange information from gathering skill atlases for information from cooking skill atlases. Aquaculture skills can also be traded for planting skills. Some players, despite having cooking skill resources, aren't learning cooking skills, but gathering skills. In the group, you can specifically exchange for what you want. Or, like Yunluoha, who has a number of atlases covering planting, cooking, mining, and breeding, but the information isn't complete, they're willing to share their learning materials with others and borrow from each other. She plans to hand over the group management to Cheng Xuening. Mu Zitong is too busy. He has a lot to do with the Mutual Aid Association, and he also manages the Tianji Pavilion. He also has to take care of his family, and deal with matters on the reef. If they needed to find another trustworthy person, Cheng Xuening would naturally be the most suitable. And Mu Zitong had heard that Cheng Xuening had performed very well in the association, and had provided a lot of assistance. Mu Zitong was even considering making her a team leader. Yunluoha told Mu Zitong that there was no need to assign Cheng Xuening any other work. She first asked Cheng Xuening's opinion to see if she was willing. Cheng Xuening's role as the group manager for the skill exchange market would have significant advantages. First, the players who joined the group were likely high-level players with good development. Her knowledge of these people would definitely be useful, and she could also learn more about them, which would be of great benefit to her own development and the construction of the reef. Cheng Xuening knew it was a great opportunity and couldn't resist. Yunluoha and Cheng Xuening discussed it for half an hour, worked out the details, and then posted a thread on the forum. Yunluoha was well known, and her post went viral. Furthermore, she had posted screenshots of the basic information about the atlases she owned, proving that after joining the group, she could at least exchange them for the atlases she owned. As the group grew, the number of atlases available would only increase. The initial entry threshold for the group was low, only 2 atlases were required. Later, perhaps 5 or 10 would be required. Although it was late at night, within an hour, dozens of players had added Cheng Xuening as their friend. This was because Yunluoha had listed Cheng Xuening as the contact person in the post. Yunluoha compiled several copies of the atlas information, sending one to the management trainee group, but they were forbidden from sharing it outside, and could only keep it privately. The other copy was stored in the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence database, but the contents of each atlas were classified as S-level intelligence, requiring Yunluoha's approval to purchase. As dawn approached, Yunluoha was still busy at his workbench. Mu Zitong sent a message saying that several players had found the entrance to the underwater ruins, and found a large amount of fluorescent fish eggs and high-grade coral inside. However, these players had not received the quest to find the underwater ruins, so they did not receive the treasure map fragments. However, after entering the underwater ruins, they did receive other quests. For example, they had to find the mermaid ruins and complete the mermaid priest ritual. The rewards varied. Yun Luoha fell into deep thought. It seemed that there were quite a few quests in the underwater ruins, and not everyone could accept them, and the content of the quests varied greatly. If that was the case, quite a few players must have received them. With so many players in the game, it was impossible that they were the only ones who found the underwater ruins. It's just that most people wouldn't say it. Today was the last day of spring. Yun Luoha had an idea. Have the Tianji Pavilion release information about the entrance to the underwater ruins for free. Yun Luoha said, then changed his mind. No, first, release the news that someone has found the ruins. Then, the Tianji Pavilion will compile a package of information about the ruins and sell it at a discount. Members can receive it for free. This is a good opportunity to earn supplies. Giving it away for free isn't worth it, so selling it at a low price will work. It also allows the association members to collect more upgrade materials. Mu Zitong quickly understood Yun Luoha's intention. This means pooling the efforts of the entire district to explore the underwater ruins. The Mutual Aid Association still has too few members, and their luck is poor. The underwater ruins are too big a pie for them to chew on. It's better to make the pie bigger, maybe they can even gain some benefits. Moreover, the more people visit the underwater ruins, the more quests they can unlock and the more supplies they can obtain. With more supplies, players in Area 2 will develop better, and perhaps even some high-level materials will leak out. If anyone encounters something unexpected in the underwater ruins, the Tianji Pavilion will also be able to gather more intelligence. In short, there are many benefits and no losses. Yun Luoha couldn't possibly hide everything and only think about obtaining it alone. She didn't have the ability to do so. Besides, she had already been to the underwater ruins once and obtained quite a few good things. When she woke up, it was already noon. The 2 new fish ponds had been built. There were now 6 fish ponds. 2 of them were used for fish, 2 for tadpoles, and 3 for pearl oysters. Yun Luoha filled them with seawater and some seaweed she had collected from the reef. In addition to the seaweed she found on the seabed, she also added some other seaweed she collected from the seabed and some beautiful corals. The fish ponds were a vibrant and beautiful sight. After a quick lunch, Yun Luoha went to the chicken coop. Surprisingly, the 2 hens chickens had actually laid eggs. The 2 ducks, however, hadn't moved. Yun Luoha picked up the eggs, still warm. She was overjoyed. She brought 2 plump earthworms to give the chickens a snack. Then she placed the eggs in an incubator to begin hatching. The countdown to spring had begun. Only a few hours remained before the end. The weather had turned strange. Acid rain began to fall in the afternoon, with temperatures reaching 35 degrees Celsius. The waves roared, and the rain was heavy from the start. The crimson acid rain sizzled as it fell on the reefs, rapidly corroding those that hadn't yet reached level 6. Spiral thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and countless fish monsters swarmed the sea, as if a vast army of fish monsters were gathering. Yun Luoha stared at the sea, his face heavy, wondering how many players would be eliminated this time. A giant octopus, accompanied by countless smaller fish monsters, swarmed towards Yun Luoha's reef. Other reefs were also under attack from a swarm of fish monsters. A fierce battle, the entire game, was about to begin. A lucky player happened to find a shell at this moment, and upon opening it, they discovered a golden pearl. Yun Luoha and his 2 pets easily defeated the giant octopus. This octopus was very similar to the one they had brought back previously, only slightly larger. Yun Luoha spared its life rather than kill it, giving it to Si Chi for her experiments. This giant octopus was quite capable in combat. If it were less ferocious and could be tamed, it would make a great pet. If Si Chi's research progressed, she could alter its personality and give it to the management trainees as a pet. Robao dealt with the remaining mutated fish monsters, and Yun Luoha returned to her house to continue crafting tools. She had sold supplies today and bought 2 awnings, which she planned to modify with her workbench and install over the fish pond. She opened the chat channel, but it was sparsely populated. Most players were busy dealing with the fish monsters and had no time to chat. But some skilled players had already finished dealing with the fish monsters and were taking a break. Did you open the shells? The items you opened today are different. So many things I haven't seen before. Indeed, I opened volcanic ash. The tree planting competition is almost over. I planted over 100 trees, and I don't know how many I won. You have a high chance of getting golden pearls when fishing for shells right now. Everyone go try it. Really? Are golden pearls that easy to get? My friend just got one, and it gave him some amazing supplies. I'm so jealous. We're all busy dealing with fish monsters. I didn't expect anyone would even bother fishing for shells at this time. Although Yunluoha had low hopes for her luck, she still ran to the reef and tried using her fishing net. As expected, she opened it and found only white pearls. But since someone had gotten volcanic ash, she was eager to find something herself. She opened the white pearl and found iron ore X2, sunscreen glove X1, rotten cactus X1, dried stump X1, flower X1, lettuce seed X1. At this moment, Mu Zitong sent a message. Sister Yun, my mom found a golden pearl. Yunluoha, great. I'm so jealous. Mu Zitong, hey, my luck is over 80. I just had her try it, and she actually found one. Mu Zitong, I just opened it. There's a pet contract, a recipe for seaweed sunscreen coating, and blueprints for a sunscreen cloak. Golden pearls are indeed special. But now that Mu Zitong has these recipes and blueprints, she can get them too. Tell me what ingredients you need, and I find a way to get them. Mu Zitong, I don't think anyone has them right now. I searched the trading center. By the way, Sister Yun, this is for you. I just found it too. Mu Zitong handed over a summer ice recipe book. My mom asked me to give it to you. She knows you learned cooking skills. Didn't you make something delicious for her last time? She remembered it. This cookbook was very useful to Yunluoha. Yunluoha was deeply grateful and quickly said, then ask Annie what else she wants to eat, and I make it for her. Chapter 85. Since Mother Mu has uncovered many summer-related blueprints from the Golden Pearl, it's likely that other players who have obtained golden pearls have also uncovered similar items. Yunluoha instructed Mu Zitong to quickly arrange for members of the Tianji Pavilion to gather intelligence. They should quickly learn what others have found from the golden pearls, ideally to purchase them at a high price. Getting the summer supplies first would undoubtedly benefit the Mutual Aid Association's future development. Mu Zitong quickly took care of this matter, and sent Yunluoha the seaweed sunscreen coating formula and the blueprints for the sunscreen cloak. Seaweed sunscreen coating. When applied to various materials, it can reduce sun damage by 30%. Crafting materials: moss X2, resin X1, seaweed powder X2, volcanic ash X1. Sunscreen cloak: UV reflectivity plus 70%, durability, 8 hours per piece. Crafting materials: agave fiber X20, linen X10. Requires a Juki sewing machine. The only missing material for the sunscreen coating is the volcanic ash. Someone just unearthed volcanic ash, so I could take this opportunity to collect some. Let's make some sunscreen first. It definitely come in handy tomorrow. As for the sunscreen cloak, its main material is agave fiber, which is unavailable, so we have to wait and see. Time slipped by. Ever since the Tianji Pavilion spread the news of the underwater ruins, more and more players have found them, discovering many new resources. For example, ice crystals and obsidian. Yunluoha quickly opened the trading center to trade her supplies for ice crystals and obsidian. She had a lot of good stuff. If she was willing to pay, she could probably get a few. Soon, members of the European Emperor Association located the underwater volcano and discovered a large amount of volcanic ash. However, the area near the underwater volcano is extremely dangerous, with low visibility, making it impossible to stay there for long even with a high-level diving card. Furthermore, the European Emperor Association's discovery was accidental, and they couldn't find it again when they tried to go back. The Tianji Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to gather a large amount of information about the underwater ruins, which the diving team could use to explore the seabed. On the last day, 95% of the players in the Mutual Aid Association successfully leveled up. A few players, truly hopeless about leveling up, wanted to hand in all their supplies to the association in exchange for a good meal, but were dissuaded by other players. Many players in the association were willing to donate supplies to help, and by scraping together, they were able to gather enough supplies. These players quickly leveled up at the last minute. After this incident, the players in the Mutual Aid Association became even more united, and the principle of working together and helping each other was truly steadfast. Although it was an internal meeting within the association, Mu Zitong still did some publicity. After all, the fact that all members of the Mutual Aid Association had leveled up, with a zero elimination rate, was a cause for celebration. Although the association already had a considerable membership, it still needed to attract more high-level players. This event would be a perfect opportunity to attract players with good character and promising development. The weather was getting worse, and the settlement time had finally arrived. Only a few minutes remained until the end of spring. Players throughout the region stopped what they were doing and stared at the screen, holding their breath for the results. It was past midnight. A raging sea surged across the sea, sweeping the mutated fish monsters away. But the acid rain intensified. Thunder and lightning began to roar in the sky, golden lightning ripping through the night sky, and red acid rain poured down. Spring is coming to an end, and players who haven't leveled up will be eliminated. Reefs that haven't completed their requirements will split, and these split reefs can no longer be merged with other reefs. The spring limited time event is over, and the results will be settled at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Participants, please check your email to see your points ranking and rewards. The regional survival count will also be completed at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and the results will be sent via email. Summer is here, and the duration is 30 days. Players, please level up quickly and survive. The next morning, Yunluoha was awakened by the heat. Day 31 of survival. Summer sunny. 38 degrees. It was only 6 a.m., but the sky was already bright, and the temperature was frighteningly high. Approaching the door, Yunluoha spotted a rainbow in the sky. The rainbow of color shone brightly, but no one was in the mood to appreciate it. The sun burned people with an unpleasant, scorching sensation. The temperature was 38 degrees Celsius early in the morning, and by the time the sun was fully up, it would be over 40 degrees. Yunluoha opened his email and, as expected, found a message about a tree planting event. Congratulations to player Yunluoha for earning 4,399 points in the tree planting event, placing first. The rewards are as follows: 1 summer plant gift pack, 10 advanced greening saplings, 10 advanced fruit tree saplings, 1 golden axe, and 1 plantable tree guide for reefs. That's quite a lot of rewards. Yunluoha opened the gift pack first. 2 agave seeds, for dragon fruit seeds, 2 seed buckthorn seeds, 2 cactus seeds, and 2 aloe vera seeds. All of them are cold-resistant and heat-resistant seeds. These should be planted outdoors. Most importantly, Yunluoha was delighted to have obtained the agave seeds. Then the materials for the sun cloak were complete. The high-quality greening saplings were red willow saplings. Red willow, suitable for planting in barren land, even in deserts and saline alkali land. They are very resilient and help stabilize sand and prevent wind. Red willow branches are widely used, including building high-temperature kilns and barbecues. The high-quality fruit tree saplings are pomegranate and jujube saplings. Pomegranate prefers sunlight and a warm, dry environment. They tolerate drought, but not waterlogging. Pomegranate flowers can be used to clear heat and detoxify, stop bleeding, and repel insects. Pomegranates are rich in water, quickly replenishing the body's water, relieving thirst, providing nutritional support, and making beverages. Jujube, sun-loving, drought and cold-resistant, and highly adaptable. All parts of the jujube tree have medicinal properties. Jujube fruit is a blood-tonifying and chi-boosting food. Jujube bark relieves coughs and bleeding, and jujube roots can reduce inflammation and relieve itching. The golden axe reward is superior to the steel axe Yunluoha crafted. It saves energy when chopping trees, deals critical hits, and yields more wood. The illustrated guide is a collection guide. If you plant all the trees listed on the reef, you receive a very generous reward. Yunluoha took a closer look. There were 50 tree species in total, and collecting and planting them all would be a difficult task. And judging by the names, there were many unique variants. But there was no rush to complete this one. She could take her time. She continued to check another email. The number of survivors and rankings for each region are as follows. First place, District 2, 233,000 survivors. Second place, District 1, 228,000 survivors. Third place, District 8, 210,000 survivors. Fourth place, District 6, 195,000 survivors. Fifth place, District 3, 183,000 survivors. Sixth place, District 4, 172,000 survivors. Seventh place, District 5, 168,000 survivors. Eighth place, District 7, 150,000 survivors. Ninth place, District 10, 140,000 survivors. 10th place, District 9, 138,000 survivors. Yunluoha hadn't expected District 2 to actually take first place. The top-ranked players in the region will receive a summer survival reward, so please check your email. There's also a gift package available at the end of the email. After Yunluoha chose to claim it, several more supplies appeared in his backpack. Refreshing Midwater X1, Sun Hat X1, Sun Jacket X1, Diving Card X1, Flower X1. All of them were quite useful. Yunluohe took out the sun hat and jacket, and put them to use. After putting on the sun protection gear, he felt much more comfortable. At least he wasn't exposed to direct sunlight. Last night, Muzitong had already made some seaweed sunscreen. After getting up, Yunluohe first applied it to the chicken coop, and then to the awning he had built next to the fish pond, which he also applied. The amount of volcanic ash collected last night wasn't large, so Muzitong only made 10 portions, and gave 3 to Yunluohe, as he needed it for his own reef. To obtain more volcanic ash, the diving team decided to go underwater again today to excavate at the underwater volcano. Although it was hot outside, the temperature underwater was quite mild. Players with diving cards would choose to dive in and search for supplies. It was more comfortable than hanging out on the reef. Yunluohe also exchanged for 3 ice crystals. Throwing ice crystals into the fish pond can cool it down. 1 ice crystal can reduce the temperature by 5 degrees, and 3 ice crystals can keep the water temperature of a pond around 25 degrees. It would be nice to have more ice crystals. 3 is still too few. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the temperature became even more intense. High temperatures exceeding 45 degrees Celsius can easily cause heat stroke. The temperature on the reef surface, in particular, soared to 49 degrees Celsius, and seawater splashed onto the reef dried instantly. Unprotected players exposed to the outdoors for more than 20 minutes will experience significant dehydration. All the flowers and plants Yunluohe had planted earlier were wilting in the sun, and would likely die soon. The fruit trees planted in the spring were also experiencing problems. Yunluohe watered them heavily, and they were finally feeling better. Players were complaining in the chat channel. Help! Is this temperature like hell? I'm sweating and losing stamina as soon as I step outside. I'm already getting heat stroke after just half an hour. It's so hot. If I known Yunluohe was selling first aid oil cream yesterday, I would have bought some. Why complain about the price? I'm dying. I can't get out. I guess I have to go get supplies after dark. How can I get relief from heat stroke without first aid oil cream? My stamina keeps dropping. Just drink lots of water. I drank 2 buckets and it's relieved. You can't just drink water like that. Summer is definitely a water shortage. I might as well just lie down and take a nap. Damn it! My chickens fainted from the heat the moment they came out. The fish pond turned into a hot spring, and all the fish turned upside down. The tadpoles I worked so hard to raise just turned into dried tadpoles. The vegetable patch is all dried up, and the water purifier is outside, so the water evaporates in the sun. Isn't that a water and food shortage? Yunluohe had saved half of the petroleum jelly she made earlier, and given some to the players in the Mutual Aid Association. The amount she sold wasn't much. It seemed she needed to make more now. She planned to trade the petroleum first aid jelly for more volcanic ash or cryolite. But her ability was limited. She could only make 100 petroleum first aid jelly a day, and that required her to stay at the tool bench. Since no one else had the recipe, she had to make it herself. And now she had to quickly plant all the seeds in the planting gift pack and the high-level sapling she had just acquired. Agave is crucial. After planting, you can harvest agave fiber, which can be crafted into a sun-protective cloak for daytime outdoor use. But with some basic sunscreen, an hour or 2 outdoors is no problem. So Yunluohe, fully armed, planted the seeds and saplings before quickly heading inside to rest. Sweating profusely, even water couldn't quench her thirst, so Yunluohe resorted to drinking the reward of refreshing mint water. It instantly felt refreshing, a cool chill spreading through her body. If only she could get the recipe for refreshing mint water. She opened the trading center and posted the petroleum first aid ointment she had left behind, trading it for other people's refreshing mint water. Players across the entire zone received this reward. While refreshing mint water was pleasant to drink, it was a single-use item, unlike the petroleum first aid ointment, which could be used multiple times. Presumably, many people would still be willing to trade. Duwantian also came to Yunluohe, hoping to buy more petroleum first aid ointment. To do so, she could provide her with a high-temperature glass she had promised her in advance. Yunluohe thought about it and agreed. They previously said the high-temperature glass would take 5 days to gather, so the sooner they could get it, the sooner they could build the greenhouse. With a greenhouse, they could grow more vegetables and fruits, so the sooner the better. Chapter 86. Yunluohe soon learned from the intelligence gathered by the Tianji Pavilion that players, who earned over 3,000 points in the tree planting event received agave seeds. She rarely checked the chat channel for new information these days, instead checking the Tianji Pavilion's daily intelligence summary. This was a bit like today's headlines, with a dedicated player compiling the intelligence and sending it to Mu Zitong every day. Mu Zitong would select 1 or 2 pieces of intelligence from the summary and give them away free of charge to Tianji Pavilion's S-level members. This practice greatly ensured the loyalty of S-level members. Even if an S-level member didn't purchase intelligence for a long period of time, their membership level would be lowered. If there wasn't much intelligence to buy, providing information that Tianji Pavilion didn't have for free could help maintain their membership level. Many S-level members maintained their membership level solely for the daily intelligence headlines. A-level members also had special benefits, receiving free intelligence on supplies every 2 days. The daily income Tianji Pavilion earned from selling intelligence alone was equivalent to half of Yun Luoha's net worth. However, these supplies belong to everyone in the association. Everyone can trade their own supplies for useful items at a low price. If there's junk or damaged items among the supplies, they be sorted and sent to Yun Luoha. With the change of seasons, the supplies players find also undergoes significant changes, and naturally, the junk also differs. At night, Yun Luoha begins opening shells. Opening a white pearl yields iron ore X2, damaged blueprint X1, coconut fiber X1, palm leaf X1, wheat seed X1, bitter melon X1, dehydrated vegetable bag X1, coconut shell X1, roll-on deodorant X1. Opening a gray pearl yields glass X1, glass bottle X1, beer X1, torn jacket X1, cushion X1, rotten cabbage X1, Coke bottle cap X1. Opening a gray pearl yields clay X2, flour X1, bamboo slice X1, coconut X1, instant noodles X1, fruit jelly X1. Although the pearls aren't of high quality, the items they yield are quite good. Her luck was already better than when she first entered the game. Yun Luoha couldn't help but wonder what lucky players could find. She sent private messages to Du Wantian and Lin Zhu. She wanted to see what they found in their shells. Meanwhile, she opened the forum to look at Wu Jing's post about opening shells. She wondered if Wu Jing had been updating his shell openings daily lately. A few days ago, he was competing on Guin Island, so he took a break from updating. Many players were urging him to update, so he started updating again when he returned. Yun Luoha had just opened the post when she saw Wu Jing posting the items he found today. The main blueprints had hidden keywords. There were a lot of replies, suggesting a lot of interest. Hundreds of comments had already appeared the moment it was posted. White pearl, purified water X2, iron ore X1, military compressed biscuits X1, dehydrated vegetable pack X1, salted plums X2, canned 8 treasure porridge X1, chocolate X1, non-slip sandals X1. White pearl, volcanic ash X2, copper ore X1, sunscreen spray X1, glucose X1, bitter melon juice X1, marshmallow X1, agave seed X1, bayberry sapling X1, parchment fragment X1. White pearl, ferrous metal fragment X1, hollow tree tube water tank X1, young coconut X1, coconut juice X1, woven cattail fan X1, pet cooling pad X1, XX blueprint X1. They also had 3 pearls, and the items they opened were incredible. Lin Zhu and Du Wantian also sent screenshots of their supplies. They were almost identical to Wu Jing's, containing a wide variety of summer necessities and food, abundant and practical. With so many goodies to catch every day, these lucky guys on the reef had a much more comfortable life than others. Lin Zhu and Du Wantian hadn't hidden the keywords for the blueprints, so Yun Luoha was quite tempted to see a few good blueprints among the supplies they unearthed. For example, a coconut shell condenser water bottle, a coconut fiber sunshade cloak, and a kvass recipe. The first blueprint was from Lin Zhu, and the next 2 were from Du Wantian. Even though she hadn't seen the details, Yun Luoha could guess their general purpose. She first asked if they could make it, since she had no shortage of materials, so she could help. Or, she could provide the materials, and trade them once they were finished. Given her friendship with Lin Zhu and Du Wantian, they readily agreed. Lin Zhu offered Yun Luoha fluorite in exchange, while Du Wantian needed more petroleum first aid ointment. After the deal was agreed, Yun Luoha received the coconut shell condenser water bottle, the coconut fiber sunshade cloak, and the details of the kvass recipe. Coconut shell condensation water bottle slowly releases cool air to cool water. While worn, it restores 0.1% heat resistance per second for 1 hour. Materials: 1 young coconut, 2 beeswax, 1 hemp rope. Coconut fiber sunshade cape, wearable, reflects sunlight, reduces UV damage, increases UV resistance by 40%, and reduces movement speed by 5%. Materials: 10 coconut shell fibers, 3 resins, 1 iron ore. Kvass replenishes electrolytes and accelerates heat dissipation. If consumed at low temperatures, it stimulates internal temperature sensors, triggering a false cool state that keeps the body cool for 2 hours. Recipe: wheat X3, purified water X5, yeast X1, produces Kvass X5 in a 24-hour fermentation cellar. The ingredients are simple. The wheat required for kvass is more difficult to gather. Yunluohe already has wheat seeds, but it will take some time before they can be harvested. However, Linju seems to have a way to obtain wheat. Yunluohe just needs to trade for enough fluorite. The coconut shell condensation kettle is a great summer cooling tool. Yunluohe wanted to buy more, but Du Ruantian disagreed and only gave her 2. After all, she didn't have the time to make too many kettles, and she had to prioritize returning them to the players in the European Emperor Association. The same goes for the sun cloak. However, Yunluohe has the blueprint for the better tequila sun protection cape, so she doesn't really need it. Yunluohe, does anyone else in your association have any other blueprints? I'd like to buy some too. Could you please ask for them? The 2 of them could sell their own items to friends, but Linju refused to ask anyone else about it. He didn't feel like asking anyone else. Only Du Ruantian agreed to ask and update her later. A day passed, and many players had cultivated large quantities of oysters. Under the influence of the high temperature, more than half died. The few that remained were barely alive, and unlikely to survive the next day. If Yunluohe hadn't called on the rest of the association to harvest all the oysters, the association's players would have lost a significant amount. Harvesting oysters after they're dead would stale them, and the meat would be inedible. Still, many players couldn't bear to part with these oysters, harvesting them even after they were dead to sell. Some players quickly became ill after eating food made from dead oysters. After word spread, players became afraid to buy oyster-related products from the trading center. No one would buy them, even at the lowest price. Thankfully, with food currently in short supply, the players in the Mutual Aid Association could consume these dried oysters among themselves, eliminating the need to sell them. Due to the high temperatures, fruits and vegetables rotted quickly. Yunluohe asked Mu Zitong to assign a player to collect these rotten fruits and vegetables, as she had a great use for them. By simply throwing the rotten fruits and vegetables into the trash can, fresh fruits and vegetables could be obtained. Although the quantity would be much smaller, Yunluohe was amazed by the ability to transform decay into freshness. In addition to the various garbage handed over by the Mutual Aid Association, Yunluohe gave it all to Yun Tun to dispose of in the trash can. When she finished her other tasks and checked the supply box, Yun Tun had not yet thrown away all the garbage. Hiss, there's still more. Yunluohe, I know, there's too much. It's okay if I can't finish it all. I do it. You take a break. I'm not tired. Wonton clung to Yunluohe and acted coquettishly. Yunluohe played with Wonton for a while, then started the raffle. Lucky draw successful. Received, blackout and heat insulating curtain blueprint. Blackout and heat insulating curtains, 99% UV blockage, effectively helping to insulate and cool indoor spaces, blocking UV rays. Materials: agave fiber X10, linen X20, cotton cloth X5, seaweed sunscreen coating X4. It was a good thing, but the ingredients were a bit cumbersome. Yunluohe had to put it aside until she had more ingredients. Then she began her daily cooking. She hadn't been researching new dishes in the past few days, but now that she had so much food, she decided to try making some summer cooling drinks. The summer ice diet recipe had 10 drinks. While the ingredients weren't sufficient, it might be possible to modify them and substitute other ingredients to achieve the same, or similar, effect. The recipe included a kale and bitter melon juice. Yunluohe didn't have any kale, so she used half a bitter melon and 2 cucumbers to make a glass of bitter melon and cucumber juice. It was quite effective, cooling down the summer heat, but the taste wasn't great. She took a sip and her face wrinkled like a bitter melon. There was also lemon coconut water. Yunluohe didn't have any lemons, so she used apple juice instead, making a bottle of apple coconut water. It tasted sweet, but the cooling effect was average. So she tried strawberries instead, making a glass of strawberry coconut water. The result was excellent. Congratulations on successfully making a refreshing drink. Berry coconut water. Reward: 1 vacuum insulated cold water bottle. Vacuum insulated cold water bottle, 1 L capacity, keeps water cold for 24 hours. Berry coconut water, Sweet and delicious, refreshing and thirst-quenching. A must-try during the scorching summer heat. It increases 20 stamina points and cools you down for 2 hours. Yunluohe downed half a cup in one gulp. The drink has a rich flavor, combining the refreshing coconut with the sweet and sour taste of strawberries. It would be even better with some ice, bobo, or coconut flakes. We harvested a lot of strawberries last time, and the coconut tree we planted is growing, so it should bear fruit soon. We can make more berry coconut water in the future. However, Yunluohe is also thinking about getting lemon tree saplings and planting some. After all, the drink in the recipe will surely be even more effective. The reward I got was also very good. With this cold water kettle and the coconut shell condensation kettle, I can drink cold water at any time on the reef in the future, without having to worry about the purified water becoming hot after a while. You can also pour drinks into it, making it even more enjoyable when cold. Then Yunluohe began researching milk tea. She brewed mist hidden tea into a liquid, cooled it, and added milk. That's how a cup of milk tea was made. It tasted delicious, refreshing, with a slight tea aroma and sweetness. The milk was rich and filling, leaving a refreshing feeling. A few hours later, Yunluohe had gained over 50 cooking experience points. She should be able to level up in the next 2 days. It was getting late, so she put the remaining ingredients into the refrigerator. It was already full, so she decided to make more food tomorrow to free up some space. It had already been 3 days since she agreed with Yu Qinjin to make it 5 days later. She also had to quickly prepare food for the island. The thought of going to a volcanic island in such hot weather was enough to make her feel hot. But not going was impossible. She needed a large amount of obsidian and volcanic ash to build a greenhouse, and even more volcanic ash to make a sunscreen. Obsidian is a material used to make high-temperature and tempered glass, needed in both the cellar and the greenhouse. She wouldn't need much by herself, but with so many people in the management trainee group, plus Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuaning, they need quite a bit. In short, they had to go to the volcanic island, and they had to go early. It was already so hot on the first day, and it would only get hotter. According to springtime patterns, the disaster was bound to escalate. The next morning, Yunluohe was awakened by Yun Tun. It touched Yunluohe's hand with its soft spider silk, and made a soft cry. Yunluohe had been too busy these past few days, and hadn't had time to spend with it. Now that it had grown a little, it had made a large web nest with spider silk next to Yunluohe's bed. It also made a beautiful spider silk quilt out of the silk for Yunluohe. A thin spider silk quilt is warm in winter and cool in summer, making it very cool and cooling when covered in hot weather. When Yunluohe first saw it, she didn't realize it was a gift from Wonton, but she could tell it was made of spider silk, so she asked Wonton what it was. Wonton proudly raised his head. "This is my gift for Hehe." Yunluohe, "Wow, that's amazing. You're so kind, Wonton." Her exaggerated tone greatly pleased Wonton, who happily lay on top of her. Hehe is the best. Wonton loves Hehe the most. Yunluohe patted Wonton's head. "Good boy, I feed you something delicious." She thought of the ice crystal she had found last night, which she had originally intended to throw into the fish pond. Chapter 87. After consuming the ice crystal stone, parts of Wonton's body instantly turned white, emitting frost, and the spider silk it sprayed turned into ice silk. But this only lasted for a few seconds, and soon it returned to its previous appearance. How was it? Was it delicious? Yunluohe looked at Wonton with concern. "Delicious, comfortable, and very cold," Wonton said happily. "Any more?" Yunluohe shook his head. "This is the only one." The 3 pearls in the fish pond couldn't be taken out. They were full of pearl oysters, and the water in the pond without the ice crystal stone was already hot. Thankfully, Yunluohe realized something was wrong and took everything out of the other ponds. Some of the pearl oysters were still in her backpack, so she could return them to the pond once she got more ice crystal stones. Naturally, the pearl oysters in the backpack wouldn't produce pearls. Now, they were relying entirely on the pearl oysters in that one pond, so the ice crystal stone couldn't be used to feed Wonton. Yunluohe had no place to keep the fish from the other ponds, so she placed them in a basin in the cellar, planning to process them for food today. The temperature was still high today. Yunluohe woke up and went to check on the chicken coop. The chicks were plump, though not in good spirits. The hen had only laid 1 egg, probably due to the weather and her mood. After seeing Yunluohe, the hen and the duck kept clucking and clamoring to go outside, but Yunluohe didn't dare let them go. She could only feed them well, filling their feed and adding a few earthworms to keep them quiet. As soon as Yunluohe left the chicken coop, She received a message from Doomsday. She had already gathered the high-temperature glass Yunluo needed, and asked if she had enough petroleum first aid cream. Yunluo had already prepared it yesterday, and immediately initiated a trade. No, Doomsday definitely wanted so much petroleum first aid cream, not just to give to the European Emperor Association, but to sell it in exchange for supplies. After all, everyone was clamoring for petroleum first aid cream right now. Yunluo had originally planned to trade the petroleum first aid cream directly for the high-temperature glass, but no one came to buy it. It was obvious that the European Emperor Association had a monopoly on high-temperature glass. They wouldn't just let high-temperature glass flow freely into the market. If Yunluo hadn't contacted Doomsday, she might not have been able to get it. The most urgent task now was to quickly build the greenhouse. But all her obsidian had been used to make the high-temperature glass, and she needed 50 more obsidian to build the vertical planting rack. Fortunately, she'd been collecting obsidian these past few days, and with the help of the Mutual Aid Association, she already gathered 30 pieces. This was because obsidian had been appearing much more frequently recently than before. In spring, it wouldn't have been possible to get so many. But even so, she still needed 20. She could only use these 30 pieces to build 6 vertical planting racks. She built the greenhouse after she returned from the volcanic island. Yunluo had wanted to do some physical training yesterday. The weather hadn't changed. After all, this was a Doomsday survival game. If you can't change the environment, you can only change yourself and adapt to it. At noon, Yunluo had donned her full sun protection gear and began working on the reef. To adapt to the heat, you have to work in it. There were still over 20 days of summer left, so she couldn't just stay indoors all day. But she was also afraid of heat stroke, so she kept a close eye on her physical condition. She wouldn't work too hard in the heat, just turning the soil, planting some vegetables and trees, and replanting the seeds she hadn't finished planting yesterday, then watering. Watering now required thorough watering, which consumed a significant amount of fresh water. Luckily, she had the foresight to stockpile plenty of fresh water, which was enough for her own drinking and growing vegetables. It wasn't that using a water purifier to filter seawater wasn't working anymore, but it was prone to evaporation. So, moving the water purifier indoors was a hassle, and in this heat, getting water was difficult. She had to fetch water at night, and then use the purifier. Even this would still cause a significant loss of water due to the high temperatures. If players hadn't stockpiled fresh water beforehand, growing vegetables would be impossible now. This created a vicious cycle. Players without water had no food, relying solely on whatever they could find in shells. Most of the fruit trees he had planted previously had died, and the apple tree had already withered. Yunluo had no choice but to chop down the apple tree, obtaining an apple sapling and several pieces of high-quality hardwood. This sapling would have to be planted in the greenhouse later. The few fruit trees still surviving were loquats, coconut trees, and bananas. The banana trees, in particular, were not only heat-resistant but also thrived in hot and humid environments, so Yunluo simply watered them generously daily. The loquat and coconut trees, while still alive, were not in good condition. The edges of the loquat's young leaves had dried out, and its branches, leaves, and roots had stopped growing. The leaves of the coconut trees began to deform and turn yellow. Yunluo had to build a sunshade to shade the fruit trees from direct sunlight, and then water them generously. After all this work, she was exhausted, and her body was starting to dehydrate from the sweat. But fortunately, she could still hold on. She checked the time. She had been working outdoors for 2 hours, which was already her limit. It looked like she would only be able to rest every 2 hours when she landed on the island tomorrow. She needed to prepare at least 10 bottles of cooling drinks. Today was just the beginning. With future heat training, she should be able to work longer hours in the heat. She also needed to drink water regularly to maintain her stamina. After finishing her work, Yunluo went to the edge of the reef to collect some shells. She was surprised to find that the seaweed that had grown so abundantly in the spring had not died, but had mutated. Yunluo had previously believed that seaweed was a seasonal plant, nourished by the spring's acid rain and thriving, and would surely wither and die in the summer. Now, the seaweed was still alive, though its appearance had changed significantly. The seaweed turned a deep red, its surface covered in a layer of crystals, and its texture hardened. Yunluo curiously reached out and touched it. It wasn't hot, but normal. The rock on the reef was at least 45 degrees Celsius right now. This seaweed, growing on rock, managed to stay cool. Yunluo cut off a few leaves to examine them. Although the leaves' surface had hardened, they were easily cut with a sickle. She quickly discovered that these seaweed leaves reflected ultraviolet light, and the crystals on the surface made it impossible to identify their substance. She quickly contacted Chi, asking her to examine the seaweed on the reef and conduct some research to see if there were any new discoveries. Chi agreed and discussed her research progress on the symbiotic crystal. She had already developed the symbiotic crystal and used it to stimulate the nerves of living things, establishing a mental connection with them. However, she had yet to figure out the specific method for placing the symbiotic crystal inside an organism to control it. Yunluohe was already pleased with the rapid development and told her to take her time. Yunluohe said, "First, take some time to research these seaweeds. They might be a very good way to cool down." Yunluohe herself wasn't idle either, harvesting some more seaweed and bringing it inside to the trash. Turning waste into treasure, 10 seaweeds were successfully recycled and upgraded, yielding 2 mutated seaweed slime. Mutated seaweed slime reflects 80% of ultraviolet rays and converts excess heat into thermal energy through an enzyme system. She added more seaweed. This time 20. Turning waste into treasure, 20 seaweeds were successfully recycled and upgraded, yielding 1 seaweed concrete. Seaweed concrete can be used to make heat-resistant bricks, absorbing heat and keeping the building's surface temperature at 12 degrees Celsius. As expected, these mutant seaweeds are quite useful. It's just that she used a trash can to convert them. Other players, who don't have trash cans, must have other methods. For example, drying them and grinding them into mutant seaweed powder might also be used to make concrete. Other methods would be necessary to obtain mutant seaweed slime. Yunluohe pondered whether she could use these seaweeds to make cooling foods. After all, it's now clear that these mutant seaweeds have heat-resistant properties. Yunluohe had made seaweed cookies before. They didn't taste great, but they were stamina-boosting and easy to carry. They sold well, but she didn't like them herself, and she didn't like the meat buns either, so she didn't continue. Why not try making some drinks with seaweed? But Yunluohe racked his brains and couldn't think of any ingredients that would pair well with seaweed. It just felt too dark. But making dark dishes also unlocks achievements, so it's worth a try. Chapter 88. Yunluohe wasted a lot of ingredients, but still couldn't make an edible seaweed drink. Seaweed doesn't pair well with many fruits, and the resulting drink wasn't even a dark dish. It was clearly inedible. She probably had too few ingredients and didn't have any fruit that would pair well with the seaweed. She thought for a moment, and decided that maybe she shouldn't have used fruit. Yunluohe opened her food supply box and began searching for other food. She soon found water mint and wild mung beans. These were supplies she had brought back from the island, but there weren't many. She hadn't used them. Now that she thought about it, mint and mung beans seemed perfectly suited for summer drinks. And the summer ice recipes mentioned both mint and mung beans. However, most of the drinks in the ice recipes required ice. But the refrigerator only had a refrigeration function, with a minimum temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, so it couldn't make ice. She planned to germinate the mung beans first, and then start growing them once the greenhouse was built. Cook the remaining mung beans in a pot of mung bean paste, then add seaweed to make seaweed bean paste. Yunluohe rinsed the seaweed and set it aside while soaking the mung beans for 2 hours. Place both in a pot, add an appropriate amount of water, bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low and simmer until the mung beans begin to bloom. When the aroma wafted out, Yunluohe knew it seemed like a success, as the mung beans and seaweed in the pot had blended seamlessly. Gently stirring, Yunluohe watched as the seaweed bean paste gradually thickened and became smooth, with a refreshing aroma. But she still needed to add some rock sugar. As the rock sugar melted, the fresh aroma gained a hint of sweetness. After the seaweed bean paste cooled, Yunluohe scooped a small spoonful into her mouth, first experiencing the unique crispness of the seaweed, followed by the dense texture of the mung bean paste. It was sweet but not greasy, the refreshing aroma of the beans blending perfectly with the marine flavor of the seaweed, with a subtle sweetness. Successfully made one of the limited edition summer drinks. Seaweed and mung bean soup. Reward, Strawberry Cocktail X1. Seaweed and mung bean soup can cool down the body and prevent heat stroke in the scorching summer heat. Finally it worked. Yunluohe was delighted. All her attempts paid off. The strawberry cocktail she received was a premium summer drink. After drinking it, her luck increased by 2, her speed increased by 1, and it also prevented heat stroke for 5 hours, thanks to the ice cubes that helped cool the body. She was now excited and decided to make another drink using seaweed and water mint. She plucked a few fresh water mint leaves, washed them, and placed them in a glass along with the prepared seaweed. Next, she poured in freshly boiled water. Instantly, the refreshing mint fragrance and the lightly salty aroma of the seaweed were unleashed. After the water cooled, She placed it in the refrigerator for a few hours, and a mint and seaweed ice drink was ready. Successfully made one of our summer ice drinks. Refreshing seaweed ice mint. Bonus: Coconut nectar recipe X1. Cooling seaweed ice mint. The refreshing seaweed and cool mint create a unique flavor that relieves summer heat and thirst, moistens the lungs, and relieves coughs. It's especially suitable for summer drinking, offering a powerful cooling effect and instant relief after a heat stroke. Coconut nectar. It has a light coconut fragrance and a crisp, springy texture. It can be used in milk tea, desserts, and canned foods. Recipe: Coconut water X1, sugar X1, pectin X1, can be made with apples or oranges. It's the coconut nectar recipe. Yun Luoha explained in surprise. 2 of the summer ice drinks in the recipe call for coconut nectar: mint coconut iced tea, strawberry coconut smoothie. Smoothies aren't available right now, but iced tea is possible. First, brew mint tea with boiling water and mint leaves. Refrigerate and add coconut and honey. Not only does it quickly replenish water, it also clears dehydration debuffs, instantly restoring 30% thirst and increasing heat tolerance by 15% for 30 minutes. Yun Luoha quickly made a large pot. In the scorching heat, these ice drinks can dispel the heat and fatigue, and all players need them right now. Yun Luoha felt so comfortable after drinking them herself that she didn't plan to keep them to herself. A pot of seaweed and mung bean soup can be divided into 20 bowls, and a pot of mint coconut iced tea can be divided into 5 cups. There's also refreshing seaweed iced mint. Yun Luoha gave Mu Zitong 3 bowls of iced drinks, Chung Xuaning 2 bowls, and selected 5 more iced drinks to share with the management trainees. Yun Luoha, I have more here. Feel free to call me if you need any. Great. This seaweed and mung bean soup is actually made with seaweed? I didn't expect seaweed could be used in this way. I go harvest some. Great, thank you, Sister Yun. Just let us know if you need anything. Sister Yun has developed so many special ice drinks, so she must need a lot of fruit and sugar. I have several pounds of white sugar and fruit candies. I give them all to you. Although not everyone was younger than Yun Luoha, except for Yang Mian, everyone else followed Mu Zitong in calling Yun Luoha Sister Yun. Yun Luoha had gotten used to it. The management trainee group usually didn't have much small talk, but now it was suddenly lively. Since joining the management trainee group, they had all received a lot of help from Yun Luoha and Mu Zitong. Everyone was extremely grateful to Yun Luoha. Usually, whenever Yun Luoha asked for their help, they would oblige. However, Yun Luoha rarely asked them to do anything. Even if they had to make some tools, it was just a small favor. After all, they needed it themselves. Today, there were drinks, cooling drinks, which were a scarce commodity in the summer. Not wanting to take advantage of them for free, they all privately sent Yun Luoha a large amount of supplies. Mu Zitong and Chung Xuaning also sent her a lot of things in return. At once, Yun Luoha received multiple transaction notifications. Mu Zitong sent several supplies. 5 seaweed sunscreen coatings, 1 salted egg yolk, 1 vinegar, 1 beer. Chung Xuaning sent several supplies. 1 multi-purpose military knife, 1 thermometer, 1 non-slip trekking pole, 1 cauliflower seed. Siqi sent several supplies. 1 outdoor water purification tablet, 1 rock sugar, 1 soybean. Yun Luoha sent the ice drink simply to share with those around her, so they could feel better, not to expect anything in return. But she was still happy to receive so many things at once. Yang Mian received a bowl of refreshing seaweed ice mint, but gave it to his sister, Yang Mei, instead of drinking it himself. When he first joined the Mutual Aid Association, he hadn't imagined he would be so happy there. Now, he's thinking of asking his sister to join as well. Yang Mei is luckier than him. She's also learned gathering and pet taming skills, which qualifies her for management trainee status. He plans to discuss this with Yang Mei today, ask for her opinion, and then go find Yun Luoha. Besides the drinks, he makes some seaweed food to eat on the island tomorrow. The barbecue and seafood soup were both hot, but it was inconvenient to eat them outdoors, so he had to cook something else. This weather is perfect for salads or cold dishes. Blanch the vegetables first, rinse with cold water, then season with seasonings for a refreshing and delicious salad. Vegetables suitable for salads include bean sprouts, spinach, and bok choy. A few pots of salad were enough for the meal. Yun Luoha rested for a while, replenishing her energy and fluids, then went outside again, planning to start drying salt. The high temperatures were perfect for salting. She had previously obtained a salt-making formula, but had never put it into practice. Today, she had just finished drying a batch of salt, which she would be able to harvest upon her return from the island. She chose the seawater salting method, which is a somewhat complex process. First, a certain amount of seawater is introduced into a pool. The water evaporates and concentrates into brine. Once it reaches a certain concentration, it is then introduced into a crystallization pool. This requires Yunluohe to dig 2 pools. As the water in the crystallization pools continues to evaporate, salt will emerge. Finally, this crude salt is dissolved, filtered, evaporated, and purified to become edible salt. This process takes about 2 or 3 days, but it produces a lot of salt in one go. Yunluohe used a pipe to introduce about 500 liters of seawater, which should yield 15 kilograms of salt. He worked until dark, when the temperature finally dropped. Yunluohe received a coconut fiber sunshade and a condenser water bottle from Duerwentian. Although this shawl isn't as effective as the agave sunshade, the agave hasn't grown yet, so we can't harvest the fiber. This is the only one I have to wear tomorrow, as we're heading to the volcanic island. Ro Bao has been feeling listless these past 2 days because his fur is so thick and fat, and he's been so hot that he's been sticking out his tongue and drinking water constantly, and his appetite has decreased significantly. Yunluohe had no choice but to give it some cooling drinks. But even so, it wouldn't go out during the day, constantly lying on the ground panting, even refusing to sleep on the sofa because it felt too hot. Yunluohe realized that Wu Jing had opened a pet cooling mat, so perhaps other people would have one. She quickly went to the trading center to search for pet-related supplies, and bought it a bamboo mat and a cooling mat. The cooling mat was extremely expensive, costing 20 iron ore each. But Ro Bao loved it, and immediately lay down on the mat, remaining motionless until nightfall, when he lazily got up. Yunluohe thought of the spider silk quilt made by Yuntin. It was still cool and breathable, and many players would probably like it. She wondered if Yuntin could make more. Yunluohe brought Yuntin a lot of its favorite ores, including obsidian. "Wonton baby, could you make me another quilt? I go trade it for something useful." Naturally, Yuntin complied with Yunluohe's request. Wonton said, okay, I make you a new one right away." Wonton began spinning silk continuously, quickly creating a new spider silk quilt. The new quilt was soft, thin, cool, and incredibly comfortable to the touch. Silverback spider silk quilt. Crafted from mutant spider silk, this quilt has a delicate texture and offers ultimate softness and comfort. It's also incredibly lightweight, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, and automatically adjusts to ambient temperature fluctuations. Yunluohe put it up for auction at the trading center. She previously used the auction mode to obtain many useful high-end items. But recently, there haven't been any suitable items to auction. Now, she plans to trade this spider silk quilt for some summer seeds. For example, rare seeds or saplings like wheat, mint, and lemon saplings. Ice crystals are also required. Today, Yunluohe used a trash can to convert a dozen rotten tomatoes into a few fresh cherry tomatoes and tomato seeds. Tomatoes come in many varieties, with varying colors and sizes, allowing for numerous different tomato varieties. They're also very easy to grow, so she can start raising seedlings today. She take this opportunity to get some more seeds and raise them all at once. After returning from the volcanic island tomorrow, the seedlings will have sprouted, and she can then plant them all at once. Chapter 89. Yunluohe listed the spider silk quilt on the trading center and advertised it in the chat channel. Warm in winter, cool in summer, spider silk quilt, just cover yourself and cool down. Only one available, first come, first served. Bidding starts immediately. Attached is a screenshot of the spider silk quilt's details. Many players were excited. "It's so hot it's impossible to sleep at night. This is exactly what I need. Why is there only one? How can I possibly beat those lucky guys? Oh, I definitely can't buy something this good. I can only watch. Do you have the blueprints? If they can be mass-produced, players in Zone 2 would be in luck. Don't compete with me. I'm definitely getting this spider silk quilt." Yunluohe set the auction timer to 1 hour, so just wait and see. Then Yunluohe opened the shells that Ro Bao had just fished out. Only 2 shells were caught today. Opening the white pearl yielded 2 iron ore, 1 ferrous metal fragment, 1 broken blueprint, 1 parchment fragment, 1 moldy tofu, and 1 coconut shell. Opening the white pearl yielded 1 3-layer steamer, 1 sanitary pad, 1 tea oil shampoo, 1 rose fragrance, 1 osmanthus black tea, 1 smelly sock, and 1 broken-legged coffee table. Obtaining another parchment fragment, Yunluohe quickly took out the other 2 fragments from his collection and combined them to create a summer plant atlas. This atlas featured many plants suitable for summer cultivation, detailing their characteristics and uses. Fruits, pitaya, Drought-resistant, its vines cover the frame, creating a shade layer. Growing time, 25 days. The fruit can be used to make sugar, and its branches can be used to make sun hats. Dwarf tomato, a modified variety of regular tomatoes. It can bear fruit even in temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. Growing time, 18 days. It can be made into canned tomato sauce, with a shelf life of over 2 months. Vegetables, ice plant, quick to grow, its leaves are salty and nutritious, and can help cool you down. Growing time, 5 days. It can be used to make salads, and fruit and vegetable juices. The most common outdoor plants are heat-resistant, including aloe vera, agave, sea buckthorn, cactus, purslane, etc. Growing and acquisition methods are described later. Most can be obtained by opening shells, while some are island resources, and can be obtained by landing on specific islands. For example, cactus and sea buckthorn can be found on Oasis Island. Ice plant can be found on Watermelon Island. The island names mentioned in the atlas are likely summer resource islands. This atlas was somewhat useful to Yun Luoha, but not much. She owned several of the plants, and had already planted them. She copied the atlas contents, and sent it to the Tianji Pavilion for income. Ro Bao had collected a lot of seaweed, and placed it in a supply box. Yun Luoha used the trash can to transform it into seaweed slime and seaweed concrete. She won a lottery, and received a recipe for heat-resistant bricks. Seaweed concrete and volcanic ash can be used to make heat-resistant bricks, and paving them effectively insulates and cools the ground. Yun Luoha then collected the rotten fruits and vegetables handed in by the association's players daily, and used the trash can to transform them into fresh ingredients or seeds. She also used a large amount of coconut shells and palm leaves to make ordinary insulation mats and woven sunshades. While their effectiveness was limited, they could be used to insulate the chicken coop and fish pond, keeping the animals and fish from succumbing to the heat until she had enough sunscreen. An hour later, the auction ended. The spider silk was exchanged for 3 ice crystals, 15 wheat seeds, 2 honey, 1 lemon sapling, 1 sunflower seed, 1 coffee bean, and 1 honeysuckle plant. These plants could only be planted after the greenhouse was built. She currently had so many seeds that she probably couldn't grow them all in one greenhouse. She was thinking that if she could get enough materials, she would build another greenhouse. But that would make her even busier. However, with Robao and Wonton helping her, the burden should be greatly reduced. The 3 ice crystals could be stored in the cellar or in the fish pond. But Yun Luoha still fed them to Wonton. Wonton was so well behaved and had helped her with so many things. Since he liked the ice crystals, she decided to give them to him. Besides, eating the ice crystals might improve his physique, making him less susceptible to the heat. He wouldn't be too uncomfortable on the trip to the volcanic island tomorrow. Because Robao was too sensitive to the heat, Yun Luoha planned to take Wonton with him to the island tomorrow, leaving him on the reef. Yun Luoha placed the ice crystal in Wonton's nest. Wonton baby, eat quickly. We go to sleep after you're done. Wonton, sizzle, delicious white stone. It still remembered the taste of the ice crystal. It loved it. Yun Luoha gave Wonton 2 ice crystals, and it swallowed them in one gulp. A fine layer of frost appeared on Wonton's body, enveloping it in a blanket of white. It suddenly became motionless, as if frozen. Yun Luoha's expression tightened. Wonton, are you okay? Could it be that eating too much at once has harmed you? Beast taming skill upgraded to level 3. Reward, Book of Beast Language. Beast Language Book. After reading, you learn animal language, allowing you to communicate with most beasts. Yun Luoha wasn't in the mood to pick up the book. Instead, he stared at Wonton, observing the changes in his form. Wonton hadn't spoken, and his body was completely frozen. Suddenly, the notification sounded again. Mutated wolf spider upgraded. Wonton, wrapped in frost, slowly began to move. The frost on its body began to shimmer with a strange light, and its once furry body slowly became crystal clear. Its shell resembled a layer of ice crystal armor, and its 8 legs had also changed. Sharp ice spikes sprouted from the end of each leg, gleaming with a cold light. Its shell turned silvery white, making it even more adorable and beautiful. Its claws remained green, but the red markings on its tail were more vivid, and its compound eyes also turned silvery white. Yunton exclaimed excitedly, I feel icy cold. Are you feeling any discomfort? Yunton, no, I'm fine. It spun out a strand of spider silk. The originally silvery white silk had transformed, now shimmering with a blue sheen, like a fine icy shard. Yun Luo touched it with his hand. So cold. The silk had become like ice. Yunlua opened Yuntan's information and discovered it had a new skill, Ice Mist Breath. When Yuntan spitted out a large amount of spider silk, it could create a vast expanse of icy mist, causing temperatures to plummet wherever it passed, even condensing surrounding moisture into ice. The silk's toughness and strength were greatly increased, making it extremely difficult for ordinary blades to cut through it. Using this icy blade-like silk, combined with the abilities it had gained from devouring the ghost face vine, it could create a thick silk-like ice shield around its body. The ice shield's exceptional hardness allows it to withstand powerful physical attacks. It also rapidly absorbs and transforms any heated encounters, freezing the attacker's weapons or limbs, making it impossible to escape. This skill is a true powerhouse, significantly enhancing Wonton's combat capabilities and survivability, especially in the summer, and a significant benefit to Yunlua. However, Wonton has just leveled up and isn't yet an adult, so it can't instantly spit out large quantities of spider silk. This ability still needs improvement. But as long as Yunlua feeds it regularly and helps it level up, this skill will eventually become even more powerful. Yunlua happily hugged Yuntan. "Baby, you're amazing." She still had an ice crystal, which she planned to give to Yuntan tomorrow. The next morning, Yunlua took out the drinks and water from the refrigerator. She checked her backpack again. She had already prepared the supplies for landing on the volcanic island the previous night. She brought plenty of food and water, primarily chilled purified water, and a dozen or so cool drinks. She also brought salads and cold dishes. She also brought tools for mining and gathering, a golden axe, a steel pickaxe, and a multi-purpose pickaxe. A saber. In addition to the hunting knife and bow and arrow, Yunlua also brought a long sword. While it wasn't a high-level weapon, Yunlua's hunting knife alone wasn't enough for close combat, so a long sword would be more convenient. The long sword was forged by Yang Mian using a variety of forging materials. It had decent attack power. Everyone in the management trainee group had one. Yang Mian practiced forging skills daily, so he specially crafted a long sword for everyone in the group. Yunlua's long sword was made of a special material, and was relatively lightweight, which she quite liked. In addition, there was a sunscreen and heat-resistant suit, a poncho, a hat, and gloves. In the golden crocodile leather backpack, she also placed a mineral detector, first aid oil ointment, a hiking pole, rope, flint, a multi-purpose military knife, a hemostatic bandage, anti-inflammatory medication, paper towels, a tent, and other items. Before leaving, Yunlua went to the chicken coop, added a dozen earthworms to the feed bowl, and threw some seaweed powder into the fish pond where the pearl oysters were raised. The pearl oysters were now living in the pond, fed only by the seaweed powder, and were doing well. Today was the perfect time to harvest pearls, but Yunlua planned to do so after returning. She left plenty of cooling drinks and food for Robao to eat on his own. During the hot weather, she would collect the trash inside, and after dark, when the heat subsided, she would go outside to collect shells and harvest seaweed. At 8 a.m., Yunlua set off promptly. She placed Wonton in her pet's bag, and used the designated island landing token to select the volcanic island. Welcome to Volcanic Island. Yunlua stood on the black sand beach, looking out at a barren expanse. A scorching breath hit her face, as if she were in a giant steamer. Burning steam billowed out, and she felt engulfed in a heat wave, her entire body scorching. The island surface was covered with charred black rock, warped and deformed by the intense heat, its surface covered with dense pores. Several volcanoes, both active and extinct, could be seen in the distance. The nearest was a plain of desolate ground, the air thick with gray dust. Some unique vegetation could be vaguely seen. The plain was low in elevation, and the entire area was covered in a thick layer of volcanic ash. The volcanic ash that every player desired was actually everywhere here. Yunlua couldn't help but wonder, is it possible that no one from District 2 has ever come to Volcano Island? That's impossible. Or perhaps someone did come but took a large amount of volcanic ash, but it didn't flow into the market. However, the TNG Pavilion's intelligence on Volcano Island was very limited, proving that few people came, and even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily return alive. After all, the moment she arrived on the island, Yunlua felt a strong sense of danger. Her perception couldn't be wrong. This place must be fraught with danger. Just as she was about to head towards the plane, another person suddenly appeared on the beach. It was Yu Qinjin, with whom Yunlua had agreed to meet today. Chapter 90. Yu Qinjin had changed his clothes, and his hair had grown a little longer. But he still held the staff in his hand, looking calm and composed. What a coincidence. Yunlua saw him like this and smiled jokingly. Indeed? Yu Qinjin continued. Yunluohe raised an eyebrow. Let's go. It's too hot here. Let's finish this quickly. Yu Chenjin nodded. Are you here alone? Yunluohe, yes, I brought my spider pet. What level is it now? Yunluohe, level 4. Yu Chenjin pulled a picture book from his backpack and handed it to Yunluohe. This is the wolf spider picture book. I promised you. Is this the original? Yes, I made a copy for myself. I give you this one. He did this so Yunluohe wouldn't doubt the authenticity of the picture book's contents. Yunluohe's impression of him improved after seeing his thoughtfulness. Since Wonton's safety was at stake, she was indeed concerned about the authenticity of the illustrated guide. If she followed the instructions and made a mistake, it would lead to misunderstandings. Thank you. I keep my promise once Wonton reaches level 8. Yu Chenjin, okay, let's go. Under the scorching heat, their stamina was steadily declining. They were able to persevere thanks to their cloaks, which protected them from UV rays. Their shoes were specially made hiking boots, which protected them from the heat, but they could still feel the intense heat through their soles, so they walked quickly with every step. Stepping onto the ash-covered plain, they were greeted by a vast, gray-brown world. The thick ash blanketed the ground, like a vast carpet, obscuring the original terrain. Even if it were a plain, it wouldn't be completely flat, with not a single undulation. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, mixed with fine volcanic ash particles. Every breath brought a tiny dusty dust drop. The two were naturally delighted to see so much volcanic ash, but collecting it presented a significant challenge. The volcanic ash accumulated on the surface, but it fell away easily when pinched, and it was impossible to collect with a shovel. Unlike the volcanic ash on the seabed, wet volcanic ash solidified, but dry volcanic ash could only be collected bit by bit into a container. The two went to the trading center and bought several brushes and ceramic containers. Yunluohe and Yu Chenjin worked together, squatting down. Chenjin swept the brush, gathering the loose volcanic ash, while Yunluohe held the container, ensuring every drop of ash fell precisely. As time passed, beads of sweat fell on their foreheads. It was incredibly hot, even hotter on the volcanic island than on the reef, as a volcano in the distance was constantly erupting. Yunluohe had originally planned a 2-hour break to rehydrate, but now she had to cut it down to an hour before stopping for water. She gulped down a large bottle of ice water before she felt better. She then pressed the cold plastic bottle against her forehead and face to cool down. The cool sensation made her feel alive. Her stamina stabilized at 75, and she stopped moving. Yunluohe, keep going. I estimate we need to stop in less than an hour to cool down. I have plenty of water. How about you? I have some ice drinks too. They're better than water. Let me know if you need any. Since she was working with Yu Chenjin, she certainly wouldn't suffer from the same heat stroke he suffered. Having a capable helper gave her some peace of mind. The volcanic island certainly had more dangers than just the high temperatures and volcanic activity. And she couldn't possibly collect all the volcanic ash by herself. Even with 100 other players, they couldn't completely harvest all the ash on this plain. After collecting over 200 pieces of volcanic ash, they had reached the center of the plain. Because they were collecting as they went, if they stayed in one place, there was no telling when they would reach other areas. From a distance, the landforms of the volcanic island were strikingly different. This side was the plain, and in front of it lay a river of orange-red lava. The riverbed was covered in dense cracks of varying widths. The orange-red lava surged through the cracks, occasionally sending up fiery sparks. Periodically, columns of steam would erupt from the riverbed, reaching tens of meters high. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the steam plumes carried a high temperature and a pungent sulfurous odor, spreading in all directions. Across the river lay a dark, steep mountain peak, its black sheen remarkably similar to obsidian. Yunluohe suspected there might be obsidian deposits there, so they had to cross the lava river to reach the peak. 200 or so portions of volcanic ash weren't much. 2 people would only get about 100 each, hardly enough. But there was no other way. Obsidian was more important, and they couldn't stay on the island for too long. By the time they returned, it would be dark, and they could continue collecting ash. But reaching the peak after dark would be inconvenient. Just as they were about to stop collecting ash and try to cross the river, Yunluohe spotted a plant growing not far away. The green plant was short, with a thick stem and a layer of fine hairs on its surface. Yunluohe was amazed to see such lush vegetation growing on the seemingly barren plain. She could also see that the plant was golden in color. She and Yu Chenjin noticed it at the same time, so they exchanged glances and walked over together. Upon closer inspection, she could see that the plant bore green fruit, somewhat resembling chili peppers, but a different variety she had never seen before. Its surface had a waxy sheen that reflected ultraviolet light. The long, conical fruit had numerous irregular black bumps on its surface, resembling lava from a volcano. Volcano flame pepper, gold. Its spiciness is intense and unique. It can be used in cooking and as medicine, boasting benefits such as promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, and dispelling cold and dampness. Anything that can be used in cooking is good, especially the chili peppers Yunluohe had always desired. Even though the heat made chili unsuitable, she was thrilled and quickly dug up the volcano flame pepper, root and all. There were only 5 peppers growing in this area. She took 4, and Yu Qingjin took 1. Yunluohe carefully placed the 4 volcanic flame peppers in her backpack and continued on her way to the lava river with Yu Qingjin. As they approached, the scorching heat washed over them, the temperature reaching 50 degrees Celsius, making them a little unbearable. Yunluohe first took out an ice drink and gulped it down. Yu Qingjin was a little better, having only drunk a little ice water. "Can you still hold on?" Yunluohe initially found it strange, but then she realized that Yu Qingjin's trait was toughness, so his body must be different from others. "Yeah, I'm fine, just hot." The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, mixed with the pungent odor of lava, making it almost impossible to breathe. Looking at the surging lava and the constantly erupting columns of steam, both men frowned. Every so often, a column of steam would erupt from the riverbed without warning, carrying high temperatures and a pungent sulfurous odor in all directions. The boiling lava was overwhelming, and with steam threatening to erupt at any moment, this river was far too dangerous. A single careless fall into the lava would melt bones. But they had to cross. After all, finding a way around it from the other side was nearly impossible. This lava river ran through the center of the island, and they might not find another route even after searching all day. Yunluohe carefully observed the riverbed. This river is wide and narrow. Let's go to the narrow part. The narrow part was about 10 meters, while the widest part was over 20 meters. Yu Qingjin paced back and forth along the riverbank, scanning the area for any unusual spots. If this were a real survival situation on a deserted island, there might be no way to cross the river, but this was a game. No matter how difficult it was, there had to be a way. Suddenly, Yunluohe noticed a spot on the river's edge where steam erupted less frequently. Other locations erupted 3 times, but this one only once. Just as she was about to move over to investigate, her expression changed. She took a step back, drew her hunting knife, and stabbed the ground behind her. A fiery red lizard stared at her warily, its cold gaze unsettling. Yunluohe acted swiftly, striking it with her knife again. The fire lizard let out a shrill cry, pierced by Yunluohe's hunting knife, pinned to the ground. Yunluohe killed it without hesitation and dissected it. Obtained salamander skin X1. Salamander skin. Salamanders are primarily found near lava riverbeds. Their skins are highly fire-resistant and can be crafted into fire-resistant clothing, gloves, and other equipment. Yunluohe was delighted. This is a salamander. Its skin is very useful. Let's see if there are any more here and kill more. Yu Qingjin, okay, leave it to me. Then I continue searching for a way across the river. She could use her perception trait and her scanning eye to quickly detect details others couldn't, so finding the way was definitely her responsibility. After careful observation, she discovered that within the narrow lava fissures in the area just now, some irregularly shaped black boulders were faintly visible. The surfaces of these boulders were blackened by the intense heat, and some were covered with a thin layer of glass formed by the cooling lava. Yu Qingjin, look over there. Those stones seem to be spaced fairly regularly. They might be useful as stepping stones to cross the river. Yunluohe pointed in that area. Yu Qingjin looked in the direction she pointed, his expression unchanged. But these stones have been soaked in lava for so long that their surfaces must be very slippery. And we don't know what's underneath. Our shoes might be fine for walking on normal roads, but stepping on lava-soaked stones would definitely burn through our shoes. Yu Qingjin's words made sense. But there was no better solution at the moment. What if we cool those stones? With what? Water. There would be very hot steam. But it would evaporate in an instant. How about moss? Perhaps damp moss would work. Yunluohe had another idea. Oh, and there's also mutant seaweed. Since mutant seaweed can withstand high temperatures, perhaps it could be applied to these stones for insulation. You mean the seaweed on the reef? You could try applying the mutant seaweed slime to the moss and laying it directly on top. It might work. Yunluohe immediately contacted Mu Zitong, asking him to help gather some mutant seaweed powder and high-grade moss. While waiting, Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin killed 3 salamanders and obtained several more skins. Once they had the supplies, Yunluohe immediately began experimenting. The mosque was instantly charred. Yunluohe, no, shouldn't we use something more advanced? Yu Qinjin pondered for a moment. How about using ice crystals?